In Linchi Town, a small river winds its way toward Wudo Mountain. Along the river runs a stone-paved road, and at the very end of it stands a small, unremarkable eatery. Although it had a signboard, the shop hadn't opened its doors for many years. Hwan dragged her suitcase with her right hand, the wheels rattling unevenly against the rough stone path. In her left hand, she held a yellowed map, carefully comparing the route until she finally stopped in front of the little shop. At last, I found it. Grandpa's Eatery is really hidden away. Without a map, it would have been impossible to locate. She pulled out a key, and with a creak, the door opened, revealing the small shop inside. The space was about 20 square meters, with a few tables and a counter at the back. Behind the counter, a section of the wall had been cut open, leading into a kitchen. Inside were a gas stove, an induction cooker, and neatly arranged bowls and chopsticks. On the other side of the wall, a staircase led upstairs. The second floor was a simple bedroom with a desk, a bed, and a small window. Hwan felt satisfied. Though the eatery was small, it had everything it needed. Unfortunately, she wasn't a trained cook. She had only come here because she needed a place to stay. After graduating from university, her unusual major made it hard to find a job, and she couldn't afford rent in the big city. Just when she was at a dead end, she received the keys and property deed to this little shop. It took her 4 or 5 hours to clean away the dust upstairs and downstairs, and by the time she finished unpacking, night had already fallen. She lit a lamp, made herself a bowl of braised beef noodles, and ate while sending out resumes on her computer. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door rattled, and the next moment it opened. An elderly man stood there, looking a little uneasy. "Excuse me, do you still have anything to eat?" Hwan looked at him in surprise. He wore coarse, patched clothing and carried a basket on his back. His long, graying hair was tied neatly behind his head. Could there be a film crew nearby? Was this uncle acting in some period drama? "Uncle, my shop hasn't officially opened yet. I only have instant noodles. If you don't mind, I can make you a bowl." The old man seemed puzzled, as if he didn't fully understand her words. He only caught the part about "don't mind." He gave a small bow. "Thank you, shopkeeper. Anything will do." So polite, she thought with a smile. Hwan turned her head and opened a pack of instant noodles. Thinking of how tired the old man looked, she went into the kitchen, turned on the stove, and decided to cook the noodles properly. This was the highest standard way to make instant noodles. She first heated the water until it was almost boiling, then cracked in an egg. When the egg set and the water began to boil, she added the block of noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, Hwan poured out some of the water, then added the seasoning packet. The spices melted instantly in the hot broth. She gently stirred with her chopsticks, and a strong, delicious aroma filled the air. Hwan poured the noodles into a clean bowl and placed it in front of the old man. The old man was clearly starving. His eyes never left the bowl until it was set down on the table before him. Hwan said, "Uncle, the noodles are ready. Please eat." But the old man hesitated. He had only expected a plain bowl of noodles, yet what he saw was fragrant, steaming noodles with a poached egg on top. Slowly lifting his head, he said awkwardly, "Miss, I don't have enough money. I can't afford such good noodles." The noodles looked unusual, unlike anything he had seen before, and the rich smell made his mouth water. Surely, they must be expensive. Looking at the uneasy old man, Hwan suddenly thought of her own grandfather, and her heart softened. "It's fine. Don't worry about the money. Please eat." No, I can't do that." The old man quickly waved his hands. "It's all right. The noodles are already cooked. If you don't eat them, they'll just go to waste." With that, she returned to the counter, giving him space. After hesitating for a long while, the old man sighed, then picked up the chopsticks with his calloused hands. Carefully, as if handling something precious, he lifted a small bundle of noodles and took a bite. The hot noodles, coated with a bit of broth, filled his mouth with a taste that felt almost luxurious. Salty, fragrant, delicious. He had never eaten anything so good. Forgetting everything else, He ate quickly, one bite after another, until the last strand of noodle was gone. Then he lifted the bowl and drank every drop of the soup. When he looked back at Hwawan, his eyes were full of gratitude. "Thank you, miss. I've never had noodles this tasty. But I really don't have enough money." He placed 2 copper coins on the table, then bent down to pick up the basket at his feet. "These are radishes I grew myself. I took them to the market today, but some didn't sell. Could I use them to pay for the noodles? I'm not sure how much I still owe." Hwawan quickly waved her hand. "A bowl of instant noodles doesn't cost much. No need to pay." But the elderly woman insisted, so Hwawan accepted 4 big, white radishes. She walked to the door and watched her very first customer leave. Seeing the old woman's bent back slowly disappear into the distance, Hwawan thought of Grandpa Hwa, and her eyes grew misty. She didn't notice that the street no longer looked the same as in the daytime. The streetlights were gone, and only the faint moonlight shone on the dirt road. Back inside, she cleared the tables and found 2 copper coins the old woman had left behind. Remembering the antique shop she had passed earlier, she decided to ask about them when she had time. The next morning, Hong got up early and opened the shop. Many other stores were already busy with business. Chingsher Street looked like a long row of food stalls. As she walked, Hwan saw all kinds of vegetable shops, fruit stands, and butcher stalls. She strolled along, buying rice, noodles, steamed buns, and other daily necessities. Thinking of the radishes the old woman had given her, she also bought 2 pork bones. Radish and pork bone soup for lunch with rice, and pork bone noodles for dinner. Enough food for the whole day. But Hwawan still worried. She didn't have much money left, less than 300 yuan in her pocket. If she couldn't find a job soon, she would be in real trouble. Back at the snack shop, she washed the radishes and bones, found a large clay pot, filled it with water from the backyard well, and set it to simmer slowly over a coal stove. While the soup cooked, she sent out more job applications. Outside, the street was lively and full of energy. She was starting to like this place. If the snack shop could really open, living here long-term wouldn't be bad at all. After more than an hour, she added the chopped radishes into the pot. The fresh aroma of radish quickly blended with the rich scent of the pork bones. It smelled wonderful. The radishes the old woman had given her seemed especially fragrant. Without adding any extra seasoning, the soup already made her hungry. Just as Hwan was about to enjoy her meal, an older woman walked into the shop. "Oh, those radishes look really good." She glanced at the pot of bone soup, then picked up the leftover white radish beside it and brought it to her nose to smell. "Where did you buy this?" Hwan replied, "I didn't buy it, a relative gave it to me. There are still 2 left, sell them to me. I want to make soup at home today too." The aunt was clearly tempted. It was the first time Hwan had run into something like this. She hesitated and said, "But I don't know how much to sell them for. You run a snack shop and don't know the price? How about this? Let's go by the price of radishes at Old Lou's stall. For these 2, how about 20 yuan? Since Hwan couldn't use them all anyway, she slowly nodded. The aunt scanned the code, transferred the money, and didn't even ask for a plastic bag. She simply stuffed the radishes into her cloth bag and left briskly. Hwan was left standing at the shop door, dazed. So strange, she had just earned 20 yuan out of nowhere. As night fell, the day was nearly over. The little street grew quiet again. Just as Hwan was about to go upstairs to rest, the snack shop door opened. It was the same old man from yesterday, still looking uneasy. The noodles he had eaten last night were the best he'd ever tasted in his life. When he got home, the rich aroma of braised beef still lingered on him. His wife smelled it too. After hearing his story, she frowned and said, "Such delicious noodles, and you only gave the shop 2 coins? That doesn't seem right." Once he calmed down, the old man also began to regret it. He had always been honest, and now with this on his mind, he tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. The next day, after finishing his chores, he hurried back to the snack shop. When Hwan saw who it was, she said happily, "Uncle, you came at the right time. The radishes you left yesterday were sold today." The old man waved his hand. "Ah, Those radishes were homegrown, not worth much. He took out a cloth bag. Here are some mountain chestnuts my grandson picked today. I don't know if you like them, but please accept them. It had been a long time since Huan had eaten chestnuts. She took the bag. Wow, it was heavy, at least 10 pounds. Uncle, have you eaten yet? Let me make you a bowl of noodles. How about radish soup noodles today? The pot was simmering gently on the stove. Huan had planned to save it for breakfast tomorrow. Yes. Thank you so much, the old man said quickly. After speaking, he immediately regretted it. He had come to thank the shopkeeper, so why did the smell of food make him crave it again? How much should he pay for the noodles he ate today? With a sigh, the old man walked to the corner and sat nervously on a stool. Huan went into the kitchen, boiled a pot of water, and put in the noodles she had bought that morning. She also prepared a bowl of cool boiled water. When the noodles were ready, she scooped them out, rinsed them in the cool water, and placed them in a bowl. This way, the noodles didn't stick together. Each strand was clear, springy, and chewy. She added a little soy sauce, salt, and chopped green onions. Carrying the bowl, Han went to the stove by the door, scooped up a ladle of broth, and added a piece of pork bone along with a few chunks of white radish. The pork bone and radish soup had been simmering all day. The meat clung to the bone but would fall off with the slightest shake, melting in the mouth, perfect for an elderly person. The radish had absorbed the rich broth, and with one bite, the flavor burst out, filling the mouth with warmth. The hot soup brought out the fragrance of the soy sauce and green onions, and with just a touch of salt, this simple bowl of noodles became an irresistible treat for the old man. In the quiet shop, the only sound was the old man slurping his noodles. I never thought I'd get to eat such delicious noodles, he said, setting down the empty bowl and wiping his mouth with his sleeve. He mentioned that he also bought pork during the new year, but this pork was different. There was no unpleasant smell at all. And after simmering all day, the taste was beyond words. Then he carefully placed 5 copper coins on the table. Uncle, I already accepted your chestnuts. How could I take money from you again? Besides, she had no use for copper coins anyway. But the old man insisted, those chestnuts aren't worth much. I just picked them from the mountain. That's already enough. As they gently argued, 3 more people entered the shop. Well, this is rare. I've never seen people being so polite over just 5 coins, one of them said. Huan turned to look. It was a young girl dressed in ancient-style clothing. She wore a light pink dress, her skin was fair, and her long hair was neatly. She looked beautiful. She lifted her chin slightly, gazing over with a hint of pride. Behind her stood 2 men in fitted outfits, each with a sword at his waist. Huan was puzzled. Was there a tourist spot nearby? Were they here for photos? Or maybe cosplay? The girl, too, was studying Huan from head to toe. Your clothes look so strange. Never mind, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat in your shop? Huan looked down at herself. Plaid shirt, jeans. Strange? Really? Sorry, my shop hasn't officially opened yet. The girl frowned. Don't try to fool me. She pointed at the old man. If you're not open, then how come he's eating? The man behind her gripped the handle of his knife, stepped forward, and said harshly, Hurry up and prepare some food. You'll get your money. Huan tugged at the corner of her mouth. Was this some kind of play? Or had she run into a group of odd people? With a sigh, she said to the young girl, I only have noodles left. Do you want some? If not, you can keep walking ahead. There should be other shops open. The girl replied, We've walked all this way and only found your shop. Ahead is the city and not many shops are open. Your noodles smell good. We'll have them. 3 bowls, then? The girl gave a small nod and said nothing more. Huan was about to head to the kitchen when she noticed the old man slowly making his way to the door. She thought for a moment, then called out to him. She pulled a handful of white rabbit candies from her bag and placed them in his hands. Uncle, take these home for your grandson. The old man accepted them with both hands, thanking her again and again. Huan never imagined that she, just an ordinary engineering student, would end up running a noodle shop. Those 3 bowls used up all the broth she had left, and she felt a little reluctant. But when she saw the three of them devour the noodles as if they were the finest delicacies, she felt a sense of pride she had never known before. Maybe I really do have a talent for cooking. Could I be a natural-born chef? After finishing, the girl's face looked much better. Your noodles are amazing. Better than anything the cooks at my home can make. So she came from a wealthy family. She even had cooks. The girl gave a signal to the man beside her, and he pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket, placing it on the table. First copper coins, now silver. Hwawan was completely stunned. She tried testing them with the phrase, "Imperial tribute wine?" The girl didn't understand and asked back, "Do you sell wine here?" "Tribute wine?" Hwawan felt a little uneasy, so she forced a smile and asked, "Where are you from? And why are you out so late?" The girl said, "Today I went to Luosha Temple in the mountains to pray for my father. On the way back, I was caught in heavy rain, which delayed me, so I came back late. But today the sun was shining brightly. Where could that rain have come from? And no one had ever heard of a temple in those mountains." After resting enough, the girl said goodbye to Hwawan. When Hwawan followed her out of the snack shop, she suddenly realized something was wrong. In the daytime, there had been shops all around, but now everything was gone. Darkness surrounded her, and she couldn't see anything clearly. Only the light from the snack shop lit up a small patch in front of the door. At the entrance stood a carriage with 2 lanterns hanging from its front. The girl climbed into the carriage, lifted the curtain, and nodded at Hwawan. Then her attendant drove the carriage away. Did I just travel through time? Hwawan didn't dare stay outside. She rushed back into the shop, locked the door, scrambled upstairs, and dove into her blanket, forcing herself to fall asleep. That night, she slept restlessly. When morning came, the sound of bustling voices rose from downstairs again. Hwawan opened the window and looked out. It was the same lively street as yesterday. Was it just a dream? She yawned and walked downstairs slowly, but then she saw the silver pieces still lying on the table from last night. What on earth? Could it be that this snack shop itself travels through time at night? Hwawan picked up the silver and copper coins. After thinking for a while, she used a map to find an antique shop far from the small street. Then she rented a shared bike and rode off. She had no choice. Only 300 yuan left, so she had to be careful with her spending. By the time she reached the antique shop, 2 hours had passed. The shop owner was just opening the door when he saw Hwawan, out of breath, standing outside. The owner, a man in his 50s, wore reading glasses and held a magnifying glass as he carefully examined the copper coin. Why does this coin look so new? It seems fake, but it's actually real. I need to take a closer look. Where did you get it? Hwawan gave an awkward smile. It was well preserved. My grandfather left it to me. It wasn't really a lie. After all, the snack shop her grandfather left her was what brought these things. She secretly stuck out her tongue. If this coin goes to auction, it could fetch around 4,000 yuan each. But auctions take time, and if it doesn't sell, you'll still have to pay the auction house's commission. The risk is pretty high. Hwawan couldn't understand, but she couldn't wait for the auction. Do you take these here? I need money urgently. The shop owner sighed. If you want to sell directly, how about 2,000 each? That was half the price, and Hwawan cursed silently in her heart. What a sly businessman. I have 7 of them. How about 2,500 each? The owner pretended to hesitate, then said, "All right, 2,500 each." He paid quickly, and within half a minute, Hwawan received 17,500 yuan. At last, some of the pressure of life was lifted. Then she took out the broken silver pieces left by the girl last night. "Boss, can you check how much this is worth?" The owner examined them. This is broken silver. Looks like old craftsmanship, but the silver content is low. Not worth much." He weighed it. About 23 grams. "If you sell, I'll give you 300 yuan. Hwawan was surprised that in this time and place, silver was worth less than copper coins. She smiled and refused. "Thanks, but I'll keep it as a souvenir." "All right. If you have more things to sell, come to me. I'll give you a good price." Leaving the antique shop, Hwawan bought a taro milk tea and sat by the roadside, thinking. Since the little shop could connect to ancient times at night, she could prepare more food. With modern technology, wouldn't ancient people be amazed by modern snacks? Her grandfather's snack shop was truly a treasure. She would work hard to grow it and walk the path to wealth. But when the shop crossed into the past, the location seemed rather remote. Fancy dishes wouldn't sell well. Besides, she didn't know how to cook them anyway. It would be better to sell simple and convenient snacks, so travelers could eat quickly and continue on their way. With her plan set, Hwan took a ride to the wholesale market and spent 260 yuan on an Odin machine. Odin was cheap, easy to make, and required no special skills. Perfect for her. She also bought different kinds of meatballs, soup bases for Odin plus 20 steamed buns and 20 meat buns. Then she purchased a refrigerator and a freezer to store food. Although she didn't have much to put in them yet, Hwan believed she would soon fill them up. Back on the small street, she bought a chicken. Since she already had chestnuts at home, tonight's main dish would be chestnut braised chicken. The chicken had already been prepared and cut into small pieces. She only needed to peel and wash the chestnuts before starting to cook. First, she heated oil in a pan, added green onions and for fragrance, then put in the chicken pieces to stir-fry until they changed color. She added cooking wine, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and a little sugar to enhance the flavor. She kept stirring until the seasonings blended well with the chicken. Then Hwan added a few star anise, poured in the chestnuts, and added hot water until the chicken was covered. Now it could slowly simmer. The wild mountain chestnuts were large and full. As soon as they went into the pot, their rich aroma quickly overtook the chicken's scent. With the seasonings, the fragrance soon filled the whole room. Hwan divided the chestnut chicken into 2 portions, one for herself and one to sell later in case guests came by. "Oh, you finally opened the door." The woman who had bought white radishes yesterday walked in, then turned to call her companion. "Old Chen, come quickly. This is the shop I told you about," she said to Hwan. "The radishes you sold me yesterday were so fragrant. I made soup with them, and they tasted 1,000 times better than the ones from Old Lou's place. I came today to see if you still have more. I want to buy some." "Auntie, the radishes are all gone. You bought the last 2 yesterday." "What a pity," the woman said with regret. The other woman, Aunt Chen, spotted the bag of chestnuts. "Are those wild chestnuts? I haven't seen them in years." Hwan smiled. "You have a good eye, Aunt Chen. These are wild mountain chestnuts. I cooked them with chicken. Smell how delicious it is." She lifted the lid of the clay pot, and a wave of chestnut and chicken aroma spread out. "So fragrant. This is the real taste of chestnuts. I haven't had this in so many years," Aunt Chen sighed. "Oldly, if we can't buy radishes, let's buy these chestnuts instead. Later we can get a chicken and cook them together." The two quickly agreed. There were 7 pounds of chestnuts left, so Aunt Chen took 3 pounds and Aunt Li took 4 pounds. At 20 yuan per pound, Hwan earned 140 yuan. She thought about how to use this money to get something useful for the uncle and return it to him. After the meal, the refrigerator, freezer, and Odin machine were delivered. The delivery man helped set them up. Following the instructions, Hwan prepared the broth and placed the skewers for Odin into the pot one by one. Before she realized it, night had fallen. As soon as darkness settled, Hwan keenly noticed that the voices outside the door had suddenly disappeared. She understood. The little eatery had traveled again. She pushed the door open. Outside, it was pitch black and completely silent. The mountain wind carried the damp scent of soil as it rushed toward her. She waited for a long time, but the uncle never came. Maybe he didn't need to go to town to sell vegetables today. Just then, the door opened, and a strong middle-aged man dressed like a hunter walked in. "Oh, this place is open?" He carried a bundle of firewood on his back, with 2 wild pheasants hanging from his belt. "Hello, would you like something to eat?" "Today we have meatballs and chestnut braised chicken," Hwan greeted her first customer. "The chicken with rice is 30 coins a serving. The vegetarian meatballs are 1 coin per skewer, and the meat ones are 2 coins each." Wu Qing had gone to town to sell his game, and by the time he returned, it was already dark. He had walked this road many times, and a few days ago he noticed a new shop here. But it was always closed during the day, only opening at night. From far away, he could already smell the food. By the time he reached the door, his feet carried him inside almost on their own. Hearing the prices, Wu Qing thought they were fair. He had sold quite a lot today, so he could finally enjoy a good meal. He found a seat and sat down. "All right, give me 1 serving of chicken and 2 skewers of vegetarian meatballs. Do you have any wine?" "Sorry, the shop just opened, so we don't have wine yet." Huan served him a plate of braised chicken from the clay pot, along with a large bowl of rice. But Wu Qing was stunned by the rice. His dark face lit up with wide eyes. Was this white rice? The grain shop did sell polished rice, but poor families like his could never afford it. Usually they mixed millet and chestnuts together, adding extra water to make it easier to swallow. As long as it filled the stomach, that was enough. But the bowl before him was different. Each grain was distinct, crystal clear, and the fragrance of rice filled the air even without leaning close. He picked up a small clump with his chopsticks and slowly placed it in his mouth. Yes, this was exactly the taste he had imagined, even better. Soft and tender, with pure rice fragrance. As he chewed, a gentle sweetness spread across his tongue. Just the rice alone, he felt he could eat 5 bowls. Wu Qing looked again at the chestnut braised chicken on the table. The reddish-brown sauce alone was tempting enough, not to mention the flavorful chicken pieces and chestnuts. He shoveled rice into his mouth in big bites, too busy eating to talk, as if slowing down would mean someone else might take it away. By the time Huan brought the oden to his table, he had already finished 1 bowl of rice. "You can add more rice, it's only 2 coins a bowl," Huan reminded him kindly, noticing he still had plenty of dishes left. "I'll take more rice." On the street, a bun also cost 2 coins, but it had barely any meat and the dough wasn't tasty. Compared to that, fragrant white rice was clearly the better choice. Wu Qing then looked at the oden. Huan had given him a skewer of dried tofu and a skewer of white radish, along with a full bowl of broth. Unlike the chestnut chicken, the oden's flavor was lighter. The broth, simmered with rich stock, had tiny drops of oil floating on top. The tofu and radish had soaked up the soup completely, and when he bit into them, the juice burst out. So satisfying. Wu Qing ended up eating 3 more bowls of rice, scraping his plates clean. Finally, he downed the last of the oden broth in one go, then leaned back on the stool, rubbing his stomach and letting out a full burp. "It's so delicious. Boss, your food is amazing." Looking at Huan, with her fair skin and unusual clothes, Wu Qing suddenly thought, "I must have stepped into a land of immortals and met a fairy. This food can't be from the mortal world, it's far too good." He carefully took out 38 coins, lowered his head respectfully, and offered the money with both hands. "Please accept this, fairy sister." Huachuan's mouth formed an O shape before she burst out laughing. "What are you talking about? I'm not a fairy, I'm just a person." Wu Qing spoke faster, insisting, I understand. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret." Then he thumped his chest with one hand and nodded firmly. Huan was finally getting used to her surroundings. Even with the noise downstairs, she could now sleep until she woke up naturally. With nothing much to do during the day, she took some coins and went into the city by cab. She found a rather grand-looking antique shop. The owner there was more straightforward than the ones in the county. He offered 3,000 yuan for each coin and bought all 38 of them. This time, she earned 114,000 yuan. After subtracting the 1,500 yuan she had spent earlier on the oden machine and refrigerator, Huan still had about 124,000 yuan left. Huan looked at the balance on her bank card and couldn't stop smiling. She had never seen so much money in her life. Since she finally made it to the city, she decided to buy lots of delicious food to take back home. The shop already had freezers and refrigerators, so storing food wouldn't be a problem. Thinking carefully about what she liked to eat, Huan planned to buy enough for a whole week. She hired a car, went to the hospital to get a health certificate. After all, in a society ruled by law, it was important to have the proper documents. Then she headed straight to the biggest imported supermarket in the city. She bought 5 pounds of pork ribs, 5 pounds of pork shoulder, 4 pounds of seasoned beef ribs, and 3 pounds each of sliced pork, beef, and lamb for hot pot. Perfect for barbecue or hot pot meals. She picked up 5 boxes of fresh eggs, 30 in each box. Whether stir-fried plain, with peppers, or with tomatoes, they were simple and tasty. She also grabbed a box of preserved eggs for porridge and some salted duck eggs to go with plain rice porridge, which she could sell at a lower price. She added 3 pounds each of steak and lamb chops. With butter and pepper, seared for 3 minutes on each side, they would taste amazing. She didn't forget ready-to-cook meals, a must for beginners. Curry chicken, pickled fish, sweet and sour pork, and crayfish, 2 boxes of each. In the spice aisle, she swept up star anise, cinnamon, pepper, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, pepper sauce, and more. Even if she didn't know how to use them yet, she could figure it out later. For breakfast and afternoon tea, she bought 2 boxes of Swiss rolls, a bag of toast, a light cheesecake, and a taro basque cake. Snacks for watching TV were also a must. Chips in every flavor, soda crackers, wafers, cookies, cheese sticks, and spicy strips. All went into the cart. She even spotted boneless chicken feet and boneless duck feet, something she had never tried before, so she grabbed 2 packs of each. Remembering that a guest had asked about alcohol the night before, she picked up a bottle of osmanthus wine and a bottle of plum wine. She also grabbed several cases of drinks: herbal tea, iced black tea, mango pomelo sago, Sprite, and Coke. In the kitchenware section, she bought a microwave, essential for a snack shop. She also picked up a frying pan, a wok, a clay pot, a steamer, and a small milk pot. She bought a set of knives and 2 new cutting boards, one for raw food and one for cooked food. That should be enough for now, she thought, worried that the car might not fit everything. At checkout, the total came to nearly 6,000 yuan. Huajuan's first reaction: so expensive. She had never spent 6,000 at a supermarket before, but the moment she thought about her savings, she covered her mouth and couldn't stop smiling. It would take her a little time to get used to the fact that she actually had some money now. The driver helped load everything into the trunk. Then Huan noticed several milk tea shops nearby, brands she had never seen in her small hometown. She couldn't resist. 1 creme brulee milk tea, 1 roasted brown sugar milk tea, plus a cup of Boya Melody and another of green glutinous mountain. Since Huan didn't like drinks that were too sweet, she ordered all of them with just 30% sugar. Back at the snack shop, Huan first divided the meat into small portions, sealed them in storage bags, and placed them in containers with labels and dates. She put the ready-made dishes into the freezer. The cakes were cut into pieces, with 2 Swiss rolls per bag, some stored in the freezer, some in the fridge. This way, they could be kept for a while. When she wanted to eat them, she could just take them out to thaw, and after waiting a bit, they would taste like ice cream cake. Snacks could be kept at room temperature, so Huan arranged them neatly by the counter for easy access. By the time she finished organizing, it was already dark. Huan began preparing dishes for the evening. She searched through the freezer and finally picked out the pickled fish. "Golden soup pickled fish, it's your turn," she said. She went to the vegetable shop to buy enoki mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Worried that the fish slices wouldn't be enough, she also bought 2 large bass from the fish stall and asked the seller to slice them. As a new chef, Huan carefully opened the package of pickled fish, read the instructions, and followed each step. First, she washed the base slices and drained them. Then she poured the soup base into a pot and brought it to a boil. She added the pickled vegetables and other ingredients, letting them simmer for a while. Next, she gently placed the clean fish slices into the hot soup. As soon as they touched the boiling broth, the slices curled up and turned milky white. Huan transferred the soup into a large pot, sprinkled dried chili, scallion pieces, minced garlic, and green peppercorns on top. Then came the final and most important step. She heated oil in a dry iron pan until it smoked, then poured it directly over the fish. With a sizzling sound, the fragrance of all the ingredients burst out at once. Just then, Suwon walked into the shop. Ever since she passed by this snack shop on her way back from offering prayers and tasted the noodles there, she had wanted to bring some home for her parents. Unfortunately, when she came yesterday during the day, no matter how she knocked, the shop wouldn't open. "Miss, I'd like another bowl of the noodles I had last time, and please pack 2 more portions for me to take home." Hwan poked her head out from the kitchen. Oh, it was that wealthy young lady from the other night, another returning customer. "We don't have noodles today. Would you like to try our pickled fish instead? It's especially delicious." Hwan eagerly recommended the dish. "Pickled fish? I've never heard of such a dish before. Is that the fragrance I smell?" "Yes, exactly. It's freshly made. Would you like to try it? The 3 of you could share 1 pot." Before Soo-won could answer, the man who had come with her quickly interrupted. "That won't do. How could we, as servants, share a pot with our lady? We'll just eat some plain buns and pickles. This pot is quite large. Your lady won't be able to finish it alone. How about this? I'll serve it into separate bowls for you." The servant wanted to object again, but Soo-won raised her hand to stop him. "Enough, let's do as you say. Bring the food quickly. And if you have any other new dishes, bring those too." Hwan returned to the kitchen, took an empty soup bowl, divided the pickled fish into 2 portions, and served 3 bowls of rice. She also picked out 4 skewers of meatballs, 2 skewers of kelp, and 2 skewers of radish from the simmering pot, divided them into 2 servings, poured broth over them, and carried everything out. "Have some soup to warm yourselves. This soup is rather unusual, and it even comes with bamboo sticks." Soo-won lifted the bowl and took a small sip. "It smells wonderful. It looks light, but the flavor is rich." She picked up her chopsticks and lifted a slice of fish. "The slices are a bit thick. The finest ones should be as thin as a cicada's wing." Hwan gave an awkward smile. She would have liked to slice them thinner, but not many people had such knife skills these days. She watched expectantly as Soo-won gracefully placed the fish into her mouth. But after just 1 bite, Soo-won suddenly coughed hard. Cough, cough. So spicy. Oh no. When making the pickled fish, Hwan had added plenty of peppercorns and dried chilies. She had forgotten to ask if they could handle spicy food. "Sorry, I should have warned you that it's spicy. Let me bring you another dish instead." Cough, cough. "No need." Soo-won stopped her, coughing for nearly half a minute until her little face turned red. Finally, she caught her breath. "I didn't expect it to be this spicy, but it's fine. I can handle it." The flavor of the dish was so strong, much tastier than the light meals she usually had at home. Soo-won continued eating gracefully, alternating between bites of food and rice. Even though she was still coughing from time to time, she refused to put down her chopsticks. Hwan suddenly remembered the milk tea she had bought earlier, still chilling in the fridge, perfect for cooling down the spice. She picked out a cup of brown sugar boba milk and handed it to Soo-won. "Try this milk tea." "Milk. Soo-won took it, curiously examining the strange-looking cup in her hand. Hwan grabbed another cup of creme brulee milk tea, unwrapped the straw, poked it through the lid with a pop, and started sipping noisily. After watching the demonstration, Soo-won copied her, poked the straw into the cup, and took a small sip. Her eyes lit up instantly. "What is this?" "It's creamy, sweet, and has a roasted flavor. It's delicious." As expected, no girl could resist the charm of milk tea. This is called milk tea. It's a mix of milk and tea with a little sugar added. Isn't it tasty? Doesn't it help with the spiciness? Soo-won sipped again and caught a few pearls. She chewed them, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. So good. The spiciness is gone right away. After finishing her meal, Soo-won held the cup and happily sipped up the last of the boba. Gone was her usual serious, proper demeanor. Right now, she was just an ordinary girl. Hwan thought she really is just 15 or 16. Normally, she tries to act so grown-up, but this is how she should be. Her 2 attendants had also eaten heartily and were now enjoying cans of herbal tea. "This drink tastes like medicine, but it's sweet." "Not bad at all," one guard whispered. The other replied softly, "Maybe it really is medicine. I feel so refreshed after drinking it." Suwon set down her empty cup and looked at Hwan seriously. Sister shopkeeper, my surname is Su, and my given name is Wan. May I ask your name? I'm Hwan, like the food. Hwachuanjia, your cooking is amazing. I've never eaten anything so delicious. I'll definitely come back often. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hwan, her expression full of sincerity. Her cheeks were still slightly flushed from the spice, making her look even more endearing. Of course, you're always welcome. In my little shop, the food changes every day. Thank you, Sister Hwan. Suwon bowed slightly, then looked at her attendant. The attendant understood, took out a whole silver ingot from his robe, and placed it on the table. Please accept this, sister. It's getting late, and we must leave now. A silver ingot. Hwachuan's face lit up with joy. Unlike the broken pieces of silver she had received before, this was a complete ingot, shaped like a treasure, with official markings on it. She carefully placed the ingot into the drawer behind the counter. Glancing at the clock, she saw it was almost 10. It was unlikely that more customers would come. She hadn't eaten yet, so she thought she might as well close the shop and make something nice for herself. Just watching Suwon and her group eat the pickled fish earlier had made her mouth water. Luckily, there was still one portion left. With her earlier practice, she was now much more skilled. She quickly prepared the dish and carried it to the dining area. Turning on a drama, Hwan began to enjoy her own quiet evening. But before she could take a bite, a knock came at the door. Someone called out, "Shopkeeper, are you still open? Do you have any food left?" Hwan groaned. How unlucky. Just when she was about to eat, more customers arrived. But who could turn away money? Resigned, she opened the door. Outside stood two young men in armor, clearly soldiers on duty. The one who had knocked looked at her in surprise. How can a young lady be running a shop alone at the foot of this mountain?
And
What are you wearing? The man behind him scolded, Mo Chuan, mind your manners. He then stepped forward, bowed politely, and said, Do not be afraid, miss.
we're soldiers of the Yulin army.
We are returning to the capital to report on our duties. Since it grew late and the city gates are closed, we had no choice but to camp outside. We noticed the light in your shop and came to ask if we might buy some food. He was tall and carried himself with dignity. His sharp brows and clear eyes gave him a firm, resolute look. Dressed in armor, with his hair neatly tied, he gave off an air of strength and reliability that inspired respect. Hwan had always admired soldiers. This man, in particular, gave her a sense of safety. She stepped aside to let them in. Please, come in. You're in luck. I still have some food left. As Jiang Shirwa entered, he glanced around. The shop's furnishings struck him as strangely unusual. He walked over to the wall and sat down, choosing a spot where he could see both the kitchen and the counter, just in case. Mo Chuan followed right after. He wasn't one to overthink, so he asked directly, Boss, why is your little shop so different from the others? Hwan brought over the pot of pickled fish she had prepared for herself and answered naturally, That's because I came from a faraway place. The way of life in my hometown is very different from here, so of course my shop is different too. Try it, the food tastes quite different as well. Mo Chuan sniffed the dish and said to Jiang Shirwa, It really does smell unique and delicious. Jiang Shirwa looked at the food. In this strange shop, with its oddly dressed owner serving a dish he had never seen before, he didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. Hwan understood. He was not like her usual customers, he was a soldier. It was natural for him to be cautious about anything unusual. She picked up another pair of chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and ate it in front of him. Then she said, See? It's safe. Go ahead. Jiang Shirwa nodded.
Sorry about that.
It's fine, I understand, Hwan replied with a smile. She went back to the counter, quietly watching Jiang Shirwa eat. He ate in silence. Even while sitting, his posture remained straight and firm. His long fingers held the chopsticks lightly, taking each bite with calm precision. His lips closed gently as he chewed, eating with both elegance and steady speed, like a young gentleman from a noble family. So graceful, Hwan thought. No wonder the old saying compares beauty to a feast. Today she finally understood it. They spoke very little, focusing on their meal. Before long, the dishes on the table were nearly finished. Mo Chuan wiped his mouth, still unsatisfied, and asked, "Boss, does this fish dish have a name? It's sour, spicy, salty, and fresh. I've never tasted anything like it." "Of course you haven't," Huan thought. "I made 2 pots today, and haven't even had a bite myself." Aloud, she answered, "It's called pickled fish. It's made with pickled vegetables and fish slices, simmered with the fragrance of green peppercorns."
Of course it's tasty. Montak Yuan nodded.
The pickled vegetables look like the kind made in farmhouses. "Something like that," Huan replied. Jiang Shirua then asked, "Do you have any other food in the shop? I'd like to bring some back. My comrades haven't had a proper hot meal in a long time." Huan thought for a moment. "I still have some buns and steamed bread, but not too many." "How many people are there?" "More than 30. Huan estimated that there were about 30 buns and rolls in total. "We'll take them all, miss." She took the buns, rolls, and meat-filled ones she had stored in the freezer, carried them to the kitchen, and placed them in the steamer for 15 minutes. "Please wait a moment, I'll heat them up for you." Just then, the hunter Wu Qing walked in. "Immortal, your follower Wu Qing." Noticing there were other people in the shop, he suddenly stopped, stumbling over his words. Shopkeeper, I came to offer."
No, I mean.
Huan couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you the hunter who came to eat yesterday? You're late today, the food is already sold out." "And no, I didn't come to eat. I hunted a pheasant today, and brought it for you." He lowered his head and held out the bird toward her. The pheasant's feathers were bright and colorful, and it was much larger than a regular chicken. But Huan didn't dare accept it. After all, in modern times this was a protected animal. "No need, you should keep it and sell it." Immortal, is it that you don't like pheasant? What do you like?" "I can hunt something else tomorrow." "That's not necessary. I only accept coins." Looking at the dusty and tired Wu Qing, Huan asked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Do you want some meatballs?" Wu Qing scratched the back of his head shyly and grinned. "Yes." Huan brought out 5 skewers of meatballs and 2 skewers of kelp, then added a pack of instant noodles into the hot broth. By the time she served it, Wu Qing was already seated. He looked at the skewers in front of him. Some were deep brown, some golden, and some creamy white. He had already tasted the broth before, and its flavor was unforgettable. But this was his first time trying the meatballs. The beef tendon balls were chewy on the outside and crisp inside. The shrimp balls were fresh and soft, and the cartilage balls burst with juice and had crunchy bits inside. Wu Qing grinned widely, looked up at Huan, and said, "Delicious. So delicious." Hearing this, Mo Chuan leaned over. To him, they didn't look very special, not as tempting as the pickled fish. He wondered if they could really be that good, but Wu Qing didn't seem like he was lying. He raised his voice and asked, "How many of these meatballs do you have?" "We'll take them all." While waiting for the steamed buns, Mo Chuan ran back to the campsite to fetch the packed items. In the meantime, Huan and Jiang Shirua started chatting. That was when Huan learned that the snack shop had brought her back 800 years into the past, to the foot of a mountain, about an hour's walk from the nearest city. Since they were close to the city and off the main road, few people usually stopped by this place. It was autumn, and heavy rains had been pouring nonstop in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Many areas were flooded. Jiang Shirua and Mo Chuan's troops had just delivered disaster relief supplies and were on their way back to the capital when they passed by the snack shop. Because the situation was urgent, their small unit had rushed the journey, cutting a 10-day trip down to 6. Along the way, they only ate dry bread, washing it down with river water. Wu Qing said, "I've heard about it too. It's been raining nonstop in Jiangnan. Some river embankments have collapsed, and several towns are underwater." Jiang Shirua sighed. "Yes, more and more people have lost their homes. The government's relief supplies are slow to arrive, so we were sent to them. But even so, how long can those supplies really last?" Huan had seen news reports about floods before. Even in modern times with advanced technology, many lives were lost to such disasters. In ancient times, with slower rescue efforts and fewer resources, Survivors often lost their land and homes, becoming refugees. She shook her head in silence. Just then, Mo Chuan returned. He carried a clay pot with a chipped lid and a cloth bag that had lost its original color. There were 25 skewers of Odin in total. Huawan pulled out all the bamboo sticks, placing the meatballs, radish, and seaweed into the pot, then poured in the remaining broth. Mo Chuan opened the cloth bag and tossed in the freshly steamed buns and bread. He grinned at Huawan. On the march, we can't be too picky. Huawan thought to herself that she should prepare some bamboo or wooden boxes, along with oiled paper for wrapping, since these old containers looked far from clean. Altogether, Zhang Shiyue's table had eaten 1 pot of pickled fish, 4 bowls of rice, 35 buns, and 25 skewers of Odin. Before Huawan could calculate the total, Zhang Shiyue waved his hand and left behind a silver ingot. "Young lady, your food is truly delicious."
Keep the change.
With that, he and Mo Chuan left, satisfied. Today's earnings, 2 silver ingots, plus 15 copper coins from Wuqing. When Zhang Shiyue and Mo Chuan galloped back to the camp, it was already late. Except for the night guards, everyone else was resting in their tents. Zhang Shiyue found the young soldier in charge of food, handed him the clay pot, and told him to divide it into 2 pots and add water to boil. The steamed buns were wrapped in cloth and still warm, so he placed them by the fire to keep them from getting cold in the night air. The first to notice the smell of the hot pot was the cook. The moment he lifted the lid, the rich aroma rushed out. He almost lost control, wanting nothing more than to lift the pot and drink it all in one go. It took all his willpower to stop himself. Instead, he leaned over the pot, breathing in the fragrance deeply. In that moment, the weariness of many days on the road seemed to vanish. He thought about adding river water so that every soldier could have a taste, but he worried it might spoil the soup. After some thought, he went to the sergeant's tent to ask for some well water. He remembered that the sergeant loved tea. Wherever they went, he always had men fill jars with well water, even while traveling. Nonsense. What kind of fancy soup needs my water? The sergeant had already gone to bed. Hearing the cook's request, he laughed angrily. "We'll reach the city tomorrow. Tonight, everyone's eating dry bread. Where would soup come from at this hour? Go back to sleep. Maybe in your dreams you'll get to drink that soup." The guard outside the tent couldn't help but chuckle. With no other choice, Zhang Xiaolin returned. He carefully scooped river water, avoiding the sediment, and poured it into the 2 clay pots, then set them to boil. Before long, the fragrance of the hot pot spread through the entire camp. Soon, heads began poking out of tents. "What's that smell? What is it?" More and more soldiers got up, following the aroma. When they found Zhang Xiaolin with the 2 clay pots, the camp erupted. "Zhang Xiaolin, what are you cooking? It smells amazing." Someone reached out to lift the lid. "Let me see. Don't keep it all to yourself, Zhang Xiaolin. Let us try it too." The crowd grew noisy, and Zhang Xiaolin could barely hold them back, shielding the 2 pots. "It's not ready yet. Don't worry. There's enough for everyone." Some of them, determined, ran back to report to the squad leader. The squad leader also caught the smell. "Is there really soup?" Half doubtful, he put on his coat and walked toward Zhang Xiaolin. By the time he arrived, everyone had already crowded tightly around Zhang Xiaolin.
Make way.
"Make way. The squad leader is here." The crowd opened a path, and once the squad leader stepped inside, they closed in again. He looked at the pot. The soup wasn't fully boiling yet, just small bubbles rising, but the smell was already strong enough to make him lose focus. He couldn't say a word. He just sat quietly to the side, staring at Zhang Xiaolin's hands without blinking. With the squad leader present, no one dared to make noise. The only sound was the constant gulping of saliva. Someone whispered, "Why isn't it ready yet?" Zhang Xiaolin patiently explained, "Since I used river water, it needs to boil longer to get rid of the muddy taste." The squad leader coughed awkwardly. "You should have said that earlier. I thought you were just dreaming." Finally, the soup came to a full boil. Everyone had already prepared their bowls, waiting for Zhang Xiaolin to serve. Each person received a bowl of soup and 3 different meat or vegetable bowls, chosen at random. Only the squad leader was given 5. The sound of swallowing turned into the slurping of hot soup. The aroma was amazing. Pork bones, chicken, and dried squid had been simmered for hours, creating a rich broth with a hint of natural sweetness. This sweetness didn't come from sugar, but from the ingredients themselves blending into the soup. The meatballs and vegetables, soaked in the broth all day, released bursts of flavor with every bite. On this cold night, the warmth spread through everyone's hearts. Jiang Shirue opened a cloth bundle and handed out steamed buns and stuffed buns, letting everyone enjoy them with the hot pot. The crowd cheered again. Heavens, is this really a steamed bun? Why is it so soft and slightly sweet? This stuffed bun must have at least a big chunk of filling. Which shop is so generous? This is too delicious. Xiaolin, how come we never knew you could cook like this? It's not me. Xiaolin's mouth was full, and he mumbled. Jiang Shirue and Mo Chuan brought them back. They said they bought them from a snack shop at the foot of the mountain. I haven't had enough. When we get a break, I'm going to eat 100 bowls of this. Someone flatteringly asked Jiang Shirue and Mo Chuan, you must already be full, right? You can't finish this, can you? Let me help you eat it. Jiang Shirue had come to the army to train himself and build up some experience. Since he was raised in comfort and good manners, he couldn't refuse, so he handed over his food. But Mo Chuan wasn't so easygoing. He quickly shielded his food with one hand and jumped 2 meters away. No way. I haven't even eaten this yet. I'm not giving it to anyone. The next morning, the first thing Huan did was exchange the money she earned last night into modern currency. She took a taxi to the city and went to the same antique shop as before. When the shop owner saw her, his face lit up with a smile. Oh, it's you again, young lady. Do you have something good this time too? Huan handed him a silver ingot. The owner put on his glasses and examined it carefully for a long time. No signs of oxidation, and the honeycomb pattern underneath matches. Since you're a regular, I'll be straightforward. 80,000 for one piece. The owner was fairly honest, and Huan happily agreed. She took out 2 silver ingots and 15 copper coins. In just a short while, 205,000 yuan was transferred to her account. With her savings added in, Huan now had about 330,000 yuan in total. But she still had many things to do, and there were plenty of expenses ahead. This amount of money was far from enough. She first ordered some wooden boxes, bamboo tubes, and oil paper online for packaging, with her shop's name printed on them. Han Snack Shop. Next, she went to a custom Hanfu store and bought 2 sets. Since she still needed to cook, she chose improved versions with narrower sleeves and simpler skirts, making it easier to move around. Then Huan visited a Chinese-style renovation company to discuss plans. She wanted to redecorate her snack shop so that it wouldn't look out of place in ancient times. She also went to a home goods store and bought furniture. A bed, a soft mattress, comfortable bedding and pillows, and matching curtains. She didn't forget to pack a few cups of milk tea. Since it was a snack shop, she thought it best to focus on snacks, with milk tea and desserts as extras. After arranging everything, Huan was exhausted. She hadn't expected spending money to be so tiring, but the happiness it brought was beyond compare. After resting for a while in the taxi, Huan returned to the snack shop and first arranged her little room on the 2nd floor. A light pink striped quilt cover, matching curtains, and a beige rug. The simple room instantly became warm and cozy. Huan thought with satisfaction, this finally feels like home. Are you serious? Zhao Luer was holding a piece of taro pastry, about to take a bite, when she heard her friend's words. She paused, her eyes filled with doubt. Today was the annual Chrysanthemum Festival, a day for people to admire the flowers. The girls would gather to play, enjoy the blossoms, eat sweets, and release floating lanterns for blessings. Zhao Luer's grandfather held a position in the court, and her father was the local governor. As in previous years, their family hosted a banquet for relatives and friends. Zhao Luer also invited her close friends to join. The residence was decorated with lanterns and banners, and the food was especially refined. For the girls, A wide variety of pastries had been prepared, not only made by the city's most famous chefs, but also brought in from the capital, where the latest treats were in fashion. Su-won, sitting to Zhao Luer's left, nodded eagerly. It's true. At the foot of Wushan, near Luoxia Temple where I went to pray, I saw a shop. The pastries there were soft and fragrant, even better than those from Piaoxiang Pavilion in the capital. And they had a kind of tea. Yes, milk tea. Even now, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Su-won described the flavors in detail and suggested we could go try it later. Zhao Luer scoffed. You're exaggerating. After all, the pastry shops in the capital were famous places, often visited by nobles. Their chefs were the best, some even trained in the palace. Piaoxiang Pavilion was the most renowned of them all. To say something was better than that sounded like pure nonsense. But Su-won shook her head. I'm not exaggerating. You'll know once you try it. Since there's no curfew tonight, it won't hurt to go and see. Zhao Luer wasn't interested. She thought her friend probably hadn't tasted much fine food before, so she mistook ordinary snacks for delicacies. But when the other girls heard Su-won's words, they all agreed it would be fun to go together. So Zhao Luer reluctantly agreed. With so many people going, if everyone thought it wasn't good, she wouldn't have to argue about it anymore. Huan took out the Swiss rolls to thaw, put the milk tea in the fridge, then heated the crayfish in the microwave. After that, she started preparing the sweet and sour pork. Following the instructions, she first fried the flour-coated meat in the air fryer for 20 minutes. Then she poured the prepared sauce into a pan, heated it, and mixed the meat with the sauce until every piece was evenly coated. The dish was ready. She wasn't sure how many customers would come today. If there weren't many, she would need to sell the milk tea first, since it wouldn't be good by tomorrow. From the entrance came the cheerful voices of several young girls. The first to step inside was Su-won, followed by 4 or 5 other girls dressed in different styles. When Su-won saw Huan, she smiled playfully. In her heart, Huajuan's food was the best, and she quickly grew fond of her. Huan, I brought my good friends with me. I want milk tea, and 6 of those round cakes from yesterday. Since the girls had already eaten dinner, they only ordered snacks. Huan returned the smile. All right, please find a seat first. She hadn't expected so many people. There were only 4 cups of milk tea, so she came up with an idea. She poured the milk tea into 4 teapots and served them with small cups, just like how people used to drink wine. As for the 6 Swiss rolls, there was enough stock. Wanting them to try different flavors, Huan asked, how about I give you 4 different kinds of cakes? Su-won had only tried 2 flavors before. Hearing there were more, her voice grew excited. Yes, yes. Bring them all. I want to try everything. Zhao Luer looked at her friend's unreserved behavior. Where was the elegance of a proper young lady now? She was even calling a shopkeeper sister. Zhao Luer nearly rolled her eyes to the ceiling. I'm only here to keep you company. I don't need anything. Su-won ignored her. Huan, just bring the food like I said. Zhao Luer thought to herself, she had never seen Su-won act so casually before. Fine, let her be. If the food wasn't good, she would see how Su-won explained herself then. Huan prepared 2 original flavor rolls, 2 Earl Grey, 1 chocolate, and 1 coffee, placing them neatly on small plates. Soon, the girls' table was filled with dishes. Su-won eagerly cut a piece of the plain Swiss roll with a small knife. The moment she put it in her mouth, she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Yes, this was the taste, rich with milk fragrance, soft and moist in texture. The other 5 people at the table hesitated. Seeing Su-won's expression, they wondered, is it really that good? Zhao Luer could smell the sweetness, but she couldn't imagine how something that looked so similar in shape, yet came in different colors, could taste so amazing. Instead of trying the Swiss roll first, she reached for the teapot. She picked one up and poured the milk tea into her cup. A faint tea aroma rose to her nose. At home, Zhao Luer often brewed tea herself, but this one was different. The light jasmine fragrance mixed with the scent of milk, and she found herself really liking it. She took a small sip. The flavor carried a gentle sweetness, along with a smooth, slightly savory taste. Wanting to capture the full flavor, she began drinking faster, cup after cup. In no time, the teapot was nearly empty. When she lifted the lid, she was surprised to find crushed nuts inside. She scooped them into her cup and finished it all. Only after setting the cup down did she realize her behavior had been a little impolite. But no one noticed. Her friends were too busy enjoying the pastries. The Swiss rolls on the table had already been divided and eaten. There had been 6 rolls for 6 people, but since she had said she didn't want any earlier, her share was gone too. Now she couldn't bring herself to complain, and could only regret it silently. If the milk tea was this delicious, the pastries must be just as good. From the kitchen, Hwan peeked out and saw the empty plates. She walked over and asked, "How is the Swiss roll?" So that's what it was called, Swiss roll. The name sounded a little strange.
Suwan nadith.
It was wonderful. I especially liked today's new flavor. The outside had a crisp brown layer, and I never thought bitterness and sweetness could blend so well. That one was chocolate flavor, Hwan explained, and the darker one was coffee. What unusual names, someone remarked. Hwan went on, as for the milk teas, the one you drank was called jasmine milk white. It has salted cheese and crushed nuts. This one here is fresh taro green milk tea, made with green tea, milk, and fresh taro. That one is osmanthus sticky rice tea, with osmanthus and a little glutinous rice. And this one is pearl milk tea, the one with the little round pearls inside. The girls whispered to each other after hearing Huajuan's introduction. These names sound so nice. My favorite is the taro milk green tea. I like the osmanthus sticky rice tea best. I think bubble milk tea is good too. The pearls inside are chewy, kind of like jelly. Suwan tugged on Huajuan's sleeve and said, "Sister Huan, I want to take some Swiss rolls home for my parents. I'll take those 2 new flavors." "Me too. Me too." Zhao Luer, forgetting her usual reserve, quickly added, "I want a portion to take away as well." When she turned her head, she met Suwan's gaze. Suwan tilted her head closer and said, "See? I told you it was delicious." Blushing, Zhao Luer replied, "Yes, it really is." Before long, all the Swiss rolls were sold out. Perhaps because of the holiday, there were many customers today. After Suwan and her group left, more people came in one after another, and soon all 4 tables in the shop were full. Only crayfish and sweet and sour fried pork were left. Huan served them by giving each customer 5 crayfish and 1 plate of pork per table. The only staple food was the steamed buns she had bought earlier in the day. When she lifted the lid of the pot, the rich aroma of crayfish filled the entire shop and even drifted out the door. Many people followed the smell inside, but those who found no seats had to leave. Some, unwilling to give up, asked the diners how the food tasted. "It's amazing. I've never eaten anything this good." Someone replied, their mouth full and oily. It was the first time Huan had seen such a scene, and she couldn't help but feel flustered. Luckily, the dishes were pre-prepared, which saved her a lot of time. The first plate of crayfish was quickly finished. She returned to the kitchen to heat up the second batch, but when she came out, the sweet and sour pork was already gone, so she had to fry more meat. Exhausted, Huan poured herself a glass of water and sat down to wipe her sweat. But before she could rest for long, voices from outside urged her to hurry. With more and more customers waiting, she quickly packed up the pork and carried it out. 2 hours later, all the crayfish and pork were sold out, and even the bowls were no longer enough. Finally, Huan let out a sigh of relief. "Everything is sold out. The shop is closed for today. Please come again tomorrow." She was busy counting the day's earnings. Suwan and her friends were the most generous, giving her 2 silver ingots. The other tables had paid with small pieces of silver, which she later exchanged for ingots. Today's total income, 3 silver ingots and 35 copper coins. When she looked up, most of the customers had already left. Only one person was still standing at the counter. The young man, with his hair tied back and dressed in black, was smiling warmly at her. "Boss, I'd like a serving of pickled fish." Only then did Huan recognize him. It was Mo Chuan, now dressed in ordinary clothes. "There's no pickled fish today." Everything else is sold out too. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Mo Chuan wasn't ready to give up. He stretched his neck to peek into the pot. But there's still something left in there. I'll just eat that. Inside the pot were only 5 crayfish. Hon had planned to keep them for herself, but Mo Chuan had sharp eyes. No, I was saving those for myself, she said quickly.
Montag Chuan lau kit.
That's fine. Just give me some of the soup. I can dip bread in it. Hwan thought for a moment. Guests were guests, and she couldn't bring herself to serve someone leftovers. She firmly refused. There really isn't anything left. Come earlier tomorrow, and I'll save something good for you. With that, she stopped paying attention to him and turned to clean the tables. Looking at the dozens of dirty dishes, Hwan sighed inwardly. She was used to ordering takeout and had never washed so many bowls before. She thought she might need a big dishwasher, otherwise she couldn't imagine how exhausting it would be every day. She brought out a bucket, scraped the leftovers from each table into it, and placed the bowls and chopsticks into a large basin. Watching her clumsily clean up, Mo Chuan stepped forward without a word, picked up the basin, and headed for the door. As he walked, he called back, "Boss, I'll wash the dishes for you." Hwan quickly stopped him. No need. Of course, she couldn't let a customer do chores for her. She then asked, "Weren't you supposed to return to the capital with the others? Why are you still here? You'll miss the main group." Mo Chuan looked unconcerned. "My mission is already complete. They told me to take a break. My home is in the city just ahead, not far from here." Then he added with a grin, "I can be your helper. I'll serve tables, wash dishes, whatever you need. I don't even want wages. Just give me some of the leftover food, and that's enough." Ever since Mo Chuan had a meal here yesterday, he couldn't forget the taste. It lingered in his mind, making everything else he ate feel bland. So, as soon as he finished his task, he rushed back without delay. As long as he could eat this food every night, he was willing to do anything. My shop doesn't hire people. Of course, the little eatery's secrets couldn't be revealed. But Mo Chuan held onto the big bowl tightly, refusing to let go. Hwan couldn't take it back, so she gave in. "All right, wait a moment, I'll heat it up for you." Carrying the crayfish into the kitchen, Hwan transferred them into a small pot, scraping in the leftover sauce and adding half a bowl of water to bring it to a boil. Then she cooked a pack of instant noodles without seasoning, lifted the noodles out, and placed them into the crayfish pot. She brought the whole pot out to Mo Chuan. "I added some noodles for you. Stir it and eat." Mo Chuan took a bite, and his eyes lit up. He nodded again and again. Delicious. Hwan thought to herself, "You're satisfied, but now I have nothing left for dinner." With Mo Chuan helping, things became much easier for her. He worked quickly, never complained about being tired, and soon had all the tables and chairs neatly arranged. But the kitchen was full of modern appliances, and Hwan wasn't sure if letting Mo Chuan see them would cause problems. So she asked him to wait outside. She filled a bucket with tap water, carried it out to him, and he took it to the doorway to wash the dishes. It was a bit troublesome, but safer this way. Standing at the kitchen door, Mo Chuan stared inside. "Shopkeeper, are you really an immortal? Everything in there is something I've never seen before." Hua Chuan's heart skipped a beat. The kitchen had a serving window for convenience, but usually customers sat outside and never came close enough to see inside. "Looks like she'd need to hang a curtain there tomorrow," she asked back, half teasing. "Why don't you say I'm a monster instead?" Mo Chuan shook his head.
Impossible.
Everyone knows monsters eat raw meat, and some even eat people. They could never make food this delicious. Hwan smiled faintly and said, half joking, "As long as you understand. This is a secret. Don't tell anyone."
Montag Chuan nodded seriously.
"No wonder your food tastes so amazing. It's not from this world at all." Hwan quickly changed the subject and said to Mo Chuan, "All right, I'm closing the shop now. You should head home too." She was worried that selling too many silver ingots would draw attention. After checking her bank card and seeing she still had enough money, she decided to put the ingots away for now and not sell them. She ordered a dishwasher online, took her phone, and went out to look for inspiration for tonight's dishes. She decided not to sell crayfish anymore, since the food waste it created was too much for her to handle alone. While walking around, a roast duck shop with a long line caught her eye. In small towns, reputation spreads by word of mouth, and only truly delicious places attract such crowds. The crispy duck skin could be dipped in sugar, while the sliced duck meat was eaten with sweet bean sauce, cucumber, and scallions, all wrapped in a thin pancake. It was convenient to eat and didn't require many utensils. The duck bones could also be made into 3 flavors: plain, spiced, or spicy. Having made up her mind, Hwan ordered 30 roast ducks. Since the shop didn't have that many ready, she agreed with the owner to pick them up in the evening. Meanwhile, the renovation workers arrived, so she stayed at the shop to arrange the details. The equipment was mostly complete. They only needed to check the wiring, add a few wall lamps, and replace the tables and chairs with Chinese-style ones. The changes were small, and the work was finished in half a day. The items she had ordered online also arrived one after another: wooden boxes, bamboo tubes, oiled paper for packaging, and even traditional clothing. After putting everything in place, Hwan went to collect the 30 roast ducks. She removed the outer packaging and carefully arranged them in different containers. She then changed into traditional clothing, styled her hair into a bun like Su Wan, and fixed it with a hairpin. Looking in the mirror, she thought she looked quite good. Busy as she was, Hwan had no idea that the food from her little shop was already becoming famous in another world. Wan Shujun and Su Wan's group went to the snack shop. Even after tasting just one Swiss roll, Wan Shujun was deeply surprised. The next morning, she hurried to Wanfilu. Wanfilu was the most famous and largest pastry shop in the city, and its owner, Wan Furong, was her uncle. At that moment, he was leisurely sipping tea. After hearing his niece's story, he clearly didn't believe it. "You're saying this pastry is soft, airy, full of creamy flavor, and it's called a Swiss roll?" He had been running the Wanfu restaurant for more than 30 years and had tasted countless pastries. Whenever a new dessert appeared in the capital, he would always be the first to get his hands on it. But all the pastries he had ever eaten were either crispy or chewy, never soft and delicate.
Impossible.
"There's no such thing," he shook his head. "It's true. There's a small shop at the foot of the mountain outside the city." "Outside the city? That makes it even less likely." Wan Furong crossed his legs. If someone really made such a pastry, why would they open a shop in such a remote place? Don't they want to do business? "Uncle, when have I ever lied to you? If another shop gets ahead of us with this kind of pastry, won't we suffer a huge loss?" Hearing this, Wan Furong's face grew serious. "Did you bring any back for me to see?" Ashamed, Wan Shujun admitted that she had originally packed 2 pieces of the Swiss roll to let her uncle taste and see if it could be copied. But on the way back, the sweet smell kept tempting her, as if whispering in her ear, "Just one bite, you won't regret it." She couldn't resist, and bite after bite, she finished them all in the carriage.
No.
Her ears turned red. "But the shop opens in the evening. If you don't believe me, you can send someone tonight to bring one back. Just make sure it's early, or they'll be sold out." Wan Furong called 2 of his trusted men. "Zhang San, Li Si, tonight you 2 go and check out that shop." Before it was fully dark, people were already waiting outside the little shop. Zhang San and Li Si stood at the door, staring at the tightly closed entrance. Zhang San frowned and complained to Li Si, "What kind of lousy shop is this? It's so far out here, and they're still not open, making us stand in the cold like this."
Li Si nodded in agreement.
Even Wanfu restaurant doesn't act this high and mighty. Maybe these people waiting are just hired by the shop to make it look popular? Li Si added, "If not hired, then they're just foolish, waiting all night for some random shop to open." Someone nearby overheard and snapped, "Hey, who are you calling foolish? If you don't want to eat, then leave." Zhang San shouted back, "We're not leaving. I want to see what's so special about this place. And if it's not good, I'll throw the food right back at you. Let's see what you'll say then." When these words were spoken, more and more people in the crowd started arguing with Zhang San and Li Si, creating a noisy scene. Mo Chuan, standing at the door, rolled up his sleeves and was about to join in. Suddenly, someone said, It smells so good. The arguing stopped immediately. Everyone sniffed the air together. What's that smell? Is it not the small lobster from yesterday? Did the snack shop get a new dish? Why isn't the door open yet? I really want to eat. Lisi rubbed his stomach and quietly asked Zhang San, it really smells so good. I want to eat too. Zhang San looked around, took a deep breath, and resisted his hunger. He whispered, don't be so weak. Remember what we're here for. Huawan neatly arranged the sliced roast duck and thawed a few cakes. She thought it was about time, so she opened the shop door. She was shocked by what she saw. The customers waiting at the door rushed inside as soon as she opened it. The snack shop only had 4 tables. Huawan had to block the door and said, the space inside is small. Please line up and come in one by one. You can take food to go if you prefer. Zhang San and Li Si pushed forward, trying to rush in. Shopkeeper, we've waited so long.
Please let us in.
Mo Chuan stepped forward, pushed hard, and made Zhang San and Li Si stumble back, clearing the entrance. Mo Chuan, tall and strong, stood in front of Huawan. His voice was deep and firm. He said clearly, everyone, line up properly. One by one, please. He had served in the army for a few years, and his serious presence was enough to scare ordinary people. Huawan gave him a thankful smile. She greeted the customers and explained, today's new dish is roast duck, but there's a limited amount. First come, first served. Most of the people there were returning customers from last night. When they heard about the new dish, they complained, why isn't it small lobster? Then, what's the point of waiting? Huawan explained, Huawan Snack Shop changes its menu daily. If you want to try the roast duck, please queue up. There are only 30 servings today, limited to 1 per table, at 120 coins each. There's also a new pastry, limited to 1 piece per person at 80 coins. That's too expensive. A duck costs 120 coins? And pastries are 80 coins? Why not just rush in and grab them? Many people hesitated outside, afraid to come in. They decided to wait and see what was happening first. Soon, all 4 tables were full, and the flour rolls started serving dishes. Each table received a plate of crispy, golden roasted duck skin, a plate of sliced duck meat, a plate of duck bones, a small side dish, a pancake, a bowl of sugar, and a bowl of sweet bean paste. Zhang San and Li Si did not forget their task. They also ordered 2 pieces of cake. The flour roll carefully explained how to eat the roast duck to the guests and also brought a whole one to Mo Chuan, thanking him for helping keep order. She said to him, sorry, no seats left. You'll have to eat here at the counter. Mo Chuan had been waiting for this moment. He came early today, worried everything would sell out like yesterday. To his surprise, many others had the same idea. Luckily, he managed to look familiar in front of the flour roll. He stared at the roast duck and said, it's okay, as long as I get to eat. I can eat anywhere. Originally, Zhang San and Li Si planned to finish the roast duck, secretly pack some cake, pretend it was dirty, and then flip the snack shop's table. This way, not only would the snack shop's reputation suffer, but they could also eliminate a competitor for Wanfuel and maybe even make some money. 2 birds with 1 stone. But things didn't go as planned. As soon as the roast duck was served, Zhang San and Li Si eagerly grabbed their pancakes, hurriedly adding ingredients. The thin pancake, about the size of a palm, was slightly translucent, revealing the outline of fingers. The duck meat, dipped in sweet bean paste, was paired with shredded cucumber and scallions, then rolled up and shoved into their mouths. It was delicious. With each bite, the aroma of scallions filled the mouth. The saltiness of the duck and the sweetness of the sauce mixed and exploded in the mouth. The fresh, crisp shredded cucumber balanced out the richness. Such a unique taste. Such a complex flavor. Zhang San felt his soul lift. With food filling his mouth, he couldn't speak and kept nodding. Li Si couldn't help but reach for the cake. Today, the flour roll offered a light cheesecake, cut into triangles, topped with almond slices. Just looking at it was tempting. When his hand touched it, his view of desserts was completely changed. Was this still the same pastry he knew? It was too soft. Biting into it, the outside was crispy, the inside soft, with just the right balance of salty and sweet and a rich, milky flavor. The cheese melted fully into the cake, creating a rich taste, yet the texture was light. The cake was too tempting for him. He kept putting piece after piece into his mouth, unable to stop. After eating one piece, Li Si still felt it wasn't enough. He reached out to take Zhang San's. Zhang San stopped his hand and asked, "What are you doing?" Li Si was caught in the act and awkwardly smiled. "Just trying some of yours. Stop joking." "Both are the same." Zhang San picked up the cake, then reached for the roast duck with his other hand. Li Si gave up on the cake and started eating the duck instead. The two of them stopped talking and focused on eating. When everything on the table was gone, they licked their fingers and left, still feeling satisfied. 30 roasted ducks sold out quickly, along with all the light cheesecakes and taro bass desserts. After finishing the duck, Mo Chuan helped Huan clear the table, serve dishes, and keep order, so Huan didn't get flustered. Once the customers left, the shop became quiet again. Huan took out some boneless chicken feet and potato chips, along with 2 bottles of cold cola, and invited Mo Chuan to eat. Mo Chuan had just finished washing his bowl, wiped his hands, and sat across from Huan, watching her carefully. Huan opened a pull-tab can, and with a hiss, poured the steaming brown liquid into a clear, shiny glass. Bubbles sparkled on the glass walls. Could this water be some kind of fine nectar? Mo Chuan swallowed hard. Huan pushed a glass toward him, then picked up her own, took a big sip, and the spicy liquid burned her throat. She couldn't help but open her mouth and exclaim, "Wow! Refreshing." Mo Chuan asked, "What is this?" "It looks like medicine," Huan said mysteriously. "This is happiness water. Drinking it makes you happy." Mo Chuan was surprised. "It really is something magical from the fairy world." He leaned in, hearing the bubbles pop and clash, some bursting and splashing cold droplets on his face. After taking a sip, he understood why Huan had exhaled. It was sweet, spicy, and cool, stimulating his throat. A gas from his stomach returned to his mouth, and he opened his mouth again. Wow. He looked at the chicken feet next to him. He had never seen a dish made solely from chicken feet before. The lemon and chicken foot aroma mixed together, sour and spicy, with tender, bouncy meat. Surprisingly, there were no bones to spit out. He was determined to stay at the snack shop no matter what. If only he could stay forever. "Boss Huan, your cooking is so good. Why do you do all the dirty and tiring work?" "I'm free tonight, so I'll cover the dishes in the shop from now on. Don't worry about the money. I only need to work for 1 or 2 hours at night. As long as I can eat at the shop, I don't need to prepare my own food. Whatever is available in the shop, I will eat." "What do you think?" Huan was worried that the secret of the snack shop might be discovered. She didn't immediately agree, just said, "You can try making it and see." Huan took out the silver she received today and counted it. Today, they sold 30 portions of roast duck, totaling 3,600 coins and 2 cakes. Each cake can be cut into 8 triangular pieces, totaling 1,280 coins. The happiest part of each day was counting the money, but as she counted, she started to worry again. "If I sell all these coins, I might get caught. But if I don't sell, how can I get money?" Huan had no clear idea for now, so she just put the coins aside. When they returned to Wanfulu, Zhang San and Li Si forgot they still had a task to do. Wanfu Rong asked, "Bring out the cakes you brought back and let me see." Only then did Zhang San and Li Si remember. They looked at each other, lowered their heads shyly, and whispered, "We ate them all. We didn't bring any back." Wanfu Rong was furious and kept hitting them with a bracelet, saying, "What's the use of raising you? What good is it to raise you?" They didn't dare to hide. Zhang San, being clever, said, "Sir, the cake really was delicious. We didn't bring any back, but I still smell like it." "You can smell me." Wanfu Rong got even angrier and kicked them. "Useless. You dare to ask me to smell you? Do you even deserve it?" He chased them away and sat down on a fancy chair, panting and confused. "Are they really that good? They look like they've lost their minds." Wanfu Rong ignored them. Zhang San and Li Si sniffed themselves. Just smelling wasn't enough. They came up with a good idea. They took off their outer clothes, folded them into pillow shapes, and placed them under their heads to sleep, surrounded by the scent. The next morning, Li Si wiped the drool from his mouth and said, "I dreamed about eating cake. I ate 10 pieces. Zhang Sen also said, "I dreamed about it too. I even dreamed about roast duck. I was eating bite after bite, couldn't stop. It was so delicious." They looked at each other and said, "How about we go again tonight?" After a simple wash-up, Zhang San and Li Si went to Wan Fu Lu for a meal. Today, the kitchen had braised duck. Why are they cutting the duck into such big pieces? The color looks wrong. All dark, Zhang Sen said, poking at the duck with his chopsticks. This duck has a strong gamey smell. Zhang Sen took a bite and said, "It's hard to swallow. Last night's roast duck was shiny and tempting, a little salty when eaten plain, dipped in sweet sauce, with cucumber and scallions to cut the richness. Delicious. Don't even mention the osmanthus cake and barley cakes at the counter. One bite leaves crumbs, too greasy and overly sweet. They used to taste good, but now, after comparing, the flavor feels different. The light cheese and soft cheese are so tender. Each bite seems to warm the heart, sweet but not too much, making you want more. Nothing compares in color, aroma, or taste. It's really disappointing." After a long day, Han slept until 11 a.m. Today is National Day, and she decided to take a short break. She took a piece of A4 paper, wrote, "Closed for 7 days," and posted it on the door. Han looked through her wardrobe, just a few simple t-shirts, 2 faded jeans, and 2 neutral jackets, her entire belongings. She randomly picked 2 pieces, put one on, and thought about shopping for more clothes. Her snack shop also needed to restock. She checked her account balance. Almost 300,000 yuan, enough to indulge herself. She left the house, took a taxi to the city, and went straight to the biggest mall on the 5th floor. She had seen online that a popular new movie was out, one she was very interested in. She bought a ticket and a cup of milk tea nearby, enjoying a lovely weekend. Since her parents passed away, Han had no steady income, relying on a small part-time job to pay for school and living expenses. She never used to buy milk tea or go to the movies. "That movie was so good. So many twists I didn't see coming," she exclaimed. "I want to watch movies every week from now on." The mall was busy for the National Day holiday. Hwan found a quiet restaurant to sit in. It was a hot pot place. She couldn't eat much alone, so she ordered a double-flavor hot pot set. The tomato broth was rich and perfect with beef rolls. The spicy broth was full of red oil, great for dipping potatoes, shrimp balls, and duck blood. Thin slices of beef went into the boiling pot and curled up immediately. Once fully cooked and changed color, she used chopsticks to dip them in sauce, then took a big bite. No one could dislike hot pot. Maybe one day her snack shop could also serve hot pot. But for now, she needed to focus on her small business. As autumn days grow cooler, she bought warm clothes and 2 down quilts on the 2nd floor. At night, Zhang San and Li Si, who came to eat, looked at the sign at the door and were stunned. They had endured a very itchy day, looking forward to this meal, only to find the shop was closed. And it would be closed for 7 days. Don't talk about 7 days. I can't stand even 1 day. Li Si's face turned into a bitter melon. No matter how they knocked, there was no response from inside. They had to give up. "Forget it, let's go back to the city and find a good restaurant. I don't believe we can't find a better place to eat than hers." At this moment, Hwan was busy packing things. In the afternoon, she shopped wildly at the mall, grabbing 20 servings of small lobsters, 30 servings of shrimp dumplings, 30 servings of soup dumplings, 5 boxes of Swiss rolls, 5 boxes of puffs, and 3 boxes of mochi. She also took 4 boxes of Orlun's roasted chicken legs, 3 boxes of braised duck and bone, and 5 boxes of beef rolls with sauce from the hot food area. Finally, she packed 3 cups of milk tea and called a car to go home. She kept 1 box of puffs and 1 chicken leg for dinner and froze the rest. At this moment, someone knocked on the door again. Hwan looked out the window and saw the uncle who came on the first day with a little girl beside him. "Uncle, long time no see." Hwan opened the door and smiled at him. The old man carried 2 bags and handed them to Hwan, saying, My wife has been ill for a few days, so I haven't gone out. Today, she just started to feel a bit better, so I brought my granddaughter into town to sell vegetables. Hwawan looked at the girl who seemed about 11 or 12 years old, wearing rough cloth clothes with 7 or 8 patches, and the cuffs were worn out but the clothes were very clean. The old man pulled the girl over and said to Hwawan, "Big girl, say hello to the shopkeeper." The girl was shy and didn't dare to lift her head, saying softly, "Hello, shopkeeper." Hwawan smiled and replied, "Just call me Sister Hwawan." "How old are you, big girl?" The girl said, "I'm already 15. 15? It was hard to tell. Hwawan thought again that perhaps due to long-term malnutrition, she was much shorter than her peers today. The old man placed the bags he carried in front of him and said, "These are wild mushrooms from the mountains, and this bag contains radishes from our home. Please accept them. I'll help you sell them." The radishes and chestnuts from last time sold out quickly and were very popular. Hwawan's suggestion. "I'll give it to you, and the shopkeeper can handle it however they want," the old man said with a slight stoop. "I have another small favor to ask today." "Uncle, just tell me directly," Hwawan replied. It seemed the uncle was having trouble, and since he had earned his first big sum of money for her, Hwawan decided to do her best to help him no matter what. The old man hesitated, then after a moment he spoke. "My wife has been sick for a few days. She's now much better but has no appetite and can't eat anything. If you still have that kind of noodles from last time, could you sell me a bowl? That taste was so good, I think she would definitely eat it." This was an easy request. "Of course. Instant noodles aren't very nutritious, so I'll cook a bowl of porridge for you to take back. It's more suitable for a patient." Hwawan turned around, took 2 chicken legs, and poured 2 glasses of milk for the old man. "Eat something first, I'll be right back," she said, then went into the kitchen to cook the porridge. She took a few shrimp and a chunk of lean meat from the fridge and defrosted them in the microwave. Meanwhile, she washed a cup of rice, put it into a clay pot with water, brought it to a boil over high heat, then simmered it on low. Soon, the rice blossomed, and the milky white rice porridge with soft grains was boiling and bubbling in the pot. She heated some oil in another pot, put the shrimp heads in to fry out the shrimp oil, then removed them. The oil at the bottom of the pot had turned golden. She poured the semi-cooked porridge into the pot. Stirring constantly, the porridge turned a light yellow. She added seasoned shredded meat, chopped shrimp, and century egg into the porridge. The aroma of meat and rice burst out, indicating it was almost ready. Adding some vegetables for more nutrition, she turned around and chopped some green vegetables and green onions to add to the porridge, then sprinkled some matsutake mushrooms and salt on top. A fragrant bowl of porridge was ready. When Hwawan was a child, whenever she had a fever and couldn't eat, her mother would make this kind of porridge. She would on each spoonful to cool it down before feeding it to her. The aroma of the porridge hadn't changed, but her mother was no longer here. Flavors carry memories, and good food is a way of passing down feelings. No matter how fast time flies, the feelings brought by good food never fade. Hwawan's nose felt a little sore. She took a deep breath and packed the porridge into a wooden box. The old man and the girl sat at the table. They didn't touch the food on the table, just watched. When Hwawan came out, the old man quickly stood up. The girl was still focused on the chicken leg, not noticing. "Why aren't you eating?" Hwawan looked surprised and said, "You've already given me enough. These are too valuable for us to eat." The old man replied, "I insist." Hwawan understood and packed the chicken leg and milk on the table. She also took 2 more bags of bread for them. The big girl watched her actions and kept swallowing her saliva. Hwawan said to her, "Go home and eat with your brother." The old man had a grandson. Hwawan remembered that the old man mentioned that the wild chestnuts were picked by his grandson. The big girl responded, "Thank you, kind shopkeeper. I am not hungry. The chicken leg is for Grandma and my little brother. Grandma is sick and my brother is still young. I want to take care of them." Hwawan gently touched her hair and handed her a cup of milk tea, opening it for her. "Drink this. It's specially for you," she said. The old man took out a string of copper coins and tremblingly tried to give them to Hwawan. Although the money was far from enough, it was all he had. Hwawan politely refused. "You've already given me these wild mushrooms and radishes. That's enough." The old man didn't know that copper coins were worth a lot in modern times. He only knew Huawan was a kind person and felt he couldn't repay her. He kept owing her more each time. He insisted on leaving the coins until Huawan pretended to be angry. "If you keep insisting, don't come to my shop anymore." Hearing this, the old man finally took back the coins. He wiped his moist eyes and bowed deeply 3 times to Huawan with the big girl. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and said, "Shopkeeper, wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon. The big girl will stay here for now." He turned and hurried away, his unsteady steps looking like he might fall at any moment. Huawan called after him loudly, "Uncle, take care. Be careful not to fall." The old man didn't turn around but waved his hand and brushed past Mo Chuan at the door. Mo Chuan looked back suspiciously at the old man and entered the shop, saying to Huawan, "I saw you closed earlier, so why are you open now?" Huawan asked him back, "If you saw it was closed, why did you come?" Mo Chuan chuckled, "Of course I couldn't sleep because I was craving your food, so I came to check again." He couldn't say he was so hungry he couldn't sleep, so he was just trying his luck. "I just wanted to see if there's anything to eat. I'm starving." At this moment, Mo Chuan and the hungry dog were almost like a tail behind him. Huawan replied, Yes, there's food. How could I let you starve? I can't bear such a big responsibility." Mo Chuan pushed for more, starting to make requests. "I also want yesterday's happy drink." Huawan, feeling annoyed, poured him a glass of cola. Just a friendly reminder, its full name is Happy Fatty Drink. Drinking too much can make you gain weight. Mo Chuan took the glass with both hands. "That's okay. I exercise every day. Besides, being able to drink such a wonderful beverage, I'd happily gain weight." He took a sip, feeling very refreshed, then looked at the girl nearby. "What's going on, Huawan? Didn't you say you wouldn't invite anyone?" The girl was still carefully sipping her milk tea. She had also drunk sweet drinks before, like when Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law was postpartum. Aunt Zhang made her some sugar water and gave her a small cup. It was sweet, like a spring breeze. But the milk tea from the kind sister was really delicious, sweet milk flavor with little bits inside. When she bit into them, they burst with a sweet and sour juice. It was so tasty she wanted to spin around and jump. Huawan used a pressure cooker to cook a pot of rice, then turned around and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This is my little guest." "Guest? Wearing such clothes? You don't look like someone who can afford your shop stuff." "Shopkeeper, are you switching to charity work?" Huawan rolled her eyes at him. "Look in the mirror. Isn't that what I'm doing, helping others?" Mo Chuan argued. "I'm different. I work. Washing dishes, serving tables, tidying up, I do it all." The girl listened and quickly said, "I can work too. I'm really good at it." Mo Chuan straightened up. "Hey, kid, finish eating and go home quickly. Don't compete with me for work." Huawan helplessly shook her head. She took out curry chicken, heated it in the microwave, then fried a soft-boiled egg. Modern eggs aren't very tasty, so she dripped a few drops of soy sauce on it for flavor. She set out 4 plates, each with a large spoonful of rice, then poured the curry chicken with its sauce over the rice and topped it with the fried eggs. 1 portion was for her uncle, the other 3 she carried to the main hall. Every bite of rice was coated with curry sauce. The chicken was tender but not dry, the potatoes were soft and fluffy, and the soft-boiled egg was especially good. When she gently poked it with chopsticks, the yolk flowed over the rice, making it look and smell delicious. "It has a medicinal smell, but it's really tasty." Mo Chuan gave a very high compliment. The girl couldn't stop eating, but after half, she paused and asked Huawan, "Can I leave the rest for my grandpa to eat?" Flour Roll gently said, "You can finish eating. I saved some for your grandfather." Big girl then lowered her head and continued eating. Tears suddenly fell, dropping onto her rice. She hurriedly wiped her tears, but more kept coming. Flour Roll quickly asked, "Why are you crying?" Big girl sniffled and said, "It's so delicious. I've never had anything this tasty before. Sister, you are the kindest person I've ever met." "No, you are the best fairy." Before Flour Roll could comfort her, Mo Chuan spoke. "She is the most beautiful fairy. Don't tell anyone, keep it a secret." She rolled her eyes at him and said, "All right, just eat your food. I can't stop you from talking." Everyone loves to hear kind words. Flower Roll happily took a box of fresh cream puffs from the fridge. Here, have some dessert after your meal. The small puffs were 1 bite each, and the cream inside was free to dance in the mouth. Mo Chuan leaned back in his chair and sighed, "Such a heavenly day." At that moment, the old man returned to the snack shop. He had been walking without stopping for rest. He was out of breath, with sweat on his forehead. He handed Flower Roll a cloth-wrapped object. Flower Roll took it and curiously opened it. It was a small, beautifully decorated bowl. The old man explained, "During the previous dynasty, a high official fled to our village and stayed at our house for a few days. When he left this bowl. I thought it was pretty, so I kept it." Mo Chuan leaned over to look. "This bowl is from the official kiln, meaning it looks nice but is from the previous dynasty. It's not worth much now." The old man hesitated and said, "This is the most valuable thing we have." Flower Roll turned it over and saw the official seal of the previous dynasty stamped on the bottom of the bowl. She sincerely said to the old man, "Uncle, I really like this." "Thank you." Mo Chuan asked her, "You like this kind of thing?" There are many similar items outside, with all kinds of styles. Flower Roll looked at Mo Chuan and said, "You are really clever. If she used money to buy various cups, vases, and flowers, wouldn't that be easier?" After seeing off the old man and big girl, Flower Roll handed all the silver ingots and copper coins to Mo Chuan. "Help me buy some cups and vases. Pick the pretty ones. If you can find ones from the official kiln, that's even better. Come back tomorrow night, and I'll treat you to something delicious." Mo Chuan licked his lips and said seriously, "Leave it to me." Here, the elderly man took the young girl back to their hut. His wife, weak and tired, sat by the bed mending shoes. Their grandson was already asleep. The old man quickly took the shoe sole from his wife and said, "Let you lie down for a while." "Why did you get up again?" The woman replied, "Sigh, lying down all the time makes me uncomfortable." "Did you take the bowl? Has she accepted it?" "Yes, she accepted it." "You can rest assured." The woman nodded. "That's good, that's good. I would feel bad otherwise." The old man took out the wrapped food and placed it on the table, saying, "But the young girl hasn't sold her things. What happened? Does no one want to buy?" The old man sighed. "They all say she's too old, worried she won't be easy to train." The young girl gathered her courage and said, I don't want to be sold. I don't want to leave Grandpa and Grandma. Nonsense. We have no money at home. If we send you away, you might not get good food. You won't have to starve here. I want to go work for Sister Fairy," she said. The old man replied, "Such a good opportunity. It's not for you. Besides, we've owed her a lot already. We shouldn't trouble her again." Food was served on the table. The woman called her sleeping grandson, and they all started eating together. Wow, the grandson bit into a chicken leg. After chewing twice, he swallowed it quickly, almost choking. "Take your time. No one is rushing you." The girl patted his back. "Smells so good." The grandson's face was greasy with food. Soon, he finished eating, leaving some meat on the chicken bone. He couldn't chew it off. The old man didn't want to waste it either. He put the bone back on the plate, planning to boil it tomorrow for soup. The woman opened the special porridge made for her from the flour roll. It was still warm. The first sip surprised her. "Old man, no wonder you always talk about how delicious that snack shop's food is. Now I see. It really is something a fairy would eat. Even this wooden box is so beautiful." She had lost her appetite due to illness, but suddenly felt hungry. She only took 3 spoonfuls, then carefully poured the rest back into the container. Tomorrow, the family would have breakfast. Early the next morning, the girl took the flour roll and the bowl her grandfather gave her and called a carriage to the antique shop from last time. The shop was busy during the holiday. The owner clearly remembered her. When she entered, he stepped past other customers and greeted her. "Miss, long time no see. Do you have something good to sell again?" Flour Roll looked around at the people nearby and lowered her voice to say, "I have a bowl that I want you to take a look at." The shop owner immediately understood and said, "Please follow me," then led Flour Roll up to the second floor. The second floor was decorated in a traditional style, with 2 display shelves along the wall holding various vases and similar items. Flour Roll couldn't tell which were real or fake. They sat by the window, and someone brought them a pot of tea. Flower Roll pretended to be calm, took a sip of tea, and slowly took the bowl out of her bag. The shop owner's mouth opened wide when he saw the bowl. He said, "Wait a moment," then went to get a pair of gloves and a magnifying glass. He put on the gloves, carefully took the porcelain bowl from Flower Roll's hand, examining it closely with the magnifying glass. This dynasty was very short, mostly involved in wars, so few good items have survived, especially fragile porcelain. This bowl was well preserved and was from an official kiln. The shop owner's excitement was obvious, and Flower Roll understood that it was a valuable item. He asked, "Is this also something your grandfather left you?" Flower Roll nodded and asked, "Yes, can you tell me how much it's worth?" The shop owner had traded with Flower Roll before. He knew that who her grandfather was didn't matter. What mattered was that Flower Roll was a regular customer. "Miss, you're a frequent visitor here. Honestly, the silver ingots and copper plates you sold me before I've already sold and made some profit. So I won't beat around the bush about this bowl. It's definitely a good piece, with clear patterns and genuine. I'm willing to pay 1.2 million yuan for it." Flower Roll watched the shop owner's mouth move, but couldn't hear what he was saying anymore. She was stunned. She hadn't expected the bowl to be an antique worth some money, but she hadn't imagined it was worth so much. The uncle had earned his first big fortune from her, and now she had gained a large sum of wealth. Flower Roll decided she would try to get more delicious food for the uncle and his family in the future. "Miss, are you not satisfied with the price?" the shop owner asked anxiously when Flower Roll didn't speak. No, just this price is fine." The 1.2 million yuan was beyond her understanding, and she didn't want to argue about the price, so she nodded in agreement. The boss was afraid she might change her mind, so he immediately transferred the money using the card number provided by Huan. The money arrived in 5 minutes. Although this wasn't the first time Huan earned money, she was still shocked by such a large amount. She kept looking at her account, counting the zeros over and over until she was sure the balance wouldn't disappear. Only then did she feel at ease. She promised Mo Chuan they would have a delicious dinner tonight. Huan decided to have hot pot, thinking that maybe in the future, the snack shop might also serve hot pot, giving Mo Chuan a chance to try the dishes. She went to the imported supermarket and bought a lot. 3 boxes of lamb rolls, 2 packs of Chaos Han beef tendon balls, 1 pack of fish roe shrimp balls, a portion of peeled shrimp, 2 boxes of Australian beef hot pot slices, 1 box of beef tripe, and 1 box of yellow throat. There was already enough beef rolls at home, so she didn't buy more. She also bought 2 vegetable platters, prepared chopped scallions, garlic, cilantro, sesame seeds, beef pieces, and sauces like sesame paste and peanut butter. For the hot pot base, she chose mushroom soup and spicy oil, and also bought a special electric hot pot with 2 sections. She packed 4 servings of milk tea as usual. Back at the snack shop, Huan took the wild mountain mushrooms and radishes given by the uncle to the shop entrance, laid them on the ground, and wrote on pieces of paper, "Authentic wild mountain mushrooms, 150 yuan per gene," and "Farmhouse white radish, 10 yuan each." She placed them behind and started setting up her stall. It was almost noon, and there weren't many people on the street. After a while, no one showed interest. Bored, Huan wandered around and suddenly saw the vacant shop next door. An idea came to her. She could buy that shop and expand her snack shop. The wall outside the neighboring shop had no contact information. Huan stepped onto the stairs, stood in front of the glass window, and tiptoed to see inside. The window was covered in thick dust, so she couldn't see anything inside. She found a cloth, wiped a section of the glass, and looked inside. Inside, there were some furniture arranged haphazardly. It had been abandoned for many years, but the layout was similar to her snack shop, with 2 floors. Suddenly, someone spoke behind her. "What are you doing?" Huan turned around and saw Grandma Li, who had come to buy radishes last time. She shyly stepped down from the stairs. "Grandma, do you know the contact information for the shop owner? I want to buy it." Grandma Li didn't expect this young girl to be so ambitious. She wanted to buy a whole shop. Even if she bought the neighboring snack shop, she hadn't opened it yet.
She was quite wealthy.
She waved at Huan, inviting her to come closer, then whispered mysteriously, "You better not buy this house." Auntie is looking out for you. Hwan was confused. Why not? Auntie Lee clicked her tongue and lowered her voice. This house is haunted. Even in the bright midday sun, Hwan felt a cold chill behind her. But then she thought she had been living here for several days and hadn't felt anything strange. She asked Auntie Lee, "Why do you say that?" Auntie Lee had lived in a small neighborhood behind the street for many years and had her own information network. She knew everything that happened within dozens of miles around. She told Hwan, back in the 1990s, this house was a tailor shop. The owner was a widow with a son, and her business was doing well. One day, she suddenly said the house was haunted. Auntie Lee paused, looked around, then continued. She said that at night, when she was in bed, she could faintly hear people talking. Many people. It was like living next to a busy market. How could she sleep like that? After a few nights of no sleep, she finally gathered her courage and went to check. Want to guess what she saw? Auntie Lee paused dramatically, asking Hwan. Hwan guessed, but she frowned and shook her head. I can't guess. Auntie Lee was pleased with her reaction and raised her voice a little. It was completely dark outside and there was no one around. Hwan asked, and then, that tailor shop owner couldn't stay there anymore. She sat on her bed all night and the next day, she packed up and moved to the countryside. So, the house was left empty. Back then, news spread fast. Soon, everyone knew. Who would dare live in a haunted house? Hearing this, Auntie Lee suddenly thought of something. Since you've been staying here these days, have you heard any strange sounds? Hwan shook her head and fell into thought. It seemed her grandfather had already opened a snack shop back then, so the sounds the tailor's owner heard were probably from her grandfather's customers. She was surprised that the walls weren't soundproof. Luckily, the tailor's owner was a woman, and she was quite timid. There were no adult men at home, so she didn't investigate further. This shop must be bought soon, or else someone daring might move in and discover the secret of the snack shop. After sharing some gossip, Aunt Lee said, "All right, you sell me 2 white radishes. I'm going home to cook." Hwan quickly returned to the snack shop, found a bag, and packed 2 white radishes for Aunt Lee, accepting the 20 yuan she handed over. Hwan grabbed 2 handfuls of wild mountain mushrooms and offered them to Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee waved her hands and said, No, I don't want to buy these. Don't try to sell me things I don't need, Hwan explained. Auntie, these are free. Take them home and cook chicken with them. They're all wild mushrooms. Aunt Lee smiled happily. I just saw these. These are black bolete mushrooms. I didn't want to buy them because of the price. Hwan said, Annie, I still want to buy the house next door. It would be good for a storage room. Can you help me find out about the owner? Aunt Lee saw that Hwan was determined to buy and stopped trying to persuade her. She patted her chest and said, No problem, leave it to me. I have a relative in the same village as her. Just wait for my news. After seeing Aunt Lee off, Hwan went to a nearby printing shop and made a traditional-style sign that read, Hwan Snack Shop. She also bought pens, ink, and paper at a stationery store to write a price list. Since the menu changes daily, she couldn't print it and decided to write it by hand instead. She wrote a few copies, but the handwriting was so bad, she couldn't read it. Hwan tore up what she wrote, rewrote it, tore it again, and finally gave up because it looked too ugly. As the sun was about to set, Hwan collected the unsold radishes and wild mushrooms and started preparing for the evening hot pot. She took out a large pot, put in cleaned pork bones, and simmered them for an hour. The broth turned milky white with oil floating on top, and a rich soup was ready. Then she poured the broth into 2 electric hot pot bowls, one with mushroom soup base, the other with spicy red oil base. Next, she unpacked various ingredients, arranged them on plates, and placed everything beside the hot pot table. She set up a small table by the wall as a condiment station, with all kinds of seasonings. Everything was simple. All preparations were complete, just waiting for Mo Chuan to arrive. It was completely dark outside when the door was pushed open. Before anyone appeared, Hwan heard a voice. Smells so good. Are we having soup today? Mo Chuan strode in, carrying a large box in his arms, followed by another person. Hwan looked closely and saw Jiang Shirue, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Mo Chuan was very excited. This soup with rice must be delicious. Jiang Shirua nodded at Huan. Miss Huan, long time no see. Huan said, yes, it's been a while. Are you back from the capital? Jiang Shirua replied, yes, I am taking a short break before I leave again. Mo Chuan scooped some soup with a big spoon, wanting to see what was inside. Huan quickly stopped him. Don't touch that pot of soup. You can't eat it. Mo Chuan regretfully put down his spoon. Jiang Shirua saw a menu next to Huan that was written in a rough way. He looked at it and asked, Miss Huan, are you practicing calligraphy? Mo Chuan also leaned over to look, then burst out laughing. Haha, I've seen worse handwriting than my little nephew's. Hua Zhuan's face suddenly turned red. She quickly grabbed a piece of paper, crumpled it, and threw it into the trash can by the wall. She explained, our brushes are different from yours, so of course my writing looks bad. I'm not practicing calligraphy. I'm writing a menu. Then she said to Mo Chuan, your handwriting is good? Come help me write it later. Mo Chuan stopped laughing. My handwriting isn't good either. Jiang Shirua's is better. Shirua, you help her. Jiang Shirua looked at Huan, nodded, and said, sure. After resolving a small problem, Huan asked Mo Chuan, what about the thing I asked you to do? Getting to the main point, Mo Chuan said seriously, what you want isn't hard to buy, but if you want an official kiln piece, it's a bit tricky. Coincidentally, Shirua is here, so I asked him. Here, this is it. He pointed to a box nearby. Huan opened the box. Inside was a pink-bottomed vase, quietly resting. It was tall in the middle and smaller at both ends, decorated with a few plum blossoms, fresh and elegant. Even outsiders could see the craftsmanship was exquisite. Jiang Shirua said, Mo Chuan told me you like official kiln products from past dynasties. My father happens to know a pawn shop owner in this city. I found him and got this vase. Mo Chuan said, he even helped you by adding 5 taels of silver. Huan shyly smiled at Jiang Shirua. Thank you so much. I don't have extra silver now, so I'll owe you for the moment. I'll pay you back in a few days. Jiang Shirua waved his hand casually. No problem. Right now, the snack shop was still closed, so there was no way to get 5 taels of silver to pay him back. Huan rolled her eyes at Mo Chuan. Why did you overspend again? How much money you give? You buy that much stuff, he said. Mo Chuan replied, I didn't think that much. I just saw you liked it, so I bought it. All right, since it was a kind gesture, Huan didn't say much. Next time, she would make sure to explain clearly. You're just in time. Dinner is ready, and we can start eating now. Huan carefully placed the box with a flower vase behind the counter and announced that the meal was ready. She lifted the hot pot lid, and fragrant steam with a delicious smell rose up and spread across the ceiling. The 3 people present could smell the tasty broth. Mo Chuan rubbed his eyes and looked at the pot. This clear soup is good for dipping rice, but what about this red one? Huan lifted the lid on the side with ingredients. Those are the broth, not for dipping rice. We eat these. They looked at the neatly arranged meats and vegetables. But these are all raw. Huan prepared a dipping sauce, then turned up the heat to make the broth boil. She picked up 2 slices of fatty beef and put them into the mushroom soup. When the beef changed color, she took them out and put them into the sauce bowl, giving them a few spins. Try these. Foreigners can't resist hot pot, and the ancient people couldn't either. Mo Chuan was very straightforward. He covered his mouth and jumped around like a monkey. Delicious. But it's a bit hot. Jiang Shirua was much more elegant. He used his left hand to block under the chopsticks, gently blew on the beef roll, then put it into his mouth and savored it carefully. His first impression was the smell of peanuts. It didn't taste like raw peanuts, but more like crushing dozens of peanuts into small pieces and stuffing them into his mouth, thick, sticky, with a grainy texture. The tender beef only needed a gentle bite, and the beef flavor spread out. This taste was enhanced by the fresh aroma of scallions and cilantro, combined with the saltiness from refined salt, creating a unique flavor. Who would have thought that beef and peanuts go so well together? Jiang Shirua nodded and praised. Mo Chuan said, I wasn't wrong, right? Huan makes so many delicious dishes that you wouldn't get bored even after eating for a month. Jiang Shirua replied, no, you're right. Then he asked Huan, does this food have a name? Huan answered, we call it hot pot. I've heard that tribes beyond the border also have a similar way of eating. They cut raw beef and mutton into pieces, toss them into boiling water, briefly cook, then dip in salt to eat. But this hot pot is much more complex and the flavor is even better. Flour Roll thought for a moment and said, "Yes, this is the improved version." Then she told them, "Another interesting thing about this improved version is that you can make your own dipping sauce. The one you just ate was prepared according to my taste."
She pointed to the table by the wall.
There are several kinds of sauces there. You can mix them to create your own unique dipping sauce based on your preferences. Mo Chuan widened his eyes and asked, "Mixing my own? That sounds really fun." He then took a bowl to experiment with. Jiang Shirua said, "The sauce the girl made suits my taste very well. May I ask her how to make it?" "No problem. This sauce recipe is one of the most popular online. Just add peanut butter to sesame oil, oyster sauce, soy sauce, a little vinegar, cilantro, and green onions, then sprinkle some salt and sugar." Mo Chuan can handle spicy food, so Flour Roll suggested he make a spicy oil dip to go with the hot chili oil pot. Jiang Shirua prefers a lighter taste, so beef cooked in mushroom broth with peanut sauce is perfect for him. The intense spiciness of the hot chili oil made Mo Chuan sweat. He drank a bottle of cola and instinctively shouted, "Refreshing." Jiang Shirua was confused. "What is refreshing?" Mo Chuan explained, "It means feeling completely comfortable. You should try this happy water too." Flour Roll noticed 3 black lines forming on her forehead and said, "This is called cola. Don't call it that again." Jiang Shirua took a small sip. Mo Chuan said, "No, you need to drink it in big gulps to understand how wonderful it is." Hearing this, Jiang Shirua took a big sip and his eyes lit up with surprise. "This cola is amazing." Mo Chuan said, "You should also try it with the spicy hot pot. Give it a taste." Jiang Shirua was half convinced. He picked a piece of lamb from the spicy hot pot and ate it, then suddenly started coughing. Mo Chuan smiled and said, "You'll get used to it." Once the spiciness subsided, Jiang Shirua was tempted by the flavor. He became addicted to the exciting taste, feeling it was more flavorful than mushroom broth. He also started to prefer the spicy chili oil pot. They took turns cooking various ingredients in the hot pot. The 3 of them sweated from the heat, drinking cola and Wanglaji herbal tea. Flour Roll sighed, "I forgot to prepare sour plum juice." Mo Chuan asked, "What is sour plum juice?" Flour Roll explained, "It's made by boiling plums with sugar. It's sweet and sour, and when you eat hot pot, a sip of it cools and relieves the greasiness." Mo Chuan said, "That's easy. I can make it myself." Huan couldn't explain that her era's sour plum soup was made with technology, so the taste was definitely different. Jiang Shirua said, "It's not that simple. Look at the food here, Huan. None of it is something we can make." Just as Huan was unsure how to reply, Suwan's arrival came to her rescue. Suwan walked in cheerfully and said, "Huan, it smells so good." Seeing a familiar face, Huan happily said, "Suwan, you're just in time. Do you want to join us for hot pot?" Suwan looked at the hot pot and then at the 2 grown men. Her upbringing made it hard for her to sit at a table with strangers, even if the food smelled delicious. She politely declined, saying, "No, I've already had dinner." "Huan, I came here because I need to ask you for a favor." Huan led Suwan to an empty table nearby, handed her a glass of milk tea, and sat across from her, waiting for her to speak. Suwan wanted to continue talking but hesitated when she saw the milk tea. She skillfully opened the straw and took a big sip. "This is the taste. I haven't had time to come over these days, but I've been thinking about it a lot." Huan smiled gently, waiting for her to finish. Then Suwan continued, "In a few days, it will be the Moon Festival. Usually, the elders and younger members of the clan gather at the family's house for a reunion dinner. I wonder if you could prepare some snacks for our family gathering? How many people will be at your family feast?" "There will be about 40 or 50 people from all the households." Huan thought about it. This was a big job, but she had no experience. If she ruined the family gathering, it wouldn't be good. Seeing Huan's hesitation, Suwan begged, "Huan, please, sister. This is a great chance for me to show off in the clan. I must seize it." Unlike Suwan's noble family background, her mother, Aunt Zhang, came from a merchant family. Her father entrusted her with managing household affairs. Suwan's younger half-sister, Su Yan, was 1 year younger and was carefully taught by her aunt. She was very familiar with managing the household. Recently, she was responsible for organizing the family banquets, which was done very well and earned her father's praise. This is not a big deal, but Soo-yeon often secretly criticizes Soo-won in front of her sisters in the family. She mocks her for being a proper daughter who is about to marry and yet knows nothing about managing household affairs. She even looks down on her mother, saying she doesn't teach her daughter well. However, it is not that her mother is unwilling to teach her. Her mother has asked her father many times to let Soo-won try. Aunt Jong keeps this matter tightly in her hands and refuses to let go. She says Soo-won rarely leaves the house and doesn't go out, and her father is about to be promoted to an important position, so she can't afford any mistakes. If Hwawon helps, Soo-won is confident she can ask her father for a chance. Soo-won gently bites her lip, frowning slightly. Her beautiful face shows worry, and Hwawon looks at her with sympathy. Since Soo-won has no experience and no one to teach her, Hwawon worries she might make a mistake. She asks, "Do you know how many types of snacks to buy and how much of each?" Soo-won suddenly feels more confident. "That's not hard. I haven't managed things myself, but I've attended many banquets since I was young. I can copy what I see. Plus, I only want to handle the desserts after the meal, which is much simpler. I just need my sister's help." Hwawon asks, "How can I help you? Could you tell me how many kinds of desserts are in the shop?" Hwawon thinks for a moment and says, "All right, come early tomorrow evening. I'll prepare more desserts and you can try the dishes before deciding." Soo-won agrees. "That's a good idea." She adds, "Can I bring some Swiss rolls back for my dad to try? If he likes them, I believe I can get him to agree to let me handle the desserts." Hwawon says, "Of course, no problem. Also, I want the milk tea from last time." Hwawon immediately wraps a plain and an Earl Grey flavored Swiss roll in oil paper. Then she opens 2 bamboo tubes, one with Boya Jueshian and another with Chingching Nuoshan, and seals them shut. Both are tea-flavored, and Soo-won's parents will definitely like them. Seeing Hwawon change the packaging, Soo-won feels a bit strange, but she trusts Hwawon has her reasons. She wisely doesn't ask more. The oil paper and bamboo tubes look very elegant. The pale yellow oil paper has alternating small squares in beige and dark yellow, with a simple yet unusual color scheme. The most special item was the bamboo tube, bright green with the words, Hwawon Snack Shop, carved on it. Next to it, there was a steaming cup of tea. After sealing the lid tightly, it didn't spill when turned over. Soo-won felt more confident. Such high-quality packaging would surely make her father agree. When she turned to leave, Jang Shuriwe and Mo Chwan had already finished all the food on the table. Hwawon was a bit surprised. This was enough for 5 people.
"You guys
really can eat," she said. Mo Chwan stood up to clear the table, while Jang Shuriwe looked a bit shy. He thanked her and asked, "Miss Hwawon, are you going to write the menu?" "Just call me Hwawon, no need for miss." Hwawon took out some blank paper and a pen. Jang Shuriwe skillfully and gracefully spread out the paper. He held the pen in his right hand, paused above the paper, looking calm and focused, waiting for Hwawon to tell him what to write. They say serious men are the most handsome, and it's true. Jang Shuriwe didn't hear Hwajwan's voice and looked up suspiciously. Only then did Hwawon come back to herself. She cleared her throat and said, "For now, the shop mainly offers convenient snacks. First, hot pot can be a regular item. Just right, hot pot, vegetarian 1 skewer, meat 2 skewers. The price is a bit low. I've had hot pot before. It's delicious and top quality. Let's make the vegetarian one 10 coins and the meat one 15 coins, she suggested. Is that too expensive? Hwajwan's subconscious told her that 1 coin was worth 3,000 yuan. I think the shop's items are few but high quality, and it's unique in the market. As the saying goes, rare things are more valuable. Charging a bit more makes sense, Jang Shuriwe replied.
All right.
Starting tomorrow, we can also serve shrimp dumplings, soup dumplings, and shoo mai. Let's set them at 8 coins each. Instant noodles will be 30 coins per bowl and cakes 50 coins per serving. For now, just these items. We can add more dishes gradually later, Hwawon said. Mo Chwan overheard and asked, "What are shrimp dumplings?" Shrimp dumplings are transparent dumpling skins filled with meat and a whole shrimp inside, Hwan explained. Mo Chuan looked at her sadly and said, I haven't tried those yet. Hwan replied, eat enough today, and I'll steam some for you tomorrow. Mo Chuan thought of something and asked, when you test the dishes tomorrow, will you need someone to clear tables and wash dishes? Yes, yes, yes. Come tomorrow and help me decide the snack shop's menu, Hwan said. Jiang Shu nodded, rolled up the prepared menu, and set it aside. Suwon had never felt that this road was so long. She tightly hugged 2 bamboo tubes in her arms. Although she knew the tubes were well sealed, she still felt worried, as if they were treasures. She covered them with her sleeve. The servant driving the carriage whispered outside the window. Did you smell the aroma from the shop today? It smells so good. Yes, I saw that pot. It has 2 flavors in one pot, and they don't interfere with each other. The shop owner is really clever to make such a device. I wonder if there will be more food in the shop later. I really want to try it. Last time, that sour fish soup was so delicious. I still remember it. I wonder if today's pot tastes just as good. It's a pity that men and women can't sit together, Suwon thought. She decided that next time she would ask sister Hwan to try the hot pot too. When they arrived home, it was still evening. Suwon hurried to her parents' room. Father, Mother, I brought you something good. Before she reached the door, her voice was already heard. Suwon's mother quickly opened the door. Oh, my little ancestor. Take it slow. Su's father's tone was stern as he scolded. Why are you running? How improper to be so careless. Suwon proudly took out 2 bamboo tubes. Father, Mother, look what good things I brought back for you. She opened one and handed it to her father. This is called milk tea. Su's father took it, and a fresh tea aroma wafted into his nose. It was so fragrant. It was as good as is treasured by Luo Chun tea. His serious expression softened instantly. Try it quickly. It's still hot, Suwon urged. She then opened the other bamboo tube and handed it to her mother. This tea has milk? And sugar too? It tastes pretty good, Su's father nodded approvingly. Su's mother also took a sip. Sweet and with a tea aroma, Suwon blinked. How is it? Is it delicious? Yes. Is this the snack from that small shop outside the city you kept talking about? Su's father asked. Yes. They have many other delicious things too. Oh, and I brought 2 pieces of cake. Suwon took out a Swiss roll wrapped in oil paper, spread it on the table, and invited her parents to share. Su's mother initially refused. It's late, and it's almost bedtime. How can we still eat these things? Suwon didn't care. She picked up a piece and offered it to her mother. Her mother immediately smelled a milky aroma. To stay healthy, she ate light food and only ate half a meal each time. Her stomach was already a bit hungry. When she smelled this, her mouth watered instantly. Suwon pouted and said, just 1 piece. Her mother had no choice but to open her mouth and take a small bite. She had lived a wealthy life and had eaten many kinds of pastries. When she was young, she also liked famous city pastry shops, Wonfilu. Whenever they released new treats, she would ask her maid to line up and buy some to try. But what her daughter brought back was completely different. The pastry was so soft that she could bite off a piece easily without much effort. It was moist and not overly sweet like outside shops. It had a hint of sweetness combined with a rich, milky aroma, giving her a double sense of taste and texture satisfaction. Its delicate feel made her want to take another bite. She couldn't hold back and took another bite, exclaiming, even the ladies in the palace probably can't get such good pastries. Suwon also took a bite, squinting happily. It's so delicious. Really so delicious. Su's father's face showed confusion. Is it that good? He wasn't fond of pastries, but seeing the expressions of his wife and daughter, he became curious too. He picked up the remaining Swiss roll with Earl Grey flavor on the table and took a bite. His eyes widened immediately. How is this made? The texture is so unique. Suwon swallowed her cake and said, Father, if we serve these desserts at the moon viewing banquet for the guests, wouldn't that be very impressive? Su's father's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Tomorrow, tell Aunt Zhang the address of the snack shop and ask her to arrange it. Suwon secretly pulled a small smile and looked at her mother. Her mother immediately understood. Sir, since Warner brought these pastries, she must have put in some effort. Let's give her a chance to practice, so she won't be criticized when she marries into another family later. Su's father hesitated. In the past, Aunt Zhang was responsible for these things. How can we suddenly change? Su-won pouted and said, Father, you don't have to change everything. I'll handle the desserts and drinks for the moon viewing banquet. The rest can still be managed by Aunt Zhang. Su's father also heard about this. He said he was too indulgent to his legitimate daughter, which made her indifferent to worldly affairs. He didn't know where he heard this, but he saw this as a good opportunity to clarify. All right then. Tomorrow, I will go to Aunt Zhang to give her instructions so you can prepare the snacks. But you must be very careful not to make any mistakes. Don't worry, Father. This is a small matter. I can handle it. The next day, the family had breakfast together as usual. Father Su asked Aunt Zhang, How are the preparations for the moon viewing banquet coming along? Aunt Zhang leaned slightly forward, speaking softly and gently. Master, I am grateful for your trust. I have managed the household affairs for many years. I have arranged everything according to the usual plans, so please rest assured. She paused, looked at Mother Su with a mysterious smile, and continued, Sister doesn't want to deal with these trivial matters, and Miss is not good at them either. I have no choice but to help ease Master's worries. Her words seemed to criticize Mother, implying she was holding too much power, but her tone was full of helplessness.
Su-won is narrated quietly.
Father Su told Aunt Zhang, Hand over the pastries after the meal to Su-won. Aunt Zhang's proud expression instantly stiffened. She hurriedly said, No, Master, these are usually handled by Su-yen. She should have prepared most of it already. She then winked at Su-yen. Su-yen chimed in, Yes, Father, I've already spoken with the shopkeeper from Wonfilu. They will deliver it the night after tomorrow, Su-won said. Just because it's agreed upon doesn't mean it's final. We can just confirm again. Everyone knows the shopkeeper is Aunt Zhang's relative.
What's so difficult about that?
Father Su, looking impatient, said, Let Su-yen be responsible for the main banquet. The snacks can be handled by her sister. Su-won, if you don't understand something, ask your sister. That's settled. I have work to do, I'm leaving. The four of them saw Father Su off. Aunt Zhang looked at Mother Su with a sarcastic smile and said, I didn't expect, sister, that you usually don't interfere in anything, yet I thought you disliked the material world. Turns out, you're not so pure-hearted after all, and you're meddling here. Only you don't realize how complicated things are. If you mess up, Warner's reputation will be ruined. Su-yen raised her chin and echoed, Exactly. Do you really think this is as easy as writing or painting? I suggest Sister Su-won quickly go to Father and clarify. Tell him you know your limits, and give up. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be your face that gets lost. Your father told you to help from the side. If I make a mistake, you will also be responsible. After saying this, he no longer looked at Su-yen and turned to support Su-mu to leave. Su-yen stomped in anger and asked Zhang Yangyang, Mother, what should we do? Zhang Yangyang comforted her. Let her do as she wishes. The best pastry shop in the city is Wonfilu. I'll go and handle it. Not even a sesame seed will be sold to her. What if she goes to another pastry shop? That's not a big problem. Usually, they are the best, but this time it's lower quality. How will the relatives think? Hearing this, Su-yen's heart relaxed, and she chuckled happily, eager to see Su-won's trouble. Hwa-won brought a box to the antique shop in the city. The shop owner and Hwa-won had already reached an understanding and took her directly to the second floor. After a few polite words, Hwa-won took out a vase. The shop owner's eyes widened in surprise. This is an official kiln olive-shaped vase. He wore gloves, gently picked up the vase, and examined it carefully with a magnifying glass, not missing any detail. 10 minutes later, the shop owner put the vase back into the box, shook his head, and sighed. Could there be a problem with the vase? Hwa-won wondered. It couldn't be. She bought it directly from ancient times. How could it be fake? Hwa-won asked, Boss, is there a problem with the vase? The boss sighed and said, No problem. It's a good piece, definitely a good piece, but I can't buy it here. The price is too high. Hwa-won sat up slightly and asked, How much is it roughly worth? I remember a similar item was auctioned a few years ago at Jeoudo Auction House, he said, then held up his thumb and forefinger to show the size.
80,000, Hua Huan guessed.
The boss shook his head. 8 million. 8 million, Huan exclaimed. That's so expensive. Your pattern is even more exquisite. It will only be worth more, not less, said the boss. It's too costly for me to decide. He thought for a moment and then proposed. How about this? You leave it with me and I'll give you a receipt. I'll take it to auction and we'll split the money 3-7. 3 for me, 7 for you. How does that sound? Huan hesitated a little. 3-7 was a bit too much. The boss was sharp. Seeing her silence, he quickly changed his tone. 2-8 is also fine. I'll take 2, you take 8. If that works, we can sign a contract right away. What if I can't get it off? It doesn't matter. Trust me, if I can't remove it, I will pay the auction house's commission. It's a deal. The boss printed the contract. Hanwon looked it over briefly, signed her name, and kept the vase. Wait a moment, the boss called Hanwon. Your wooden box is also valuable. Let's add a clause to the agreement to include this box with an 80-20 split. Hanwon didn't expect that even a packaging box could be worth something. Jiang Shuriwe is like her lucky god. She decided to buy more delicious food to reward him. She packed everything into a car and headed straight to the supermarket. The items from last time didn't run out much, but there were fewer types. This time, to prepare for Suwon's tasting tonight, Hanwon aimed to buy a variety of items in smaller quantities. Bakery items, light cheesecake, carrot cake, taro bass cake, Swiss roll, and cream puffs. Snacks, famous brand pizza, donuts, mochi egg tarts. Drinks, coconut juice, mixed fruit juice, 5 cups of signature milk tea from different brands. The store also has iced black tea, cola, and Sprite. Snacks, various flavors of instant noodles, boneless chicken feet, Korean fried chicken, takoyaki, and spicy crispy pork.
Fruits, kiwi, kumquat, grappe, cherry tomato.
The driver helped her carry the items to the snack shop entrance. Just then, Lee Dama was outside the shop. When she saw Hanwon return, she was very happy. Girl, I've been waiting for you all afternoon. About what you asked me to find out, I called yesterday and got the information for you. Hanwon led Lee Dama into the shop, asked her to sit down, and poured her a glass of water. Lee Dama, go ahead. I called my relatives and found out that the tailor moved to the city a long time ago. Then I asked several people and finally got her phone number. Lee Dama took a sip of water. She's willing to sell, but she wants 500,000. I told her everyone knows your house is haunted, so that price is too high to sell. She said she could lower it. Just talk to her directly. She then gave Hanwon a phone number. Hanwon thanked Lee Dama and gave her the remaining wild mushrooms. Oh, these are good stuff. I'll take them. Lee Dama happily left. Hanwon dialed the number and talked with the tailor for a while. After so many years, the haunting incident still affects her. If someone is willing to take over, she can finally let go of the past. They agreed on a price of 450,000 yuan, covering transfer and agency fees. They planned to start the process after the National Day holiday. At night, Hwan opened various snacks she bought, placing them one by one on a large plate. She reheated a serving of small lobsters. The combination of salty and sweet flavors promised a feast tonight. The first to arrive was Mo Chuan, who was very eager to eat. As soon as the snack shop opened, he pulled Jiang Shura inside. Unlike Mo Chuan, who was drooling over the food, Jiang Shura looked out the window, deep in thought.
Soon, Suwon also arrived.
She excitedly looked at the colorful food on the table and said to Huawan, "Sister, this is 100 times better than Wanfilu." Next, they started tasting the food. Suwon asked Huawan, "Could you please prepare a glass of plain water for me to rinse my mouth?" Huawan poured her a glass of mineral water. Suwon used a small spoon to taste each item, starting with a cake. She took a small bite and rinsed her mouth to enjoy the purest flavor. Jiang Shuriwei and Mo Chuan weren't so particular. They simply picked up a triangle piece and ate. Swiss rolls were common, not very impressive, but each subsequent dish completely changed their understanding of taste. After trying many options, they found everything delicious and couldn't choose a favorite. In the end, Suwon decided to take all of them, with slight adjustments in quantity. So, four people held a cake in one hand and a small lobster in the other, discussing the exact amounts. There were about 50 guests. Since ancient people had small appetites and they had already finished dinner, Suwon thought there was no need to prepare 50 full servings. Instead, she cut each type of food into small pieces. They ordered 16-pack Swiss rolls, 2 boxes. Cheesecake and Basque cheesecake were large portions, each cut into 16 pieces, with 2 boxes ordered for each. They also ordered 2 boxes of 16 cream puffs, 2 servings of pizza, cut into smaller pieces, 20 donuts and 50 egg tarts, since they are hard to cut into small pieces. For drinks, they ordered 5 cups each of Boya Jueshian, Gui Fulanxiang, Gizi Pia Piao, Huatian Oolong, and Xuanxiang mountain tea. Other dishes like marinated meats, chicken feet, fried chicken, crispy pork, and octopus balls were placed on plates and served at the table. It looks like there aren't many, so Huan can buy them all alone. But cutting them up is a trouble, and with limited time, she can't prepare everything on time. That's easy. I can send someone to pick them up earlier, bring them back to the house, and cut them there. We have enough staff. Huan immediately rejected this idea. Plastic packaging from modern times can't be left in ancient times. She fears that the next day, she might see a news report about an archaeological dig revealing a pizza box with a nearly 1,000-year history. Huan just wants to make money and doesn't want to get into big trouble. Jiang Shirua said, "Mo Chuan, and I can help out earlier." Mo Chuan licked his fingers and said, "Yes. The snack shop is my business. I have a duty to help." Suwon thought for a moment and said, "Then I will send someone to pick things up a little earlier near the end of the dinner. That way, I can see if there's anything I can help with." Then Suwon asked, "Sister Huan, will 100 taels of silver be enough for this table? Our family usually budgets 100 taels each year. If it's not enough, I have some private savings." "It's enough, it's more than enough," Huan replied. The last vase she bought only cost a few dozen taels, but selling it could fetch a sky-high price. "Can you pay me a deposit of 5 taels first?" Suwon happily agreed. After Suwon left, Huan returned the 5 tael silver ingots to Jiang Shirua. Jiang Shirua refused to take them. "I've already eaten 2 meals at your place. Consider this money as my meal fee," Huan said. "The prices where I come from are a bit different from yours. The vase you bought for me yesterday is worth a lot. So, you should keep this 5 taels." Huan couldn't explain clearly, and Jiang Shirua didn't insist. He took the silver ingots and said, "Next time you want to buy vases or similar things, just tell me. I'll help you find good items after I return from delivering disaster relief supplies." Huachuan's bank account still has quite a bit of money, so she's not in a rush. She also said to Mo Chuan, "Mo Chuan, can you go to the farmer's house at the foot of the mountain later?
Find Daniel.
I want her to come help me tomorrow." Mo Chuan has seen what Daniel looks like, so finding her won't be hard. He agreed readily. In the city, at Wanfilu, Aunt Zhang found her distant cousin, shopkeeper Zhang. "What did you say? You won't sell pastries to the Su family tomorrow?" "That won't do." Shopkeeper Zhang still hoped to make some money, as he usually did in past years. But suddenly, Aunt Zhang came and said it might not happen, which made him very unhappy. He said, "It was all arranged with you. Everything was settled." But Suwon insisted on taking the job herself. He suggested, "Then let the young lady from the Su family come here to place the order." "It's the same," shopkeeper Zhang thought. "As long as the goods are sold, it doesn't matter who buys them." But someone said, "No, that sets a bad example. What if it happens again? You should consider your niece." He asked, "What do you suggest I do?" Someone replied, "Prepare the cakes as usual. When Suwon comes, tell her you've already agreed with Su Yen, and only Su Yen can pick up the order. If she refuses, don't sell to her. Where can we find enough cakes on short notice? In the end, the business will fall back on Wanfilu. Besides, she's not stupid. If she lowers her standards, it would shame the whole family." Shopkeeper Zhang thought. Since she was a relative, he agreed. But he didn't expect that evening, Suwon still didn't show up. Seeing so many cakes in the shop, he had no choice but to go to Su's house to find Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang was surprised but comforted her cousin first. "It's okay. You go back and wait. I'm sure she'll come to help tonight. After receiving a big order, she bought a lot according to the list and also bought 2 special knives for cutting cakes. When she returned to the snack shop, it was already afternoon. She ate a little and then started organizing the goods. All packaging had to be replaced with custom snack shop boxes. The cakes were frozen first. The prepared snacks and marinated dishes were packed into wooden boxes. Milk tea was poured into bamboo tubes, labeled and sealed. In the evening, Jiang Shuriwe and Mo Chuan arrived on time. They helped Huawan cut the cakes. The big girl and Huawan lined the boxes with oil paper and packed the cakes inside. The big girl worked quickly, was clever and attentive, and when she finished her tasks, she helped Mo Chuan and the others cut more cakes. Seeing Huawan tired, she also brought her water. Every corner showed the busy figure of the big girl. Huawan said, "Big girl, you should rest now." The big girl happily replied, "Sister, I'm not tired. I like working." She was such a thoughtful little girl. Mo Chuan said, "In a few days, I'll go south to the disaster area. I think big girl is very good, so I'll let her help you in the shop." At first, Huan wanted to refuse, but before she could speak, the young girl immediately knelt down in front of her. Tears in her eyes, she begged, "Fairy sister, please take me in. I can work hard for you. If I don't do well, I will learn." Huan helped her up. "You're doing very well already. But you're so young. How can you go out to work?" The girl insisted. "Fairy sister, if you don't take me, I will be finished." "Boo-hoo, Grandpa wants to sell me as a concubine." Huan was shocked. "How can Grandpa sell children? That's too much." The girl shook her head. "It's not Grandpa's fault. This year's harvest was bad, and Grandma is sick. Our family is starving. Grandpa just wants me to eat a full meal someday, but I'm too old to be a maid, so I can only be a concubine." Huan asked, "How much did your grandpa sell you for?" The girl sniffled. 1 jean and 10 coins. Huan was surprised. "Selling by weight? That's terrible. These are people." The girl said, "Fairy sister, I eat very little, but I work fast. The neighbor lady says I do my chores well. Please take me in." Huan assured her, "Don't worry, I won't let you be sold. Whether as a concubine or a maid, your future is up to you." Then Huan borrowed 2.5 taels of silver from Jiang Shuriwe and handed it to the girl. "Here, take this to your grandpa. Tell him to pay the penalty for breaking the agreement. The rest is for your grandma's treatment. If it's not enough, come back and ask me." Huan thought for a moment and added, "From now on, you can come help in my shop. I'll provide 1 meal, and you'll get 1 tael of silver each month. Even the main maid of a wealthy family only earns 1 tael a month." The girl cried even harder. "Sister, I don't want the monthly pay. You've already given me enough. As the saying goes, children from poor families grow up early." The girl was a perfect example. Since Huan agreed to take her in, she started to get busy. Her first task was to clean all the tables and chairs. She also asked Huan, "Sister, what is upstairs?" Huan replied, "Upstairs is my bedroom. You can go up and see." She was curious whether people in this era could go to the 2nd floor. In fact, they could. The girl quickly made Huajuan's bed neat again and wiped the tables until they shone. Huawan silently repeated, "I am not a capitalist. I do not exploit people." But she still enjoyed this feeling very much. She was truly fallen. Mo Chuan called from downstairs. "Huawan, someone from the Su residence has arrived." Su Wan was still at the banquet and couldn't leave. The visitors were her 2 trusted guards. They brought several large wooden boxes, checked the food, and settled the remaining payment. They packed everything into the boxes and took them back to the residence by carriage. At midnight, the Su residence was brightly lit. Guests sat at separate tables, enjoying a family reunion dinner. The table was filled with various dishes, and people occasionally praised the food. Madame Zhang always does her work carefully. "Look at these dishes, beautifully arranged and delicious." Every year, they invite the head chef from the big restaurant in town. Ordinary families can't enjoy such food. That's right. With such a helpful madam, the lady of the house is truly blessed. Some young girls whispered, "It's always the same dishes, so boring." Su Chan, the legitimate daughter of Uncle Su's family, Coincidentally, she was sitting at the same table as Su-won and Su-yen. Su-yen heard her and sneered, "It's just some chicken, duck, goose, and fish. How fancy can it get?" She then looked at Su-won and raised her voice, "But tonight's moon viewing banquet is something special." Her loud voice was heard even at the neighboring table. Someone asked, "What do you mean?" Su-yen covered her mouth and laughed. "Tonight's moon viewing banquet is hosted by my sister, Su-won. As far as I know, Su-won didn't buy any pastries from Wonfilu because she finds them unappealing. I believe she found better treats. Wonfilu's pastries are the best. No one can compare. I'm here for Wonfilu's pomelo cake. Looks like I won't get to taste it today." Su-won really is, as the rumors say, her work isn't as good as that of a common daughter. Su-yen isn't just any common daughter. She was raised by the lady of the house, and she handles the annual banquets. Su-won listened to the gossip but didn't argue. She kept a polite smile on her face and casually called her maid, "Go check if the goods have arrived." The maid bowed and left to wait at the gate of the Su residence. The family finished their reunion dinner amid chatting and laughter. In reality, the dinner of a wealthy family was just for show. No one ate to their heart's content. Besides, these dishes were the same every year, so there was nothing new. Children are most looking forward to the moon viewing feast. Usually, they enjoy various pastries from Wonfilu, especially the special pomelo cake for the full moon festival. But everyone was quite disappointed this year because there were no pastries from Wonfilu. Guests moved outside. 6 tables were set by the lake, with a small pavilion in the water. The Su family hired performers who were singing in the pavilion. Su-won arrived early with her maid to prepare. She divided the pastries into 6 parts and placed them on the tables. Aunt Zhang didn't expect Su-won to bring snacks herself. She looked at the box, which was from a small snack shop called Flower Roll Snack Shop. Before Old Master Su said anything, she started apologizing. It's probably because Wanner is in a hurry and didn't have time to order pastries from Wonfilu. "Please forgive us," she then said to Su-won. "Wanner, if you need help, just tell Auntie. Buying snacks from unknown shops like this isn't proper for the table." Su-yen spoke up. "Sister, Dad gave 100 taels of silver to buy a whole table of snacks. But look at these. Are they worth 100 taels? Did you secretly take a lot for yourself?" Hearing this, Su-won was upset. "My sister, don't accuse without proof. You'll see after you try. You couldn't buy this entire feast with 100 taels." The guests looked at each other. Someone said to Old Master Su, "Uncle, it seems your legitimate daughter isn't as capable as the illegitimate daughter." Yes. "I've been looking forward to the pomelo cake all year. I really want the dragon's whisker roll from Wonfilu. The sweetness combined with the bitter chrysanthemum tea is perfect." Hearing this, Aunt Su bowed to Old Master Su and said, "Sir, maybe I should ask Wonfilu to prepare another set." Old Master Su had already been eyeing the Swiss roll on the table. After trying it last time, even though he didn't usually like sweets, he kept thinking about its taste. Now, there were more than 10 other kinds he hadn't tried yet. He just wanted to taste them quickly and see what surprises they held. He waved his hand. "No need. Everyone, please sit down." Aunt Zhang was confused. Why was the old master acting like this? Why wasn't he thinking about the big picture and just sitting down? She clenched her teeth, thinking that everyone should eat first. If they weren't satisfied, the old master wouldn't be able to stop others from talking. She could then ask shopkeeper Zhang to bring new snacks. Perfect. A child started crying. "I want the dragon's whisker roll. I want the pomelo cake." Wah. Su-won picked up a small cream puff and gently coaxed the child, saying, "This tastes better than yuzu cake. Would you like to try it?" The small cream puff approached the child's nose, and the child immediately smelled the sweet milk aroma. He stopped crying, looked at the cute-looking puff, hesitated for a moment, and opened his little mouth. Su-yen snorted coldly nearby, saying, "What kind of cheap shop sells the stuff? How dare you give it to my brother?" The child's mother heard Su-yen's words and quickly pushed Su-won's hand away, hugging the child into her arms. Su-won frowned, about to speak and argue, when someone at the nearby table exclaimed, "This is from Hoan Snack Shop's pastries." Someone asked, "Hoan Snack Shop? Where is that? I've never heard of it." "You don't know, this snack shop is outside the city, and it only opens at night." Su Yan said, "A shop outside the city can't compare to those inside. It's in the countryside. Only farmers go there, not fancy enough." The person continued, "A few nights ago, I went there with friends to eat crayfish. It was so delicious. I still drool thinking about it." "Really?" "I heard they ran out of crayfish the next day, so they served roast duck instead. One duck, 3 ways, also very tasty." My friend even saw Zhang San and Li Si from Wanfilu in the shop. Even the staff from Wanfilu went to eat. They always eat the best food. Not only that, they ate so much they were covered in oil and almost started a fight over a piece of pastry. Then he looked at the cheesecake on the table and picked up a piece, saying to everyone, "This is it." "I think it's called cheesecake." Suwon smiled and said, "Brother Suming knows a lot." "Yes, this cake is called rock-baked light cheesecake." Suming put the cake in his mouth, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it, saying, That's the taste. Rich milk flavor, soft texture, light and not heavy." Everyone stared at his expression, and suddenly they all felt a craving, trying the pastries on the table. They all praised the taste. Su Yan became anxious and looked at Aunt Zhang, mouthing, "Auntie, what should we do?" Aunt Zhang looked at Old Master Su and said, "Sir, these outside-town snack shops are of lower quality. Besides, if customers get sick from eating there." Her words were stuck in her throat because she saw Old Master Su half-standing, grabbing a Swiss roll, and he didn't seem to hear her. At this table, the children who were crying and arguing just now about wanting to eat dragon whisker rolls are now each holding a cream puff, and if you look closely, they are still chewing on one. Su Ming is eating very happily because in the shop, each person is limited to one piece, but now there are no limits, and there are many other strange desserts that he has never seen before. He picks up a piece of purple cake, stands up, and asks Suwon, "Sister Suwon, I heard these desserts have exotic names. Would you mind introducing them to everyone?" Everyone agrees enthusiastically. Suwon stands up gracefully, smiles sweetly, and says, "Of course. The dessert Su Ming is holding is called taro basque. It is made from steamed taro and other high-quality ingredients, mashed into a paste, then combined with special cake layers, carefully crafted." Su Ming says, "No wonder. The rich aroma is the smell of that taro paste." Suwon continues, "This small round ball is called fresh milk puff. It has a golden outer shell, and inside is special fresh milk." That name puff is interesting. "Look at this small round ball. It doesn't look like bubbles." Someone chimes in. Suwon points to the Swiss roll and says, "This is a Swiss roll. It's very light in texture and I believe everyone has already tasted it. And that pale yellow cake is what Su Ming mentioned, the light cheesecake. Also, this is an egg. This is called pizza, and the round ring is best remembered as a donut. Everyone doesn't have to only eat cake. Today, I also prepared various snacks for you. And you can try the milk tea, which has a unique flavor. Good, good, good." Suwon is truly a noble daughter. Look at her, so elegant. Thanks to Suwon, we get to enjoy such delicious desserts. They are much better than the pastries at Wanfilu. This is a delicacy that no amount of money can buy. Mommy, fried chicken is delicious. I want more fried chicken. Compared to children and women who like sweets, the elders prefer milk tea. Modern tea-making techniques for flavor extraction and preservation are very advanced, and there are many varieties now. When combined with milk and a little sugar, it tastes very good. Unlike young people who drink milk tea in big gulps, they prefer to savor it. They pour the milk tea into small cups, sip it first, then enjoy the taste, which leaves a long-lasting aftertaste. Gradually, the chatter faded away and everyone focused on the food in front of them, occasionally whispering their amazement. The performers on stage sang and danced, but the audience below didn't look up at all. This Su family estate is quite strange. They paid us to perform, but everyone is just busy eating. I wonder what they're eating. It looks delicious. I must find out later. Only Aunt Zhang and Su Yan have no appetite. Su Yan remembers what she just said to mock Suwon, and her face turns pale. Aunt Zhang leaned in and whispered, thinking that Suwon, this useless girl, still has some skill. I overlooked her. Now she's become famous overnight. Su Yan's voice trembled with tears. Aunt, what should I do? She's made a name for herself, and I've become the joke. Before Aunt Zhang could comfort her, a servant at the door reported that Zhang the shopkeeper from Wanfuel was here to see her. The headache still waiting outside, Aunt Zhang sighed and had to leave her seat to meet Zhang the shopkeeper. When Zhang saw her, he hurriedly said, "Cousin, the shop is closing. When do you want us to deliver the pastries?" Aunt Zhang rolled her eyes and replied, "No more deliveries. We won't be using Wanfuel's pastries today." Zhang got angry. "What do you mean? I reserved some for you. Now you say no? I have no choice. Their wings are strong now. They use pastries from some unknown snack shop outside the city. I don't care where the pastries are from. If I reserve them, I have to pay." "Why should I pay? It's just that your Wanfuel can't compare to a small, rundown shop in the countryside." Ignoring Zhang's protests and his shouting behind her, she turned and headed back to the Su estate. Meanwhile, the four people at the snack shop didn't know what was happening at the Su estate. They were happily eating steak around the table. This beef smells so good and is so tender," Mo Chuan mumbled with a full mouth. Jiang Shirua swallowed a piece of beef and said, "With this pepper sauce, the flavor is very unique." Daniel had his mouth full and nodded repeatedly without speaking. Huawan explained, "Making beef takes either 5 minutes or 5 hours. Jiang Shirui asked, "What do you mean by hours?" It's like your Shurchen. 5 hours is about 2.5 of your time units." Eating steak alone isn't enough, so Huawan also cooked 4 servings of spaghetti. For people ate happily and leaned back in their chairs, feeling that life was very good. Huawan remembered something and sat up straight to tell Daniel, "It's getting late. Now that Brother Amo is here to take you home, you can't stay at the shop so late when he goes on a long trip. It's not safe." Daniel nervously asked, "Sister Huawan, can I sleep in the shop?" "Just on the floor is fine." When the small eatery turns back to Huawan's old times at dawn, Daniel would find herself sleeping in ruins, which is unsafe and scary. Huawan thought of a horror movie she watched with similar scenes and shivered involuntarily. "Daniel, I can't let you stay overnight in the shop." "It's the rule." Daniel nodded as if she understood but wasn't quite sure, saying, "Okay, sister. I will listen." After a long day, Huawan was very tired. She leaned on her chair, listening to Jiang Shirui and Mo Chuan talk about the situation, and she fell asleep unknowingly. When she woke up, she was alone. A thin blanket covered her, and the shop was cleaned and tidy. It felt very warm and cozy. In the blink of an eye, the 7-day holiday was over. Early on the 8th, Huawan met with the shop owner to transfer ownership. 50,000 yuan was transferred to the owner's account, and she received the keys. Her small shop doubled in size. Meanwhile, news from the antique shop came that the vase was sold for a huge price, 15 million yuan, including the box. This was beyond Huawan's wildest dreams. The small eatery had only been open a few days and had already achieved financial freedom. Huawan felt very confident about the future. She secretly decided to run her shop seriously and well. Her first thought was to find her college driver's license. She got to earn credits. She went to a car dealership and bought a Porsche SUV, so she wouldn't need to hire a car in the future. She also bought some supplies from the supermarket and returned to the eatery. When she opened the door to the neighboring shop, a strong, musty smell hit her. Spider webs covered every corner, and the walls were peeling. Huawan hired a professional cleaning company to deep clean the entire place, and all the furniture was discarded. By evening, the shop was clean. Tomorrow, she planned to invite a renovation company to discuss design plans. Early in the morning, Lu Mingzhi and Lu Peng left Wanfilu, holding some pastries, and leaned against the stone lion at the door. Lu Mingzhi looked down at the half-eaten dragon beard pastry in his hand and said to Lu Peng, "What's wrong with this dragon beard pastry today? It's not crispy at all, like it's been sitting overnight." Lu Peng was surprised. "Impossible. The Lantern Festival just passed. There shouldn't be any leftover pastries for sale." Lu Mingzhi handed the pastry to Lu Peng. "Try it." At that moment, someone passed by, and their conversation reached Lu Mingzhi's ears. "Did you hear? The Su family always uses Wanfilu's pastries for the Lantern Festival, but this year they used another shop's. I heard it's incredibly delicious. I heard it's from a small bun shop outside the city." They even have a dish called small lobster, and no one else in the country can match it. People who have tasted it say the aroma lasts for 3 days without fading. If you get the chance, you must try it. Lu Mingjie and Lu Prung looked at each other. Lu Mingjie said, I want to go outside the city to see. Lu Prung replied, I heard from Zhao's kid that the small lobsters from that shop are very tasty and fragrant, with a lasting aftertaste. But they close for 7 days, and only open at night. That should be about over now. Lu Mingjie looked to the other side of the street. Then tonight, let's go eat small lobsters. If they're good, I want to bring some to my brother. They finished preparing the food and placed it on the kitchen shelf. The snack shop reopened for business. When Hwan opened the shop door, she was really surprised to see a long line of people outside. Mo Chuan was at the front, occasionally turning around to maintain order. Hwan asked Mo Chuan, What's going on? Mo Chuan replied, Yesterday, everyone in the city was talking about how delicious the shop's food is. So, everyone came early to wait for it to open. Daniu was squeezed in the middle of the crowd. She pushed forward with effort, shouting, Hwan's sister, I'm here. People around complained, Why push? Just line up. I work at the snack shop. I don't need to line up, Daniu answered. Hwan quickly said, Please, everyone, let her through. She's from my shop. The crowd made way, allowing Daniu to reach Hwan. Someone shouted, Shopkeeper, since you're open, let us in quickly. Hwan looked back at the small shop with only 4 tables. She thought, I should have bought more tables. Mo Chuan turned to face the group and said, This small shop has only 4 tables, each seating 4 people. You can share tables. Please line up in order and enter one by one. Do not push. Anyone breaking the rules will not be allowed to enter again. As expected from a soldier, his words carried great authority, and no one dared to question him. They all clenched their fists, watched him eagerly, and even started managing the order themselves. The first group of customers sat down. Hwan said, We can't order from a menu here. Today, we have a set meal that includes a bowl of instant noodles, a piece of cake, and a skewer of assorted hot pot ingredients, both meat and vegetables. It costs 100 coins per set, and each person can order only one. If you want to order separately, you can look at the prices on the wall. While speaking, Hwan had Mo Chuan stick the price list, written by Jiang Shuriwa, on the wall. This was the first time the customers encountered such a way of ordering, so they discussed among themselves. Set meals are cheaper than ordering separately. I'm here for the cake. What are instant noodles and hot pot? I've never heard of them. I'll just order the cake. I think this shop has some unique items. I might try the set meal. The prices here are not cheap. A bowl of instant noodles costs 30 coins. Outside, a bowl of noodles only costs a few coins. Noodles are nothing special, so buying just the cake might be more cost-effective. 1 table out of the 4 ordered the set meal, while the others chose the famous cakes. The big girl, who couldn't read, was responsible for delivering the dishes. Mo Chuan helped record what the customers ordered, and Hwan prepared various dishes according to the orders. The cakes were already sliced and served quickly. Customers who ordered only cake were very satisfied. This trip was really worth it. However, the table that ordered the set meal still had an empty table surface. Someone said to them, This small shop is famous for its delicious cakes. Smart people like us should see that. You've been ordering the set meal for so long and haven't eaten yet. Are you all drooling? Soon after, the aroma of braised beef noodles wafted from the kitchen. Everyone who had traveled by train knew that smell, so powerful that just smelling it made all other scents fade away.
No one could resist.
What is that smell? So unique. Mo Chuan tilted his chin and kindly explained, That's the smell of instant noodles. The table that ordered the set meal smiled happily. But the instant noodles in the set? We made the right choice. The big girl served the dishes one by one. She carried a large tray with a bowl of braised beef noodles, a slice of triangular cake, and a skewer of oden, placing it on the table. She said, Guest, this is the set meal you ordered. Nearby tables customers gathered around, leaning in to look into the bowls. They watched as a customer picked up a strand of noodles with chopsticks and asked eagerly, How is it? Is it tasty? The person eating instant noodles took a bite, eyes wide with surprise. He didn't speak but continued eating a second bite. Others grew impatient and kept urging him. Say something. Is it good? Are you mute? After 3 bites, he finally said, It's delicious. The best noodles I've ever had. Hearing this, the people at the next table started calling out, Chef, I want to buy another bowl of instant noodles. Ma Chuan politely refused. Sorry, you can only order once. When you're done, please make room for others. Come early tomorrow. Everyone paid and left the snack shop. At the door, some people still waiting in line asked, What smells so good? They shook their heads and left, saying, Just order the set meal. Lu Mingzhi and Lu Peng moved slowly forward with the crowd. Lu Peng asked, Do you smell that? Is it the aroma of those little lobsters? It smells so good. Lu Mingzhi also looked excited. With so many people lining up, we must be right to come here. The person in front was a regular customer who had eaten at the snack shop before. He turned to look at the two and asked proudly, Is this your first time here? Lu Peng nodded and said, Yes, I've been here 3 times. The shop was closed for 7 days, and it just reopened today. Otherwise, I'd come every day. Since it's your first time, I suggest you try everything. Everything is delicious. Finally, they got closer to the snack shop and could see inside. It was brightly lit, simply decorated with a few tables and chairs. Nothing special. They heard the regular customer order a set meal. When it was their turn, they asked about the contents and also ordered a set meal. Then they found the last empty table to sit down. This snack shop was quite strange. There was almost no service. Customers had to ask for everything. The only staff member, who didn't look like a typical waiter, was busy clearing tables or asking what they wanted to eat. But no one paid much attention to these details. Lu Mingzhi looked at the unfamiliar food on the nearby table. The customers' expressions were exaggerated, as if they were enjoying a grand feast. He softly asked Lu Peng, Do you think my brother would like this taste? Soon, 2 sets of dishes arrived. Lu Peng picked up his chopsticks and kept turning them over, then called Mo Chuan. Where are the small lobsters? We came for the small lobsters, but I don't see any. Mo Chuan was busy and flustered, not turning around. Today, we don't serve small lobsters. The shop doesn't take orders. You eat whatever is available. Lu Peng stood awkwardly by his seat, looking at Lu Mingzhi, his eyes asking what to do. Lu Mingzhi pulled him down gently, telling him to sit first. If they don't have it, forget it. Trying other dishes is fine too. Lu Peng looked disappointed at the food on the table and suddenly lost his appetite. Everyone says small lobsters are as good as delicacies from the mountains and seas. I wanted to buy some for your brother to try. What is this? He remembered hearing about small lobsters from the snack shop repeatedly these days. He wanted to eat them but was told the shop was closed for 7 days. When it finally reopened, he hurried there with friends, only to find a long line at the door. Finally, they entered the shop and ordered the set meal everyone was ordering. But in the end, he didn't even see a single lobster claw. Lu Peng felt like he had fallen into a trap, caught in one after another, ending up trapped inside the shop. This is too much. He slammed the table. The noise didn't disturb the customers, but Mo Chuan heard it and came over patiently to explain. The shop has so many delicious dishes. There's no need for small lobsters. But today, because many people asked, Huawan is considering offering small lobsters again. Lu Peng was unconvinced and wanted a refund. He hadn't eaten anything yet and just didn't want to support this fake business that pretends to be something it isn't. But when he looked back, he saw Lu Mingzhi eating instant noodles, talking as he ate. Why aren't you eating? This instant noodle is so delicious. And this triangular cake, it's soft and sweet, so fragrant. Lu Mingzhi took a bite of the cheesecake. The rich, milky aroma filled his mouth. No need to chew with his teeth. His tongue and palate dipped into the smooth cake layer. He just lightly scraped it with his tongue, chewed casually, then swallowed it all. Even his throat felt the sweet aroma. Then he took another bite of the instant noodles. The aroma of braised beef was strong, but there was no visible beef piece. Still, the beef flavor seeped into the broth, coating the noodles. Whether or not there was actual beef didn't matter anymore. After frying, the pancake crumbles apart, each piece clear and distinct. It tastes smooth and fragrant, with a unique flavor that is different from regular noodles. The salty taste without impurities is just right. Lu Mingzhi eats a bite of noodles, then a piece of cake, followed by a crunchy meatball, and then a sip of broth. The salty, sweet, and savory flavors clash in his mouth, each trying to be the best. Lu Peng is stunned. He pulls at the stiff corner of his mouth and asks, "Is it really that delicious?" Lu Mingzhi nods eagerly. "I've never had anything this good before." Lu Peng picks up a piece of cake and takes a gentle bite. His body stiffens. He looks at the cake, takes a deep breath, and lets the milky aroma fill his nose. He tells Lu Mingzhi, "I remember when I was a child, I accidentally fell into a milk bucket in the kitchen. I was covered in milk smell. That night, my mother washed me carefully for a long time, but she couldn't get rid of the milk scent." He pauses, his eyes a little moist. "It's been a long time since I thought of my mother." Hearing this, Lu Mingzhi's mood calms down too. He thinks of his own brother. "Do you think your older brother can eat these?" Lu Peng pats his shoulder. "Try and see." Lu Mingzhi's brother's condition is very serious. The doctor said if he doesn't eat, even with expensive medicine, he will slowly fade away. After they finish eating and pay, Lu Mingzhi calls out, "Shopkeeper, please pack a set for takeout." Mo Chuan replies, "Sorry, there's a limit of 1 set per person. No takeout allowed." A nearby customer also says, "Yes, that's the store rule. You should have your family come to eat." Lu Mingzhi says, "My brother can't come." Huawan sees the commotion and comes out to ask, "What's wrong?" Mo Chuan explains he said his brother can't come, so he wants to take a set home. Some nearby customers are unhappy. The shop can't make exceptions. "If everyone takes food home, what will we do with the line?" Exactly. Huawan asks Lu Mingzhi, "Why can't your brother come?" Lu Mingzhi sighs. He hasn't been able to eat for a long time. What happened? He hasn't been able to eat since he returned from the battlefield last year. He's only kept alive with traditional medicine. Now he's very thin and weak, almost like a dried-up tree. Recently, he's had trouble even getting out of bed. A guest asked, "Is your older brother General Lu?" Lu Mingzhi nodded. "Yes, he is." Everyone whispered among themselves. "I heard that General Lu fought against 100 enemies alone and turned the tide of battle. Sadly, after returning, he couldn't eat anything." Lu Mingzhi said, "My brother has tried many foods. Even the palace chefs couldn't help. Every time he smells something, he feels sick. Today, I tried some food from a small restaurant which was quite special. I wanted my brother to try it too, but unfortunately, he can't come. General Lu is a hero. Shopkeeper, I am willing to give up my share to get a meal for General Lu. I want to do the same. Please, shopkeeper, make an exception this time. Everyone, don't rush. Please line up in order. You don't need to take your share." Flour Roll said to the crowd. Then she nodded at Lu Mingzhi. "I'll make another one for you to take away." After a while, Flour Roll handed the packed food to Lu Mingzhi, who kept thanking her. By the time he returned to the general's residence with a big bag of food, it was already late. He entered his brother's room, where the smell of medicine was strong. His brother was already asleep. Lu Mingzhi gently called out twice, but there was no response. Seeing the slight rise under the blanket, he felt a wave of sadness. Since he was young, his brother had taken care of him, teaching him calligraphy and swordsmanship. Later, his brother went to the battlefield. Lu Mingzhi secretly shed tears. His brother smiled and comforted him, saying he would earn military merits and let him walk proudly in the city. But unexpectedly, his brother earned the merits, yet was badly injured and nearly lost his life. When he recovered, he could no longer eat anything. Lu Mingzhi tried many ways, inviting the best cooks and doctors in the city. He did everything he could, but his brother still had no appetite. If he could choose, Lu Mingzhi wouldn't want his brother to earn any more merits or live a better life. He just wanted him to be well and healthy. Not wanting to disturb his brother's sleep, Lu Mingzhi opened the package, took out each piece of food, uncovered the lids, and placed them on the table, hoping to mask the smell of medicine in the room. He returned to his own room, washed up, and thought to himself. Tonight, he would stay by his brother's side, waiting for him to wake up, and he was determined to persuade him to try the food he brought back today. Lu Mingli seemed to smell the aroma of food in his sleep, and it tempted him strongly. He wanted to walk closer to the dining table in his dream but couldn't take a step forward. Finally, he broke free from the dream and woke up. But he didn't want to move, staring at the bed curtain, his mind replaying the smell he sensed in the dream. The smell grew stronger and more real, as if it was in the room. Lu Mingli struggled to sit up and looked through the bed curtain. He saw what seemed to be a lunchbox on the table. Mingzhi had brought food again. He didn't want to face failure again, and decided to stay in bed. But his tongue on both sides started to produce saliva involuntarily. He couldn't hold back anymore. Carefully, he lifted the blanket with his thin hand, then the bed curtain, and with all his strength, he stood up. His malnutrition made him dizzy for a moment. He supported himself on the bed and stood for a while until the dizziness passed. Then he dragged his legs and took 3 steps, feeling like he had walked for 3 days, before reaching the table. The dim candlelight couldn't clearly show the food, only the aroma. He followed the smell to find its source, a bowl of noodles. The noodles were only slightly warm, soft and mushy, with no broth left. Lu Mingli picked up a strand with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. His eyes gradually widened. He brought the lunchbox closer and ate eagerly. Soon, the bowl of instant noodles was finished. He looked at a cake nearby. Out of habit, he first sniffed it, very fragrant. Then he took a bite and savored it carefully. It's sweet. Sweetness always heals the heart. As he ate the soft cake, he felt his heart soften too. He quickly finished the cake, but it wasn't enough. His mouth still wanted more. He looked around the table for something else to eat. The steamed buns weren't packed with fried chicken, but there were 2 small soup dumplings quietly resting in the corner of the lunchbox. He reached for them with his chopsticks just as Lu Mingzhi pushed open the door. "Brother, you're awake. There's a new snack shop outside the city. I brought you." He looked down and saw the bowl was already empty. He happily said to his older brother, "You ate? You ate. Brother, you ate something." This was a huge joy in the house. Soon, all the lights in the rooms turned on. The entire general's residence was brightly lit, and Lu Mingli's room was crowded with people. "Mingli, have a bite." Just one bite for Grandma to see. The old grandmother, leaning on her cane, stood at the front, looking anxious. "Okay, Grandma, I will eat." Lu Mingli picked up a soup-filled bun and took a bite, causing the broth to splash out immediately. He didn't expect this small bun to contain such a surprise. Clumsily, he used his hand to catch the soup, which dripped onto his palm, and hurriedly stuffed the bun into his mouth. A maidservant handed him a handkerchief, wanting to help wipe his face, but Lu Mingli waved her away and instead used his mouth to catch the remaining soup. "Wonderful! Wonderful! May the gods bless our Lu family." "Mingli can eat again," his grandmother exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Everyone around cheered loudly. Dr. Lu has arrived. As soon as the news spread, the servant was sent to invite Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu was a close family friend of the Lu family, and he knew Lu Mingli's condition very well. He stepped forward, carefully checked his pulse, and asked a few questions. He then said, "Being able to eat is a good sign. His illness will be cured soon." He added, "But since General Lu hasn't eaten much for a long time, and now he's eating a lot, he might have trouble digesting. I'll prescribe some medicine to help digestion and soothe the stomach, to be taken for several days. Food should be introduced gradually, not all at once." Grandmother nodded repeatedly and then carefully explained everything to Lu Mingli's maid. Only Lu Mingli secretly asked Lu Mingzhi, "What is this bun called? It has broth inside, and it tastes so fresh and sweet." Lu Mingzhi looked at the last remaining bun and also found it strange. "I didn't order this bun in today's meal. Maybe the restaurant made it especially for you. Is it really that delicious? Let me try." He reached to take the chopsticks from Lu Mingli. Lu Mingli moved his hand away and said, "There's only this last one. I should eat it." Lu Mingzhi said, "No, brother. I'm doing this for your good. Dr. Lu said you shouldn't eat too much." Lu Mingli reached for the chopsticks and said, "It's just this one. I can handle it." Lumingjer quickly grabbed the bun and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, "I'll buy you another one tomorrow." Lumingli was annoyed, but since he was ill for a long time, he couldn't fight back or win against his younger brother. He pointed at him playfully and said, "You're going too far." Their grandmother and others watching all laughed happily. The grandmother wiped her tears and sighed. "It's been a long time since we've heard laughter in the house." Lumingjer approached his grandmother and said kindly, "Grandmother, don't be sad. Later, I will take you to that snack shop. You can try everything there. I promise you'll be busy eating and won't cry anymore." His grandmother smiled and patted his back. "You little rascal. You usually act so silly, but this time you've done something really great," Lumingli asked. "The food tastes quite special, but did you find a new chef or open a new restaurant in town?" Lumingjer replied, "It's outside the city. There's a new place called the Flour Roll Snack Shop." His grandmother said, "Quickly send someone to buy more. We need to make sure Mingli can eat this food every day. We can't let his illness get worse." Lumingjer said, "Grandmother, don't worry. The shop should be closed now. Even if you send someone, it might be too late. Even if it's closed, it won't hurt to ask them to open the door. We can pay a high price to buy some." "No, grandmother. That place is very busy, and they don't have much food. Look at the long line of people. Even with a limit of 1 portion per person, it sells out quickly. I was able to bring some back thanks to my brother's help." His grandmother thought for a moment and said, "Business people have their own rules. We shouldn't break them. If that's the case, go early tomorrow and wait in line to buy more." Mo Chuan finished serving the last table, and the food in the shop was just sold out. Unexpectedly, after only 7 days of rest, the snack shop became so popular. That night, they earned nearly 20 taels of silver, mostly from generous customers giving tips. Huawan said to Mo Chuan and Dinyo, "Thank you all for your hard work today. Let's close the shop and have some good food." And Mo Chuan's eyes lit up suddenly. "Great. I've been waiting for this moment. What are we going to eat today?" Something you've never eaten or seen before," Dinyo shyly said to Huawan. "Sister, I only worked for less than 2 hours today. I'm not hungry. Just a little snack is fine." In her mind, she believed she should eat only as much as she worked. So, at home, she was always very active, doing chores and farm work as soon as she woke up. Today, she only carried a plate, so she wasn't tired at all. She just wanted to drink a bowl of porridge. "If you're not hungry, you have to eat anyway." "I still need your help," Huawan said, pinching Dinyo's nose. Huawan took out an electric grill and placed slices of beef and washed lettuce nearby. She turned on the grill and heated the cooking surface. "Isn't this different from the hot pot we had last time?" "Yes, it's different. This is called barbecue. After cooking the beef and pork slices, you sprinkle chili powder or dip them in barbecue sauce, then wrap them in lettuce to eat." The grill gradually warmed up. Huawan sprinkled a few drops of water on it. When the water touched the hot surface, it quickly rolled into beads and evaporated into a puff of steam. "Now we can start grilling." Huawan poured a little oil, brushed it evenly with a brush, then used a special tongs to place a slice of pork belly flat on the grill. The meat shrank quickly and sizzled. She skillfully continued to lay slices of meat on the grill until the bottom was almost covered. Then she flipped the first piece to cook the other side. The pork belly had clear layers of lean and fat. Under high heat, most of the fat melted out, filling the air with a very tempting aroma. Once the meat was fully cooked and changed color, Huawan used tongs to take it out and placed it on a clean small plate. She called to the 2 people nearby who were just salivating, "Eat now." Then she started grilling the second batch. Mo Chuan had just listened to Huawan explaining how to eat barbecue and had imagined it many times. Without hesitation, he picked a lettuce leaf, dipped a piece of grilled meat in sauce, wrapped it with the lettuce, and casually shoved it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and nodded wildly, convinced of Huawan's cooking skills. The big girl watched Mo Chuan and also rolled a piece herself. She didn't eat it, but handed it to Huawan. "Eat first, sister." Huawan opened her mouth and ate the piece offered by the big girl. Then she said, "All right, you can eat now. I'll be ready soon." She asked, "Did you see the transparent cabinet by the wall? Open the door and you'll see drinks inside. Help yourselves." Mo Chuan picked a bottle of cola. The big girl looked at the shelves full of bottles. unsure which one to choose. She noticed a cup of milk tea in the corner, which looked like the one she had last time. She asked, "Sister, can I have this cup of milk tea?" "Of course. You can pick anything from the cabinet." "Oh, and help me get a fauna." The big girl looked left and right but couldn't tell which was which. She then said to Huawan, "Sister, sorry, I can't read. I don't know which one is Fanta." Huawan patted her forehead, forgetting about this. Mo Chuan stood up and recognized the two characters, Fanta, among the simplified Chinese characters, then handed it to her. "Your writing is also very strange. It looks familiar but unfamiliar at the same time. And this cabinet, there's no ice, but it's still cold inside. This is called a refrigerator. Putting drinks inside keeps them cold all the time. It's the best way to enjoy a cool drink in summer. Things from the fairy world are really wonderful." Mo Chuan looked like a wolf who hadn't eaten for a week. He ate quickly, and even the steamed buns couldn't keep up with his speed. Finally, Mo Chuan snatched the tongs from the steamed buns and said, "Let me do it." "I'm faster." After taking over, he used one hand to grill meat and the other to eat it, without stopping. The steamed buns also freed up her hands to eat. She pointed to the garlic slices and said, "Put these in the meat. It tastes even better when you eat them together." The girl happily ate a slice, feeling spicy and stomping her feet while drinking milk tea. The steamed bun girl giggled so much she couldn't straighten up. "You're eating 2 big bites. You should eat a little at a time." Once she calmed down, the girl wanted to try again. Soon, she got used to it. Adding garlic to the grilled meat is pretty good. Eating only grilled meat wasn't enough, so the steamed bun girl also cooked a pot of rice. After finishing the lettuce, she ate it with the grilled meat and rice. Outside was already late at night. There were no streetlights. Only the small snack shop was lit. The three of them, full and satisfied, sat around the table. The steamed bun girl and Mo Chuan chatted casually, while the girls sat quietly listening. When Mo Chuan mentioned adding more tables and chairs to the shop, the steamed bun girl suddenly remembered she had leased the shop next door. During the day, she had her workers open a door between the two shops through the wall. "Come and see if you can reach the room on the other side of the door," the steamed bun girl said, standing by the door, inviting Mo Chuan and the girl to try. But they couldn't see any door at all. Mo Chuan was surprised and said, "This is just a wall." "Where's the door?" the steamed bun girl asked the girl, who also shook her head. "Sister, I didn't see any door." Could it be that only she could see it? The steamed bun girl opened the door, went into the next room, then came back. She saw that Mo Chuan and the girls' faces had turned pale because, in their eyes, the steamed bun girl had just disappeared into thin air. "So you really are a fairy," Mo Chuan shouted. The steamed bun girl explained, "I'm not a fairy. I just went to another world for a moment." Mo Chuan asked, "Are you from that world?" "Yes, I come from that world. The food you eat and everything in the snack shop belong to another world." Big girl asked curiously, "People from your world also eat food?" Han said, "Yes, we do. Actually, we are like your future." Then Big girl asked, "Can you take us to the future?" Huawan replied, "No, the snack shop brought me here. I don't know why, but I just came." Both nodded as if they understood but weren't sure. When leaving the snack shop, Mo Chuan told Big Girl, "We must keep what happened today a secret. If the shop's secret gets out, we might never see Huawan again." Big Girl looked back at the shop with a firm look and said, "I will keep the secret." Huawan was worried. She had thought about buying the shop next door and opening a door between the two shops to make the space twice as big. But today, Mo Chuan and Huawan couldn't go to the next shop, so that plan seemed impossible. "Oh, Big Girl also went into my room." Huawan remembered. "She helped me tidy up the bed." So, the shop's area includes the upstairs rooms. She could move her bedroom next door, redecorate the second floor, and buy some tables and chairs to put outside. That should be enough. Without delay, Huawan found a renovation company the next day to get a design plan. The next door also has 2 floors. The first floor can be a living room and kitchen, and the bedroom stays upstairs. They decided on a simple style. To make the interior brighter, they cut out 2 large windows in the back wall, one upstairs and one downstairs. The downstairs area will be an open kitchen. Huawan plans to buy a walk-in refrigerator to stock up. That way, When the snack shop runs out of food at night, they can come to the house to get supplies. Once the renovation next door is finished, the upstairs of the snack shop can be turned into a dining area. Hwan bought some outdoor tables and chairs to set outside at night. After arranging everything, she drove her new Porsche to the city to buy supplies. No more worries about space. Hwan decided to stock up more, starting with a large steamer. Eating instant noodles once is tasty, but eating them every day gets boring. So, Hwan decided not to serve instant noodles for now. Tonight's menu includes soup dumplings, shrimp dumplings, sesame noodles, red bean balls, and Swiss roll for dessert. Back at the snack shop, Hwan first prepared 2 large pots of drinking water. She placed sesame paste and various seasonings at the front desk so that when the noodles were cooked, she could hand them directly to Daniel. Daniel could then mix the noodles right at the table and serve them immediately. After the delivery workers installed the steamer, Hwan put the soup dumplings and shrimp dumplings inside, and they started steaming 15 minutes before opening. The red bean small balls were bought from a dessert shop. She brought them back and stored them in a clay pot, filling 5 large pots. In the evening, the stove was responsible for heating the sweet soup. After finishing these tasks, Hwan was so tired she could hardly straighten up. She still had to do renovations, buy supplies in the city, and open the shop at night. She massaged her waist and sighed. Making money is hard. At night, Hwan opened the door, and a long line was still outside. Daniel arrived early and was at the front of the line today. When the shop opened, she immediately helped Hwan move tables and chairs outside. Mo Chuan didn't come, so they moved slowly. Some customers outside saw this and also started helping to move things in and out. Hwan also posted the pre-written menu at the door. Today's set meal costs 120 coins, including 1 serving of mixed noodles, 3 soup dumplings or shrimp dumplings or siu mai, 1 Swiss roll, and a bowl of red bean small balls. Shop owner, why has today's menu changed again? Asked the first customer to enter. Every day's menu is different. Today, the set meal is limited to 1 per person. Last night I didn't finish my instant noodles, but today I can't get any. Don't worry, today's mixed noodles will still be delicious. You can choose whether you want sesame paste or scallion oil to mix with. Just tell our staff when you order. Since the shop says so, I'll have a set meal today. Following his lead, the other customers also ordered the set meal. At this moment, Lu Mingzhi was sitting inside the shop. Hwan turned around and saw him. She recognized him and smiled at him. Did your brother eat yesterday? Lu Mingzhi stood up, bowed deeply, and said very sincerely, thanks to the shop owner's help yesterday, my brother ate well. I don't know how to repay you. If the shop needs anything in the future, I will do my best without hesitation. Hwan was very happy to hear this. In ancient times, cooking was simple with few seasonings. That's why Huajuan snack shop's food was popular. No ancient person could resist the rich flavors of modern food. That's good. It's just some food, so don't worry too much. Since my older brother is still very weak, I hope I can bring some food back for him today. I hope the shop owner can help with this. Did he eat anything during the day? Lu Mingzhi shook his head and said, my brother hasn't eaten anything from the house today. Just the smell makes him feel sick. I'll prepare more food for you so he can eat tomorrow during the day. I heard that loss of appetite is often caused by psychological reasons, so you might want to look into that. Lu Mingzhi remembered that since returning home, his brother's mood had been low. He used to think it was due to serious injuries, but now, thanks to Huajuan's reminder, he plans to ask around more and discuss with Dr. Lu again. He thanked Hwan once more. He told Dania the seasoning for the mixed noodles. Hwan went back to the kitchen and handed the restaurant over to Daniu. Although Daniu can't read, she is very smart. She marked different items in the meal set with different symbols. Seeing her handle things confidently outside, Hwan felt reassured and started preparing the food. The cake was placed in a small plate, and small snacks like shrimp dumplings were taken out of the steamer. Her main task was to cook the noodles. The water in the pot was already boiling. After 5 minutes of boiling, she could fish out the noodles and give them to Daniu. She then poured soy sauce, sesame paste, and scallion oil over the noodles outside, sprinkled sesame seeds and other seasonings, and it was ready. The dishes came out quickly and positive feedback followed just as fast. Soon, The shop was filled with exclamations of praise. Seeing Lu Mingzhi almost finished eating, Han packed up a set meal and also prepared a few buns. 2 meat buns, 2 barbecue buns, and 2 custard buns, perfect for breakfast tomorrow. She looked through the fridge and found a portion of mushroom chicken. Then she scooped 2 large spoons of rice, poured the mushroom chicken over it, and added 4 small octopus balls. This made a perfect lunch. As for dinner, Han took another pot and cooked a pot of lean meat and vegetable congee. The congee was soft and flavorful, with a few drops of sesame oil, smelling delicious. All these dishes are easy to reheat. Hwawan carefully explained to Lu Mingzhi, "This box is for tonight's dinner. It's best to eat it soon because it doesn't reheat well and can upset the stomach. This box contains various buns. You can eat them tomorrow morning, just steam to reheat. This box has rice and vegetables. Just steam to reheat. No need to separate the rice and vegetables. Finally, this box contains porridge. Tomorrow evening, just simmer it gently until it's hot. Then you can eat it." Seeing how carefully Huan arranged everything, Lu Mingzhi felt very grateful. "Thank you, shopkeeper. If it weren't for your help, my brother might not make it through this winter." He took out a bulging money pouch and handed it to Hwawan. "I really can't repay you enough. Please accept this." Hwawan smiled warmly and accepted it. She felt a bit uncomfortable taking money from poor people, but Lu Mingzhi looked wealthy, so the money didn't feel heavy to hold. "Thank you. I don't know your brother's tastes, so I brought a little of everything. When you go back, observe him carefully. If he has any special preferences, let me know. Next time, I can prepare better." When Lu Mingzhi returned to the general's residence with 3 big packages, everyone was still awake. They sat in Lu Mingli's room, especially Lu Mingli, who was leaning on the bed, looking eagerly. Everyone was both hopeful and worried. They hoped Lu Mingli would eat more, but worried that if last night was just an accident, he might not be able to eat today. When Lu Mingzhi entered the residence, he felt like a hero, surrounded by expectant gazes. He placed 1 package on the table and handed the other 3 to the maid to store safely in the kitchen. Immediately, another maid came forward to open the packages. He lifted his chin and sat down gracefully. Even though he knew everyone's attention was on the food boxes, he still felt like the greatest hero. His grandmother loved him most and took a moment to praise him. "Mingzhi, you've worked hard. Come, have some tea." One by one, the boxes were opened. He didn't smell the familiar instant noodle aroma at first, which made Lu Mingli a little disappointed. But then he saw the soup dumplings, which he had only eaten once yesterday, but couldn't forget. He picked up a soup dumpling. At that moment, everyone held their breath, staring intently at his actions. To prevent the soup from spilling, he put the dumpling entirely into his mouth and bit down, keeping his lips tightly closed. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and his grandmother relaxed her back and leaned against the chair. The soup dumpling was still warm, with a slightly sweet and savory broth. After swallowing, he kept praising, "It tastes even better than yesterday." His grandmother's eyes welled with tears, and she nodded repeatedly. "Good, good, good. If it tastes good, eat more." Lu Mingli offered a servant a soup dumpling for his grandmother. "Grandmother, you should try this too. There are many other dishes, but I can't finish them all." Grandmother was worried that other foods might not suit Lu Mingli's taste, so she insisted on waiting until he finished eating before she ate. Hwawan was also concerned that the food might not be to his liking, so besides the soup dumpling, she packed 3 more shrimp dumplings separately. Lu Mingli had no choice but to pick up another shrimp dumpling. These dumplings are small and delicate, with translucent skins that even show the filling inside. They are very different from regular dumplings. These are called shrimp dumplings. Inside, there's a whole shrimp, Lu Mingzhi explained. He suggested, "I think it would taste better if you dip a little vinegar." Following his brother's advice, Lu Mingli lightly dipped a corner of the shrimp dumpling in vinegar. The vinegar's acidity balanced the seafood flavor of the shrimp, adding a new layer of taste to the light dumpling. The sticky, chewy texture made the shrimp dumpling feel different from ordinary dumplings. Besides their shape, their flavor was completely different. Regular dumplings are usually a main food, but these are more like a snack. Lu Mingli ate 2 in a row before putting down his chopsticks. he said. They are both refreshing and delicious. Grandmother, please try some. Then he looked at the cold noodles. They looked no different from the ones at home, which made him instinctively hesitant to eat. Although it's not instant noodles, this cold noodle dish is also very tasty, Lu Mingzhi said, taking some sesame paste from another small box. Miss Hua said sesame paste mixed with noodles is better suited for you than scallion oil. He spread the sesame paste over the noodles and mixed them well. You can eat now. The sesame aroma is so strong. Strange, sesame can also be made into a sauce. I wonder how these noodles taste. Hearing the surrounding discussion, Lu Mingli became curious. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating again. Not bad. The aroma is rich, and the texture is smooth and thick. Very tasty. After finishing the noodles, he took a few sips of sweet red bean soup, then wiped his mouth and lay down contentedly. I feel much better now. Tomorrow I can try walking around the garden. Grandmother gently tucked him in. Tomorrow, we'll call Dr. Lu to discuss. As long as you take good care of yourself, Grandmother will be at ease. After Huawan saw off Du Mingli, she checked the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. The big girl is very capable and quick at work. After finishing her tasks earlier, she helps in the kitchen to cook noodles. She moves smoothly between the front and back of the restaurant, managing everything well, like several people working together. They prepared food to sell for 3 hours, but it sold out in just 2 hours. Seeing fewer customers, Han thought it was okay to close early and rest. Today, Mo Chuan didn't come, and she was worried about Dania's safety on the way home. Big girl, you should go home first. I'll be fine here with me. Dania also felt worried about Huawan and wanted to stay longer. She said, It's okay, Huawan's sister. I know this road very well. I can find my way home even with my eyes closed. Anyway, there isn't much left to sell. I'll just wait until we're done and then go. She didn't want to leave first, so Huan had to speed up and finish selling early to close the shop. After closing, Daniu cleaned up the small eatery thoroughly. Huan packed some leftover food for Daniu to take home to her family. She then saw Daniu boiling water. Huan's sister, you've worked all day. I'll prepare some bath water for you before you go. You can take a good bath. Huan leaned against the wall and smiled at Daniu. Daniu, you're so thoughtful. I feel like I've found a treasure. Daniu shyly smiled back. Huan's sister is the best person I've ever met. Being able to work in this small eatery makes me the luckiest. Then she put on a serious look and stared at the pot. If possible, I want to stay in this small eatery for my whole life. Huan patted her head gently and said softly, A lifetime is too long. Let's enjoy the present first. Dania seemed to understand a little. Huan turned off the fire and took her hand. All right, don't bother boiling water for me anymore. Go home quickly. Your grandpa will worry. Huan rummaged through a drawer and found a flashlight, which was much better than a lantern. She showed Daniu how to use it, and Dania's eyes widened in surprise. So this is the magical tool the storyteller mentioned. After Dania left, Huan counted her earnings for the day. Lu Mingzhi paid the most, 30 taels of silver at once. With other customers, she earned a total of 55 taels. She stored the silver in a small box, waiting for the right time to exchange it for money. At dawn, the renovation workers arrived. Huan paid them double wages. She hoped the house would be built quickly and well. The workers, motivated by the extra pay, worked hard, making it a win-win situation. After finishing her work, she had nothing to do, so she wandered around casually. This time, she went into a mobile phone store. Her own phone was a second-hand old model she bought 3 years ago. It could answer calls without problems, but other functions didn't work. It would freeze whenever she tried to use them. Encouraged by the store clerk, she decided to buy the latest Apple phone with cash. After paying, the clerk went to get her the new phone. She turned around and saw a child playing on a tablet nearby. The child was playing a word recognition game. Large fonts with pronunciation made it very engaging. Huan told the clerk, I want to get one of those. Can you help me install the word recognition game he's playing? The clerk happily agreed, thinking Huan was buying it as a gift for her nephew or niece, and also installed a few educational puzzle games for her. Back at the snack shop, she lay on the bed and carefully studied her new phone. The new phone's camera took very beautiful photos. Hwawan followed online tutorials to learn how to use it step by step. Suddenly, she had an idea and quickly got up to go downstairs. She took out all the snacks, carefully adjusted the lighting, and took photos from different angles. If she didn't have certain ingredients, she searched online for them. Then she went to a printing shop, asked them to help with layout design, and made about a dozen menus. She specifically chose paper for printing. The clarity of the photos was good enough to impress even ancient people. Sure enough, when the shop opened at night, customers saw the new menu. They were amazed by the vivid pictures of the food and loved it. Danny came early as usual and brought Hwawan some news. Brother Mo Chuan came to see me today and asked me to pass a message to you. The situation in the south is serious. He and Jiang Gongzi have already returned to the camp and will leave soon for the disaster area. He also said that the trip there and back will take at least half a month. He asked me to help you with the shop while he's gone. When he returns, he will continue working as a waiter here. Hwawan chuckled softly. This was typical of Mo Chuan. If you see Mo Chuan tomorrow, please ask him to come to the snack shop tonight. I have some food to give him. Hwawan remembered the first time she saw Jiang Shuriwe and Mo Chuan. They mentioned that they had been traveling hard and could only rely on eating dry bread to fill their stomachs. This time, Hwawan wanted to prepare more kinds of dried food for them. The next day, she looked up online and made a shopping list. Then she drove to the supermarket. Protein bars, Snickers, compressed biscuits, 1 box of each. 30 sausages, 1 jar of pickles, 5 bottles of lao gan ma, 1 jar of fermented bean curd, 30 bags of ready-to-eat chicken, 30 bags of beef jerky. They weren't sure if making steamed buns would be easy for them, so they bought 5 bags of rice, totaling 100 jin. They also bought water. Rumor has it they drank river water all the way, which isn't filtered and has many bacteria. Even boiling it isn't completely safe. They bought 10 20-liter bottles of drinking water and 5 boxes of 550 milliliter small bottles, totaling 60 bottles. Fortunately, the water and rice were delivered to their door, or she thought she would be exhausted from carrying everything. At night, after the snack shop closed, Jiang Shuriwe and Mo Chuan arrived on time at the entrance. Their camp was nearby. They came in casual moments, dressed in military uniforms, no longer the elegant gentlemen they once seemed, but looking more steady. Hwawan led them to the back kitchen. I prepared these things. Take a look and see what you can use. Feel free to take them. Jiang Shuriwe examined the items carefully, while Hwawan explained beside him. They looked at each other, full of shock. He opened a bag of rice and exclaimed, "This is polished rice. So white and clean. What is this? Compressed biscuits? 1 bag can fill you up for a meal. Is this sausage? It's only autumn now, and there's sausage already. And this protein bar? Can you eat it directly after tearing it open? So convenient." This really opened my eyes. Jiang Shuriwe had never spoken so much before. Calming his excitement, he said to Hwawan, "These are really good things. I've never seen anything like this. Please tell me the price, Miss Hwawan. We want all of them. They were prepared for you. They're not expensive, much cheaper than the vase you bought." Jiang Shuriwe took a cloth-wrapped item from his pocket. "A few days ago, my sister bought something like this. Take a look and see if you need it." Hwawan opened it to reveal a hairpin resting on silk. A blue butterfly with a jade piece in the middle. The entire hairpin sparkled under the light. Beautiful. Is this handmade? Handmade. Jiang Shuriwe had never heard that phrase before. Could something not be handmade? He didn't ask directly, only explained. It's said to be crafted by a master at Suiyuan Tower himself, taking 3 full days. Thank you. This is very valuable where we come from as well. Jiang Shuriwe smiled slightly at Hwawan and nodded, saying, "That's good." Neither of them expected Hwawan to bring so much food for the big girl to deliver. They just came riding horses, and now they see the ground full of things, feeling worried about how to carry it all away. Jiang Shuriwe told Mo Chuan, "You two sneak back to the camp and bring the wagon that Longwu uses to carry water jars. Longwu still has his old habit of loving to drink well water. Every trip, he needs a special wagon for his water jar. Now it seems only his wagon has enough space. Mo Chuan looked scared and asked, pointing at himself. Me? It's okay, you go, Zhang Shiyue said. If you're caught, I will take responsibility. Long Wu is still an old subordinate of Zhang Shiyue's father, so even if he's found out, there's nothing to fear. Zhang Shiyue stayed at the snack shop, taking apart the packaging of what could be opened. If it couldn't be opened, he left it as it was. Huan emphasized that they must bring back the packaging and not leave it elsewhere. When Mo Chuan returned, the two of them emptied the water from the jars and stuffed in dried beef, protein bars, and other snacks. They packed the rice into a sack and placed it aside. The large container of pure water had no other container, so they stacked it in the corner and covered it with a cloth. While they were loading the wagon, Han went back to the kitchen to make some big northeastern-style rice rolls for them to eat over the next 2 days. After washing the eggplant and potatoes, they steamed them until cooked and cooled. The rice, mixed with a little glutinous rice, was cooked in an electric rice cooker. Huan started frying scrambled eggs with sauce. He heated the oil, poured in beaten eggs, and quickly scrambled them with a spatula. Then he added half a bottle of soybean paste, a spoonful of sugar, a little dark soy sauce, and some water, cooking until thick. Large leaves of Chinese cabbage, a specialty of the Northeast, were laid on a cutting board. He spread enough rice on them, then added potatoes, eggplant, peanuts, cilantro, chopped green peppers, garlic, and small chili peppers. Finally, he drizzled the egg sauce, pressed everything together with a big spoon, mixed well, and wrapped it tightly with the cabbage leaves. The big rice roll was ready. Considering their appetites, Huan made 8 of these at once, each bigger than his palm and heavy to hold. He wrapped them in cloth and handed them to Zhang Shiyue, hoping they could eat them by tomorrow night. Huan wrapped the food in cloth and handed it to Zhang Shiyue. What is this? So heavy, Zhang Shiyue asked, weighing it in his hand. Mo Chuan heard and quickly ran over to take the package, smiling eagerly. Huan, you made more delicious food for us again. He opened one and said strangely, why are these cabbage leaves? Huan replied, there's more to this inside. You'll see when you eat it. Mo Chuan took a deep smell and said, it smells like vegetables and sauce and it's warm. Huan has many fresh snacks. He eats different ones every day. Thinking he might not be able to eat them for a while made him feel a little sad. If you hire a new assistant, you must not get tired of new things. When I come back, I will be your best waiter. He added, save some good food for me too. Huan and Zhang Shiyue looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Shiyue cleared his throat and said seriously, be careful with your words. Don't misuse phrases like tired of new things. It might ruin Huan's good name. Huan said, okay. Be careful on your way. Everyone come back safe. I will prepare a big welcome feast for you. Zhang Shiyue and Mo Chuan secretly returned to their camp in a cart full of supplies. The next morning, they were ready to leave. Because of the serious flood, the court was sending grain from different areas to help the disaster zone. This time, they were escorting relief grain to Linjiang City. Mo Chuan quickly put the 4 rice packs on the just-extinguished fire of Zhang Xiaolin, using the remaining heat to warm the rice. Zhang Xiaolin was still surprised. Mo Chuan had said he had no appetite in the morning when he put the rice, but now it seemed he just disliked the food he cooked. He leaned over and asked, what delicious thing are you heating? Mo Chuan turned away, with his back to Zhang Xiaolin. None of your business. Go play over there. Zhang Xiaolin was not convinced. He tugged at Mo Chuan's clothes and said, hey, you're using my fire. How is it your fire? It's already out. This fire was also made by me. It's mine. Mo Chuan chuckled softly. Your fire? Call it that and see if it answers. Zhang Xiaolin couldn't argue with him, so he cursed and walked away. Zhang Shiyue found Wu Chang. Wu Chang was checking his horse. Zhang Shiyue saluted him and said casually, Wu Chang, before we left, my father mentioned you. He said you are his most trusted subordinate and told me to learn from you. Wu Chang was pleased to hear this. He cupped his hands and said, thank you, Jiang Sima. I remember when I followed Sima in my youth. I can't forget his heroic spirit. The two exchanged a few more words. After some small talk, Zhang Shiyue made a request. Please let me take care of your water cart. I will be careful and make sure Wu Chang always has water to drink. Zhang Shu acted like a responsible father figure. Wu Chang thought that maybe this young man was tired of riding horses and wanted to sit in the cart to rest. He was just a young noble trying to gain experience. After returning, he might be a higher official than himself. Wu Chang naturally agreed. Earlier, the cart was pulled by just one horse, but now it carried many supplies and was quite heavy. Jiang Shuriwa also hitched his horse to the cart, so 2 horses shared the load. Mo Chuan came over and handed him a hot meal wrapped in a cloth. The 2 of them sat by the cart and ate together. They opened the cloth to find fresh green cabbage leaves. The food was just the right temperature, and the leaves looked very fresh. How do I eat this? Jiang Shuriwa looked at the wrapped food, unsure how to start. Based on my experience, you should bite into it like grilled meat, Mo Chuan said. Then he opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. The crispy vegetable made a crunchy sound as he bit into it. Mo Chuan also bit into the filling rice, vegetables, and egg sauce, all at once. Delicious. You try too. Jiang Shuriwa licked his lips and started eating. The salty egg sauce, sticky rice, and crunchy lettuce all mixed in his mouth. They chewed slowly, savoring the flavors. There was also cilantro and small chili peppers. Both of them kept eating, unable to stop. Zhang Xiaolin was quite clever. He looked around and found the cart while Mo Chuan was happily eating. He hurried over.
Wow.
I knew you were eating something tasty. Let me see. No? I'll call someone. Mo Chuan is eating all by himself. In the next moment, his mouth was covered by Mo Chuan's hand. It smelled so good. Mo Chuan's hand smelled nice. Zhang Xiaolin sniffed hard and even wanted to lick his hand. Mo Chuan seemed to sense his almost obsessive thoughts and quickly pulled his hand away. Just let me try a bite. Mo Chuan had already eaten 1.5 pieces. He looked at the last piece left in his hand. Since he was full anyway, he decided to give it to him. Here, there's a little left. You can have it. Don't tell anyone. Zhang Xiaolin, like a hungry wolf, didn't wait for Mo Chuan to offer it. He reached out and snatched it, worried someone else might take it from him. The next second, he shoved the rest of the meal into his mouth. Delicious. So tasty. Unfortunately, there was only 1 bite. Zhang Xiaolin was still craving more and even licked the cloth bag. He asked happily, "Is this from that steamed bun snack shop? I heard about it on the way here. Their food is expensive and limited. Most people can't get it." Mo Chuan proudly said, "Who do you think I am?"
I am Grandpa Montag.
This is a rice packet made personally by the steamed bun girl, and they don't sell it in the shop. Zhang Xiaochuan looked at Mo Chuan with respect. Are the foods made by the steamed bun girl really that delicious? Mo Chuan slapped his hand and said, "Did you call her the steamed bun girl? Did you call her that?" Jiang Shuriwa shook his head and got into the carriage. Looking at all the supplies in the carriage, he fell into deep thought. Although the steamed bun girl gave them food for the road, after seeing the terrible conditions of the disaster victims, he decided to deliver these supplies directly to them. But he hadn't discussed it with the steamed bun girl beforehand. It wouldn't be right to send things without permission. He imagined her smiling happily and convinced himself that she would agree. She is so kind-hearted. She would definitely understand. The kind steamed bun girl finished her business, closed her shop, and was teaching the young girl to read using a tablet. "Wow, this thing is amazing," the young girl exclaimed. "Sister Steamed Bun, do people in your fairy world use this kind of magic device to read?" The steamed bun girl sat cross-legged, patted the young girl's head, and said, "I'm not from the fairy world. I come from the future, hundreds of years from now. That's so far away. Life hundreds of years from now must be wonderful," the young girl said with longing. Back then, girls could also learn to write. Yes, not only can they learn to write, but they can also go to school, learn all kinds of knowledge, and even work to support themselves. "It's a pity I won't see that time," she said sadly, lowering her head. Just as the steamed bun girl was thinking of how to comfort her, she suddenly looked up, full of excitement, and said, "But I have my snack shop. I have Sister Steamed Bun. I am the happiest person. I should be content." I want to stay in the snack shop forever and help my sister, her small face slightly lifted, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Her once thin cheeks, nourished by the steamed bun girl, now had a gentle roundness. The steamed bun girl gently pinched her face and said affectionately, "Okay, Danielle, you will never leave your sister." Yes, the big girl promised she would never leave her sister for her whole life. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sound of something falling from upstairs, which startled Hwawan. The big girl also heard it. She and Hwawan looked up together, then instinctively stood up, opened her arms, and protected Hwawan behind her. Her small body was not even as tall as Hwajuan's shoulders. Hwawan felt a little scared. She steadied her voice and said, "You stay here, I'll go check upstairs." The big girl replied, "No, sister, I'm not afraid. Let me go." Then she headed upstairs. Hwawan followed her up, turned on the light, and everything looked the same as before, with no strange changes. It should be just the sound from the floorboards. Nothing to worry about. Hwawan comforted the big girl, and they both relaxed. Gradually, Hwawan forgot about the incident. In the following days, Hwawan was busy during the day buying supplies and focusing on renovations. At night, she ran the shop happily. Ma Chuan was not around, and Hwawan had no plans to hire new staff. The snack shop became busier, but luckily, the big girl was smart and capable. She managed most of the shop's affairs well, so Hwawan only needed to focus on preparing dishes. Soon, the neighboring room finished renovations. The new furniture and appliances Hwawan bought were installed, and only moving remained. One sunny day, she tidied up the second floor of the shop and officially moved. Her luggage was not much, she didn't go out much, so she only had a few more clothes and bedding compared to when she first arrived. After packing her things, the workers came to move the bed. Hwawan noticed a small box under the bed. It was a square wooden box with a small lock, which was open at the moment. The worker nearby saw it and said, "This box looks quite delicate." "It's a bit old, isn't it?" "An antique." Hwawan smiled and said, "If it's an antique, that's good. I bought it online last year for 80 yuan. The worker also smiled and said, "That's true. Nowadays, things are made very delicately. Machines do a better job than handmade." The original door position was kept, but the wall was replaced with large floor-to-ceiling windows. The sunlight softened after passing through white gauze curtains, spreading across half the living room. The entire living room floor was replaced with antique-style tiles, with colorful mosaic patterns, giving a touch of the Republic era. There weren't many pieces of furniture, just a large leather sofa, a 100-inch TV, and a wall-mounted cabinet. That was all. Hwawan was curled up on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket. She opened a small wooden box she found under the bed. Inside, there were only a few yellowed pieces of paper. The top two large characters read "Contract." She carefully looked at the contents and widened her eyes. The contract listed the main party as Hwawan Snack Shop, and surprisingly, the other party was Danielle. The main point said that Danielle voluntarily became an employee of Hwawan Snack Shop and was bound to it. She could travel through time with the shop. If she acted against the shop owner's wishes, she would face consequences. Hwawan remembered what Danielle said last night, that she would never leave her. Maybe the shop sensed Danielle's determination, which is why this contract appeared. If Danielle signed the contract, she could stay at the shop forever. But how is this different from a sale? Hwawan instinctively refused. She wanted Danielle to keep her full personality, not to be just a part of the shop. She put the contract back in the box and carefully stored it away. At this moment, a long line was forming outside Wan Fu Lu. But it was different from usual. They were here to return goods. "What's wrong with Wan Fu Lu? Can we still eat the pastries? The mung bean cakes are crushed, and the date-filled pastries aren't crispy. I want to return them." "Exactly. Return them. You cheat customers selling stale stuff." "I was happy to buy the dragon's beard candy, since it's usually hard to find, but I didn't expect you to sell spoiled goods." Shopkeeper Zhang was at the door, sweating nervously and wiping his forehead constantly. Everything started on the day of the Lantern Festival. Andy Zhang had ordered some pastries from him, but in the end, she didn't want them. The Su family bought pastries from another shop, Hwawan Snack Shop. Auntie Zhang refused to take responsibility, but that money was hers. So the next day, he secretly mixed the spoiled pastries with a fresh batch he had just made. At first, he thought he could hide it, but the batch wasn't small. They couldn't sell all of it in one day. So, for a whole week, Zhang kept selling day and night until it was gone. The preservation methods back then weren't very good, so the pastries started to spoil. More and more customers noticed that the pastries were different from before. But Zhang kept selling secretly, not daring to admit the truth. He argued, how could they be spoiled? There must be some misunderstanding. We don't know how long you've had them at home. Maybe they spoiled there. Don't blame Wan Fu Lu. I just bought this yesterday. How could it spoil so quickly? Exactly. I ate some and immediately felt the taste was off. Shopkeeper Zhang continued to defend himself. Do you think our Wan Fu restaurant is just any place? With such a big sign, we wouldn't do something like that. I think you're trying to cheat us out of money. Then he called over Zhang San and Li Si. Drive these people away so they don't disturb our business. He also bowed to the onlookers and said, sorry about this. Our place is well known, but some troublemakers are falsely accusing us. Every year, we face such issues probably because of recent disasters and many troublemakers. Sorry to make you watch this. Rest assured, our pastries are fine. These people, upset by the false accusations, were angry. You're the troublemaker. It's obvious you sold bad pastries and won't admit it. The law is strict. We won't let you smear our name. Take him to see the officials. Suddenly, chaos broke out outside Wan Fu restaurant. The loudest was Chen Yurin. It was his child's birthday yesterday. He was passing by Wan Fu restaurant and wanted to buy some almond cakes for his child. When he heard shopkeeper Zhang mention the dragon beard pastry, he was very happy. In previous years, after the full moon festival, Wan Fu restaurant stopped making dragon beard pastry. The ones before the festival had already been sold out to wealthy customers, so he, an ordinary person, couldn't get any. So he bought a portion. When he got home and placed it on the table, he went to chat with a neighbor. By the time he returned, his son had already eaten 3 or 4 pieces. At first, nothing happened, but later that night, his son started vomiting and having diarrhea. Chen Yurin hurriedly took his son to the clinic. The doctor gave him acupuncture and some herbal soup, and finally, his son calmed down. The doctor told him it might be food poisoning. Chen Yurin then remembered the dragon beard pastry. When he got home and looked, he saw the white pastry had green mold on it. He was furious. Early the next morning, he came to Wan Fu restaurant to demand an explanation. To his surprise, many others also came to return the pastries. He stood at the front and shouted loudly, Wan Fu restaurant's dragon beard pastry made my son sick. You must take responsibility. When the owner, Mr. Wan, heard someone causing trouble at the door, he immediately understood what was happening. He looked stern and questioned shopkeeper Zhang. What's going on? Why is it such a mess? When shopkeeper Zhang saw Boss Wan arrive, he was so nervous he stammered. They said the pastries are spoiled and want to return them. Boss Wan knew how important harmony is in running a shop, so he lowered his voice and said, if they want to return, let them. Look at the state of the entrance. Do you want to embarrass us? Then he angrily went inside. Shopkeeper Zhang paid the money outside and, after more than an hour of worry, nervously went back to talk to Boss Wan. What's really going on? Boss Wan asked while sipping tea. Shopkeeper Zhang had already prepared his story outside. He wiped his sweat and bowed to reply, it's all that small snack shop's fault. They've told many people that our pastries are not as good as theirs, that theirs are 10 times better. Many customers believed the rumors and came to return their orders, then bought from their shop instead. What about the longxi roll? Boss Wan asked. Shopkeeper Zhang continued, I don't know for sure. Maybe they're just trying to cause trouble. Suddenly, Boss Wan slammed his teacup on the table, startling shopkeeper Zhang. That snack shop again. At first, I thought it was just a small, poor place in the countryside, but now they're trying to get into the city. Shopkeeper Zhang stirred up trouble, saying, exactly. This year, Sue's family has been using their pastries, and they've canceled all our orders. If we don't do something soon, it will be hard for Wan Fu restaurant to survive, Boss Wan said fiercely. It looks like we have to take action. Wanfrong called Zhang San and Li Si and said, "You two, go and smash that small snack shop. Show them who's boss." Zhang San and Li Si looked at each other. Recently, they had been lining up at that snack shop every day. Over the days, they hadn't seen the same dish twice, and every meal was delicious. This wasn't just about smashing the shop. It was about ruining their livelihood. Zhang San thought for a moment and said to Boss Wan, "Boss, their food is really good. Maybe we should talk about working together?" Boss Wan asked, "How would we cooperate?" Zhang San thought and said, "We could buy their recipes and let them sell outside, while we sell in the city. We wouldn't interfere with each other. That would be the best of both worlds." No restaurant in this city respects my authority. They open a shop here without even saying a word to me. Now I'm supposed to go talk to them about cooperation? Where do I put the face of Wanfrong? That person's food is really delicious, Li Si whispered. Boss Wan picked up a teacup from the table and threw it, nearly hitting Li Si's foot. Li Si didn't dare to dodge. Zhang San quickly said, "Miss Wan has also tasted it. Didn't she say it was good? If we get the recipe and present it to the court, our Wanfu Bakery could become the best pastry shop in the land." Boss Wan calmed down and thought for a moment, then sighed and said, "All right, let's endure this time." As the weather grew cooler, regular customers noticed big changes in the snack shop. Originally, there were only 4 tables, now expanded to 6, plus 4 half tables along the wall. These half tables seat 2 people, perfect for solo diners or couples. The shop also opened a second floor, decorated similarly to the first, except without the large front desk table. This greatly reduced the waiting time. Huawan also replaced all the teapots with insulated ones. They still looked like brass-colored stainless steel, but secretly had a heat-retaining inner layer, so customers could enjoy hot tea. This also meant the shop would no longer serve iced milk tea. Today, Huawan visited several milk tea shops to buy 50 servings of the most popular hot milk tea, Boya Jiuexin. She found it received the most praise and made it the main recommendation for today. The main dish of today's set meal is a choice of 2 types of pizza. Each set includes 1 small pizza, but if there are more people, they can buy a whole pizza. Huawan went to the best pizza shop known for its deliciousness and bought classic Italian meat sauce pizza and cheesy salted egg yolk pizza. For dessert, there was tiramisu or taro basque cake. The snack included a spicy, sour, boneless chicken claw, and a braised duck neck. 1 set costs 120 coins. Customers looked at the menu with pictures, flipping through page by page, carefully reading the descriptions, then pointing at the images they liked to order. Very convenient. The big girl already knew how to recognize characters. She first roughly understood the meaning of each character's shape, then circled the items on the order sheet Huawan prepared. Some customers who could draw were amazed at how accurately the menu photos were reproduced. Even the best artists in the country couldn't draw such precise pictures. First, they couldn't find all the colors of paint needed. They also asked who drew these pictures, but the big girl responded with a "I don't know" attitude. Unable to find an answer, they quietly pointed at the pictures with their fingers, trying to figure out some method on their own. Big girl saw that they hadn't ordered anything for a long time and just kept staring at the pictures. She coldly took away the menu and refused to give it back. They could only rely on their memory to choose good dishes, filling the emptiness in their hearts with food. Tonight's most popular drink was milk tea. In this era, everyone loved tea and took pride in tasting it well. This was also the first time Boya's stringed instrument was sold outside, and it's easy to imagine the big impact it would cause in the city tomorrow. Next was pizza. The thin crust held so many ingredients, with a rich taste beyond what people expected. The soft filling inside was easy to eat, filled with special meat sauce. People who ate it all exclaimed, "This 120 coins is worth it." The shopkeeper is almost like a charity worker. As usual, when the food was sold out, they closed the shop and apologized to the waiting customers. They gave each person a small cup of hot milk since they had waited outside for so long. There were only a few scattered tables of customers left. Big Girl was busy cleaning the tables, while Flower Roll sat behind the counter, resting her chin and daydreaming. It wasn't that Flower Roll didn't help clean, but Big Girl disliked her slow movements and her blocking the way, so she forbade her from cleaning. However, Flour Roll had taught Big Girl how to use the dishwasher. Now, she only needed to put the dishes inside, saving a lot of trouble. Flour Roll noticed she hadn't seen Lu Mingjie for 2 days and didn't know if his brother was feeling better. Still, she was used to preparing extra things every day just in case he came and needed to take some home. The last group of customers paid and left. Flour Roll was about to close the shop and play a word game with Big Girl. Just as she was about to lock the door, someone pushed it open forcefully from outside, nearly knocking Flour Roll over. It was Boss Wan and his group. Since Zhang San and Li Si had already made Boss Wan suspicious, today they replaced them with the more aggressive and obedient Wang Wu and Zhao Lu. Wang Wu and Zhao Lu led the group at the front, looking fierce. Big Girl quickly grabbed a mop to block Flour Roll, ready to fight if needed. Wang Wu pulled out a stool, and its legs scraped sharply against the floor, making Flour Roll very unhappy. Seeing their bad intentions, Flour Roll patiently said, "We've sold out of everything. Please leave." Wan Frong didn't look at Flour Roll, sat down, and then crossed one leg, looking quite proud as he said, "I'm not here to eat. Where is your shop owner? Call him out." The Flour Roll signaled for the young woman to step aside and asked, "I am the shop owner. What do you want?" Wan Frong finally looked up and carefully examined the Flour Roll. Seeing she was a young girl, he felt disdain. If he had known she was just a little girl, he wouldn't have come himself. He would have sent someone else and just paid some silver to handle it. Since he was here, he decided to talk. Wan Frong said slowly, "I have great news for you this time." Wang Wu interrupted, "You know Wanfila, right? The biggest pastry shop in the city." "This is Wanfila's boss, Mr. Wanf." His voice suddenly rose sharply at the end. The Flour Roll stood still and asked, "So?" This girl was quite calm. Wang Wu continued, "Our boss wants to buy your pastry recipe. If you're smart, you'll hand it over quickly and we can offer you a good price." The Flour Roll understood. They were here to forcefully buy. She asked curiously, "What if I don't sell? Does this era have no law?" She was eager to see what they would do next. To Mr. Wanf, her words were like a challenge. He slammed the table and said coldly, "You should find out who I am. I am Wanfrong, a big figure in Linjiang City. Any restaurant in the city, whether a big tavern or a street-side wonton stall, treats me with respect. During festivals, they even send gifts. You've been running your shop under my nose for so long, and you never came to pay respect. Now you refuse to cooperate? Maybe you don't want to stay in this business." Zhao Lu took a step forward and said fiercely to the Flour Roll, "Today, you sell or you don't sell, but you will sell." The Flour Roll had never seen such a scene. She was so scared she stepped back, then grabbed the girl trying to use a mop to threaten him and asked, "So, how do you want to buy?" Wan Frong was very pleased with her reaction, clearly frightened. He leaned back and said, 2 silver coins for each recipe. From now on, you can only do business outside the city. No delivery." The Flour Roll was stunned by his shamelessness. Everyone knew how profitable a Swiss roll was, not to mention all the other cakes. She was truly scared. A girl and a young woman couldn't fight 3 strong men. But where did she get the recipes? They were all bought as finished products. She tried to sound friendlier. "Can't sell." Her words caught in her throat. Mr. Wan lost patience and decided to teach the girl a lesson. He shouted, "Break it." The 2 behind him moved at once. The table and chairs bought by the rich newcomer were made of solid wood, and lifting them was quite difficult. Wang Wu, who was stronger, was surprised for a moment when he single-handedly lifted a chair, then he used both hands to smash it onto the ground. With a loud bang, the chair remained intact. Zhao Lu, who was weaker, chose to push it over on the spot. The atmosphere was tense now. Wang Wu continued to push over the tables to make louder noises and scare Huawan. Huawan was really frightened. She hugged the big girl, unsure if they would do anything worse and also worried. Time seemed to be running out. The snack shop might have to close soon. She couldn't leave the big girl here to face these thugs alone. Huawan's mind raced quickly, trying to think of a plan. At that moment, a man entered the door. He shouted, Stop. His voice was not loud but very commanding. Everyone looked toward the door. The man was tall and thin, pale-faced, with a slightly sickly look. He spoke again, breaking things and bullying women in a shop. Do you still have the law on your side? His face was sharp, with a high nose and thin lips. His words sounded very righteous, but he looked very weak. Wang Wu and Zhao Lu weren't afraid and started mocking him. Trying to act tough? You better think about your own strength. Law? Here, I am the law. No, Mr. Wan is the law. The man frowned slightly. Mr. Wan, he seemed to understand something. Wan Fulong, how dare you? My boss's name is not something you can say. After Wang Wu finished speaking, he stepped forward and swung his fist toward the man's face. Hua Wan shouted, "Be careful." The man moved calmly and sideways, avoiding Wang Wu's punch. Before they could see his move clearly, Wang Wu hit the wall and then fell back to the ground. It was like blinking and missing the whole thing. Zhao Lu also rushed forward, but was kicked aside by the man. He clutched his stomach and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Wan Fulong stood up and asked him, "Who are you? I have no grudges with you. Why are you against me?" The man sneered, "This is just industry competition. If you're not as skilled, you should reflect on yourself, not come here to pressure Miss Hua Wan. When that doesn't work, you even break the shop." Wan Fulong snorted coldly and said, "You're overstepping." He kicked Wang Wu, who was on the ground nearby, and said, "Aren't you going to help Zhao Lu up and come with me? You're useless." Then he stepped toward the door. The man reached out to stop him. "Did I tell you to leave?" Apologized to Miss Hua Wan. Wan Fulong looked up and glanced at the man again, realizing he didn't recognize him. He said, "Do you think I don't know who I am in Linjiang City? Are you really trying to pick a fight with me today?" Without a word, the man grabbed Wan Fulong's arm and pushed him onto the table, his face distorted from the pressure. "Apologize. Why talk so much nonsense?" Wan Fulong was in great pain. He had never been bullied like this before. He quickly begged, Hey, it hurts."
I apologise.
"Is that okay?" The man released him. Wan Fulong stood up, rubbed his arm, and said to Hua Wan, "Miss Hua Wan, I was impulsive today.
Sorry about that.
Please forgive me." The man said, "You broke someone's things. You need to pay for it." Wan Fulong's chest heaved with anger, but after a moment, he calmed down and threw a pouch of money onto the table. The man said, "You can leave now. Don't let me see you causing trouble for the girl again." Wan Fulong led the two people toward the door, then suddenly turned back, gritting his teeth, and said, "Hero, why not leave your name so I, Wan Fulong, know who I've offended today?" The man looked at Wan Fulong and softly said, "Lu Mingli." Wan Fulong was shocked. It was Lu Mingli. Didn't the rumors say he was too sick to leave his bed? From how he looked now, he was just a little weak, not bedridden at all. He trembled and bowed deeply. "General Lu, I didn't know it was you. I apologize for offending you. Please." Before he finished, Lu Mingli lost patience. He only said one word, "Leave." Then he turned and left quickly. Lu Mingli turned around, nodded slightly to Hua Wan, and said, "Miss Hua Wan, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." Hua Wan calmed herself and said, "General Lu, today I am grateful to you. Otherwise, I don't know how long they would have kept causing trouble." She carefully looked at the man in front of her and said, "Your brother hasn't come for 2 days. I'm a bit worried, afraid your condition might worsen. I didn't expect you to look quite healthy." Lu Mingli was a bit uncomfortable under Hua Zhuan's direct gaze. He slightly turned his head and said, "Thanks to Miss Hua Zhuan's care, I can now eat 3 meals a day and move around easily." He added, "Mingzhi has exams coming up, so he's been busy lately. That's why I come to the shop to eat by myself." Hua Wan was in the kitchen and didn't notice. She looked at Daniel. Daniel nodded and said to Hua Wan, "Yes, I recognized him. He's been coming every day for a meal set, and he even gave a lot of silver." You praised his generosity every night when counting silver. Hua Wan felt a bit embarrassed. She cleared her throat and changed the subject. "Your brother doesn't come to pack food. What do you eat during the day?" Lu Mingli smiled and replied, "I don't move around much now. It's okay if I don't eat during the day. That won't do. You're in recovery now, so you must eat more nutritious food, Hwawan said. Then she looked at the time. There's still time. She ran to the kitchen, saying as she went, "Wait a moment, I'll prepare some food for tomorrow." Hwawan had already packed some food for Mingju, but it had cooled down. It was perfect for Lu Mingli. Still, she thought he deserved something better. She took a Boston lobster from the fridge, prepared garlic vermicelli, and packed it in a wooden box. She also packed 2 roasted pigeons and a large portion of white rice. She didn't cut the cake. She packed a whole caramel cookie milfai and filled 2 cups with hot milk tea. She took 3 trips to carry everything out of the kitchen. Lu Mingli's eyes showed surprise that he couldn't hide. He stepped forward to take the packages, each bigger than the last. He had to call his attendants to help carry them to the carriage. Hwawan said, "It's too late now. I need to close the shop. You should leave quickly." She had a feeling that the snack shop was about to return to modern times. Then she pushed Lu Mingli and Daeniu, who was adjusting his chair, out the door. She locked the shop and left her last words. "Help me send Daeniu off." Then the 2 worlds were completely separated. Hwawan gradually couldn't hear the sounds outside. When she opened the door again, the snack shop had already returned to the street. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, or she would have been terrified. Hwawan patted her chest and sighed. She returned to her nearby home and took a nice bath. The second-floor floor-to-ceiling window was double-glazed and soundproofed better than before. Hwawan slept very peacefully, more than ever. She stretched lazily, pulled back the thick curtains, and sunlight poured in. Downstairs, people were walking on the busy street.
Yes.
Tonight, let's bring back roast duck for a little while. She drove to the city to reserve 80 roast ducks at a restaurant, with nothing else to buy. Then she went to a coffee shop, drinking coffee while browsing her phone. As soon as she opened her phone, Hwawan was surprised by a long string of messages. They were from Xia Min. She was Hwawan's high school desk mate. During the dark days of their senior year, Xia Min was always there to keep Hwawan company. Xia Min was an average student. Later, they went to different universities in different cities. Hwawan was busy working to earn living expenses, so they gradually lost contact. Hwawan first opened the chat with Xia Min and scrolled to the top to read carefully. "Hwawan, it's been a long time since I heard from you. How have you been lately? Our high school class reunion is coming up next week on Christmas. Everyone is asking if you're coming, I thought about it and I want to show you some screenshots, Then there were a few screenshots of messages from the class group chat. Xia Min was not in the group, but it was clear she was the main person chatting with everyone. "Is anyone inviting Hwawan to the reunion, asked class beauty Zhou Shanshan. "That clumsy girl? She probably won't dare to come. Has she forgotten what happened before? How could she show up at the reunion, said Zhu Yun, who used to be Zhou Shanshan's close friend. Seeing this, Hwawan remembered the events from high school. Back then, her parents faced a crisis, and Hwawan was preparing for her college entrance exams. Her house and her parents' pension were stolen by her uncle's family. Poor Hwawan was left with only 5 yuan, which was the money her parents had left her for breakfast before the incident. A tear suddenly fell on her phone screen. Hwawan realized she had been crying without noticing. Fortunately, that difficult time was over. Now she had the ability to earn her own money. She wiped away her tears and continued reading the messages. "But I think, after all these years, even the biggest mistakes should be forgiven. We should invite her to the reunion," Zhou Shanshan said. "I think you're just too kind. That's why you were bullied like that before and chose to forgive. If it were me, I would make her serve time in jail," said Zhu Yun. At that time, the college entrance exams were coming up soon. We were classmates, and I couldn't just let her ruin her future. Besides, I found everything back, so I decided to let it go. Hwawan looked up and gazed out the window, recalling that past event. At that time, Hwawan had no money, not even enough for food. Luckily, she met a very good homeroom teacher, Mr. Gu. When Mr. Gu learned about Hwawan's situation, he not only topped up her meal card for the semester, but also helped her with homework every day and comforted her, worried she might become too upset. The homeroom teacher was a young man who had just graduated from university. He wore a neat white shirt every day. His lessons were funny and interesting, and he was gentle and polite outside of class. Soon, he became a favorite among all the students. One afternoon after school, it was Hwawan's turn to do chores. She finished cleaning the bathroom and was about to return to the classroom when she saw Zhou Shanshan crying and running into the bathroom with her face covered. Hwawan was worried she might get into trouble and was about to follow her to ask what happened, but unexpectedly, Zhuyan pushed her down harshly from behind. Hwawan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. She didn't even have time to get up before Zhu Yun grabbed her collar and slapped her. Hwawan's face was hit, twisting to one side, and she felt dizzy. Then Zhu Yun kicked her shoulder. Hwawan cried out in pain. "I told you not to flirt with the homeroom teacher. You're just a poor girl, pretending to be pitiful. You cling to Mr. Gu every day, shameless. You deserve to be an orphan. I warn you, if I see you talking to the homeroom teacher again, I will tear your mouth apart." Another round of beating followed. Hwawan curled up on the ground, covering her head with her hands, unable to resist. After what felt like a long time, Zhou Shanshan came out of the bathroom and softly said to Zhu Yun, "Xiao Yun, it's not her fault. Don't hit her anymore." Only then did Zhu Yun stop. She stood up and said to Zhou Shanshan, "Shanshan, how is it your fault? It's this little troublemaker. If she hadn't been flirting with Mr. Gu every day, how would Mr. Gu refuse you?" Hwawan finally understood that Zhou Shanshan had confessed to the homeroom teacher, but he rejected her and scolded her seriously. Compared to the patience shown to Hwawan, Mr. Gu was cold and polite to Zhou Shanshan. Zhou Shanshan felt insulted, so they took out their anger on Hwawan. Zhou Shanshan shook her head, her voice trembling and choked with emotion. Teacher Gu was so gentle with Hwawan, but why did he say such cold words to me? Is it because I am not good enough, or because I am not as good as Hwawan? Hwawan understood that Zhou Shanshan's words were not really about herself, but she was trying to make Zhu Yun bully her. She just needed to hide behind and pretend to be sad, then she could vent her anger. Zhu Yun stepped on Hwajuan's stomach and shouted harshly, "Stay away from Teacher Gu. Do you hear me? Or I'll find someone to deal with you." Hwawan looked up and saw Zhou Shanshan staring at her with cold, hateful eyes. After they left, Hwawan struggled to stand up, her whole body aching. Her arms and body were covered in bruises, half her face was swollen, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She went into the bathroom, washed her face quickly with water, then leaned on the sink and sat on the floor silently, crying. Why was it herself? Hwawan couldn't understand. Why was the world so unfair? Her parents were taken away, and now she was being bullied like this. Hwawan felt a huge fear of life, but she didn't know that this was just the beginning. Teacher Gu found her, looking shocked and angry. He asked her who had beaten her so badly. In Hwajuan's eyes, Teacher Gu was the main culprit. She blamed everything on him and just wanted to stay away, afraid she might get hit again. She used all her strength to push Teacher Gu away and slowly walked home, step by step. The next day, Teacher Gu spent a whole class criticizing bullying and scolding those who bullied classmates. He didn't know who did it, so he scolded the whole class. Zhou Shanshan looked guilty and turned pale. After morning exercises the next day, everyone just returned to the classroom when Zhou Shanshan suddenly exclaimed, "My necklace! My necklace is gone." Zhu Yun asked, "Is it the one your mom gave you for your birthday? The expensive one?" Zhou Shanshan was so anxious, she almost cried. She nodded and said, "I put it in my bag before morning exercises. I was afraid I might lose it during exercise. Please, Zhu Yun, can you help me?" Zhu Yun nodded. She found the homeroom teacher and explained the situation. The teacher stood on the podium and said, "Everyone, help look around your seats and see if you can find Zhou Shanshan's necklace." Zhu Yun said, "Teacher Gu, this won't work.
We've all looked already.
This necklace is very valuable. It is the latest model from Tiffany. Shan would not lose it. It must have been stolen by a classmate. If we search, we will find out." Teacher Gu asked, "Zhu Yun, you shouldn't jump to conclusions. You said a classmate stole the necklace. Do you have proof?" Zhu Yun replied, "I don't have proof." Then she looked at Hwawan with a strange smile, which she quickly hid, and said, Only Hwawan didn't do morning exercises. Why don't we check her? Teacher Gu said. No one has the right to search others' belongings. Since the item is very expensive, I will report it to the school first and see if we need to call the police. Zhu Yun hurried to Hwawan's seat and dumped everything out of her desk drawer. Teacher Gu, we found it. The necklace was definitely stolen by her, Hwawan explained. I didn't steal anything. It wasn't me, Zhu Yun said. If it wasn't you, then who did it? The item was found in your desk. Both the thief and the item are clear. How can you still deny it? Hwawan looked at Teacher Gu, trembling with fear, and shook her head. I don't know why it was in my desk, Teacher Gu said. I believe Hwawan's character. Everyone knows her. We still need to investigate this. Zhou Shanshan looked shocked. Hwawan, I thought you were my friend. I didn't expect you to do something like this. If your family is having a hard time and you need money, just tell me. I will help you. But this necklace was given to me by my mother. I can't give it to you. Zhu Yan asked. If you didn't steal it, then who put it in your desk?
Zhang Bin, Li Ben.
Or Wang Ruerue. The students, afraid of being involved, all shook their heads. I didn't put it there. I haven't even seen it. Only Hwawan's desk mate, Xiaomin, asked loudly. Why didn't you put it there? Zhu Yan snorted. Why would I do that? Just to frame someone. Me? Framing this person? You're lying. Teacher Gu sharply pounded the desk and said, Enough noise. Let's have self-study. I will go find the principal. Hwawan knew Zhu Yun and Zhou Shanshan did it, but she had no proof. Later, justice did not come easily. With Teacher Gu's support, Hwawan was given a major demerit but kept her student status and was still allowed to take the college entrance exam. This caused Hwawan to fall into a deep slump. Soon, the news spread throughout the school. Wherever she went, people pointed and whispered about her. She used to be among the top students in her grade, but after such a big setback, she barely managed to get into a third-tier university. Her life path was completely changed. At that moment, the wheel of fate started to turn. A message from Xia Min popped up. They're being too harsh to you. I know you didn't do that thing. Hwawan had already left the class group chat. She replied to Xia Min, I will go to the class reunion this time. Are you crazy? Why bother with those people? Xiaomin asked. It's okay. Please tell the class monitor for me, Hwawan replied. Xiaomin sent a few more screenshots. Zhou Shanshan said, I've already booked a place at Teleju in Kyoto for the reunion. Many people immediately complimented her. Wow, Miss Zhou, you're amazing. You managed to book such a hard-to-get place. Yeah, that place is usually hard for ordinary people to enter. It seems to be a members-only club, Zhou Shanshan said. Don't worry, I've already talked to the owner of Teleju. Just say my name when you arrive. I heard the owner's father is a famous archaeologist and all the furniture inside is antique. We'll get to see it properly this time. Do we need to wear suits or evening dresses to get in? I have an idea. Let's all wear traditional Chinese clothes, more fitting, suggested Zhu Yan. Shanshan is a graduate student in fashion design. She's definitely the queen of parties. Exactly. I can't wait to see Shanshan shine on that day. Everyone, don't say that. I believe every girl has her own unique beauty. But if we do it this way, I worry Hwawan might feel pressured when she comes. I don't want her to be unhappy. I hope everyone will be happy. Shanshan, you're so kind, but being too nice might make you a target for bullies. It's okay. My family has always taught me to treat everyone sincerely. I believe others will do the same for me. Hwawan wouldn't do that. I heard she's not doing well now. She used to be quite prominent, always in the top 3 of her grade, but then she only got into a third-tier university. Now she can't find a job and seems to have gone back to her hometown. Serves her right. Who told her to be dishonest? Poor and short-sighted. By the way, I'll show you all a photo. Zhu Yun posted a photo she secretly took of Hwawan during their 3rd year of high school. In the photo, Hwajuan's hair hangs down to her chest, and she is hunched over. This was during a difficult time for her, when poor nutrition caused her hair to split, and she didn't have the energy to take care of herself. She had even cut her hair herself with scissors, making it look messy. Her school uniform was a bit too short, and Hwawan herself didn't like how she looked. Look at her. How dare she come to the gathering? The class monitor said. I just heard that Hwan will come to the party. Everyone in the group was surprised. She really is the center of attention. Hwan told Xiaomin that she didn't need to take screenshots anymore. There was nothing interesting to see, just people mocking her to show how popular they were. She went to the second floor of the mall to look for traditional Chinese clothes, but after searching, she found they weren't as good as what Su Wan and Zhao Luer were wearing. Yeah, maybe she could ask the big girl to use her money to buy her a traditional outfit from ancient times. That would be the most authentic Hanfu.
What?
100 taels to buy a ready-made outfit. The big girl was so surprised her mouth could fit an egg. Sister, I've seen the best clothes worn by the girl next door. She only spent 20 coins. Yes, 100 taels. You pick the expensive one for me. Don't save money, okay? This is very, very important. The big girl hesitated but nodded, holding a heavy purse and feeling overwhelmed. She had no idea where to buy such expensive clothes. Coincidentally, Su Wan was there today. As soon as she sat down, the big girl ran over to ask for help. Miss Su, Hwan asked me to buy a suit for 100 taels. Do you know where I can buy it? Su Wan thought for a moment and said, You can buy it, but is Hwan in some trouble? Su Wan decided to stay and ask Hwan after the guests left. Maybe she could really help. Also staying was Looming Li. Last night, when he opened the package, he saw a small arm-sized shrimp. He admitted he was a bit scared. They left some other dishes for the next day and enjoyed a whole Boston lobster with garlic vermicelli, the aroma filling the air. Grandmother kept praising the food. He came today to thank everyone. Just that big lobster was quite expensive, not to mention that even rich people couldn't buy it easily. Hwan finished her chores and came out of the kitchen. Su Wan immediately asked, Hwan, did something happen? Why do you want to spend 100 taels to buy a suit? Flower Roll said, I will attend a party soon and it is very important to me. So I need to buy a high-quality outfit to impress everyone. Is it because there's someone you like at the party? Flower Roll waved a finger from side to side.
No, no, no.
Actually, it's the opposite. I have a serious enemy there, a deep grudge. I must outshine everyone, Su Wan understood. Then don't buy ready-made clothes. I heard that the new fabric, Glimmer Brocade, just arrived at Hongxiu Cloth Shop. I'll help my sister order a dress. It will look beautiful. Flower Roll gratefully held Su Wan's hand. Really? Sister, I rely on you for this. Glimmer Brocade is known to be a very good fabric. Once the clothes are sorted, the next step is to take care of her face. Flower Roll went to the most upscale mall in the city and found a famous skincare counter. She didn't need to do any research. She just listed what she wanted. Cleanser, serum, water, face cream, eye cream, face mask, lipstick, blush, primer, body lotion, loose powder, pressed powder. Give me one of each. Thinking for a moment, she decided her older sister had grown up, so she also bought a set for her. No, give me 2 of each. Wait for sets. And also one for Su Wan. Then she approached the lipstick display. These, and 4 more over here. Wrap them all. Next, she bought some nail polish. This, and the top row, and the row above it. Don't include these others. Wrap everything else. Today's beauty advisor was a young man. When Flower Roll entered, a well-dressed girl BA looked her over, but didn't come over to help. So she approached another BA, a young man organizing the counter. The handsome young man eagerly followed her. Wherever she pointed, he quickly picked up the items. For things inside, he took notes. His gaze when speaking to her was as gentle as if he wanted to melt her.
Wow.
Is this what it feels like to be rich? It's so wonderful, like the first sip of cold cola on a hot day. Flower Roll left the counter. The young man BA bowed repeatedly and said, When you finish shopping, I will deliver your items to your car. On the second floor, Flower Roll headed straight to the down jacket store. The weather is getting cold, and snow might fall soon. She needs to prepare some warm winter clothes for her big girl. I also prepared a gift for Su Wan. Although she has many nice clothes, I remember in the TV show that ancient people wore fox fur coats in winter. They are warm, but down jackets are lighter and more comfortable to wear. I chose 3 long coats and 3 short ones, in soft pink or light green for them. I bought a black one for myself, and after thinking, I also bought a black one for Loomingly, size 190. Get more warm underwear and pants made from new high-tech fabric and change them every 10 days. Back on the first floor, Hwawan found the popular L brand store, which always has long lines. She picked 4 old-fashioned bags, a small backpack for the big girl, a soft, round bag for Soo-won, and a speedy and never-full bag for herself. Next door at H brand, she took 5 silk scarves, all with classic carriage patterns. After a busy day, Soo-won brought Hwawan a beautiful, light green dress made with shimmering fabric. It feels smooth and delicate. The collar and cuffs are embroidered with lotus flowers, and the skirt has layered ruffles. When she walks, it moves like flowing water. The dress is light and flowing, shining brightly, like a dream. Hwawan exclaimed, "It's really beautiful." Loomingly explained nearby, "This is floating light brocade. It was first a gift from Gyeocheong Kingdom to the court. It took many years before it became available in the market, and it's quite rare and precious." Then he took out a box. "Clothes aren't enough. My grandmother heard about Hwajuan's story and asked me to bring a set of hair ornaments to match this brocade." When he opened the box, the jewelry inside sparkled brightly. Hwawan couldn't recognize all of them, but she saw hairpins, earrings, necklaces, and hair sticks. They looked like a set, all green, made from the same material as the hairpin Jiang Shirwa gave her. "Is it point green?" Hwawan asked uncertainly. "Yes, exactly. This was my aunt's favorite set before she got married. She kept it for my grandmother." Soo-won quietly told Hwawan, "His aunt is a noble consort in the palace, very favored." Hwawan closed the box and returned it to Loomingly. "It's too valuable. I can't accept it."
Please take it back.
Loomingly didn't take it. He said, "It's my grandmother's wish. This hair ornament has been stored away, which is a waste. It's better to find a new owner for it."
But
Hwawan hesitated. "No need to worry. You are a great benefactor to our Lu family and to me. I was already worried about how to thank you. Finally, I found a chance, so I asked Miss Hwawan to help me. Additionally, I have something to give you, a gift I received a few years ago." He took out a cloth bag containing a dark-colored, long, furry cloak.
Soo-won exclaimed, "Wow."
"This is a cape made from mystical fox fur. Sister Hwawan, you should try it on. Mystical fox fur is very rare. The dark fox fur looked like the night sky, decorated with shimmering silk, making the dress look even more beautiful and shining. Thank you all. This time, I will definitely win a perfect turnaround." Soo-won smiled happily, saying, "I'll be waiting here for good news from Sister Hwawan." Hwawan pulled out a large box. "I also have something to give you." The first items she took out were 3 down jackets. The biggest one was for Loomingly, and the lighter-colored ones for the big girl and Soo-won to choose. This is a down jacket, filled with goose down. It may not look as nice as your clothes, but it is lightweight and warm. You only need to wear one outside in winter, and you won't fear temperatures below -20 degrees. Loomingly opened the jacket and touched it. "I've never seen this kind of fabric before. It's from our area. It's waterproof, so even if it gets wet, it's no problem." Soo-won picked a pink one and said to Hwawan, "Thank you, Sister Hwawan. This jacket is so light. Will it really keep me warm?" The big girl put hers on directly and said, "See? As soon as I put it on, I feel warm. It's still early to wear it now." "You should wait until winter," Hwawan said. "Oh, and this silk scarf. Please take it back to your grandmother, General Lu. It's my thank you gift." The scarf was white and light yellow, with 2 white horses on it, each with golden saddles and black hearts on the saddles. Hwawan explained the pattern to Loomingly. It's made from silkworm silk. The pattern is called Sweet Saddles. The shape on the saddle looks like a heart, which means love in our culture. He nodded and said, "My grandmother loved riding horses when she was young. She will definitely like it." Soo-won and the big girl also received scarves. Then Hwawan carefully explained how to use various skincare products to the 2 girls. They chattered happily, their smiles never fading. Everyone dispersed. The big girl stayed behind alone, continuing her calligraphy lesson as she usually did. She quietly focused on her tablet, but Hwan noticed that her mood seemed a bit sad. Hwan turned off the screen and asked the older girl, "Are you tired?"
Let's go home and rest.
"No need to study today." The girl shook her head. "I'm not tired. I still want to learn words." Then she asked, "Why do you look unhappy?" Hearing this, the girl pouted and said sadly, "Hwan, you're showing favoritism." Hwan panicked, immediately recalling whether she had forgotten to buy something for her. The girl said, "You bought clothes for General Liu, but you've known Brother Jiang and Brother Amo for a long time, and you've never bought anything for them. Brother Jiang even gave you a hairpin, so that's what it was." Hwan relaxed and gently explained, "I did buy for them, but they haven't come back yet. When they do, I will give it to them." The girl finally smiled and said, "I think Brother Jiang is better than General Liu. I miss him a little." Hwan looked toward the door. "Yes, it's been almost 2 weeks. I wonder if Jiang Shuriwa and Mo Chuan are doing well." On Christmas Day, in Kyoto Tao Leju, in the Hanwhan Hall, most of Huajuan's high school classmates had arrived. They were all dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. Thanks to their outfits, the men looked gentle and refined, the women elegant and noble. At first glance, it seemed like they had traveled through time. Among them, Zhou Shanshan was the most eye-catching. She wore a pink and blue long-sleeved, cross-colored dress with beautiful embroidery on the skirt. Pink ribbons and blue streamers crossed and hung down, making her look lively and delicate. Zhang Bin praised, as expected of Miss Zhou. "This outfit is so exquisite. It doesn't look like something we bought online." Zhou Shanshan covered her mouth and smiled silently. Zhu Yan explained loudly, "Of course. Just look at who Shanshan is. She's a young lady from a noble family, different from us ordinary folks. How could she buy such fabric? And she's now a graduate student in fashion design." The embroidery on her dress was done by her teacher personally. A few girls gathered around, admiring her dress carefully. Zhou Shanshan enjoyed being the center of attention. She thought proudly that the fabric was a special lake brocade bought through her mother's connections. It was a rare and protected weaving technique. Unfortunately, these ordinary people didn't appreciate its value and compared it to clothes bought online. She didn't show much emotion, only smiled slightly and said, "Clothes are not about being expensive or cheap. I am just lucky to wear this outfit thanks to my elders at home." This set of clothes, from the fabric to the embroidery, was made by a master in the industry. Especially this lake brocade, which is a national treasure of our country. Her tone was humble and gentle. "I didn't want to dress too showy, but my mentor asked me to promote lake brocade. Such a wonderful thing should be known across the country, and even worldwide." "That's perfect. Let's do a live stream." "Yes, Duan, aren't you an internet celebrity? You have thousands of followers. You can help Shan promote this." Duan is also a small internet star. She usually likes to show off her clothes and share fashion tips. She was worried about not having enough material, but such precious clothes are rarely seen. This was a good chance to gain some followers. After getting Shan's approval, she quickly set up her equipment nearby, aimed the camera at Shan, and started the live stream. Soon, dozens of people joined. "Why is the host live now? I almost missed it. Is the host sharing Christmas outfits today? Huh? Is this a Hanfu party? So many people are wearing Hanfu. Wearing Hanfu on Christmas? That's quite creative." Seeing more and more viewers, Duan spoke. "Hello everyone and Merry Christmas. I'm live from Taleju. Please click follow so you don't miss any surprises later." Taleju? That's such an impressive place. The host must be special. Are you from a wealthy family? To the person above, what is Taleju? Is it a fancy place? Taleju is a private club. It's usually hard to get in. They say everything inside, from furniture to decorations, is antique. Usually, you have to visit a museum to see such things. Duan smiled and said, "I'm not from a wealthy family, but my friend is. She's the daughter of the Zhou family. Today, I want to show everyone the charm of Hanfu, especially this national treasure I'm wearing, lake brocade." "Lake brocade? I saw it when I traveled to Wuxian.
I only looked at it through glass."
Now only one family makes it, and it's not available outside." "Wow, so amazing. Is that the dress the beautiful woman behind is wearing? Even from far away, I can feel its quality. Yes, this is the beautiful dress on this lovely lady. I will wait until more people join to show it up close. Please share the live stream with friends who might be interested. If you haven't followed the host yet, please click follow. If you miss it, you won't be able to see it again. With this attraction, the number of viewers in Do-won's live stream quickly soared past 100,000. Seeing the stream become more popular, Do-won decided it was time. She invited Zhou Shanshan in front of the camera. Now, let's ask Miss Zhou to tell everyone how special this outfit is. Zhou Shanshan slowly walked forward, her skirt flowing gently with her steps, graceful and elegant. So beautiful, like a noble lady from a painting. Look at how lively this dress is. Is it for sale? Zhou Shanshan glanced at the comments, slightly covering her mouth with her hand, and explained the history of this traditional dress, occasionally bringing the hem close to the camera so viewers could see the details. The live stream was tagged with labels like Lake Brocade and Rare Traditional Fabric, attracting more and more viewers. At this moment, the door of the banquet hall opened, and Hwan entered. It was her headdress given by Grandma Loomingly. She didn't know how to wear it, so when she arrived in Kyoto, she found a professional to help her with traditional dress styling. It took 3 hours, almost making her miss the gathering. As soon as she entered, she caught everyone's attention. Who is this? Did she come in the wrong place? She's wearing traditional clothes. She must be a classmate. Our class has such a beautiful girl? I don't remember her, Hwan politely said, sorry for being late. Xiaomin was the first to recognize her and happily shouted, Hwan, you're here. Everyone was truly stunned. Even Zhou Shanshan, who was explaining the dress on camera, turned to look. Huajuan's makeup was perfect, with a full set of hair accessories and a light blue dress that highlighted her delicate features. Her light silk dress moved like a lake in the afternoon breeze, shimmering and swaying. Is this Huajuan? She looks so beautiful now. She doesn't look like herself. I remember Huajuan's skin was quite yellow, and she had many spots. She was small and thin. Look, her features really match now. Wow, Hwan looks so good, like a different person. Look at her traditional dress. It seems more exquisite than Zhou Shanshan's. Hwan didn't notice Zhou Shanshan live streaming. She passed by her and sat next to Xiaomin. Zhou Shanshan felt mixed emotions. She turned her head back to the camera and saw the comments scrolling past. Oh my, another beautiful woman. When she walked past the camera, I even felt a gentle breeze on my face. Such a beautiful traditional dress. It looks very high quality. This live stream is amazing, each one more impressive than the last. Is that beauty also wearing a lake brocade? Can she show us the details of her clothes? Zhou Shanshan felt anxious. She carefully looked at Huajuan's dress. It was made of a fabric she hadn't seen before, probably a new style of organza, just a cheap product from online shops. Her eyes flickered with an idea. She said to Huajuan, Huajuan, you're just in time. We're live now, and we want to introduce traditional ancient fabrics to our viewers. Would you like to tell us about it? Huajuan hesitated. She wasn't a professional and didn't have much to say. Sorry, I only know this is floating light brocade. I don't know much else. Floating light brocade. Zhou Shanshan's voice sharpened. No way. The only set of floating light brocade is in the Capitol Museum. We're live now, so don't spread false information. Huajuan looked innocent. I'm not lying. This is indeed floating light brocade. Zhou Shanshan pretended to be gentle. Huajuan, the most precious thing in the world isn't material objects but a person's character. I'm a fashion design major, but it's better to tell the truth. We're all classmates. No one will laugh at you. Zhuyin stood up and sneered. Huajuan, don't go too far. Did you find this on PDD? Xiaomin stomped her foot. If you have the ability, find an identical one on PDD and show it to me. Zhou Shanshan said, the weaving method of floating light brocade has been lost long ago. You can't buy it. Zhu Yun said, then it must be machine-made. Huan shook her head. No, it's handmade, crafted by a master. Zhou Shanshan smiled, and Zhu Yun also burst into laughter. More and more people joined in, mocking Huan together. Zhou Shanshan looked at the camera and then said to Huan, Since this is made by a famous craftsman, why don't you show some details to the viewers? I think some of them understand fabrics. If it's real, they might be able to help you defend it. Hwan knew very well that if it was genuine, it couldn't be more authentic. What was she afraid of? So she confidently walked in front of the camera, first turning around, then pulling up her sleeve to show the viewers, followed by close-up embroidery details.
Wow.
It looks even more beautiful up close. Sister, don't pull your sleeve so hard. Will you damage it? Can I really see such exquisite work? Phone girl, where are you taking me? The live stream's popularity soared. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair, trembling hands held his phone in front of his eyes, muttering, "This is Fuguang brocade. It's Fuguang brocade. Could it be a fake? A fake of this quality is rare." He quickly called his assistant. "Xiao Wang, help me send a comment asking where this Fuguang brocade is. Is it really Fuguang brocade? It doesn't look fake. I need to see it with my own eyes to be sure." Indeed, no one knew more about Fuguang brocade than this old man. He was in charge of the restoration work on the piece found in the Forbidden City Museum, which was heavily damaged when unearthed. Without a sample for comparison, they could only guess. It took 3 years to barely finish the repair, but many details still didn't match. Xiao Wang quickly posted comments on the screen. "Shang Shan Ru Shui. May I ask where this Fuguang brocade is? Can I observe it closely? Shang Shan Ru Shui. Can the host tell me the contact information of the girl just now? Shang Shan Ru Shui. Hello, this is a museum staff member. If you see this, please let us know your current location." Han didn't look at the comments. She had already returned to her seat to chat with Xia Min. But Zhou Shanshan saw it, and her heart pounded fiercely. Could it be that the Fuguang brocade on Han is real? No way. The girl from the slum, once trampled and toyed with by her, was now stealing her spotlight. Zhou Shanshan was very upset. How could she let her continue to be so arrogant? She pretended not to see Xiao Wang's comments and blocked him. Then she calmed herself and continued her explanation. The comments kept coming. Someone from the museum asked, "Is it really the floating light brocade? Today has truly opened my eyes. Why didn't the host tell him how to contact that girl? Aren't they friends?" Zhou Shanshan saw the comments and felt very annoyed, rolling her eyes inside. Who's her friend? Just a poor girl. She awkwardly said in front of the camera, "I know everyone is eager to know, but I am an expert in this field. Our country has only unearthed one piece of floating light brocade, which is now in the Palace Museum. I don't want to waste your time." Zhu Yun beside her said, "Her family isn't well off. How could she have the real floating light brocade? Fake craftsmanship is so good now. She probably bought it somewhere." Meanwhile, Xiao Wang kept sending comments, but suddenly couldn't send any more. An old man asked, "How about it?" "Xiao Wang, did you ask?" Xiao Wang looked sad and said, "No, I got blocked." The old man was anxious and hit the floor hard with his cane. "What happened? What did you say?" Xiao Wang replied, "I didn't say anything." Is this Hanwen Hall? Where? Which one? Tan Leju's Hanwen Hall. Look at that vase. That's the one Mr. Liu took a photo of recently. The old man carefully looked at the vase on the shelf beside the woman in the live stream. Sure enough, it was the same. "Quick, contact Liu Zhao. Ask him to hold onto the person." "We're going there now." Huawan watched calmly as Zhu Yun and Zhou Shanshan argued and acted dramatically, never realizing they could also be the clowns. "You keep saying my dress is fake. Do you have proof?" "I even said it was real. I just showed the details to the viewers. Why don't you ask Zhou Shanshan what the viewers think?" Zhou Shanshan avoided eye contact and said nothing. Zhu Yun found it strange that Zhou Shanshan didn't speak. When she looked at Huawan again, her eyes suddenly widened and she pointed at Huawan. Your necklace." Then she looked at Zhou Shanshan. It turned out they were wearing the same style. Zhou Shanshan looked where Zhu Yun was pointing, and she saw that Huawan's neck was adorned with a pearl-dotted, emerald and ruby butterfly necklace, almost identical to hers. "No way. How do you have this?" "This is a genuine G-brand piece, one of only 2 in the country. The other one is in the Liu family." Flower Roll touched the necklace on her neck, which was one of the headpieces given to her by Liu Mingli. Zhu suddenly had an idea and finally found a weakness in her. She shouted loudly, "You're wearing a fake. Let's see how you can deny it now," Flower Roll said. "I didn't buy a fake." "Stop spreading lies," Zhou Shanshan snorted coldly. "Every necklace sold by the Ji family has a matching ID code. Give me your code, and I can check online." Zhu Yin agreed. "If you can't produce it, then apologize properly and admit you're trying to deceive people with a fake." Flower Roll was confused. "What Ji family? What ID code?" "These necklaces are clearly a family treasure from Lu Mingli's house, and they are hundreds of years older than the Ji family." The comments in the live chat kept scrolling.
What's going on?
A plot twist. I'm new here. Can someone tell me what's happening? Why is this so popular? Upstairs, in simple terms, it's about a limited edition necklace from the Ji family. There's an extra one in this live stream, and one of them is fake. Are they doing a live appraisal? Is it that exciting? Wow, I want to send gifts. I thought the floating light brocade sister was real, but it's a twist again. I support the beautiful Lu Jin in this round. Upstairs, don't rush. Based on my experience, no one knows until the very end. Let's wait and see, Zhu Yin said. This isn't your first time stealing. Don't forget, you have a record. Flower Roll refused to back down. Why should I prove myself? Since you say I'm wearing a fake, show me the proof. Or, do you want to frame me again, like in high school? She pressed forward. Just like in high school, you accuse me with only a few words, no investigation, no evidence, and then shame me publicly? Zhu Yun, you previously slandered me for stealing necklaces and ruined my life. Now you say I'm wearing a fake again, trying to harm me once more? Do you think you'll always succeed? You're just a dog kept by someone else, barking at everything. You're the stupidest person I've ever met. Wow. Big news. Don't spoil it, I want to keep watching. Dark glory in real life, floating light brocade glory. Remember, Dad on the phone, just give me this exciting stuff. Huawan turned around and looked at the other students present. She looked at each one, recalling how they were in senior high school, and you all, acting as if nothing concerns you, always the coldest spectators, seeming not to care about your own matters. But often, it's people like you who spread rumors everywhere, making it hard for me to lift my head. Zhu Yin suddenly interrupted sharply. Stop talking nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart. Ha, just like 5 years ago. Zhu Yin rushed forward and yanked off Huawan's necklace. The delicate jade feathers were torn apart. Feathers fluttered down, pearls scattered, and clattered onto the floor, disappearing instantly. The doors of the banquet hall were pushed open forcefully, and 3 people entered. The tallest and youngest was a man who looked around at the scene and asked sharply, "What are you doing in my shop?" Zhou Shanshan recognized him. Lu Zhao, the owner of Tao Leju. "Mr. Lu, sorry, they're just playing around." Behind him, an old man pushed past Lu Zhao, trembling as he bent down to pick up a jade feather. He asked anxiously, "Who did this? Who did this? Such waste." Everyone's eyes turned to Zhu Yun. She was at a loss. Zhou Shanshan explained, "My old classmate bought a fake GF brand necklace. Zhu Yun destroyed it to protect the rights of all consumers." The old man was so anxious he gasped, "This is not a fake." "Who said it was fake?" Zhou Shanshan looked at Lu Zhao and said, "Mr. Lu knows very well. There are only 2 limited edition necklaces in the country, and one of them is in Mr. Lu's hands." Lu Zhao told the old man, "That's right, Grandpa. I bought one. I heard the other was bought by the Zhou family." He then looked at Zhou Shanshan. "This is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family." Zhou Shanshan stepped forward gracefully and bowed politely to old Mr. Lu. Old Mr. Lu was a renowned expert in archaeology, known for his obsession with traditional fabrics. She had worn a piece of lace silk today, which was perfect. If she could connect with the Lu family through him, it would be a great opportunity. Zhou Shanshan said, "Old Mr. Lu, you don't know. My classmate has always been quite vain." She paused briefly and changed her words. "She has always liked expensive jewelry, but unfortunately, her family isn't wealthy, so she has done some bad things. I and the design director of GF are old friends. I couldn't bear to see her hard work being poorly copied by others, so Old Mr. Lu couldn't stand people pretending and immediately interrupted. "Nonsense." Then he said to Lu Zhao, "Do I look like I don't know? This pattern is the one I sold to GF. In short, old Mr. Lu sold the necklace pattern from an ancient painting at home to GF. GF made 2 necklaces based on the pattern, but the feather craft was just a copy. The real point is the feather on the necklace. Old Mr. Lu scolded Zhu Yun and Zhou Shanshan, who gave you the guts to steal someone else's necklace. Do you know how precious this necklace is? You're asking for trouble, Zhu Yun argued. Impossible. This can't be true. Even if it is, its origin is unclear. She looked at the well-dressed Hua Wan and then at the old man staring at her, suddenly realizing, I see now. No wonder you look different. You used to be humble and timid, but now you've attached yourself to a rich person. And it's this old man. Lu Zhao scolded. Shut up, Hua Wan, furious and unable to hold back, slapped Zhu Yun hard across the face with a loud slap. Everyone present gasped, especially Zhou Shanshan, who was startled. She couldn't understand how Hua Wan had changed so much in just a few years. She used to be meek and weak. Why did she fight back now? It didn't make sense. This slap is a lesson for you. Next time you falsely accuse someone, it won't just be a slap. Zhu Yun's face was slapped crooked. She was furious. Her eyes seemed to flash with venom. She raised her right hand to hit Hua Wan. Lu Zhao stopped her, pushed her back, and asked, Who invited this guest? Get her out. 2 security guards came and took Zhu Yun away. Zhou Shanshan stepped forward, nodded to Lu Zhao, and said, Mr. Lu, Zhu Yun is a guest I invited. I don't know why she lost control today. I'm very sorry. Lu Zhao looked at Zhou Shanshan and said, For your family's sake, I'll let this go this time. Old Mr. Lu asked Hua Wan, Miss, is this yours? Hua Wan's heart ached. Seeing the necklace, which was treasured by Lu Mingli's grandmother, destroyed by that little troublemaker Zhu Yun, tears had already fallen from her eyes. She nodded. It's my necklace. The feathers fell off, and many beads scattered. Lu Zhao called someone over and said, Immediately find all the beads and feathers. Not a single one can be missing. While searching for the pearls, please wait on the side. These items are very valuable. If any are missing or someone secretly keeps them, I will report it to the police. Everyone looked at each other, confused, but they still followed Lu Zhao's instructions. They stood in another corner of the banquet hall, waiting for the staff to gather all the necklaces. They forgot one thing. The live broadcast was still on. At this moment, over 1 million people were watching, and the comments were a mess. Wow, I've never seen this before. Please tell me you're acting. That woman is really mean, destroying such beautiful necklaces. That slap was so satisfying. So, are these necklaces real or fake? I don't understand. People upstairs, it's obvious now. Sister Guangjin's necklace is an antique, and the Lake Brocade Beauty's necklace is a luxury item. Luxury items have prices, but cultural relics are priceless. This is too much. Since the necklace is an antique, then the Guangjin necklace is probably real too. It must be real. Look at Mr. Lu's eyes. Mr. Lu approached Hua Wan. The Guangjin necklace seemed to be in his dream. He didn't dare walk too fast, afraid he might scare her and she would turn into a wisp of smoke and vanish. Getting closer and closer, he finally saw it. It was real Guangjin. Mr. Lu reached out to touch Hua Wan, but she instinctively took a big step back. Professor Lu. Lu Zhao and Xiao Wang rushed forward to stop Mr. Lu's hand. What are you going to do to the girl? Lu Zhao said to Hua Wan. Sorry, my grandfather is studying Guangjin. He's a bit anxious. Mr. Lu snapped out of his trance and said to Hua Wan, Sorry, young lady. I didn't mean anything. I'm just too fascinated by Guangjin. Hua Wan nodded without saying anything. Lu Zhao pulled Mr. Lu aside and said, Grandpa, don't scare her. Mr. Lu nodded and obediently stood a short distance from Hua Wan, examining her from head to toe. The jade butterfly, red gemstone bridge hairpin, pearl multi-treasure hairpin, silver-gilded red gemstone flower hairpin, and ruby water drop earrings. At this moment, in Mr. Lu's mind, Hua Wan was no longer just a person but a walking museum. Young lady, my name is Lu Jiangwo. I work with cultural relics. May I ask your name? Hua Zhuan's eyes never left the waiter searching for pearls in the hall. When she heard the old man speak to her, she turned around politely and replied, "Sir, my name is Hwawan." Hwawan, what a lovely name. It sounds, quite delicious. Ha ha. Unable to think of a proper compliment, Mr. Liu chuckled awkwardly, then felt a bit embarrassed. Hwawan ignored him. At this moment, she felt very down. She deeply regretted wearing such an expensive necklace to the party. She even regretted coming at all.
It's been years now.
Why did I try to act strong? Clearly, I and Ju-yun are from two different worlds, yet I can't let go of the past. Now, I've broken the necklace given by Grandma Liu, and Hwan kept blaming herself inwardly. Mr. Liu secretly glanced at Hwajuan's expression and then signaled to Liu Zhao. Liu Zhao approached and said to Hwawan, "Miss Hwawan, I'm sorry about what happened at Taleju. If you trust me, Liu Zhao, you can give me the necklace. I will find an expert to repair it and return it to you." Hwajuan's eyes lit up a little. Can it really be fixed? Before Liu Zhao could answer, Mr. Liu shook his head and said, "It's difficult. Tsueyu is very fragile. Even if the necklace is repaired, it can't be restored perfectly." Hwajuan's hope dimmed again. Liu Zhao said, "I will find experts across the country and do my best. Can I add you on WeChat?" Hwan thought, this is the only way, and opened her phone to scan Liu Zhao's QR code. Mr. Liu added, "The most authoritative expert in the country is me. If I say it can't be fixed, then it really can't." Liu Zhao was speechless. "Grandpa, you're hinting for me to fix it, and now you're undermining me?" Luckily, Hwan had already added him on WeChat. He said, "No matter what, you can't say it's impossible without trying, right?" Hwan nodded. Liu Zhao asked carefully, "Miss Hwawan, may I ask, is this headpiece and dress bought, or?" Hwawan replied, "They were gifts from my friends." Mr. Liu and Liu Zhao exchanged a look. "May I ask, Miss Hwawan, are you considering selling them?" "I am willing to pay a high price to collect them. This was a gift from a friend, so I don't plan to sell it."
Sorry.
Old Mr. Liu's face immediately sank, and he couldn't find or buy what he wanted. He looked very disappointed and kept winking at his grandson. Liu Zhao shook his head, seeing his grandfather's eyes almost bulge, and had no choice but to say to Hwawan, "Can I rent this floating light brocade for a few days? My grandfather is very obsessed with it." "I'll pay a high price. Sorry, Mr. Liu, I'm not in the mood to discuss this now." Hwan was only interested in the jade necklace, and soon the staff searched the banquet hall thoroughly, checking every corner. "Miss Hwawan, please check if anything is missing." Liu Zhao handed her what was found. It was a black velvet pouch containing pearls and feathers. The jade butterfly on the necklace was damaged, so its original look was hard to see. Hwan didn't count the pearls herself. She would ask Liu Mingli tonight to confirm. Old Mr. Liu interrupted, "I know exactly how many pearls there are. There are 94 large pearls and 204 small pearls in total." Seeing Hwan look at him curiously, he explained, "I have a family heirloom painting. It shows a woman in palace clothes wearing this necklace. I've studied that painting for many years and am sure it's exactly that many pearls. Unfortunately, the painting was damaged, and her head and face are not clear anymore." He sighed regretfully. Liu Mingli added, "Grandpa is very fond of old family items." Later, I contacted GF, and they recreated 2 necklaces based on the painting, one of which I bought for my grandfather. That's so strange. How could the necklace, which belonged to Liu Mingli's aunt, appear in the family heirloom painting of old Mr.
Liu?
Hwan asked, "Are your family named Malu or Liu?" Liu Zhao hesitated. "Liu, as in the land of Liu." "Miss Hwan, why do you ask? Could they be descendants of Liu Mingli or Liu Mingzhi?" Hwan didn't dare say more, worried it might make her story hard to explain. After counting the pearls again, a few were missing. The staff searched once more and finally found all of them. Hwan handed the necklace to Liu Zhao. "Mr. Liu, please let me know as soon as it can be repaired. This necklace is very important to me." Liu Zhao nodded. Of course. Zhou Shanshan was left standing aside, feeling both angry and resentful, but she maintained a polite smile on her face. After everyone left, she looked around to make sure no one was there. She lifted her foot and found 5 pearls underneath. She picked up the pearls and put them in her bag, then left casually. Hwawan took the earliest flight home. It was snowing on Christmas, and everyone was happy, but she couldn't feel the same joy. When she got home, she hung up her clothes and carefully stored her headpiece in a wooden box. She sat in a small snack shop waiting for it to open. When the time came, she opened the door, put up a sign that said the shop was closed today, and waited patiently for Loomingly. When Loomingly arrived, the shop was brightly lit but empty. Hwawan sat alone at an empty table, with Dinyo beside her. The atmosphere was serious. "What's wrong?" Loomingly asked. It was snowing outside. Loomingly put on a long down jacket given by Hwawan. It was light and warm, but looked a bit strange. Hwawan looked up and saw him. Her eyes immediately turned red. She pushed the box with her headpiece to Loomingly and said, "Please take this back. I don't deserve such a good thing." Loomingly didn't look at it and said, "Once something is given, it can't be taken back." He sat across from her and asked, "Did something unpleasant happen?" Hwawan opened the box and said, "I broke the necklace. This is what's left.
You can take it back.
I had it repaired by an expert. If it's fixed, I'll return it to you." "I'm sorry. I thought something was wrong. It's just a necklace. Since I gave it to you, you can do what you want with it. This headpiece is too valuable. I couldn't protect it." Hwawan started crying. Dinyo was anxious and didn't know what to do. Her eyes also turned red. Hwawan was crying not just because she broke a precious necklace, but also because after so many years, she was still bullied. Even though she fought back with a slap, exchanging a slap for a necklace didn't make her feel better. Loomingly frowned and asked, "Did someone bully you? Did they hit you when you went to see your enemies? Tell me, I'll help you get revenge." Hwawan shook her head. "I wasn't hit. I even slapped her, but the necklace broke." She explained what happened. Dinyo was so angry she couldn't sit still. She stood up, hands on her hips, and said, "These people are so unreasonable. Saying my sister's necklace is fake? And they broke her necklace. It makes me so mad," Loomingly said. "If you have a grudge, confront them directly. You did very well. But that was just a bought necklace. There's no need to argue about whether it's real or fake." Hwawan asked, "Your aunt, the Empress, does she have a portrait? Is she wearing pink palace attire and this headpiece in it?" Loomingly thought for a moment and replied, "My aunt has many portraits. She used to like this headpiece a lot, so she probably has one. But she hates pink the most, so she wouldn't wear pink palace clothes. Is it possible that she dislikes pink but still has pink palace attire and you just don't know? That could be possible." "Why are you asking about my aunt's portrait, Hwawan? I met two people who share your surname. They told me there's a family portrait with this necklace. They might be your descendants." Loomingly was startled. "Descendants?" "Hwawan, don't talk nonsense. I am not married, so how could I have descendants?" Dinyo explained. "Hwawan comes from hundreds of years in the future, so by then, General Lu definitely had descendants." "You come from hundreds of years in the future?" Loomingly found it hard to believe. Hwawan nodded. "Yes, this snack shop brought me here." Loomingly suddenly understood. "I know you're different from us, but I didn't expect you to come from the future. Yes, tonight I met Old Master Lu and Lu Zhao. They share your surname, have your aunt's portrait, and recognize this necklace. So they must be descendants of the Lu family from hundreds of years in the future. By the way, Old Master Lu also said the necklace has 99 large beads and 104 small beads. Is that correct?" Loomingly replied, "I don't know. I need to go back and ask my grandmother to confirm." Some people started talking about what happened during the live broadcast, while others explained about Point Jade and floating light brocade, and the discussion became lively. "It's so satisfying to see the artifact get damaged. I heard the woman who was hit bullied the floating light brocade girl in high school and even accused her of stealing. I support her fighting back. The young lady is beautiful and confident. This clothing looks really good. Is it floating light brocade? It's a pity we can only see a little bit. Everyone look at this picture. You can see her whole body." Someone posted a screenshot. In the picture, Zhou Shanshan is standing in front of the camera showing her clothes, while Hwawan, dressed in floating light brocade, walks behind her and netizens circle her with a red mark. It's this girl, wearing authentic floating light brocade. For the first time, I truly feel that our ancestors' taste was top-notch. The outfit of the young lady earlier was also very beautiful, but compared to this, floating light brocade is even more stunning. Hwon closed Weibo and chose not to pay attention. The snack shop had been closed for 2 days, and today she needed to prepare more dishes. Meanwhile, Zhou Shanshan slammed her phone onto the table. So angry. What is this? How dare it outshine me? Is it deliberately against me? Taking a deep breath, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Did you check those pearls? Any results? The other end replied. Yes, it's Dongzhu.
No mistake.
They are extinct now. Zhou Shanshan muttered to herself. It's really genuine. Where did she get them? Did she really hook up with someone? She gritted her teeth, no longer maintaining her previous elegant image. You wait for me. I won't let you get away with this. Hwon prepared 3 large pots of braised pig's trotters today. The boss was very kind. Seeing how much she bought and the high price she paid, he also gave her a pot of braising sauce. When she got home, she simmered it on low heat and added some eggs to braise. Milk tea was prepared with taro paste sago and white mist red dust for everyone to choose from. Additionally, she packed 2 cups of roasted brown sugar bubble milk, which is Dania's favorite. The main dish was plain rice. People back then needed more energy, so Hwon cooked 5 large rice cookers of rice. She also asked Daniu to bring some vegetables her grandfather grew from home, so there was pig's foot rice. Passing by a famous Cantonese restaurant, Hwon packed a bowl of pepper pig stomach chicken soup for Lu Mingli to drink during the day, as it's very good for the stomach. Inside the Imperial Medical Office, Director Lu Yongchong was deeply engrossed in studying medical books. Although he was quite old, he never neglected his patients for a moment. Finally, he patted his scroll and frowned slightly. Let's try this recipe again, he said. He told his apprentice, I've finally found a treatment for anorexia from our family's ancient medical texts. I just need to make a few small changes before sending it to General Lu Mingli. I hope it will meet his father's expectations. A passing-by overheard and said, General Lu can now eat. Your medicine might need some adjustments. Lu Yongchong was surprised. He can eat now? Are you sure? Which doctor's medicine helped him? The young replied, Yes, I'm sure. The consort just received a letter from home. I heard her telling the emperor the good news. As for what he ate, it wasn't medicine, just some snacks. His condition was very serious. How could he recover without medicine? Lu Yongchong looked over the records and thought that perhaps the last medicine he prescribed had worked. If he could eat now, he might need to adjust the pulse and revise the prescription. He didn't pay much attention to the snacks mentioned by the. He waved to his apprentice. I need to report to the emperor first. I'll leave immediately. The hospital's affairs are yours. Lu Yongchong took the prescription and stood up. I'll go see for myself. He hurried to the emperor's sleeping quarters. The consort was wiping her tears. When the emperor saw Lu Yongchong, he said, Lu Yenshi, you arrived just in time. The consort just told me some wonderful news. General Lu can now eat. Lu Yongchong bowed to the emperor. I came to ask for leave to visit General Lu's house. Yes. Go and tell the emperor and the consort. The letter said he really enjoys some food from a certain shop.
I'm curious.
Lu Qing, please check it out too. If it's good, bring some for Princess Onping. Princess Onping was pregnant and vomiting everything she ate. Although her morning sickness should have passed, her symptoms hadn't improved. She still had no appetite. Lu Yongchong thought to himself that the new appetite-stimulating herbs in his last prescription must have worked. It seemed he was on the right track. He bowed respectfully, hurriedly packed his things, and set off immediately. Lu Mingzhi finally got a day off from the Imperial Academy. The first thing he did when he got home was to invite his brother to a small snack shop called Hwon. During his days at the academy, studying was hard, but the hardest part was not being able to eat the food at the canteen. He often thought about the snacks from the small shop and finally looked forward to the holiday. He looked at his older brother and asked, Big brother, you look much better. Are you eating well every day? Lu Mingli nodded and said, Thanks to Miss Huawan, who prepares enough food for me every day. Every meal is different, and I haven't missed a single one these days. Since eating food from Huawan's snack shop, Lu Mingli's health has been improving every day. He felt like his loss of appetite was finally gone. Lu Mingzhi became even more eager to eat. He looked at his brother with anticipation and said, I wonder what Miss Hua has prepared today. I haven't eaten her food in a long time, and I really miss it. Since you're back, let's go together, his brother replied. That made Lu Mingzhi very happy. He said excitedly, Great. You have no idea how hard life has been at the academy. I think I might be losing my appetite too. Then he suddenly realized he might have said too much and quickly covered his mouth, apologizing to Lu Mingli. Sorry, brother, I didn't mean it that way. Lu Mingli waved it off and said, It's okay. At first, what attracted Lu Mingli was the food from the snack shop. But gradually, he found himself liking the relaxed atmosphere there. No strict rules or class distinctions. Everyone just gathered to enjoy good food. He realized he couldn't live without the snack shop anymore. Maybe it was this kind of environment that helped him forget the painful memories from the battlefield. Just as they were about to leave the house, a carriage suddenly blocked their way. Lu Yongchang stepped out from behind the curtain of the carriage and saw the tall, strong Lu Mingli at first glance. He thought he was seeing things because Lu Mingli looked full of energy, nothing like the last time they met. He felt relieved and said, Not bad, not bad. Mingli, you look in great shape. Lu Mingli bowed slightly and said, Lu Yuan, sure, I didn't expect you to come. Sorry for the inconvenience. Lu Mingzhi then said, Lu Yuan, sure, your visit is perfect timing. Could you please check my brother's health and see if he's truly recovered? Lu Yongchang came specifically for this matter. He carefully checked Lu Mingli's pulse and asked about his recent daily medication and eating habits. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief, adjusted his sleeve, and said, Congratulations. General Lu's health has greatly improved. He couldn't help but ask, General Lu, you mentioned you haven't taken medicine for a long time. How did you recover? Did you take any other medicine or try a new treatment? Lu Mingli replied, I didn't take any other medicine or try any new treatment. Coincidentally, we are about to go somewhere, and you can come with us to see for yourself. Lu Yongchang traveled a long way. His body was tired, and it was late at night. He hadn't eaten anything all day. He felt a faint sense of dissatisfaction. If there really was such a powerful doctor, he would have been recruited into the Imperial Medical Office long ago. But he had no other options, so he had to get back on the carriage and follow the Lu brothers. His attendants secretly asked, General Lu looks just like an ordinary person. Did he really suffer from anorexia? Or is he lying? Another attendant said, Don't talk nonsense. That would be a crime against the emperor. Besides, the master can tell if it's true or not. Is it really possible that such a divine doctor can cure a disease that the master couldn't? Lu Yongchang felt mixed feelings inside. If such a divine doctor existed, he might have to give up his position as the court historian. Outside the city, at a small snack shop, Lu Yongchang stood among the crowd, watching the busy people in front of him. He frowned and asked, Was General Lu's anorexia cured here? Lu Mingli, standing ahead of him, turned around and said, Exactly, but this is just a snack shop. It is indeed a snack shop. It was strange. Why would a doctor treat a disease here, in such a simple place? Lu Yongchang wanted to ask more, but Lu Mingli had already turned back. He could only swallow his questions back down. Earlier, the emperor had searched for various delicacies, but never made General Lu open his mouth. Lu Yongchang thought that perhaps General Lu's injury had damaged his internal organs, causing blocked blood flow and a weakened stomach, leading to anorexia. Not eating was just a surface symptom. The real cause was damage to the stomach and spleen. Moreover, the lively scene in front of him made him suspicious. He knew of a foreign herb called mesmerizing flower. After taking it, one would become addicted. Missing a day would cause the whole body to itch and ache like ants biting, unbearable until more was taken to ease the pain. He looked around, and everyone's eyes were full of longing. He became more sure that his guess was right. Lu Yuanshi was not an ordinary person. He managed a large hospital and could not tolerate such harmful food. Once he found proof, he would report it to the emperor and shut down this shady shop. As they moved forward, the crowd grew more restless. Someone shouted in front, and the words spread one after another. Pork knuckles. Today's special is pork knuckles. Lu Yongchang thought to himself, Pork is already greasy, and pork knuckles are even worse.
How can people eat that?
Lu Mingzhi said to Lu Mingli, it can't be pork knuckles. I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know if it's good or not. Let's try it today. Lu Mingli replied, Miss Huawan's cooking is sure to be delicious. We'll see once we try. Everyone was crazy. Everyone was losing their minds. Forget how it tastes. Seeing a gentleman holding pork knuckles and biting into them would be so embarrassing. He would never do such a thing. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry. Before they reached the counter, all the food was already sold out. The customers in line shook their heads regretfully. Next time, we must come earlier, they said, then left. Lu Yongchang told the brothers, this little shop is too strange. I suspect there's something fishy about the food. General Lu, you'd better not eat too much. Lu Mingzhi didn't listen to Lu Yongchang's words. His mind was full of disappointment and shock. He said, I'll go find Miss Huawan. I haven't eaten yet, and now it's sold out. How can I bear it tonight? Huawan hadn't expected this. Even though she closed the shop for 2 days, the number of customers didn't decrease. In fact, it doubled.
They still had less food prepared.
The young woman apologized as she saw customers off. When she saw Lu Mingli in line, she greeted him. General Lu, you're here. Why are you late today? We're almost closing. Lu Mingzhi felt uncomfortable. If he hadn't been delayed at the gate of the mansion, he would have been able to eat today. Lu Mingli replied, I just had some things to deal with when I left, so I was late. The young woman whispered, I see. Please come in quickly. Sister, Huawan left some for you. Lu Mingzhi, who had been feeling down, brightened up. His older brother was so capable, just a few days, and he had already become familiar with the shop owner, even getting a special portion. Lu Yongchang suppressed his dissatisfaction and followed them into the shop. The interior decor was elegant and very different from the rundown outside. The young woman cleared a table for them and called out to the kitchen, Sister Huawan, General Lu has arrived, along with his brother and an older man. There are 3 of them. Huawan came out smiling and said, You're here. Please wait a moment. I'll heat up some pig's feet for you. Lu Yongchang stepped forward and said, Shopkeeper, I don't need pig's feet. Just give me a spoonful of the braised pig's foot sauce. If there was truly a confusing herb mixed in, checking the sauce would be enough. Huawan was surprised. Did they want pig's foot soup with rice? But it's normal for some people not to like pig's feet, so she decided to add 2 braised eggs instead. They ordered 3 bowls of rice, 2 pig's feet, and Huawan poured the requested sauce over the rice. Considering there were many people, she prepared some snacks as well. Soon, a table was filled with dishes. Swiss rolls, milk tea, soup dumplings, shumai, spicy chicken feet, oden, and small pickles. Lu Mingzhi watched as dish after dish was brought to the table. Some he had tried before, some he hadn't. His eyes twinkled happily, feeling that all his efforts to persuade the teacher for 2 days were worth it. His hands clenched under the table, trying to control himself from losing manners. Lu Mingli was much calmer now. He thanked Huawan and chatted about the weather. All the dishes were served. Huawan sat beside them and said, Try them and see if they suit your taste. Lu Mingzhi still held back, waiting for his brother to nod first. Only then did he pick up his chopsticks and rush toward the pig's feet. Wait a moment, suddenly said a voice, making everyone at the table stop and look at Lu Yongchang. Let me check first. Lu Mingzhi felt his temper almost slipping. He asked, Lu Yuan, sure. What do you want to check? Can't we just eat first? Lu Yongchang replied, I'm worried if I eat now it might be too late. Better to be cautious. Lu Mingli stopped his brother and said, Go ahead, Lu Yuan, sure. He knew his sudden recovery raised many questions. He didn't want any rumors to reach the palace and cause unnecessary trouble for Huawan. This was a good chance to clear things up. After all, no one was more authoritative and trustworthy than the Imperial Medical Office's chief. Initially, Director Lu was suspicious of the pig's trotters. Such unappetizing food causing customers to rush and buy was simply illogical. Normally, when checking medicine, only a small sip is needed, but Huawan poured the braised sauce from the pig's trotters onto the rice, which was inconvenient for him. He first sniffed it, star anise, cinnamon, grass fruit, cardamom, licorice, Sichuan pepper.
No strange smell.
Then he scooped a spoonful, tasting a few grains of rice carefully. The sweet, sticky rice was coated with the old braising sauce. Tasty, no. Nothing unusual. The braising sauce was fine. Could the mysterious flower juice be applied to the pig's trotters? He said, I need to check the pig's trotters further. No, Director Liu, can't you just order a pig's trotter if you want to eat one? Lu Mingzhi was unhappy. Lu Mingli said, Mingzhi, that's rude. Then he added to Lu Yongchang, Director Liu, this portion is mine. Please help yourself. Lu Yongchang nodded. He didn't think Lu Mingzhi was rude, he was still young. Once the problem was found, he would be grateful. He used chopsticks to pick up the pig's trotter, thinking it was very firm like he had seen before, so he used quite a bit of force. To his surprise, the pig's trotter was so tender that a large piece of skin and meat fell right off the bone under his grip. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. He had to pretend nothing happened, bringing the large piece to his mouth. One bite, and it melted instantly. No suspicious taste, actually it was quite tempting. Everyone stared at him intently. He cleared his throat and said, the food is fine. Lu Mingzhi cheered softly. Finally, he could eat. Lu Yongchang felt a little embarrassed. He didn't want to waste the pig's trotter in his hand, so he put it back on his plate and looked around. Lu Mingzhi mashed the pig's trotter with a spoon, then mixed it thoroughly with the rice, scooping up a big spoonful to eat. Looking at Lu Mingzhi again, he ate more gracefully, picking a piece of meat and slowly savoring it, then taking another bite of rice. Lu Yongchang first took a bite of rice soaked in broth. The rich aroma and the satisfaction of big mouthfuls made him squint happily. He looked again at the piece of pig's trotter from earlier. Seeing no one paying attention to him, he ate the entire piece. It was soft, smooth, salty, and fragrant, being repeatedly pressed between his tongue and teeth, so delicious that he almost swallowed his own tongue. He couldn't help but ask Huawan, how is this pig's hoof cooked? It doesn't have the usual porky smell. Huawan smiled and replied, in my hometown, pigs are castrated before slaughter, so they don't have that smell. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully and said, I see. Then he praised Huawan. This pig's hoof stew is so tender and soft, it's perfect for the elderly. If Director Liu likes it, I have another portion. Would you like an extra piece? Lu Yongchang was not a shy person. Hearing this, he immediately laughed happily. That's wonderful. Thank you, shopkeeper. He now fully believed that the food from this small eatery had cured General Liu's loss of appetite. He had thought it was some folk doctor, feeling a bit inferior, but now all his negative feelings were gone. He focused on enjoying the delicious food before him. Besides the pig's hoof rice, there was a rich milk-flavored Swiss roll, juicy soup-filled buns, refreshing small pickles, and even chicken feet with chili, which he used to avoid, but now he ate eagerly. And there was the warm, fragrant tea with a thick aroma, leaving a lasting taste and making him feel completely relaxed inside and out. They say appetite is the most worldly desire. At this moment, Lu Yongchang just wanted to be an ordinary person, fully immersed in the joy of satisfying his hunger. The big table of food was cleaned up completely, with no grains of rice left. Lu Yongchang took the last sip of tea and said to Huawan, I apologize for any previous rudeness. Please forgive me, Miss Hua. Huawan shook her head kindly and said, Director Liu is close to the emperor, so it's only right to be careful. Then she got to the main point. This time I leave the capital, His Majesty asked me to bring some food back for Princess Annal. She is pregnant and hasn't been able to eat much. I think if the food I prepare can cure her loss of appetite, maybe it can also help the princess regain her appetite. Huawan looked at Lu Mingli. Lu Mingli nodded at her. She said, all right. When will Director Liu return to the capital? I want to prepare in advance. Lu Yongchang replied, since General Liu is fine now, I will prepare some medicine to help with his digestion tonight and set out early tomorrow morning. Huawan hesitated and said, it might be too late to prepare everything tomorrow morning. I can only get the food ready when I open my shop tonight. Lu Yongchang didn't understand and said, I need to report to His Majesty immediately. Please, Miss Hua, prepare everything tonight so I won't be delayed. Let me see what I can prepare. Lu Yongchang replied. The princess has recently enjoyed sour and spicy foods. Before pregnancy, she liked sweets, but now she eats less. Hwan thought that if she liked sour and spicy flavors, pickled fish would be very suitable. However, she was in a hurry and couldn't buy it. Luckily, there was already pineapple sweet and sour pork available, so she decided to bring some back to try. Hwan nodded and turned to Loomingly, saying, "I've prepared pepper chicken soup with pig stomach for you. It's creamy and warm, perfect for winter. You can drink it with Grandma Lu tomorrow. Oh, and I also prepared roasted pigeons. You mentioned last time that Grandma Lu really likes them, so I bought a few more." After speaking, she headed into the kitchen. Lu Yongchang was curious. He wondered how pepper could be used in soup. The creamy white soup sounded very tempting, and he had never tried roasted pigeons before. He was eager to taste them. "Miss Hua, please wait a moment." Lu Yongchang hurriedly stopped Hwan. "I've thought it over carefully. Since I need to check Grandma Lu's pulse tomorrow, I can set out the day after tomorrow." Hwan smiled at him. "All right then, please come again tomorrow evening for dinner. Tomorrow, I plan to sell pickled fish." Certainly, certainly, Lu Yongchang felt satisfied. He walked out with his hands behind his back, while Lu Mingzhi followed beside him, carrying several large bags of food. He kept reminding Lu Mingzhi to be careful and not to spill anything. Lu Mingli was walking at the back. He approached Hwan quietly and said, "I asked my grandmother, and the number of pearls you mentioned is different. There are actually 99 large pearls and 104 small pearls." Hwan looked puzzled. "Fewer 5 pearls? That shouldn't be." Old Master Lu said he studied that painting for decades and knows all the details very well. Maybe that painting isn't actually my aunt's. That could explain why the woman in the picture is wearing pink imperial robes. Could it be that the Lu family isn't your descendants? While shopping at the supermarket, the notification sound from her phone rang. Hwan opened WeChat and saw it was Lu Zhao. "Miss Hwan, I have already consulted experts about the necklace. I'm sorry, but they can only do their best to restore it. The delicate details of the feather inlay are still impossible to repair. I am in your city now. Are you free today? I will bring it to you." Although Hwan guessed this would be the result, she still felt a little disappointed when facing it directly. She arranged to meet Lu Zhao at a nearby coffee shop, and he arrived quickly. He was tall and slim, with a straight posture, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His thin lips curved slightly when he saw Hwan. Hwan couldn't help but carefully observe Lu Zhao, trying to find any resemblance to Lu Mingli. They had similar body shapes, but their features were completely different. Thinking of this, Hwan found it amusing. After so many years, her genes had changed so much that even Lu Mingli's descendants probably looked different now. Lu Zhao handed her a box and said sincerely, "I've consulted the best experts and worked with my grandfather all night. This is the best we can do." Hwan opened the box. The pearls inside were already strung together, but some of the feather inlay was damaged. "Although we can replace the feather inlay with a similar one, I want to ask for your opinion first." "Never mind, I'll check with my friends if they have any ideas." Lu Zhao curiously asked, "Your friends? The ones who gave you this necklace?" Hwan nodded and then told Lu Zhao, "Tell old Lu that he doesn't need to be so obsessed with this necklace. It's not the same as the one in your family's ancient painting." Lu Zhao looked confused. "Why do you say that?" "The details of the necklace match perfectly," Hwan explained, "but the number of pearls doesn't match. My friend told me this necklace should have 99 large pearls and 104 small pearls." Lu Zhao asked, "Then where are the 5 missing large pearls?" Hwan said, "Maybe they fell in the banquet hall, or maybe someone deliberately hid them." "That's too much of a coincidence." He paused thoughtfully. "If it was lost in the banquet hall, don't worry. I will investigate thoroughly and give you an explanation." Then he asked, "Please forgive me, Miss Hua, but I need to ask one more thing. Are you interested in selling that set of shimmering embroidered dresses?" That night, it seemed Lu Zhao had asked about it before, but Hwan was in a bad mood and didn't pay attention. "But it has been worn through." Miss Hua chuckled. "Old things are used by those before us. Their value isn't in being new or old, but in craftsmanship and the stories they carry."
Hwan nodded.
The floating brocade was too precious to keep here. It would be better to let someone who likes it collect it. She could also make some money from it. On January 5th, Tao Leju will hold a private auction. If you're interested, you can bring things over to see. Maybe you'll get a good price. Lu Zhao sent Huawan an electronic invitation. Just show the invitation to get in. If Miss Huawan has other items, she can bring them too. We also have appraisal experts on site, and my grandfather will be there. An auction. Huawan had only read about it in novels. This time, she could see it with her own eyes. Huawan said, "Okay, I will go." Lu Yongchang carefully checked Lu Mingli's pulse. Everything is recovering very well. It won't be long before General Lu can ride into battle again. I've written a new prescription to help with his recovery. Lu Mingli thanked Lu Yongchang. It's strange, I can now eat the dishes from the kitchen at home, but only a little. Lu Yongchang understood. Not eating much is normal. You eat from Huawan snack shop every day, so other foods probably don't agree with you. Speaking of which, is it almost time to eat? Lu Mingli and Lu Yongchang looked at each other and burst out laughing. Lu Mingli said, "When Lu Yuansher mentioned it, I realized my stomach was already empty." Huawan mentioned pepper pig stomach chicken. I haven't tried it either. Let's go and taste it together. Everyone sat around the table. The maid brought out hot dishes one by one, ending with a large soup pot. She placed it in the middle of the table and lifted the lid. Steam burst out, carrying an enticing aroma. The smell of pepper and fresh chicken mixed together, making everyone's nose tingle. "Smells so good," Lu Mingzhi exclaimed first. He couldn't wait for the maid to serve the dishes. Waving his hand, he said, "I'll serve myself," and stood up to scoop the soup. Grandmother firmly placed her cane on the floor and said, "How improper. Family eats together, and you're being unruly. We have guests here, too." Lu Yongchang stared intently at the soup, muttering, "No problem, no problem." "Mingzhi, hurry up." Grandmother chuckled softly and shook her head. "It's not his fault. This soup really smells good." Lu Mingli served a bowl to his grandmother and said, "Take your time, grandmother. Be careful not to burn yourself." The milky white broth contained strips of pork stomach and chicken pieces, decorated with red goji berries and jujubes. The pepper was ground into powder, filling the air with a fragrant aroma, though no particles could be seen. The pork stomach was cooked until tender, and the chicken was slightly chewy. Lu Yongchang took a sip of the soup and exclaimed, "The spicy flavor of the pepper is fully absorbed, and the saltiness is just right. The chicken and pork stomach blend into such a fresh taste. It's salty and savory, with a hint of spiciness, and there are even jujubes and goji berries inside," he marveled. "Drinking this soup warms the whole stomach. It's a good soup, especially suitable for elderly people like Grandma and for General Lu, who have weak stomachs." Grandmother smiled and replied, "Good. Everyone drink more. Have some more." She praised, "I used to hear that common folks couldn't afford meat, so they bought cheap pig offal to eat at home. I thought it was hard to swallow, but after cooking like this, it's almost like a delicacy." Lu Yuansher said to grandmother, "Too bad you didn't get to try the pig's trotters last night. They were cooked until soft and melt in your mouth, leaving a fragrant taste. It seems that poor people might actually have a better life than us." Lu Mingli responded coldly. Lu Yuansher has never seen real poverty. Pigs' trotters and stomachs are probably things they've never seen in their lives, surviving only on wild vegetables from the mountains. Grandmother nodded. "Now with the floods in Jiangnan, I wonder how many have become victims of disaster. I've heard that rice prices in the city have gone up." Everyone listened quietly, nodding in agreement, and they couldn't help but cherish the rice and food they had even more. After finishing their meal and drinking, Lu Yuansher happily returned to his room to think about how to make chicken soup. The brothers from the Lu family stayed behind to chat with grandmother. Grandmother praised, "This soup really tastes good. Lately, the weather has turned cold. In the mornings, I just feel frozen and can't walk without a heater. But now, one bowl of this soup warms me all over." Lu Mingli said, "If grandmother feels cold, I have a good coat for you." Grandmother shook her head. "You've given me enough fox fur and mink fur coats already." "That's enough." Lu Mingli asked the servant to bring a down jacket and said, "This is different from fox fur. Try it on." The down jacket was very large, and when it was put on grandmother, it looked like a big quilt, lightly wrapping her body. Soon, grandmother was about to take it off. "Why am I sweating?" What's this coat called? It looks so light, but it makes me so hot. Lu Mingli explained, this was given to me by Miss Huawan. It's called a down jacket. They say it's filled with the softest feathers from geese. I wear it in the snow, and the cold wind can't get through. Grandmother gently stroked the down jacket with care, asking her maid to keep it safe. She said, Miss Huawan is truly a blessing for our family. If it weren't for her, how would you get through this? She was about to cry again. Lu Mingli held her hand and said, Grandmother, don't be sad. Look at me, I'm fine now. Grandmother replied, Miss Huawan works so her own. You should give her more silver and money. Don't treat her badly. At this point, Lu Mingli also felt confused. Although old coins from previous dynasties could still be used today, Miss Huawan's era was so advanced. Would she carry such heavy silver coins? Every time she saw her put silver into a box, the amount inside never seemed to decrease. Lu Mingzhi explained his doubts. I heard from Big Sister that Miss Huawan prefers bowls and basins. Once she got a flower vase and was so happy. What kind of vase? It's said to be a gift from Jiang Shiyan. I've never seen it myself. She didn't keep it in the shop. Jiang Shiyan? The son of Jiang Sima? I heard he recently bought a famous ancient palace's olive-shaped vase, which caused a big fuss. Looks like he bought it for Miss Huawan. Although Lu Mingli was often bedridden, people from official circles reported daily on political affairs. This was a small matter, often mentioned just to tease. Jiang Sima was known for his integrity and looked down on the extravagance of previous dynasties. When his son bought that vase, he was secretly mocked many times. Now, everything made sense. Lu Mingli also knew many colleagues who loved collecting antiques. Thinking carefully about Huawan's attitude toward brocade and those headpieces, he reached a conclusion. It seems Miss Huawan doesn't like silver and money much. She prefers items with collectible value. No matter the price, as long as they are unique or made by the imperial crafts, she likes them. Old Lady Lu said, That's simple. Don't we still have gifts from the emperor and presents from the noble consort in our storeroom? In the future, I will choose some substitutes for silver to pay Miss Huawan. Tonight is another busy night at a small snack shop. Lu Yuanshi and his group are already waiting at the door, so they're the first to enter. He was originally looking forward to the pig stomach chicken at noon, but he quickly changed his mind. This pickled fish is very appetizing and goes well with rice. The fish slices have no fishy smell. It's a top-quality dish. Huawan smiled happily and said, I'm glad you like it, Lu Yuanshi. Do you think the pickled fish is suitable for the princess to eat? Lu Yongchang replied, Yes. It's perfect. Based on what I know about Princess Anping, she will definitely like it. Huawan said, There are also a few other small dishes, all sweet and sour. Please include them too, Lu Yuanshi. Lu Yongchang chuckled and said, Recently, the weather has been cold, and my wife's appetite isn't good. Look, Huawan understood and replied with a smile, Don't worry, Lu Yuanshi. I've prepared the same for you. That night, Lu Yongchang hurried straight to the imperial city, worried that if he returned late, the food might spoil. Meanwhile, a father and daughter were talking outside the snack shop. Dad, since you're here, just have a bite before we go, Zhao Luer whispered, tugging at her father's sleeve. Zhao Jizhou is a city magistrate. He had important affairs to attend to this time, and he didn't expect that after finishing his work, his daughter would drag him to this small shop. Luer, you're the daughter of a magistrate. How can you eat at a place like this? Ever since she tried the snacks at the shop last time, Zhao Luer couldn't forget them. Just trust your daughter this once. Since we're here, shouldn't I at least have something to eat? The household has already prepared dinner. Just be patient. You can eat when we get home, Zhao Jizhou patiently persuaded. Zhao Luer pouted and said, No, I'll starve if I wait. I can't hold it anymore. I want to eat here. Zhao Jizhou felt helpless. He only has this daughter, whom he usually spoils like a treasure, which has made her quite stubborn. What can he do? Since he spoiled her, he can only endure it. A servant from the front of the line came over, holding a small piece of paper, and said, It says 78. Xiao Er said there are 11 tables ahead of us. Zhao Jizhou said, That's quite interesting. Everyone gets a number tag. When it's your turn, you go in. No mistakes, no trouble. Not bad. Just then, Hwawan appeared carrying a large tray. Despite the cold weather, she prepared hot drinks for each waiting guest. She carefully delivered a cup and apologized kindly. Zhao Luer thought, could it be milk tea? I haven't had it in a long time. I'm so excited. Finally, she reached her and handed her a small teacup, saying, sorry, there are many customers today. You have to wait a bit. This is our special soda, which is very warming. Try it. Zhao Luer took the cup and, imitating Suwan, called out, Sister Hwawan. Hwanan looked closely at her face and vaguely recognized her as the girl Suwan brought that day. At that time, she was drinking milk tea alone, probably jasmine milk tea, so Hwan thought she was a pretty girl who loved drinking milk tea. It's you. Unfortunately, today we don't have jasmine milk tea, only white mist red dust. Zhao Luer remembered her awkward moment that day and felt a little shy. She said, it's okay. This is my father. I brought him here to try the milk tea and Swiss roll. Hwan blinked and said, Swiss roll isn't on today's menu. I'll prepare one for you separately. Then Hwan kindly reminded her, did you get a number? If you're not called yet, you can wait in the carriage. Just one person needs to stay here. When your number is called, you can come over. That was a good idea. Zhao Luer thanked Hwan. Hwan smiled at her and continued walking back, waiting until the last order was served before returning to collect the cups. Holding the warm tea cup, Zhao Luer sniffed it and detected the smell of. She felt a bit disappointed because she usually didn't like the taste of. When she was a child, she once accidentally fell into water, and afterward, her stepmother forced her to drink a full bowl of soup. Since then, whenever she had a cold or went out in winter, she was made to drink it. She hated it from the bottom of her heart. Her attendant had already drunk it and said, this soup tastes quite special. It's really good. Hwan bought a lot of old from Grandpa Abandoned, all sliced into strips, added lemon slices, poured in cola, and boiled it on high heat until the cola boiled. Then she simmered it on medium heat for 3 to 5 minutes. This kept the flavor of cola, while adding a bit of and lemon to enhance the taste. Overall, it was sweet and spicy, with a pleasant tang. Zhao Jizhou hadn't drunk it yet and urged his daughter, Luer, it's perfect. The weather is so cold. You should drink a cup to warm up. Zhao Luer never expected that the first gift from the snack shop she had been looking forward to was soup. She frowned and took a sip. It was completely different from what she had drunk before. With one bite, my mouth is filled with sweetness, followed by the spicy kick of that rushes to my throat. Instantly, from my mouth to my whole body, I feel warm and cozy. Zhao Luer looks at her father. He hasn't touched his cup and is just staring at her. She says, Dad, drink it while it's hot. It tastes good. This is the first time Zhao Luer drinks soup so happily. Zhao Jizhou is surprised for a moment, then smiles and answers, all right, Luer says it tastes good, so it must be good. After finishing a cup, Zhao Jizhou nods and praises, yes, the soup has sugar, but it doesn't taste too sweet. It's good. They wait in the carriage for a short while, then a servant comes to call them. They walk to the snack shop entrance, where many people are still waiting in line. The four of them find a table and sit down. Following the shop's rules, they order a set meal of pickled fish. The set includes a pot of pickled fish for 4 people, a pot of fragrant tea, a large bowl of rice, a serving of brown sugar rice cakes, and a special bread called golden steamed buns. They also receive 4 Swiss rolls as a gift. For Zhao Jizhou, who has been involved in official affairs for many years, he has attended many fancy banquets. Seeing his daughter so eager, he doesn't say much. He tells Zhao Luer, this place really smells good, and they have many varieties. While saying this, his gaze falls on the table, noticing all the colorful dishes he hasn't seen before. Especially the big bowl of pickled fish in the middle, with golden broth and lots of white fish fillets visible. The sour smell is indeed appetizing. Although it's a dish for 4, the 2 servants don't dare to touch it. They sit quietly aside, waiting for Zhao Jizhou and Zhao Luer to eat first. Zhao Jizhou picks up a piece of fish and puts it in his mouth. The fish is tender and smooth, with no fishy smell and no bones. The sour and spicy broth has soaked into every fiber of the fish, making it tasty and refreshing. He eats so quickly, he doesn't have time to savor it carefully, swallowing hurriedly, then picks up a second piece. Zhao Luer squints and says, I heard Suwon say that pickled fish is spicy and delicious. It really is. After praising, she turns to her father and sees him busy eating fish slices. She says, Dad, fish slices taste even better with rice. Zhao Jizhou finally notices the shiny white rice beside him. Strange, recently, due to the floods in Jiangnan, most fields have been flooded and rice harvests have decreased significantly. He himself has difficulty getting plain rice. Now, this small snack shop can serve rice to every table. Where does this rice come from? Zhao Luer softly told her father. Suwon told me that Sister Huan might be a fairy coming down from heaven to pass a test. Zhao Jizhou asked, How did she find out? She replied, That's what she told me, and it's also written in the storybooks. Zhao Jizhou fell into deep thought until his daughter urged him to eat. Only then did he snap out of it and start eating rice. It was plain white rice, not magic or special tricks, but it tasted even better than the rice he had in the palace. The food was very tempting. Zhao Jizhou pushed aside his worries and ate quickly. He found that the spicy, tasty fish slices paired with rice made him want to eat more and more. After eating a piece of fish, he took a bite of rice, feeling very satisfied. No matter how much fish there was, he couldn't stop eating it one bite at a time. Soon, there was no more fish left in the soup bowl, so he poured the broth over his rice. The fish soup mixed with rice was also delicious. The broth covered the rice, and he scooped a spoonful, eating it all in one go. Even without side dishes, he enjoyed every bite. Fortunately, Zhao Luer had a small appetite. After finishing one bowl of rice, she thought about saving room for other foods. The Swiss roll was still as tasty as ever, with a slight coolness. After drinking hot soup, it didn't feel cold at all. The brown sugar glutinous rice cake was crispy on the outside and sticky inside, sometimes sticking to the chopsticks. The golden steamed bun was fried until crispy, dipped in a white sauce, full of milky aroma. Papa, you must try this steamed bun. Zhao Jizhou had already finished 4 bowls of rice and still wanted more. When his daughter reminded him, he realized he hadn't tried the other dishes yet. He looked at the plate of buns, which were yellow and white, and asked, What are these buns? Zhao Luer said, These are called golden buns. They're fried and dipped in the sauce. They're much tastier than regular buns. Zhao Jizhou took a bite, surprisingly finding the crispy texture easy to chew. The main reason was the sauce, extremely delicious. What's this white sauce? It has such a strong milky smell. He picked up a bit with his chopsticks, pulled it into strings, and tasted it carefully. It was like milk, but even more fragrant. A girl passing by explained, That's sweetened condensed milk, made from sugar and milk boiled together. You can't buy it elsewhere. Ah, I see. This snack shop really looks simple but is full of surprises. Soon, the brown sugar rice cake and the golden buns were all finished. Hey, this isn't ordinary tea. Feeling a bit thirsty, Zhao Jizhou poured water from the teapot into a teacup and realized it was milky white. Smelling it carefully, he detected the aroma of Da Hong Pao tea. After taking a sip, the taste was very smooth and delicate. Zhao Jizhou couldn't hold back anymore. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Good tea? The other diners around him were used to it and only looked over briefly before continuing to eat. On this small dining table, every item was something money couldn't buy outside. Earlier, he saw many people lining up outside in the freezing cold, and he didn't understand at first. Now, his opinion had completely changed, and he thought this meal was truly worth it. It's better than anything I've eaten before. Even a palace banquet can't compare, and the price is reasonable, he praised, rubbing his belly happily. Zhao Luer said, Last time, Suwon's family had a reunion dinner, and Sister Wan prepared the desserts. Dad, can we also give Sister Wan the New Year's dishes this year? Zhao Jizhou nodded silently, thinking that Su's family's only daughter was indeed clever. No wonder everyone has been praising her ever since that day. Then he suddenly realized he had finished an entire pot of pickled fish, leaving only some broth. His 2 attendants hadn't eaten yet. "Waiter, please bring another serving of pickled fish," he called out to the young girl. The girl explained, "Our restaurant's portions are limited to one set per table. This pot is for 4 people. Isn't it enough for you?" The 2 attendants quickly said, "It's fine. We're happy with just some soup and rice." They had been watching from the side, already very hungry, afraid the master would suggest going home to eat. Before Zhao Jizhou could say anything, they lifted the entire bowl, poured it over their rice, and with the fragrant radish broth at the bottom, happily ate 3 large bowls. There were 2 pieces of Swiss roll left. Zhao Luer asked the girl to pack them up to take home for her mother to try. By this time, there were few customers left in the restaurant. Sister Wan finished cooking the last portion and came out to chat with the girl. Lu Mingli had just sent away the official Lu Yuan and returned, sitting in the restaurant waiting for Sister Wan. When he saw her come out, he handed her a small bowl. The bowl was sky blue, shaped like a lotus flower, with the rim not round but made of 10 petal-shaped sections. Sister Wan looked at the bowl in confusion. Lu Mingli said, "I guess in your time copper coins and silver ingots were no longer used. Maybe you prefer this kind of bowl. This is a lotus-shaped bowl, one of the bowls the emperor ordered you to make 2 years ago." Huawan looked at him gratefully. He was the first person to guess her worries. Recently, Huawan earned a lot of silver, but she didn't dare to cash it out. There were too many coins flooding into the market, and she was worried she hadn't made enough money yet, so she kept them hidden. "You really understand people well and are very clever." Huawan was so touched she couldn't hold back her words, saying one praise after another. Lu Mingliang laughed and said, all right, what are you talking about?" Huawan explained her plan and Lu Mingliang quickly understood. "You just need to buy some valuable items here to collect, then sell them when you go back?" "Yes, the last time Jiang Shuihua helped me buy a vase, I sold quite a few of them, which can support me for a long time. But since the snack shop became very popular, I need to prepare more food every day, and I'm spending more than I earn. Soon I'll run out of money. But Lu Zhao told me there's an auction in a few days. I plan to sell the shimmering brocade and this bowl, and I should make a big profit." Huawan's face lit up with a smile at the thought. Lu Mingliang saw the girl smile so freely for the first time. Her happiness made him feel happy too. "Oh, I have some bad news." Huan took out a pearl necklace with green stones. "Our local experts have done their best, but because of technical gaps, they can't fix the feathers on it. Do you have a way to find a craftsman to try?" Lu Mingliang opened the box and checked. Most of it was repaired well. Only some of the green stones were missing. He comforted Huawan, "It should be fine, don't worry. I'll go to the shop that sold it tomorrow and ask." Huawan finally relaxed. After sending off all the guests, Huawan took out 2 folding lounge chairs. She and Daniel lay on them, happily drinking fresh milk. She shook her sore arms and listened to Daniel reading. Huawan was feeling sleepy. "Big sister Huawan, I recognize your name. There's a character that looks like a flower." Daniel excitedly shook Huawan, waking her up. Huawan looked and saw it was indeed the character flower. She praised Daniel generously. "You're so clever, Daniel." "That's right. My surname is this character." "Then how do you write the character for Wan in your name?" Daniel asked curiously. She wanted to know her sister's full name and remember it carefully. Huawan found some paper and a pen and wrote her name on it. "It's the same as Swiss roll, the roll." The older girl giggled and said, "Your sister's name is easy to recognize." Then she asked, "Did your elders choose this name because of the pastry you eat?" Huawan thought of her grandfather, who used to run this snack shop. That was probably the reason for her name.
Hua nodded.
"Exactly, my family name is Hua and we run a snack shop." "It fits perfectly, doesn't it?" The older girl looked at her with envy. "That's great. It's a pity I don't have a name." Huawan asked, "Isn't your name Daniel?" She had seen similar names before, so she didn't think much about it. The girl shook her head sadly. "Because I am the oldest girl in the family, they all call me Daniel. In our village, few people give girls special names." Huawan took her hand and said, "It's okay. Now that you can read, you can choose your own name. We can find a way to change your official name easily." The next day, Huawan gave some money to the shop owner, and he brought back a deed of ownership. Now, Daniel belonged to Huawan. She happily asked, Can I have the same family name as you? Of course. You're my sister, after all. Then she said, I want a name related to food. I'll call myself Hua Sheng. Huan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Daniel was unhappy and pouted. Huan, don't laugh at me. I know I don't know much, but I'm trying to learn. Haven't laughed at you. I just think the name is fun. How about this? Let's call you Hua Sheng, with a different character but the same pronunciation. She wrote the character Sheng on the paper. This character is pronounced Sheng and is a musical instrument. I hope you will be talented in the future. How does that sound? Daniel whispered, tracing the character in the air with her finger, then grinned at Huan. Sister, I like this name. From now on, I'll be called Hua Sheng. I have a name now. Outside, it was snowing lightly. The cold wind carried snowflakes that hit the window with a crackling sound. Inside the snack shop, the two girls lay side by side on a lounge chair, covered with a thin blanket, chatting and joking without feeling the cold. This was the life they longed for. Wan Furong was humiliated at Huan. After returning home, he became angrier the more he thought about it. Every day, he would lie in bed feeling upset, but the other side had General Liu backing them up and didn't take him seriously. What could he do? As the reputation of Huan's snack shop grew in the city, it greatly affected Wan Fulu's business. Even when customers came in, they would compare Wan Fulu's pastries with the cakes from Huajuan's shop. Wan Furong had seen this happen many times. Once, during a gathering with an old friend, after trying a taro pastry, the friend said, I heard that the small snack shop outside the city makes very tasty taro cakes that are soft and sticky. Old Wan, you should consider improving your taro pastries too. Wan Furong's face turned pale and then red. He clenched his jaw, used all his self-control, and finally managed to hold back. He sighed deeply and said, Yes, yes. The shop owner there is very proud. I went personally to learn from her, but she and her people threw me out.
Sigh.
His old friend was surprised. That really happened? Wan Furong almost cried, his face twisted in frustration. Yes, Wan Furong, who's been a notable figure in the city, have never been humiliated like this. His old friend, being loyal, stood by him. A young girl opening her own shop, she must have some confidence. She probably knows the rules of the trade. You should teach her a lesson. Wan Furong thought of Looming Li's skills and didn't dare to teach her a lesson. But rules are useful. No matter how strong your backing is, you can't just ignore the rules, right? He came up with a new idea. He quickly said goodbye to his friend, picked out some pastries, thought for a moment, then added a package of new tea, and went to the prefect's office. He often gave gifts to Prefect Zhao during festivals. You have your backing, and I have mine. Zhao Jizhou was in his office. Wan Furong respectfully handed over the gift, exchanged a few words, and then got to the main point. He looked worried and said with a tone of helplessness, I believe Prefect Zhao has already heard about the new snack shop outside the city. It's quite something, business is booming. Zhao Jizhou thought to himself, I just finished eating there. The smell of pickled fish still lingers in my mind. He nodded and snorted twice. I've heard about it. The shop owner is a girl named Huan. She doesn't understand the rules of the trade. According to the rules, this snack shop also belongs to our business association. Since she opened the shop, I haven't seen her visit, nor has she joined the association. If something happens in the future, our association will have to take responsibility. Zhao Jizhou thought to himself, this is your internal matter. Why are you telling me? He remembered his daughter's words. Perhaps Huan is a fairy. How could a celestial being join an earthly business association? He tried to find a reason for Huan. He said, maybe because the snack shop is outside the city and the association only manages shops inside the city. There's a clear boundary. The young girl probably doesn't know much. Wan Furong was confused.
Why?
Aren't people outside the city still managed by the city officials? The villagers around the area also pay taxes to the government. He didn't dare say this openly. It was obvious that the officials favored Huan, so he could only argue logically. He said, maybe the young girl doesn't understand the rules. Our older generation should teach her. Whether inside or outside the city, shops have official seals. If you give me a copy of the seal and Huajuan's household registration, I will personally handle her joining the association. Zhao Jizhou was stunned. Huan didn't have a household registration, and he had never heard of her snack shop applying for a seal. But he was already determined to support Huan. If the shop closed, where would he get his sour fish? Where would he find his favorite milk tea? He said, "This is the matter for the clerk. I'll ask him to look into it and send it to you later." Then he gave a subtle signal to the young servant nearby. The servant understood and left. The servant hurried to the master's room, anxiously delivering the order. Quickly handle Huajuan's snack shop seal. Also, get Huajuan's household registration as well. The master ordered it. The servant added, "Once it's done, give me Huajuan's copy. I will take it to the snack shop tonight." This way, he could have a reason to visit Huan and show off. He could also get some good food. Last time, the sour fish was so fragrant that it made his head dizzy just from the soup and rice. Next time, he definitely wanted to try the meat. There is a strange herb in this land that, when eaten, causes addiction. Over time, it damages the body. As the local official, you should investigate for the health of the people. Wan Furong's idea was good. Once the government sends soldiers to investigate the shop, it will take some time. He can use this delay to spread rumors. The business of the snack shop will surely be affected. Zhao Jizhou was already very annoyed. He knew that Wan Fulua and the Huan snack shop were competitors, but he couldn't just hold on to that. He was here giving orders. He listened and said, "Some servants have eaten there. Did they go to eat? Everyone can see that they probably didn't send people to destroy the shop. They just got hooked on the food." He added, "You can't say that carelessly. You don't know the facts." A few days ago, Director Liu came personally to check the snack shop and found no problems. Wan Furong was a businessman. He didn't keep up with palace news. He asked, "Director Liu? The director of the Imperial Hospital? He came here?" "Yes." The emperor sent him to check on General Liu's illness. Not only did he come, but he also took some of the shop's food back to the capital. It said he gave it to Princess Onping. This was shocking. Wan Furong almost collapsed into his chair, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Zhao Jizhou said meaningfully, "So, you can't say that carelessly." Now, the Huan snack shop had a new label, strictly selected by the Imperial Hospital. Anyone who questioned the shop was questioning the Imperial Hospital. What is the Imperial Hospital? It's the closest place to the emperor, always by the emperor's side. Wan Furong, a mere merchant, couldn't possibly comment on it. When Wan Furong left the prefect's office, he looked like a wilted eggplant. A young girl he didn't know had managed to steal away his many customers in just a few months. Wan Furong couldn't believe that after decades in this business, he could be outdone by a young girl just starting out. He gathered his courage and went to the biggest suppliers in the city. He didn't believe that the snack shop sold so much every day without needing raw materials. That night, he invited the owners of the biggest tavern, sugar sellers, flour sellers, and even the dairy shop. These suppliers had been Wan Furong's partners for years. They shared both success and failure. Wan Furong raised a cup of wine and said, "Brothers, I've always considered you family. Now I'm going through the hardest time. Please help me one more time." Everyone was moved by his words and all promised to stand by Wan Furong. "Boss Wan, if you need anything, just tell us. We will definitely help." "Yes, we will definitely help." Wan Furong was very happy with their response and felt a bit more relaxed. He said, "The snack shop outside the city is competing with me and even drove me out. If you still consider me a friend, please avoid doing business with her in the future. I thank you all here." "Of course. But I don't think I have ever supplied that snack shop," said the owner of the flour shop first. The others looked at each other and said they had never dealt with the snack shop either. Wan Furong was completely confused. How is that possible? Such a big business, and you haven't bought from them? There are no other shops in the city that can supply so much. Everyone also looked puzzled. "Boss Wan, trust me, I have never seen that woman called Huan." "Yes, I haven't either. But don't worry, if she comes to buy from us in the future, we will refuse." In the past few days, Wan Furong had faced many setbacks, one after another. He felt like he was about to explode. So, after going home, he made a decision. He called Wang Wu and Zhao Lu and whispered, "You two, find a night to secretly burn down that snack shop." They had been beaten last time and were feeling upset. When they heard this, they nodded in agreement. "I heard the shop will be closed for a few days soon, so it's a good chance to set it on fire." Whether she was human or a spirit, he wanted to see her burn with a fire. Today, Huan finished her business and took down a sign that said "closed for a few days," writing 3 days below, and hung it on the door. The day after tomorrow was the auction at Taleju. Huan bought an early high-speed train ticket. She didn't want to open the shop tomorrow. She just wanted to rest and sleep early. Huan told Huasheng, "Starting tomorrow, I will be away for 3 days. You can rest at home and keep Grandpa and Grandma company." Huasheng hugged Huan, looking a bit sad. "Sister Huan, please be careful. I will miss you. I'll be here waiting for you to come back." Huan affectionately pinched her nose and said, "Okay, I will bring you some good food." The next day, Huan went to various supermarkets to fill the fridge and tidy up the house. The day quickly passed. In the evening, she carefully packed the butterfly hairpin and the small bowl sent by Loomingly into her suitcase. She also wrapped the floating light brocade with multiple layers of packaging and placed it inside. After checking all her luggage and making sure everything was ready, she set an alarm and went to sleep. In a daze, she seemed to sense something. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. In the darkness, she looked carefully, but didn't find anything unusual. She checked the time. It was less than midnight. Huan lay back down to sleep, but her mind was still restless. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She got up and went to the small snack shop next door. She turned on the light and saw smoke drifting inside from the entrance. The kitchen was equipped with a fire extinguisher. She wasn't panicked, but when she opened the door, she saw that the fire outside was quite large, burning around the small shop and reaching up to a person's height. She quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher and headed outside. Just as she reached the door, she tripped over something soft and nearly fell. Looking down, she saw Huasheng. She was lying at the door, her face blackened from smoke, holding a torn padded jacket in her hand. Huan hurriedly helped Huasheng up and brought her inside the shop. She called her several times before Huasheng slowly opened her eyes. "Huan's sister, cough cough, someone. Someone is trying to burn down the snack shop."
Sorry, I
didn't put out the fire. You need to leave." Then she fainted again. No matter how much Huan called her, she didn't wake up. Her breathing was very weak. She had to find a doctor immediately. There was no time to put out the fire. Huan grabbed a blanket from the counter, ran to the kitchen, soaked it with water, and draped it over herself. She struggled to lift Huasheng and headed toward the door. Huan was too weak. After walking only a few steps, she found it hard to move forward. At this moment, she heard clothes being slapped against the door and people talking outside.
Quick.
Go find water. Huan gently laid Huasheng on the ground nearby, grabbed the fire extinguisher, and rushed to the door to put out the fire. Soon, the fire outside was extinguished. Loomingly saw Huan and hurriedly asked, "Huan, are you okay?" Tears still clung to her cheeks, making her look pitiful. She said, "I'm fine, but Huasheng is hurt. Can you help me take her to the hospital?" Huasheng Loomingly looked behind her and saw the girl lying on the ground. He said, "Don't worry, I'll send someone to take her to the clinic right away." Then he ordered his attendants to carry Huasheng onto the carriage, which quickly headed into the city. "Her name isn't Big Girl, her name is Huasheng. She's my sister," Huan said tearfully. Loomingly said, "Okay, Huasheng, your sister. I will remember that." His tone was unexpectedly gentle and caring, even to himself. Outside the door, the fire hadn't been completely put out. Loomingly asked Huan, "What are you holding? Can it help put out the fire?" Huan handed him a fire extinguisher and said, "This is a fire extinguisher. You use it like this." She demonstrated how to use it. Loomingly said, "You rest inside. I will go and put out the remaining fire." Watching Loomingly's back, she sat down on a stool, feeling scared. Luckily, Loomingly came, otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to find her way into the city or the medical clinic. But who set the fire? Why did Hua Xing appear at the door again? These questions couldn't be answered right now, so she had to put them aside for the moment. Thinking about Hua Xing, she noticed she didn't seem to have any burns. She kept coughing, probably because she inhaled a lot of smoke. Would traditional medicine or acupuncture help? Hua Wan was very worried. She couldn't sit still and ran to the door, saying to Lu Mingli, "No, General Lu, I'm worried about Hua Xing. Can you please check her condition? I only have half an hour left." Lu Mingli had just put out the fire. Hearing Hua Wan, he understood her concern. He nodded, handed her the fire extinguisher, then turned to mount his horse. He said, "Close the door and stay safe." Then he rode into the city. Hua Wan closed the shop door, watched the time on her phone tick by second, and paced anxiously, like a restless ant on a hot pan. Finally, after 45 minutes, she heard the sound of hooves approaching. She pressed her ear to the door and looked through the. Lu Mingli was riding a horse quickly toward her, with a carriage behind him. She hurriedly opened the door to meet him. Lu Mingli arrived and, unable to dismount quickly, said, "The doctor said her condition is serious. He only prescribed some medicine and told her to rest. The rest depends on her luck. I thought you might have a way, so I brought her back." The attendants carried Hua Xing into the shop. Hua Wan gently touched her face, thinking she still had one more idea to try. She asked, "Hua Xing, to save you, I have to make a promise with you." She ran back to the bedroom, found a small wooden box in the wardrobe, and then hurried back. Kneeling beside Hua Xing, she took out a contract from a wooden box. She saw that the name at the top of the contract had changed from Big Girl to Hua Xing. She picked up Hua Xing's finger, wanting to bite it until it bled, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Lu Mingli stood nearby and said, "Let me help you." He then took out a small dagger and gently cut Hua Xing's fingertip, causing a drop of blood to appear. Hua Wan pressed her finger onto the bottom of the contract and waited quietly for a miracle. Suddenly, the contract in Hua Wan's hand warmed up, as if it had been set on fire. It slowly turned to ashes and disappeared. Lu Mingli watched from the side. He saw Hua Wan vanish into the wall and then suddenly reappear. He had thought he had already accepted that Hua Wan came from the future, but now, seeing it with his own eyes, he was still shocked. Fortunately, he had already ordered his attendants to stay outside the shop and guard the door. If this secret got out, the consequences could be unimaginable. He tried to keep his voice steady and asked, "What does this mean? Has the contract been signed?" Hua Wan shook her head. "I don't know. This is the first time I've seen it too." But she decided to try. She said, "I'll see if I can bring Hua Xing home. If we both disappear, it means the contract was successful. You don't need to wait here anymore. You can go back." Then she helped Hua Xing up and entered Hua Wan's house through the door between the two rooms. "Success," Hua Wan exclaimed happily. Time was urgent. She supported Hua Xing into a car and drove to the nearest hospital. They stopped at the emergency entrance. Hua Wan struggled to help Hua Xing inside, and immediately security guards and nurses came forward to ask, "What's wrong?" She was at a fire scene and inhaled a lot of smoke. "It's okay, leave her to us." The nurse brought a wheelchair, placed Hua Xing on it, and pushed her to a nearby emergency room. The emergency doctor was very skilled. They quickly removed Hua Xing's heavy outer clothes, connected heart monitors, blood pressure cuffs, and other instruments. A nurse recorded information on the side. "What's her name?" "Hua Xing," with the character for bamboo at the beginning. "Let's do a CT scan first. Please pay the fee." "Does she have a social security card?" "No." "And her ID number?" "I don't know." "Do you know her?" "She looks underage, such a young girl." "Can you contact her parents?" "Sorry, I can't reach them." "Can you save the person first?" Hua Wan had no choice. The investigation was very strict now. Everyone was cautious about the suddenly appeared child. Hua Wan felt like she was being seen as involved in child trafficking by the nurses. "We will definitely save the person first, but if you can't contact her family, we will have to call the police." After saying this, the nurse hurried away, leaving Hua Wan feeling helpless. She thought for a while, but had no good ideas. She was unfamiliar with this place, and she was an orphan with no support. She felt so useless. Maybe someone could help her. She picked up her phone and dialed Lu Zhao. Mr. Lu, sorry to bother you so late. I've run into some trouble. Lu Zhao was already asleep. When he saw the caller ID, he turned on the lamp, sat up, and listened patiently. Do you know anyone at the police station? Is it a big deal? I have a friend here in the hospital, but she doesn't have ID. The nurses might call the police. What does it mean she doesn't have ID? Lost it? No, not lost. She just doesn't have one. She's not from here. Did she come illegally? Huawan wondered, isn't that what it is? If she came illegally, do you have a way to handle it? I have money. Money isn't a problem. I'm willing to pay any amount. Wait a moment, I'll ask a friend. What's her name?
How old is she?
Her name is Huasheng, with the character for bamboo in her name. She's 15. Lu Zhao hung up. Huawan paced outside the emergency room, clutching her phone. If nothing works, she thought, she might just run away. Deciding this, she felt a little more at ease. Soon, the nurse came and told her, it's not serious. She just needs to breathe oxygen overnight and have a checkup tomorrow. After that, she looked her over and said, quickly contact her guardian. How can I pay? The person mysteriously handed her a bank account number, a total of 350,000 yuan. Since you are Mr. Lu's friend, I gave you a discount. Without hesitation, Han immediately transferred the money. The 350,000 yuan was well spent. Lu Zhao's message also came through. Miss Huawan, did you receive the items? Yes, I received them. Thank you very much. You helped me a lot. You're welcome. We are friends. I hope you can come to Talaja tomorrow for the auction. Thank you, I will go. Huawan stayed by Huasheng's bedside. She was already awake. Looking around, she asked, Huawan, what happened to me? Did I die and go to heaven? Why is everything so white? Huawan, both amused and worried, said, Silly girl, you didn't die. You're fine now. You've come to Sister's world. Huasheng momentarily couldn't believe it. She struggled to sit up, but was gently pushed back onto the bed by Huawan. Don't move around yet. The doctor said you're fine. Breathing oxygen will help you recover quickly. Once you're better, Sister will take you out to play. Huawan, can I really be with you every day from now on? Yes.
Every day from now on.
But Huasheng, first tell Sister what exactly happened last night. Huasheng tried to remember. Since Wan Furong and her people came to cause trouble at the snack shop, she had been very worried. Every day after closing the shop, she carefully checked the surroundings, afraid they would send people to cause trouble again. Last night, the snack shop was closed, but Huasheng still checked it as usual. From a distance, she saw flames rising high from the shop. She was very worried because the person she cared about most was Huawan. With no water around, she had to take off her coat and keep trying to put out the fire. Although it didn't work, she never gave up. Hearing this, Huan gently hugged Huasheng into her arms, feeling distressed. Are you silly? I'm in another world and won't be affected. But what if you get hurt in the fire? Huasheng softly sniffed and said, I didn't think about that. I just didn't want the snack shop to be destroyed by bad people. This silly child is lucky nothing serious happened. In the morning, she had a checkup. The doctor looked at the test results and told Huawan, your sister is fine now. Just rest at home and use a nasal rinse to clean her nose. Take the medicine on time. Please don't let children play with fire again, the doctor advised. Huawan nodded in agreement. After paying the bill, she took Huasheng and left the hospital. On the way, Huasheng looked around with wide eyes, full of curiosity. Everything was new. Big boxes that moved up and down, clear windows, smooth floors, and people dressed in different clothes. Although she had seen some pictures on her tablet, being there in person felt fresh and strange. Even the air smelled so clean. Huasheng attracted many people's attention. Last night, she was in a hurry, so Huan didn't bring her clothes. Luckily, most people were in a rush and didn't pay much attention to her. She sat in the front passenger seat of a Porsche. Huan helped her fasten her seatbelt, and they drove toward the shopping mall. Looking out the window as the scenery sped past, Huasheng couldn't help but scream. Wow, soon. She got used to it. From initial fear to surprise and then happiness, only her cheerful voice filled the car. She kept asking questions like a curious child. Wow, such tall buildings. Can people live upstairs? Are people locked inside these small boxes? Won't they bump into each other? He's wearing a down jacket. Sister, he's wearing the same kind of jacket you gave me. Huan drove patiently, answering Huaxing's questions and occasionally explaining new things. Although Huaxing was still a child, her environment made her grow up quickly. By the time they got out of the car, she was much calmer. Noticing that she was dressed differently from others, Huaxing felt a little shy while walking. But she soon realized that most people didn't pay attention to her, and her heart gradually relaxed. Inside the mall, time was tight. Huan pulled Huaxing, who was wide-eyed and speechless, through various shops. First, she asked a sales assistant to help Huaxing try on a set of clothes. Then, Huan started shopping wildly. Jeans, sweatpants, long skirts, short skirts, hoodies, sweaters, coats, and hats. All the popular items in the store. Wear a pair of small leather shoes, snow boots, tall boots, canvas shoes, and dad shoes. Buy one of each style. Choose a backpack, shoulder bag, canvas bag, or underarm bag that matches your clothes' colors. Huaxing came out of the changing room, wearing a thick burgundy sweater and straight jeans. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she no longer looked like a little farmer girl. She looked like a middle school girl. She was awkwardly tugging at her clothes. Sister, do I look good in this? Very pretty. It looks great. Huan gave a thumbs up. After paying, Huan packed some KFC to eat on the way and took Huaxing to catch a ride to Kyoto. By the time they arrived, it was already evening. Luxury cars lined up outside Taoluju, and all the men and women getting out were dressed very fancy. Huan and Huaxing followed the crowd slowly. Huan?
Why?
Why are you here too? A familiar voice called out. Huan looked over and saw her old acquaintance, Zhou Shanshan. Huan didn't want to talk to her, but Zhou Shanshan wasn't going to leave her alone. She exclaimed, I know you're upset with me and want to compete, but this isn't a place for you. You should leave now. Huan was amused by her. This person was so shameless. She asked back, why can't I come here? Zhou Shanshan said, people here are either very rich or very important. I worry you'll embarrass yourself. I won't hold past things against you anymore, so don't worry about it, okay? But she said this in front of so many people. Everyone around turned to look at them, watching with curious eyes. You're exaggerating. I have nothing to do with you coming here, Huan replied. At that moment, a woman approached Zhou Shanshan and asked, Shanshan, why didn't you just go inside? Is this your friend? She looked at Huan. Zhou Shanshan said, Lini, let me introduce you. This is my high school classmate, Huan. Huan, this is Shunlingi, Lu Zhao's cousin. The Lu family only has one boy, Lu Zhao. Their mother raised her sister's daughter, Shunlingi, as her own. So Shunlingi has been the cherished jewel of the Lu family since she was young. She didn't plan to get to know Huan. She just glanced at her and asked Zhou Shanshan, is this the girl you mentioned? The one wearing that mysterious shiny silk? Zhou Shanshan said, although Huajuan's family is poor, I believe someone gave her that beautiful brocade. It doesn't seem to come from an unknown source. Shunlingi snorted coldly. Girls at that age will do anything to climb higher. It seems Zhou Shanshan has said many bad things about Shunlingi. Huan asked, Miss Shen, do you have a misunderstanding about me?
What do you mean by that?
I don't understand. Shunlingi looked very proud. I didn't mention any names, so you don't need to jump to conclusions. But Shanshan is right. This isn't a place for you. Although antiques don't ask about their origins, you do have a record. Tao Liju won't accept your things, even if it's that beautiful brocade. Zhou Shanshan quickly responded, yes, Huan, you can't get in. I'm doing this for your own good. We can handle our private matters privately. Why make it known to everyone? Many people around started pointing at Huan and talking. That's her, the girl who was popular recently, wearing that beautiful brocade. I heard her family is poor, she's an orphan, and no one knows where she got that brocade. A little online celebrity, why is she here? Trying to get famous by stirring things up. Look at her background. I heard she's classmates with Zhou's daughter and might have stolen her necklace. Really? Then maybe that brocade has issues too. How could the Liu family let someone like her in? Zhou Shanshan also heard the gossip around her. Seeing that her plan had worked, a slight smile appeared on her face. Hua Sheng didn't understand what was happening, but her sixth sense told her these people had bad intentions toward her sister. She shouted loudly, "Don't talk nonsense. My sister is the best person." Huan comforted Hua Sheng by patting her back, then stepped forward and said, "Miss Shin says I have a record. May I ask, have I ever been detained or imprisoned? Or are you just hearing rumors and judging me unfairly? I want to remind Miss Shen and Miss Zhou that spreading rumors can have legal consequences." Shenlingyi said, "Spreading rumors? Haha, the people involved are all here. Do I need to spread rumors? Yes, since the people involved are present, I don't mind reviewing the facts with Zhou Shanshan." Zhou Shanshan gently said, "Huan, do you really have to misunderstand others' good intentions?" The security guards saw the commotion nearby and came over, asking, "Miss Shen, Miss Zhou, what happened?" Shenlingyi said, "Keep your eyes open and don't let any suspicious people in. If something goes wrong, you'll be responsible." The security guard understood and looked at the flower roll, asking, "Hello, miss. Do you have an invitation letter?" The flower roll nodded, opened the electronic invitation on her phone, and showed it to the guard. After checking carefully, the guard said, "Miss Hua, your invitation is valid. Please come in." "Wait." Zhou Shanshan stopped Huan. Huan looked at her with a sneer and asked, "Aren't you pretending? I have an invitation. What reason do you have to stop me?" Zhou Shanshan stammered a bit but found a reason to speak. "Even if you have an invitation, are you a member of Tao Leju? You came last time because of me, but today I was planning to invite you. If we just let you in, it wouldn't be good for everyone." She turned to look at Shenlingyi, waiting for her decision. Shenlingyi had already seen the invitation on Huawan's phone, given by Lu Zhao, so technically, Huawan could go in. But Zhou Shanshan was right. She also wanted to save face for the Zhou family. So she chose to say half a truth. Tao Leju has rules. Only members can enter. Huan found it funny. "So, what do you want?" "Should I become a member now?" Shenlingyi slightly curled her lips. "Members can't just sign up whenever they want." Huan held up her phone. "So, Mr. Lu's invitation is worthless." Zhou Shanshan came up with an idea. "Of course not. But for the benefit of other members, we can simplify the process. You just need to verify your funds, and then you can enter. Joining Tao Leju requires a deposit of 10 million. Zhou Shanshan was sure Huan didn't have that much money. Who would spend 10 million to support a mistress? No wealthy man would be willing to give her that much. "If you can't come up with the 10 million, sorry, you don't qualify." Huan looked around and saw many people pointing at her and Hua Sheng, whispering and gossiping. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. If it weren't for Lu Zhao inviting her repeatedly, she wouldn't have come to this auction where a bunch of arrogant rich people were judging her. She was furious. "Please inform Miss Shen and Mr. Lu that I will not go in." Huan pulled Hua Sheng and turned to leave. Miss Shenlingyi's mocking voice came from behind. "I knew that just a proof of funds could make her leave. Why did we bother to argue earlier?" Before walking 2 steps, Lu Zhao came out with his people. Seeing this scene, he quickly stopped Huan. "Miss Huan, why didn't you go in when you arrived? My grandfather was just talking about you and asked me to come out and meet you." Huan turned around and loudly said to Lu Zhao, "Your Tao Leju has such a grand style. I can't even get in with the invitation letter you gave me." "So, Mr. Lu, are you joking with me?" Lu Zhao glanced at Shenlingyi and Zhou Shanshan, then focused on Shenlingyi's face. "What's going on? Explain yourself." Zhou Shanshan spoke first. "Mr. Lu, although Huan has an invitation, she is not a member of your club."
She
used to." Lu Zhao impatiently interrupted. "Miss Zhou, Huan was personally invited by me and my grandfather. Please don't boss around my guests," Shenlingyi explained. "Because she is not a member and no other guests brought her in, I thought a simple verification of funds would be enough." Lu Zhao scolded angrily. "Nonsense. The person I personally invited doesn't need to verify funds. If I hadn't come out to check, would you be responsible for her being turned away?" Then he sincerely said to Huan, "Miss Hua, I apologize. I didn't coordinate well on our side. I hope you won't hold it against us." He looked at Shenlingyi, who, under his pressing gaze, could only apologize. Miss Hua, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Huawan smiled and said, Miss Shin, what did I do wrong? Is it because Tao Leju has a rule that requires verification of funds? Shun Lingyi replied, Of course there is. But since you were personally invited by Mr. Liu, you don't need to verify. Huawan took out a bank card from her bag and said, If there's a rule, then let's verify. I don't want today's events to be twisted into different versions. Lu Xiao thought for a moment, nodded at the security guard, who immediately brought a POS machine. The guard took Huawan's card and checked the balance directly. 8 million in balance. Huawan smiled again. Oh, sorry. There's only 8 million left on this card. I wonder if that counts. As she spoke, she opened her bag in front of everyone, revealing a glimpse of a shimmering silk fabric, causing a wave of surprise. Oh my God, is that the shimmering silk? The scene in the photo is hard to see, but in this dark night, everything is shining brightly. No wonder Mr. Liu couldn't forget it. I also want to take a picture today, but I can only apologize to him. The floating light brocade truly lives up to its reputation. The security guard quickly said, Yes, you can go in directly. Huawan then asked Zhou Shanshan, Miss Zhou, do I have the right to go in? Zhou Shanshan's heart was already filled with anger. She couldn't believe Huawan's card had so much money. She felt like she was slapped in front of everyone, but she couldn't show it. She clenched her teeth and struggled to say, Huawan, I never said you didn't have the right to go in. Why do you always target me? Huawan sneered and ignored her. She took Huaxing's hand and turned to walk toward Tao Liju. Lu Xiao looked deeply at Zhou Shanshan, his eyes warning her clearly. He walked beside Huawan, his hand lightly resting on her waist, and they went back inside. Although it was a private auction, news about the floating light brocade spread quickly in the industry. Lu Xiao arranged for a live broadcast. There was no need for much promotion. As soon as the auction started, the live stream was full of viewers. Some people came just for the floating light brocade, and others for Huawan. Really looking forward to it. Is the floating light brocade finally going to be auctioned? Go, sister floating light brocade. Huawan handed the floating light brocade and the lotus flower bowl to the staff and sat down below. One item after another was presented, and the bidding heated up quickly. Item 47, a set of jade green lotus embroidery floating light brocade dress. Starting bid, 1.2 million. The photo appeared on the big screen behind, stunning everyone. In less than 5 minutes, the price rose to 2.6 million, and finally, Lu Lao bought it for 3 million, fulfilling his long-standing connection with the floating light brocade. Item 48, same as item 47, from the same collector. Ru Kiln 10-petal lotus bowl, starting bid, 240,000. Bids went up, 260,000, 280,000. Then Mr. Liu bid 300,000. Was there anyone willing to go higher? Everyone knew Lu Lao was determined to get the floating light brocade, so they held back and didn't compete with him. But when they saw the lotus bowl, their eyes lit up. No more holding back, they all started bidding fiercely. After several rounds of intense bidding, it was finally sold for 500,000. Flower Xing opened her eyes wide and quietly asked Huawan, So many people are fighting over sisters' things. Huawan felt proud. This was just the beginning. She thanked her friends at the snack shop, and 3.5 million yuan was transferred to her account. The more Huawan felt proud, the more Zhou Shanshan hated her. Watching Huawan full of confidence, Zhou Shanshan thought, How long can you be proud? I have many ways to deal with you, so you can never turn things around. Suddenly, a large group of people flooded into the live broadcast room, and the mood changed instantly. Is this a thief selling antiques at a big crime scene? Is there no justice?
No law?
Can a thief be cleared of blame? Why? Last time she slapped another girl, and nothing happened. Does she have someone backing her? Huawan didn't realize she was in the middle of the storm. After the auction, there was a dinner. She was happily enjoying food with Huaxing, until the host Wang Limin and his assistant approached with a camera aimed at Huawan. Miss Huawan, I heard your floating light brocade has an unclear origin. Can you explain to the viewers? The camera was directly on Huawan, making her uncomfortable. She slightly turned her head to avoid the camera. I don't think I need to prove myself. If anyone thinks I am guilty, they can call the police directly. Many people in the live broadcast room were stirring up trouble, demanding an explanation. Wang Limin held Huawan and asked, Miss Hua, I heard that when you were in high school, you stole an expensive necklace from your classmate Zhou Shanshan. Is that true? Huawan sneered coldly. No, I would never admit to something I didn't do. It was clear she was a thief. No wonder an orphan could suddenly sell 2 antiques. The person filming was unlucky. Now, with the live broadcast all over the internet, they wanted her to return the items. Weren't there witnesses? The eldest daughter of the Zhou family should speak up. More and more onlookers gathered around, slowly closing in and surrounding Huawan, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Wang Limin asked nearby, Miss Zhou Shanshan, are you here? As the person involved, can you say a few words? Zhou Shanshan stepped out from the crowd and said to Huawan, Huawan, I didn't plan to pursue the past, but you shouldn't deceive everyone. You should publicly explain the origins of the floating light brocade and the lotus bowl, so misunderstandings don't deepen. Wang Limin seized the moment and asked Zhou Shanshan, Miss Zhou, do you mean that Huawan really stole the items? Zhou Shanshan nodded and said, I don't want to hide anymore. She really stole my necklace, and I have witnesses. Old Master Lu saw this and scolded Lu Zhao. How disgraceful. They treat you like you're in a market, and you don't even care? Lu Zhao replied calmly, Don't worry, let them make a fuss for a while. Huawan said, Coincidentally, I have witnesses too. If I really stole your necklace, I would apologize and turn myself in at the police station right now. But what if I didn't? Zhou Shanshan said, If it's a misunderstanding, I am willing to apologize. All these years, I've carried the label of a thief. Do you think a simple apology is enough? Lu Zhao stepped into the crowd, replacing Wang Limin, and said to Zhou Shanshan, Since Miss Huawan is willing to apologize and turn herself in, then equally, if Huawan has witnesses, Miss Zhou should bow 3 times and post the apology video on all your online accounts. Zhou Shanshan clenched her teeth and said, Fine. If you didn't steal my necklace, I apologize to you. Lu Zhao clapped and said, Great. While the live broadcast is popular, who will bring out the witnesses first? Zhou Shanshan said, I'll go first. She pulled someone from the crowd. Huawan saw it was Zhu Yun. She pulled Zhu Yun in front of the camera and said, It was her who found my necklace in Huawan's bag. Lu Zhao nodded and asked, Please tell us what happened at that time. Zhu Yun stood in front of the camera, nervously fixing her hair, then slowly spoke. It was during our 3rd year of high school. The 3 of us were classmates. One day during morning exercises, everyone went to the playground, but Huawan wasn't feeling well, so she stayed in the classroom. After the exercises, we returned to the classroom, and Shanshan found that a necklace her mother gave her was missing. That necklace was very expensive. Shanshan usually treasured it and wore it all the time, only taking it off during exercises. We searched the classroom but couldn't find the necklace. Until he found it in Huawan's desk drawer. As she finished, the crowd erupted in discussion, voices growing louder. So she really is a thief. Is that thing clean? Luckily, it wasn't caught on camera. Poor people are just poor and their character is terrible. The online world also exploded with comments. Wow, it's rare to see someone catching a thief at an auction. Last time, she dared to hit someone, which was very bold. It's probably because she has someone backing her up. Lu Zhao made a gesture to quiet everyone and asked Zhu Yun, Are you sure everything you said is completely true? Zhu Yun nodded. I promise every word I say here is true. All my classmates were present and the teacher was there too, Shen Shen gently said. Since that's the case, Huawan were classmates. I don't need you to turn yourself in. Just apologize to me. She must kneel down. Otherwise, I worry she might forget. Don't worry, Huawan has a witness too. Let's all listen. Lu Zhao said calmly. Hua Sheng anxiously held Hua Zhuan's hand, and Huan looked down at her with a comforting gaze. Coincidentally, my witness is also Zhu Yun. Huan looked at Zhu Yun and said, It seems Zhu Yun didn't finish her story. Let's hear more. Zhu Yun glanced at Huan, then lowered her head and spoke to the camera, but that necklace wasn't taken by Huan. I put it in her desk. The crowd exclaimed, What? What's going on? Unbelievable. Miss Zhou is so domineering, framing this girl for so many years. People really aren't what they seem. Shinshin was shocked, and her voice became sharp. Zhu, what are you talking about? You don't need to take the blame for her. Zhu looked up and continued. It was Shinshin who asked me to frame Huan. Huan had no idea at the time. It seemed like she was relieved and said, not only that, I also bullied Huan before, hitting her several times at the girl's bathroom door, causing her serious psychological harm. I am guilty. Then she bowed deeply to Huan. I hope Huan can forgive me. I have deeply realized my mistake. Shinshin, furious, pulled Zhu and demanded, You're framing her. You must clarify everything today. But Zhu no longer spoke. Huan asked Shinshin, Miss Shin, do you still stand by your promise? Shinshin reacted and snorted. You bribed Zhu trying to throw dirt on me. Don't think I'll apologize. The matter has been going on for so long. Yet you still want to say whatever you like? Huan said, I have witnesses. Then she took out her phone, opened a video, and the staff projected it onto the big screen. Since everyone is so interested in this, let's watch it together. The video showed Huajuan's high school homeroom teacher's face, still as polite and refined as before. Hello everyone, I am Huajuan's high school homeroom teacher. There was an incident in our class that left a deep impression on me. He recounted the situation at that time just as Zhu Yun had described. Later, classmate Zhou Shanshan said she didn't want to pursue it further, so the matter was dropped. But afterward, I checked privately and found that Huan was not in the classroom during the break. She went to the nurse's office, which is an alibi. Now I am abroad, but whenever I think of this, I feel I owe Huan an apology. I should have continued to investigate instead of accepting the school's cold response. I hope my video can help clear Huajuan's name. Zhou Shanshan suddenly shook her head, pointing at Huan. You bribed the homeroom teacher. When you were in high school, you had an affair with him, which is why he helps you speak. You're shameless. During school, the homeroom teacher often stayed behind with you after class. Enough. You have a guilty conscience, so you see others as guilty too. You slandered and hurt me back then, and now you're spreading rumors about me. You're the most shameless person. Zhou Shanshan was overwhelmed, her usual elegance gone. Shut up. Who are you to criticize me? Every time you embarrass me. Who do you think you are? You're just a poor student who can't even afford a meal. You're not even worthy to carry my shoes, Huan said coldly. I'm poor, but I don't steal or rob. You have money, but you can't earn respect because your heart isn't right. By the way, I want to remind you should kneel and apologize to me, Zhou Shanshan said. After so many years, all the evidence is gone. It must be you. You paid those two people to frame me. I won't admit it. I won't apologize, and I definitely won't kneel. Dream on, Lu Zhao said. It's true that investigating events from several years ago is difficult, but Miss Zhou, the incident from a few days ago needs you to clarify. What happened? Miss Hua, did you lose a few of the East pearls from your necklace? Do you remember? Zhou Shanshan was completely confused. How did Lu Zhao find out about this? No one else knew exactly how many East pearls there were, but Lu Zhao's count matched perfectly. Could he be lying to trick her? Oh, Huan, I underestimated you.
Even Lu Zhao is helping you.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Weren't all the pearls already found? Miss Zhou, are you refusing to hand them over because you want me to also show proof? Lu Zhao is not easy to fool. If he says he is proof, he probably does. But Zhou Shanshan couldn't believe he would embarrass her in front of everyone, disregarding the Zhou family's reputation. She stepped closer to Lu Zhao and whispered, Mr. Lu, my father and you do business together. Are you really going to turn against the Zhou family just for this woman with no background? Lu Zhao also whispered back, Miss Zhou, I'm just helping you. Don't you realize the value of the pearls? The Guanghua brocade is precious, but mainly for its cultural value. The East pearls are worth much more in business. If Huan calls the police, it might be hard for your father to handle the situation. I suggest you return the pearls quickly and apologize. This isn't like a few years ago when evidence was everywhere. Zhou Shanshan clenched her teeth, her anger almost bursting out. But she couldn't argue, so she said to Huan, I did find a few pearls. I thought they fell from my clothes. I picked them up and put them away without looking closely. I'll return them to you tomorrow. She also apologized for the past, saying she shouldn't have believed others' accusations that Hwawan stole her necklace. It was her mistake, and she misunderstood. Hwawan raised an eyebrow. Is that all? You didn't say that earlier. Then she repeated clearly, you must kneel down. Zhou Shanshan looked at Hwawan with fierce eyes, as if poisoned. She really wanted to slap her, but Lu Zhao had evidence against her. She had no choice. Hwawan stared back confidently, waiting for Zhou Shanshan. Looking around, Zhou Shanshan saw no one to support her. She had no choice but to accept her fate and kneel.
Imshuri, Wahuan.
I shouldn't have accused you of stealing. Hwawan bent down and corrected her. You didn't just misunderstand. You falsely accused me. Do you realize that your actions could have ruined the life of a girl who just lost her parents? At that time, I felt like a sword was hanging over my head every day. Even in the sunlight, I only felt fear and helplessness. But for you, it was just a joke, just playing with a girl without any background. What does it matter? If you didn't have something to hold against me, I probably wouldn't even get an apology from you. But it doesn't matter. Whether you're sincere or fake, seeing you so miserable makes me happy. My goal has been achieved. After saying this, Huan ignored her and nodded to Lu Zhao before walking away. Zhou Shanshan got up from the ground, saw Zhu Yun nearby, and was furious. She slapped her backhandedly. You shameless girl. How dare you bite me back? Zhu Yun was stunned, covering her face and crying. I didn't want to. Huan came to me and said. Zhou Shanshan pulled her. Don't say anything here. Let's go. They found a quiet corner. Zhou Shanshan tried to control her voice. What is going on? Didn't we agree to identify her? Huan threatened me. 1 hour earlier. Zhu Yun received a call from Zhou Shanshan. Zhu Yun, have you forgotten the slap Huan gave you? Now there's a good chance to ruin her reputation, but you need to publicly accuse her of what she did in high school. Of course, Zhu Yun couldn't forget. Before, she was the one hitting Huan. Now that she was hit, she couldn't swallow her anger. She thought, why should the person who fell into the mud get back up? Without hesitation, she rushed to Tao Liju as fast as she could. Zhu Yun didn't expect that as soon as she entered Tao Liju, she was noticed by Lu Zhao's people. Lu Zhao, in a favor, told Huan. Huan blocked Zhu Yun at the bathroom door. She was no longer the timid girl who was bullied. Standing in front of Zhu Yun, she was straight-backed and confident. Huan slowly spoke. I didn't expect you to still dare to appear in front of me. Why wouldn't I dare? Don't forget, I haven't repaid you for that slap you gave me. Thinking that just because you got close to a rich person, you can turn things around? Do you know that some people never get a chance to change their lives because they are only fit to live by the trash bin? Huan remembered the past, when she was unfairly blamed as a thief. Zhu Yun and her group would throw trash next to her seat every day. She couldn't fight back then, so she just cleaned silently. Huan mocked. So, today you're here to settle the score for that slap? Zhu Yun was very proud. Not only that, today I will make you lose face completely. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant after this. If that's the case, I suggest you think carefully. Don't let others use you or get you into trouble. Huan stayed calm, which surprised Zhu Yun. She couldn't help but ask,
Don't scare me.
Who do you think you are? Trying to fight Zhou Shanshan? Look at yourself in the mirror first. Huan calmly picked up a flyer from the auction house. She flipped it open and read aloud. In 2013, a green feather hairpin sold for $760,000. In 2019, a golden-laid feather hairpin sold for $1.43 million. And this, a flying insect feather ornament sold for $440,000. So what? Guess how much my pearl and feather butterfly ruby necklace is worth? Stop scaring me. It's just a broken string. You can fix it easily. It's not a big deal. Mr. Liu can testify that the feather decoration was damaged and cannot be repaired. It was live-streamed online, so the evidence is clear. Don't try to deny it. Are you saying whatever you want? It's just a few feathers. How much could they be worth? Feathers? These are not ordinary feathers. They are feather decorations. The most intricate craftsmanship. Many experts worked on them. Come on, Let's go inside. I'll ask how much you need to pay for the damage. Huan grabbed Zhu Yun's wrist and headed toward the auction hall. Zhu Yun broke free and said, I thought it was fake. If I knew it was real, I wouldn't have done that. The value of the necklace is there. You can't just dismiss it with that excuse. Think carefully. Are you paying for it yourself? Or is Zhou Shanshan paying for you? After all, you did it to help prevent. Zhu Yun was a little nervous but still insisted. Shanshan will help me. Huan looked at her with a bit of amusement. You should call and ask. She leaned against the wall, waiting patiently for Zhu Yun to make the call. Hello, Shanshan. I damaged Huajuan's necklace last time. It seems expensive. Why bring this up now? A necklace can't be worth that much. You need to find your own way to solve this. You must not mess up today's task.
But, hey.
Zhou Shanshan had already hung up the phone. Zhu Yun held her phone, looking hopelessly at Huan. What do you want? It's simple. I just want the truth. Tell me what really happened back then, and apologize. If I'm satisfied, I won't ask you to pay for the necklace. After hearing this, Zhou Shanshan couldn't believe Zhu Yun would sell herself for money. She immediately rushed at Zhu Yun and started hitting her in the face. You ruined my reputation just for that little money? You shameless person. I won't forgive you. Zhu Yun pushed Zhou Shanshan away with effort. What do you mean, that little money? Did you help me pay? Why should I help you pay? You're so stupid. You broke her necklace. I was just trying to vent my anger for you. And you just walk away like nothing happened. Did I ask you to do that? You're just too foolish. The two fought until security came and separated them. Watching the security take them out, Lu Zhao asked Old Master Lu, Grandpa, why are you helping Huan? Old Master Lu shook his head. I have a feeling that Huan is somehow connected to our family. It's my sixth sense. He patted Lu Zhao's arm and said, she's offended the Zhou family this time. Keep an eye on her, don't let her get into trouble. Got it. At Universal Studios in Kyoto, Huan and Huasheng weaved through the crowd, playing on one ride after another. Finally, as the sunset cast a glow, they sat on the Ferris, wheels slowly rising, enjoying the city's neon lights. So beautiful, sister. I didn't know your world was so wonderful, like a fairyland. No, even more beautiful than a fairyland, Huasheng sighed. Huan said, from now on, this can also be your world. You can stay here if you want, or stay at home with Grandpa. You're free. As long as the snack shop remains, she can freely travel between the two worlds, no longer needing to be anyone's concubine. Although Huan wasn't sure how strong the contract with the snack shop was, Huasheng felt happy just being able to stay there and be with her sister. She temporarily put aside her worries. After having fun in Kyoto for 2 days, Huan returned to the snack shop with lots of bags. Today, she didn't plan to open the shop. She wanted to cook something herself. She bought 2 bunches of greens and 5 jean of pork with plum blossom meat from the nearby vegetable stall. She asked the vendor to slice the meat and took everything back to the snack shop. As she arrived, the delivery person also came. Last time, when she went to the supermarket, she met a delivery guy. She added him on WeChat, and now she can order food and groceries directly from her phone. Sometimes, he even helps her buy milk tea nearby. The delivery person brought the items into the shop, exchanged a few words with Huan, and then left. When he was almost at the corner, he looked back at the snack shop. It was strange, such a small shop needed so much stock. Huasheng, who was reading in the shop, saw Huan come in and happily greeted her. Sister, what are we eating today? Huan placed the vegetables on the counter and smiled. Today, we're having soul-satisfying rice. Huasheng looked confused. Soul-satisfying rice? Will it make me sad after eating? I don't want to eat that. Huan pinched her nose playfully. It's the kind of rice that makes you feel deeply moved if you don't eat it. Loomingly entered from outside. Huan rinsed the rice, added some coconut oil, and soaked it for half an hour. Then she started making char siu. She washed the meat thoroughly, mixed it with green onions, garlic, char siu sauce, cooking wine, and rose liqueur. She poked small holes in the meat with a toothpick and pressed repeatedly to let the flavors soak in. Then she put it in the air fryer for 15 minutes, flipped it, and cooked for another 12 minutes. Afterward, she brushed honey on it and baked for 2 more minutes. While cooking, Huan explained each step to Huasheng, who listened carefully, taking notes to avoid missing any details. In the middle, she cooked rice in a small clay pot over medium-high heat. When it was almost done, she topped it with the char siu, blanched some greens, and added a poached egg. Finally, she poured the special sauce over everything, and the soul-satisfying rice was ready. Loomingly came in from outside. It seems I arrived just in time. May I ask if Miss Huan can share some with me? These days, he would wait outside the snack shop at night. As soon as he smelled the aroma of the food, he would gently push the door open and come in. General Liu, you're in for a treat. You've come at the perfect time. When placed on the table, the dishes smelled wonderful. The three of them each held a small clay pot and ate eagerly. The rice in the pot was finished, but there was still some char siu left. Loomingly added 2 more bowls of plain rice to enjoy, with the leftovers. Huan put down her chopsticks and asked for opinions. I want to sell this tomorrow. What do you think? Both of them raised their hands in agreement. A good mix of meat and vegetables, with a new taste. It will definitely be very popular. Great. I've already learned how to make it. I can help my sister tomorrow. Huan took out a small wooden board and wrote, "Tomorrow's special, soul-soothing rice," then hung it outside the shop. Although the shop had been burned, the outside wall was undamaged. It's unclear if a special material or a protective barrier was used. The next evening, when Huan opened the door, she was surprised by the long line outside. A large crowd was waiting to try the soul-soothing rice. As soon as the door opened, the crowd became excited. "Shopkeeper, you're finally open. I must try your soul-soothing rice today. Boss Hua, you don't know this, but your shop keeps me awake at night when it's closed." "Exactly. I just hope this dish lives up to its reputation." Huasheng loudly said, "Everyone, don't worry. When has Huawan's snack shop ever let you down?" Huan noticed that not only were there many customers in line, but many more had gathered outside the shop. She stepped out a few steps and saw many small stalls set up beside her shop. There were vendors selling wontons, candied hawthorns, hot tea, and even lanterns. It seemed everyone knew her shop was busy and wanted to join in the fun and share in the success. Huan found it quite interesting. She had never seen so many people before. Now, the area looked nothing like the deserted land at the foot of the mountain outside the city. It had turned into a small night market. An elderly man selling hot tea saw many people and Huan greeting her, and he realized she was the shop's owner. He approached her with a sincere smile. "Boss Hua, the weather is getting colder. I see many customers lining up outside your shop. I'd like to sell them some hot tea. I hope you don't mind." Huan certainly didn't mind. She was also an outsider. She smiled and replied, "Feel free," but she and Huasheng couldn't handle everything alone. She motioned for Huasheng to come closer and whispered a few instructions. Huasheng nodded and quickly ran back to the village.
Grandpa.
"Grandma." The weather had turned cold, and there weren't many vegetables left to sell. The elderly couple hadn't been into the city for a long time. At this moment, Huasheng's grandfather and grandmother had already gone to bed. When they heard Huasheng's call, they thought something was wrong and quickly got up to ask, "Huasheng, why are you back?" Huasheng, panting, still remembered to explain, "Today, many customers came to the snack shop. Sister, Huan asked if you wanted to help, and she said you would get 50 coins a day." Huasheng's grandfather and grandmother looked at each other. "Miss Huan needs us. Helping is the right thing to do. We shouldn't mention money. No, we shouldn't mention money." They hurriedly dressed and went with Huasheng to the snack shop. Shun Huaishu's carriage happened to pass by today. He heard the lively scene outside the city and thought they had already entered. Strange, with all the disasters happening everywhere, I didn't expect Jianglin City to be so lively and busy. The coachman ahead replied, "Young master, we haven't entered the city yet." Shun Huaishu drew back a corner of the curtain. "Why are there so many people?" He stopped the carriage, and his servant curiously approached the crowd to ask, "Don't you know? Maybe you're not from around here?" "Our young master came from Weixian County. Honestly, I haven't seen such a lively scene in many years. It's all thanks to the Huan snack shop. Don't be fooled by the young owner. She makes delicious food, and the prices are affordable. Every night, Many people line up. Gradually, more vendors have set up nearby. Is the food really that good? Is that even a question? It's far away, but when you're close, you can smell the aroma. I heard they have a new dish today called Soul-Stirring Feast. After hearing the news, the servant returned to the carriage and told Shen Huaishu. I heard that the dishes at the shop change every day. Today, it's mixed rice. Young master, what is mixed rice? Shen Huaishu usually loved two things, good food and painting. Hearing the servant, he found it strange. Never heard of it. From the name, it probably means a mix of different rice types. Nothing special. But why does it attract so many people? The servant was reluctant. Young master, they say it's very tasty. If you're late, it might be sold out. We've come all this way. Sold out? Shen Huaishu was anxious. He grabbed the side of the carriage and was about to jump down. Come on, come on. Let's go line up. The servant had already found out how the process worked. He held Shen Huaishu back and said, Young master, don't be in a hurry. I got a number. Just wait inside the carriage. Hon had been busy since morning preparing for the day. She bought about 100 small clay pots, prepared the char siu in advance, and cooked the rice until it was half done. In the evening, she simply reheated everything on the stove, topped it with char siu and vegetables, and poured sauce over it, ready to serve. Now, Huasheng and Huan were heating rice in the kitchen, while Grandpa Huasheng and Grandma Huasheng helped serve dishes outside. One clay pot rice after another was delivered to the diners' tables, and the small shop quickly became busy. After Shen Huaishu entered the shop, his first feeling was fragrant. Even though he had traveled all over China tasting many foods, he couldn't quite describe the smell. An old man led him to an empty table and said, Today, we only have soul-soothing rice. Customers can order desserts if they like. A beautiful menu was handed to Shen Huaishu. He looked at the menu with growing surprise and admiration. Who drew this? Such realistic art. I've never seen this style before. Grandpa Huasheng said, Sorry, young one, I don't know. All I know is that our owner made this. Shen Huaishu grabbed the old man's hand, excitedly asking, Sir, could you introduce me to your owner? My surname is Shen and my name is. Grandpa Huasheng shook his head. A nearby customer, amused, interrupted, Young master, you'd better forget it. Many scholars have asked about the artist of this menu, but the owner has never revealed who drew it. If you like it, just look at it like those other folks over there. He pointed toward a window. Shen Huaishu looked in the direction he pointed. At a table by the window, two people dressed as scholars were carefully holding and examining the menu as if it were a rare treasure. Shen Huaishu thought, How can I be as childish as they are? I am already a mature artist. I must not lose my composure. He casually pointed at a few dishes on the menu and then reluctantly returned it to Grandpa Huasheng. But inside, he was eager. If he could learn just 1/5 of the skill used to draw this menu, it would be a huge step forward for him. Soon, the clay pot rice was brought out, filled with the aroma of steaming, fragrant rice. The sizzling sound seemed to chase away the cold, and the plump grains shimmered with oil. The red slices of meat were unlike anything Shen Huaishu had ever seen. He temporarily forgot about the menu and started eating with a spoon. The flavors were layered, fragrant, moist, soft, sweet, and even a little sticky. Ignoring the scalding heat, Shen Huaishu's tongue moved quickly, wanting to savor every taste, yet unable to resist swallowing bite after bite. The pot of rice was soon finished. He patted his stomach and leaned back in his chair. It really is delicious. No wonder so many people are waiting in line. Another snack was brought out, a plate of spicy, boneless chicken feet. Shen Huaishu realized he had randomly ordered something from the menu earlier.
Why did I order this?
I don't eat this stuff, Shen Huaishu said, not planning to pick up his chopsticks again. The customer sitting nearby saw this and asked, Sir, do you not like chicken feet? Would you like to have mine? The snacks in the set are limited, and after some difficult choices, he chose crispy pork, but who wouldn't love boneless, spicy chicken feet? Hearing this, Shen Huaishu hesitated and said, Who said I don't eat it? I'm just taking a break. Under the watchful eyes of the people next to him, he took a bite. Spicy and tangy, smooth and chewy. Delicious. Shan Huaishu smiled and said to the neighboring table, "It's really good." He is a patient person. Sometimes he can sit for days working on a painting without leaving. After finishing his food, he stood quietly, waiting for the snack shop to close. Huawan came out of the kitchen, massaging her tired arm. Grandpa Huashing approached her and said, "There's a customer who's quite strange. He's refusing to leave and insists on waiting for you." Huawan noticed a well-dressed person in the corner, staring at her. She walked over and said, "Hello, I am the owner of the snack shop. Is there something I can help you with?" Shun Huaishu's eyes lit up. "Shopkeeper, I'd like to buy a copy of your menu, if I may." "Sorry, the menu can't be taken away. Please look at the writing on the back." Shun Huaishu suspiciously flipped the menu and saw a line of words on the back. "This menu is not for delivery, borrowing, or selling. Please place your order within the next incense stick's time. Honestly, I am an artist. When I saw this menu today, I admired its precise use of color and rich tones. Miss, could you tell me who made this? I would be very grateful." "Sorry, I can't say. My name is Shin Huaishu." "Haven't you heard of me?" he asked again. Huawan shook her head. "No, I haven't." Shin Huaishu thought that talented people tend to be proud of their skills. "Maybe if I leave a painting here, that expert might give me some advice if they see it." "Bring paper and a brush." The servant was used to his master's spontaneous ways and quickly brought paper and a brush, placing them on the table. Shun Huaishu picked up the brush, paused for a moment to think, then started to paint on the paper. Huawan thought, "What's wrong with this person?" But she was also quite curious and didn't stop him. Soon, a beautiful ink painting was finished. It showed tall mountains covered with snow and a small snack shop quietly sitting in a corner. It seemed to be separate from the rest of the world. So, this was what the snack shop looked like. Even though it was just ink, the whole painting felt very meaningful. After signing his name, Shun Huaisu took out a stamp and pressed it under his signature. He looked at the painting for a moment, nodded, and said, "Not bad. Shop owner, I'll give you this painting as a thank you for your wonderful meal today." Huawan loved the painting very much. She happily took it and said, "I'll get it framed tomorrow and hang it in the most visible spot in the shop." Shun Huaisu was also happy. As long as the painting was hung in the shop, the talented menu designer would surely notice himself. After seeing Shun Huaisu off, Huawan happily admired the painting. Lu Mingli came in. Recently, he liked to wait until the shop was empty before coming to eat. Huawan seemed to have made a silent agreement with him. She always left a portion for him in the kitchen and waited for him to come and eat together. Lu Mingli looked at the painting and asked, "Is this Shun Huaisu's work?" Huawan was surprised. "You know him? He just painted this for the shop." Lu Mingli nodded. "He's a famous artist. I heard he travels around a lot. I didn't expect to see him here." Huawan was even happier. "Famous? Then I've really made a good deal. I wonder if his fame will spread to my time." Lu Mingli looked at her face and couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Huawan saw Lu Mingli out. She noticed someone riding a horse quickly toward them, kicking up dust. Could it be Mo Chuan, she thought, standing at the door waiting. Lu Mingli saw her staring into the distance and asked, "What's wrong?" "It seems to be a friend of mine." Lu Mingli looked carefully and said, "Red steed? Good horse." Huawan thought the horse looked familiar, like Jiang Shiyu's. But the person on the horse wasn't him. When they reached closer, Huawan saw clearly. It was a young man she didn't recognize. He looked tired and dusty, with cracked lips, as if he hadn't rested in a long time. He hurriedly jumped off his horse and asked, "Are you Huawan?" Huawan confirmed she hadn't seen him before and nodded. "And you are?" "My name is Zhang Shaolin." Jiang Shiyu is in trouble. Flower Roll was shocked and exclaimed, "What did you say?" After bringing Zhang Xiaolin into the shop, he drank 3 glasses of water in a row, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and explained the full story clearly. "Our group arrived in the disaster area half a month ago. We didn't expect that in just a month, the place would change so much. The floodwaters have receded, leaving behind many damaged houses. The farmland has been washed away, and the villagers can only repair their homes during the day and sleep on the ground at night. When Jiang Shirue and his team saw this scene, they didn't hesitate to join in. But the terrible part of the flood wasn't just about daily life. Soon, some people developed fevers and the illness spread quickly. The local government quickly decided to isolate a more remote village called Taiping Village. People who looked suspicious, whether or not they were sick, the elderly, the weak, and the disabled, were all sent there, left to fend for themselves. At first, some food was sent to them, but gradually more and more people got sick, and no one dared to get close anymore. Only a team of officials kept watch from afar. Jiang Shirue and Mo Chuan found this unfair. They gathered a few people to deliver medicine and food every few days outside the village. But even then, the local officials stopped them from going in. The reason was simple: there wasn't much supplies to begin with. The villagers were mostly unable to work and would eventually die from illness. The officials didn't want to waste food and medicine. Jiang Shirue was furious. He pointed at the county official and scolded him for lacking humanity and neglecting his duties. He didn't care about the official's reputation. In the end, the official threw them all into Taiping Village, claiming they had contracted the epidemic. Zhang Xiaochuan happened to be away that day, so he escaped that fate. That night, he secretly sent all the supplies that Flower Roll had prepared to Taiping Village before returning to the capital to find help. Big Brother Jiang and Big Brother Mo never got sick. Every time we delivered supplies, we wore masks and kept our distance, never touching the patients. And I was with them every day. If they had caught the illness, how could I have escaped? Lumingli was furious. Are you telling the truth? It's all true. Even when Wu Zongdian was locked up, I don't know if he caught the disease during these days. Boo-hoo, Zhang Xiaolin couldn't hold back anymore and started crying. Flower Roll comforted Zhang Xiaolin, saying, "Don't worry now. What do they need over there? Tell me, I will prepare it. Tomorrow, I need you to bring it back again." Zhang Xiaolin said, "We are out of medicine, food, everything. I don't know how long the supplies of food and water will last on that truck, and winter is coming soon. They don't even have a single quilt." Not only Taiping Village, but several affected counties are also short on supplies. Lumingli said, "I will return to Beijing and inform His Majesty about this. Also, please ask Miss Huawan to prepare more things. I will bring people to deliver them tomorrow. Let me see if this money is enough." Then he took out his purse and handed it to Huawan. No, you don't need to. I sold a lot of the floating light brocade and lotus bowls, so you don't have to worry, she replied. Then she asked Zhang Xiaolin, "What are the symptoms of the illness?" "First, a cough, then a high fever that won't go down." Huawan told Huasheng. Huasheng, prepare some food for Zhang Xiaolin. "I'll be back soon." Huawan took her phone and left through the door to the neighbor's house. There was still a pharmacy open nearby, so she went there first. "Hello, excuse me. I need some masks, fever medicine, and cough syrup." The pharmacist was very friendly. "Yes, we have those. How many do you need?" "As many as you have." The pharmacist was surprised. "Is there another outbreak?" Huawan quickly denied. "No, I just want to buy some in bulk to store in the mountain village." The pharmacist relaxed and started preparing the items. Unfortunately, the pharmacy was small and didn't have much stock. They only had 200 bottles of various fever medicines. They had 20 boxes of masks and 100 boxes of cough syrup. Following the pharmacist's recommendations, Huawan also bought wind-relieving and detox capsules, lung-clearing detox granules, and throat drops for additional help. In Taiping Village, Qingyan County, 7 more people have died. Mo Chuan entered a thatched mud house and reported to Jiang Shirue. Jiang Shirue was bending over, counting supplies when he heard this. He suddenly straightened up, feeling dizzy and almost losing his balance. "Why are you up again? Your fever hasn't gone down. Lie down quickly. I'll handle these things." Jiang Shirue coughed hard a few times to ease the itching and pain in his throat. He shook his head. "You've done enough. From now on, don't come here often. I don't have many days left. You should transfer the supplies out. After that, it's all on you." Mo Chuan wanted to step forward, but Jiang Shirue stopped him. He could only stand at the door and say, "Time is almost up. Zhang Xiaolin should be back soon. Just wait a little longer." As long as he finds Huawan, he will definitely have a way to save you. Thanks to Miss Huawan, we managed to hold on for so long. Jiang Shuiwa looked toward the corner of the room. There were a few cloth bags in the corner, but they were mostly empty now. Just by flipping them over, you could see they were all empty wrappers. All the supplies that Huawan brought us, except for a small amount eaten on the way, were carried into Taiping Village. Jiang Shuiwa and Mo Chuan carefully sorted and recorded the food, giving priority to the seriously ill. He and Mo Chuan, along with others, relied only on some wild vegetables to survive. But supplies were running out quickly. Less than 5 jin of rice remained from the 100 jin they had. The wild vegetables and bark in the village had also been picked clean. Even worse, Jiang Shuiwa caught the disease. Everyone knew that if things continued like this, they wouldn't last long. Not only Jiang Shuiwa, but everyone in the village would die. Jiang Shuiwa ordered, "Take that small bag of rice and cook it. Divide it among the sick." Mo Chuan felt upset. That rice was given to us by Huawan. Now, with the situation like this, maybe we should. Jiang Shuiwa interrupted, "If you want to eat, go ahead. I'm not hungry." Then he turned his back on him. Mo Chuan wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, said nothing, and walked outside. Outside, scattered cloth tents could be seen everywhere. Under each tent, people huddled together for warmth. Coughing sounds echoed continuously. These were only mild symptoms. Those with severe illness had been taken to the village shrine. A girl about 4 or 5 years old approached, tugging at Mo Chuan's pants. She looked up and asked, "Brother Mo, are you going to see my parents? When will they come back? Linger misses them." Mo Chuan knelt down gently and said, "Be good, Linger. Your parents will be back soon." Linger tilted her head and asked, "Did they leave me behind?" Mo Chuan stroked her hair and said, "No, that's not true. Linger is the best girl I've ever seen. They wouldn't leave you behind willingly." A young woman came over, took Linger's hand, and said, "Brother Mo has something to do. Can Linger go help Aunt Xiang watch the medicine jars?" "Okay." Linger happily ran into a nearby earthen house. After she disappeared from sight, Chen Xiang asked Mo Chuan, "Are her parents doing well?" Mo Chuan said, "It's been burning for 2 days. The patient's condition looks okay, but without medicine, the fever won't go down." Chen Xiang choked up. "If it hadn't been for you guys back then, we wouldn't be in this situation." Mo Chuan interrupted her, "Take this rice and cook it. Share it with everyone." Last night, it rained, so Mo Chuan planned to look for wild vegetables. He's been hungry for days, and Jiang Shuiwa is still sick, so he can't just do nothing. Big brother Mo. Big brother Mo. Mo Chuan suddenly turned around. It's Zhang Xiaolin returning. Zhang Xiaolin rode Jiang Shuiwa's horse, traveling day and night, finally making it back. "We're saved." He lowered the packs on both sides of the horse and said to Mo Chuan, "Big brother Mo, we have medicine. General Lu's army is behind us, and more supplies will arrive in the next few days. Boss Hua told me to bring these things back to you first." "Hey, where's Big brother Jiang?" Mo Chuan snapped out of his worry and hugged Zhang Xiaolin tightly. "You did very well." They took the supplies and went to find Jiang Shuiwa. "Is this ibuprofen? Pink medicine in a soup form? How do you open this? And these capsules and granules, the writing is different from ours. How do we tell them apart?" Zhang Xiaolin slapped his forehead. "Look at me. Miss Hua gave me a paper, said it was an instruction sheet. I'll let you read it before taking the medicine." He took out a folded white A4 paper from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Shuiwa. It was written in traditional Chinese characters, explaining how to take various medicines. "Jiang Shuiwa, I hope this letter finds you well. I heard from Zhang Xiaolin that you're facing a plague. I found some medicine that might help. Besides that, I also prepared some compressed biscuits and instant noodles to help you through this urgent time. More supplies will arrive with the army later." Jiang Shuiwa carefully read the letter twice, his hands trembling with excitement. He took out a box of ibuprofen capsules and, without hesitation, took one. He said to Mo Chuan and Zhang Xiaolin, "Put on your masks, follow me to distribute the medicine." Jiang Shuiwa and the others headed toward the ancestral hall. Zhang Xiaolin kept shouting, "We have medicine! We have medicine. It will be given to each patient soon. More and more people gathered around, following them to the ancestral hall. Big Brother Zhang said, "We have medicine? Then we're saved, right? Is it really medicine? Heavenly blessings have appeared. Quick, follow me to see if the medicine really works." When they reached the entrance of the ancestral hall, about 100 people had gathered behind them. They stopped at the door, watching Jiang Shirua lead 2 others inside, quietly waiting for news. Inside the hall, most patients had high fevers and were very sick. The 3 of them followed the instructions from Huawan's letter. First, give each person fever medicine, then give the detox capsules to help clear their bodies. The doctor recorded the time each dose was given and when the next dose was due. Jiang Shirua also left 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, telling the patients with milder symptoms to soak the biscuits in water until soft and share them. Outside, facing the anxious crowd, Jiang Shirua said, "Villagers, go back home first. Later, you can report your symptoms to Miss Chen Xiang and line up to get medicine based on how serious your condition is." The crowd cheered. There really is medicine. I heard right, there is medicine. Thank heavens. We are saved. Mother, did you hear? We have medicine. We don't have to wait to die anymore. Many people knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. We are finally saved. Dad, let's go. We'll line up and wait. In front of Chen Xiang's small kitchen, many people were already waiting in line. Jiang Shirua was responsible for distributing the medicine based on each patient's condition. Chen Xiang divided each compressed biscuit into 3 parts, giving 1 part to each person. "Sir, is this tiny thing really medicine?" an old man asked Jiang Shirua, looking at the capsule in his palm. "Yes, I thought it was candy at first," Jiang Shirua replied. "No medicine, no cure. This is just fooling people," someone else said skeptically. "Can I eat it? Won't it be deadly?" Many questioned him. Jiang Shirua patiently explained, "Yes, this is medicine. I took one half an hour ago. If it were poison, I would have died already. How could I still be standing here?" Some people, with no other options, quickly ate the capsules. Others hesitated, doubting, and some even saw the capsules and complained about wasting their time, tossing them into the dirt and walking away. In fact, from the ancestral hall to here, Jiang Shirua had been sweating all the way. His clothes were soaked, but he felt much better overall, and the pain in his bones had eased. He kept explaining patiently, hoping the villagers wouldn't miss this chance. "If you still don't believe, come back tomorrow to get the medicine. I will be here then, and you can see my condition before deciding." Jiang Shirua told the people who were still hesitating. After hearing this, everyone thought it made sense and left. He walked outside the shelter, picking up the discarded medicines one by one, sighing. Mo Chuan also came to help. "Why do you care so much? They've been given the medicine. If they don't take it, that's their choice." Jiang Shirua said, "I can trust Huawan unconditionally, but they can't trust me without question. That's normal. I can't give up just because of this. If it were me, I wouldn't bother with them. Wasteful to throw away such hard-earned medicine. They deserve to get sick." Jiang Shirua smiled. "You just say you don't care, but you actually do a lot. Fortunately, the compressed biscuits were distributed smoothly, so no one would go hungry tonight." Jiang Shirua had seen how powerful those biscuits were. Half a biscuit could keep someone from feeling hungry all day. In the middle of the night, Jiang Shirua felt pain all over his body, as if he had gone back to before he took the medicine in the daytime. He remembered Huazhuan's warning that his condition might worsen again. He took another pill, then suddenly had an appetite. He followed the instructions and made a bowl of noodles, then fell asleep until dawn. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. Amazing. Jiang Shirua secretly thought, "Thanks to Huan, I was ready to die, but I somehow survived." He quickly washed himself and went to the wooden shelter. To his surprise, many people had already lined up. A few people were searching the ground around them. Jiang Shirua approached and heard them muttering, "I clearly dropped it here yesterday. Did someone pick it up?" "What are you looking for?" Jiang Shirua asked. They looked a bit embarrassed and said, "We took the medicine yesterday. We thought it was useless, so we threw it away. Now we're regretting it, so we're looking for it. Do you know how precious this medicine is?" Just one pill can stop a fever immediately. If you don't believe me, you can return it to me or give it to someone else. But how could you waste it like this? They looked sad and said, "We didn't know. We thought you were just joking with us. Even our officials didn't give us medicine. Who knew you had a miracle cure that could bring people back to life? Now we're really regretful." Yes, old Zhang was about to pass away yesterday. His daughter took a medicine, and after taking it, she was able to sit up. This is like a miracle of revival. General June, we regret it. We were wrong. We threw away the spiritual medicine, and now we must face divine punishment. Jiang Shirua chuckled and said, "All right, I picked up those few medicines yesterday. You can line up again to get them." The group exchanged glances and then relaxed, saying, "Thank you, General June." "Thank you." Jiang Shirua moved through the crowd, walking steadily to the front. He said, "Now that I am standing here safely, I wonder if everyone can trust me. General June, we trust you. My cousin's fever went down after taking the medicine last night. My father too. He has been in bed for 5 days, but now he can sit up. And me, after taking the medicine, my whole body stopped hurting. It's like a fairy medicine. Yes, it's like a fairy medicine." Jiang Shirua waved his hand and said, "It's not exactly a fairy medicine, just that it works quickly for certain symptoms. Be sure to report your symptoms accurately. Different symptoms require different medicines. Don't take too much." Everyone nodded in agreement. Good news also came from the ancestral hall. Several patients who had been near death yesterday had woken up. Jiang Shirua asked Mo Chuan to give the doctors the instructions so they could continue giving the medicine as written. Lu Mingli arrived in Qingyan County 3 days later. He divided his troops into 2 groups. One group carried some supplies to Taiping Village, while he led the other to dismiss the county official locally. He stayed at the county office, reorganizing county affairs and overseeing the distribution of supplies from the court. "General, 3/5 of the patients in Taiping Village have recovered. How should we arrange them?" Really so fast. The county also had hundreds of patients in quarantine. After more than 10 days of treatment, there was little improvement. Unlike Taiping Village, they used medicines prescribed by doctors. All the medicines bought by Huawan were sent to Taiping Village. Lu Mingli put down his brush, stood up, and put on his coat. "I'll go take a look." At the entrance of Taiping Village, several soldiers dressed in strange white uniforms from head to toe, with their faces covered. If it weren't for the sword at their waist, Lu Mingli might have thought they were monsters. "Why are you dressed like that?" A young soldier replied. "Yes, General. This is called protective clothing, arranged by Brother Jiang. He said that wearing it prevents us from catching the plague and that we are the last line of defense, so we must be very careful." Jiang Shirua? Yes, sir. Although Lu Mingli had never met Jiang Shirua, he had heard of him before. Coming from a military family, he didn't like martial arts as a child. Instead, he loved reading and wanted to earn fame through exams. When his father stopped him, he stubbornly started from the lowest ranks in the army. Now, it seems he has a talent for leadership. He organized the quarantine village very well and is quite capable. The young soldier took a set of protective clothing from a nearby tent and said to Lu Mingli, "General, please put this on." Lu Mingli was momentarily stunned. He thought, "This looks terrible, I don't want to wear it." He said, "I don't need to wear it. Look, the villagers inside aren't wearing it." Then he tried to go inside. Unexpectedly, he was stopped.
"No."
"Lu General, this is the village's rule. Outsiders must wear it to enter, or you can't come in." Lu Mingli chuckled a little. "You are my soldiers. How dare you stop me?" The young soldier's face was hidden under the protective suit, so his expression was unclear, but his voice was very firm. "I'm doing this for you, General. The virus is very dangerous. We can't give it a chance." "What, dangerous as a tiger? What are you talking about?" The young soldier pointed to the village wall. Lu Mingli saw a big sign that read, "The virus is more fierce than a tiger. We must not relax on epidemic prevention." Below, in smaller characters, it said, "Wash hands often, gather less, wear masks, keep hygiene." What is all this? Lu Mingli didn't need to think much. It was definitely arranged by Huawan. He had no choice but to accept and put on the protective suit. The white coverall covered him from head to toe. The bulky top and funny pants made him walk very awkwardly. He followed the soldier leading him, looking like two big dolls. The only comfort was that his face was covered. Fortunately, the villagers on the roadside didn't pay much attention, so he wasn't noticed much. But his frustration reached its peak when he saw Jiang Shirihua. Although Jiang Shirihua had been confined in the quarantine village for half a month and gone through many hardships, he looked elegant now. He was recording the distribution of medicines, every gesture full of grace. Unlike Lu Mingli's intimidating presence, Jiang Shirihua was gentle and refined, like a bright moon. His clothes were washed until they looked pale, and his eyes shone brightly. Lu Mingli looked at himself in the protective suit and immediately wanted to tear it into pieces. Fortunately, Jiang Shirihua quickly eased his embarrassment. "General Liu, I've heard of you for a long time. Sorry for making you wear this outfit, but it's unavoidable. Please understand." Lu Mingli waved his hand to show he understood, and also to remove some awkwardness. "Brother Jiang, you've managed this quarantine village very well. If Commander Jiang knew, he would be proud of you." Jiang Shirihua smiled but said nothing. Lu Mingli continued with the main topic. "I read your letter. It says that 3/5 of the villagers' patients have recovered. Is that true?" Jiang Shirihua nodded. "It's more than 3/5 now. This morning, over 10 patients moved out of the ancestral hall, leaving only about 20 patients inside. Their symptoms are also improving steadily. Follow me, please." Jiang Shirihua led Lu Mingli to the ancestral hall. Lu Mingli couldn't help asking, "Why do I need to wear this protective suit? Brother Jiang and the villagers aren't wearing it." Jiang Shirihua explained, "We've all had the illness before. According to Huawan's letter, we now have antibodies, so we don't need to wear it. But since you've never been infected, you must take precautions." Did Huawan's letter explain everything in such detail? Yes, not only about how to take the medicine, but also about detailed epidemic prevention knowledge. We followed her instructions, and the situation was quickly under control. It was truly eye-opening. Jiang Shirihua looked into the distance, as if thinking, then said, "Thanks to her. Otherwise the whole village, including me, would have already." However, Lu Mingli was thinking that before leaving, Huawan didn't say anything to him, let alone send a letter. Could this be favoritism? Inside the ancestral hall, it was quiet. No sounds of patients crying or moaning. Dozens of beds were neatly arranged, only half of them occupied. Several doctors moved among the patients, carefully recording information. One leading doctor came forward to greet them. His name was Zhou Ning, a court doctor. Lu Mingli had brought 10 doctors from the capital, and Zhou Ning was one of them. Unlike the others, he volunteered for this mission. Seeing Lu Mingli, he exclaimed happily, "General Liu, these medicines are amazing. They work quickly, especially the fever reducer. You see effects in just half an hour, and there's no need to prepare complicated formulas, just take them directly. It saves us a lot of time." He was very excited and kept talking. "And that instruction manual Brother Jiang has, it's very effective in stopping the spread of the disease. It should be shared widely." His face changed, and he looked a bit regretful. "It's a pity that Brother Jiang only allows me to see it in person and won't lend it to me for detailed study." In the next moment, his mood lifted again. "General Liu, could you introduce this divine doctor to me? I am willing to apprentice under him and serve him for life." Lu Mingli and Jiang Shirihua exchanged glances, then said, "There are no famous doctors, just lucky to have obtained these medicines." Then he asked Jiang Shirihua, "Regarding the instructions, I hope you can consider the bigger picture." Jiang Shirihua took something out of his clothes and handed it to Lu Mingli. Lu Mingli opened it and, after reading the first line, felt a bit uncomfortable. Brother Jiang is so fortunate to have Miss Huan care so much. Jiang Shirihua was confused and didn't know what to say, so he could only say, "This is a private letter, and I can't share it publicly. When I have free time, I will copy the key parts and give them to Dr. Zhou." Lu Mingli returned the letter to Jiang Shirihua, snorted, but it was unclear whether he agreed or was displeased. "One more thing." Jiang Shirihua stepped closer to Lu Mingli and whispered, "A few days ago, I checked the medicines and found 2 bottles of ibuprofen suspension missing. I searched the village, but couldn't find them. I'm worried someone took them out of the village. I hope General Liu can keep an eye out outside. The medicines are important, but that bottle must be recovered no matter what. In the letter, Huan mentioned that even after recovery, a patient needs to be isolated and observed for at least 7 days. Jiang Shuai couldn't leave the village to check himself, so he asked Lu Mingli for help. Lu Mingli listened and felt a bit anxious. This was a serious matter. If someone took the bottles, it could cause trouble for Miss Huan. He nodded. Leave it to me outside. Continue checking the villagers. Huajuan's belongings must not fall into the wrong hands. Recently, a mysterious person appeared in Qingyan County. He claimed to be from Taiping Village and was entrusted by a goddess named Huan to bring a divine medicine for treating the plague to the local people. Because he was sent by the goddess Huan, he called himself the Grass Immortal. In just a few days, his medicine cured many people, even better than doctors from the capital. More and more people came to find him, but asking for his medicine wasn't easy. It required many offerings and waiting in line. Qingyan County was still under reconstruction, with most buildings being rebuilt. The only structures still intact were the county office and one other place, the Shaoyan Pavilion. Shaoyan Pavilion was originally the largest brothel in the county. The madam earned a lot of money and built the building very solidly, surviving floods. Now, a famous person named Grass Immortal lives in Shaoyan Pavilion. Despite his ugly face and short stature, he is considered a god by the local people. His special medicine has saved many lives. Today, there is still a long line outside Shaoyan Pavilion. Grass Immortal sits in a warm room on the second floor, with 2 women dressed provocatively serving him. He casually points at the crowd with his hand. The madam understands and turns her waist to go downstairs. Today, the chosen people to receive medicine from Grass Immortal are decided. The madam shouts sharply. Everyone looks up eagerly, praying they will be chosen. That one, and the girl in blue, come with me. 3 people walk out from the crowd, a man and 2 young women. Some cry out, please, Grass Immortal, give me the medicine. I am in pain all over. Grass Immortal. I am willing to pay a high price for the medicine. Immortal, please save me. The madam waves a handkerchief and shouts, everyone be quiet. Grass Immortal only gives medicine to 3 people a day. That's the rule. Why are you shouting? Get out of here. After leading the 3 upstairs, the madam waits outside the door. Grass Immortal pretends to wave his hands randomly. Then someone comes to take the 3 to different rooms, closing the doors to wait for the medicine. Inside the room, incense is burning. It smells a bit like mugwort, but also a little sharp. The chosen men and women kneel on mats in the middle, bowing and leaning forward to let the incense work. The door opens, and Grass Immortal enters. Following the rules he was told beforehand, they respectfully bow 3 times, sit up straight, close their eyes, open their mouths, and wait for the medicine to drip in. Grass Immortal takes out a bottle of ibuprofen, unscrews it, and pours pink liquid into a teacup. He stirs it casually with his finger, and then gives it to them. They then become dizzy and fall asleep. After about an hour, they are awakened and helped out of the room. It turns out the incense in the room contained poor-quality sleep-inducing scent, which made them faint after half an hour. Many young women wake up feeling their clothes are disheveled, but they trust Grass Immortal and think they just messed up their clothes while sleeping. This matter is quietly overlooked. After a day of foolishness, the great herb master lay on his bed, sighing. Although more women come to ask for medicine now, their looks are not as good as before. And the feel isn't as nice either. He was holding a woman in his arms who sweetly said, "Great herb master, you're so bad. You already have Qian, yet you still flirt with other girls." He pinched her face and said, "That's different. You're a lady, and they're just common girls. The feelings are not the same." The woman in his arms paused, then giggled and pouted. "You're so mean." The herb master didn't care at all. He hummed a tune comfortably. The woman then said, "But the magic medicine is almost gone. Only half a bottle left.
We should stop now.
You'll take me away, right?" He hugged her tighter and said, "No rush. The medicine is gone, but I can make some other powders or medicines. Those fools don't know anything. Once we earn enough money, I'll take you far away. Qian leaned on him happily, but inside, she felt sick. Who would want to be with someone as ugly as you? Once I get your money, I'll cut off your dirty hands. The next day, the herb master sped up his plans to make money. He told the madam to spread the word. In a few days, it will be the birthday of the flower goddess. She blesses the land. If you wish to offer her prayers, I, the great herb master, will select 10 people each day to receive medicine. This caused a big fuss. People hurried home to gather valuables, gold, silver, jewelry, and all rushed to the Cloud Palace. Loomingly was the first to notice something was wrong, thanks to a doctor. General Liu, we have something to report. Recently, some patients have been escaping from the clinic. We thought they didn't want to be quarantined. We tried to persuade them, but when that didn't work, we just told them to close their doors and not go out. Today, I went to deliver medicine to a patient and found him dead at home under strange circumstances. His family reported it, and after asking around, we found that 8 others had died the same way, poisoned by cinnabar. Cinnabar? Why would they eat that when they're healthy? The doctor shook his head. We don't know. Bring the witnesses, Loomingly ordered his men. Bring everyone who knows the truth. Soon, the families of the deceased were brought to the county office. Loomingly questioned them carefully. A woman cried out, "It was the great herb master. My husband took his medicine, and that very night, he couldn't get up." An elderly woman interrupted, saying, "Nonsense. How could the medicine of the grass immortal be problematic? Many people have been cured by his medicine. It must be you who caused my son's death." She then tried to hit her. Loomingly knocked on the wooden block to calm everyone down. "What grass immortal? Tell the full story clearly, no hiding anything," an old man explained. "The grass immortal lives in Shaoyan Pavilion in the north of the city. He can treat epidemics. Many people took his medicine and they got better the next day." Loomingly asked, "Where is he from? Where did he come from?" "Is he from Qingyan County?" The old man answered, "He is from Taiping Village. It's said he has been serving the flower goddess of the village. The villagers were about to die, but the flower goddess cured them. But she couldn't leave, so the grass immortal came to the county to give medicine on her behalf." Taiping Village? Flower goddess? Loomingly had a bad feeling. "Do you know what the medicine looks like?" The old man had taken it before. He chewed his lips and thought for a moment. "It's pink, with a hint of sweetness. After drinking it, you fall asleep, and when you wake up, you feel much better." The pink, sweet medicine matched the description of the ibuprofen suspension Jiang Shirwa gave, but he hadn't heard him say it made people sleep. Loomingly kept this doubt in mind. "Did your son drink the same medicine yesterday?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know, but it was definitely given by the grass immortal. The medicine shouldn't have a problem." His daughter-in-law hurriedly said, "That's not right. It wasn't sweet. My husband told me yesterday it had a slight bitter taste. Is the grass immortal still at Shaoyan Pavilion now?" The old man nodded. According to neighbors, today there are even more people at Shaoyan Pavilion than usual. It seemed time to meet this so-called grass immortal, who dared to pretend to be a healer with a fancy name. Loomingly gathered a group of people and marched aggressively toward Shaoyan Pavilion in the north of the city. The front of Shaoyan Pavilion was busier than a snack shop, with people crowded on every floor, over 100 in total. They held various items, waiting in line to offer their tributes. Loomingly's men cleared a path. He approached the pavilion's entrance and saw the scene ahead. A pile of items was stacked like a small mountain. A man sat cross-legged at the door, closing his eyes and muttering a spell. Loomingly stepped forward and asked, "Are you the grass immortal?" The grass elder opened one eye and glanced sideways. He said, "Offerings are placed down. Return to your group and wait for the flower goddess's instructions." Loomingly sneered. "Flower goddess? I think you're just a con artist. Take him away." The deputy general stepped forward, grabbing the grass elder by the collar and pulling him up. The grass elder finally opened both eyes and shouted at the approaching men, "How dare you?
Who are you?
How dare you disturb my ritual?" The deputy said, "This is General Liu. Someone has accused you of plotting to harm others. Come with us." The grass elder panicked. Seeing the crowd watching, he suddenly had a clever idea. "You can't take me. Disrupting the ritual will anger the flower goddess, and the whole town will suffer. Someone responded, yes. Today is the flower goddess's birthday. You can't take the grass elder. Taking him will bring divine punishment. The ritual can't stop. Let the grass elder go. The grass elder didn't plot harm. He's saved many people. Do you have proof? Without proof, let him go. The crowd slowly moved closer, almost forming a circle, ready to act if he wasn't released. Quiet, Loomingly shouted loudly. Everyone fell silent. He looked back at the grass elder, who was smiling slyly at him. He said to the deputy, let him go. The grass elder lowered his head, hiding his satisfaction, then straightened his back. I am a servant of the flower goddess. Those who do not know are innocent. Step back quickly. The ritual must not be interrupted. He paused and added, if you won't leave, you can kneel somewhere instead. The deputy general was furious. He drew his sword and pressed it against the grass elder's neck. The grass elder's legs buckled, and he nearly knelt. The believers below caused another commotion. What are you doing? Put away your sword. Don't hurt the grass elder. The soldiers are reckless. Someone should stop them. Loomingly stopped the deputy, signaling him with a look. The deputy, annoyed, glared at the grass elder and retracted his sword. Loomingly asked, I won't take you away if you prefer. Just honestly tell me, where does your medicine come from? The grass elder raised his chin proudly and said, my medicine is a gift from the flower goddess of Taiping village. Loomingly said, nonsense. Which village has a flower goddess? A believer loudly said, why is there no goddess? The people of Taiping village are beyond help. Now they are fine. Was it not the goddess who saved them? Exactly. I heard the people inside recovered faster than those at our county clinic. The old herbalist squinted and said to Loomingly, look, everyone knows this. General Liu, you must not slander the goddess. It might bring divine punishment. Loomingly asked again, if the goddess gave the medicine, why did it cause people's deaths? The herbalist loudly protested, that's not true. Someone jealous of me is spreading lies. The herbalist, never harm people. I only help them. Ask everyone if you don't believe me. That's right. I got better after taking the herbalist's medicine. I had a fever, and it went away the same day after taking the medicine. It can't be the medicine's fault. Maybe there was a mistake somewhere. I think the officials just want to arrest the herbalist and blame him. As they spoke more wildly, Loomingly said, if your medicine didn't cause the deaths, then you shouldn't be afraid of an investigation. Send people in to search. Find all the medicines, and we'll see what's wrong. Hearing this, the herbalist looked nervous. He stopped the soldiers and stammered, no. You'll disturb the goddess. You can't go in. The ceremony isn't over yet. Disrespecting the goddess will anger her. Yes. Don't let them in. We received the goddess's medicine, and we must not disturb her. Stop them. Quickly, the villagers rushed forward again, but were stopped by the soldiers. Since there were many villagers and Loomingly didn't want to hurt them, he couldn't hold them back for long. Loomingly shouted loudly, everyone back. He drew his sword, shining brightly in the sunlight, which made the villagers hesitate. He thought, I can't really fight them. I need a different plan. Loomingly asked, herbalist, I ask you, if the goddess lives in Taiping village, what's the point of setting up an altar here? When the herbalist heard about the goddess, he seemed to gain courage. Of course it's useful. I have a token from the goddess. Words aren't enough. Show it to everyone. The herbalist proudly said, all right, I'll let you see it today, so no one can accuse me again. He went into a house and soon brought out a small painting. Carefully, he opened it and showed it to everyone. Loomingly stood closest and immediately saw that the woman in the painting looked very similar to the flower roll. She had simple hair tied at the back, wore a checkered shirt and jeans. It was obvious that Jiang Shirua had painted it, and it was stolen by the grass fairy when he secretly took medicine. In his mind, he silently cursed Jiang Shirua twice. Then he heard the grass fairy say, this is the flower goddess. You should quickly kneel and bow. A crowd knelt down and responded, goddess, we are here. Please accept our worship. The grass fairy asked Loomingly, General Liu, Why don't you kneel when you see the goddess? Are you trying to harm everyone? Loomingly turned to face everyone and said, coincidentally, I came out of Taiping village the day before yesterday. I heard a man named Jiang from the ancestral hall say that the flower goddess was upset to learn that someone was pretending to be her and deceiving people. So, she decided to choose a new messenger on her birthday to send her message. It seems today is that day. He pointed at the painting and said, look, the flower goddess is showing her spirit. In the picture, a beam of light appeared on the face of the flower roll. The followers exclaimed, the flower goddess is showing her spirit. The flower goddess is showing her spirit. Even the grass fairy was startled, nearly dropping the painting from his hand. Please, flower goddess, choose a messenger. Loomingly shouted loudly, and many responded. Please, flower goddess, choose a messenger. Please, flower goddess, choose a messenger. Silence. Loomingly ordered, then pointed at the painting. Look! The beam of light slowly moved away from the face of the flower roll and suddenly shone on a nearby soldier. Each time it shone on someone, that person was amazed and knelt down. The light moved around, as if selecting a suitable person. The area was silent, and no one dared to speak. Finally, the light stopped on Guozhen, the deputy general under Loomingly. Loomingly loudly announced, meet the messenger. Guozhen looked down, his eyes wide with surprise. He reached out to touch something but found nothing. Then he looked up at Loomingly, and suddenly he couldn't stand anymore. He fell to his knees with a thud. Loomingly sneered. Seeing Guozhen's mental strength, he thought he usually wasn't so easily shaken. But then he realized, in this era, who wouldn't be afraid of a flashlight? Yes, before Loomingly set out, Han was worried he might have trouble traveling at night, so she gave him a flashlight. He had been reluctant to use it, but today it proved very useful. He hid the flashlight in his sleeve, pretending it was part of divine will, and fooled everyone present. Loomingly signaled Guozhen to stand up, and the followers turned to worship him again. Greetings, divine envoy. Greetings, divine envoy. Loomingly saw that the grass fairy was still standing still and asked sharply, why are you not kneeling? The goddess actually appeared. Could she be here for me? He was unsure, so he knelt to Guozhen, trembling, and said, greetings, divine envoy. Guozhen looked confused. He habitually asked Loomingly, General Lu, what does the goddess mean? Why did she choose me as the divine envoy? What am I supposed to do? Loomingly said, the goddess must have instructions. We should wait quietly. Everyone's attention was on the flashlight's beam.
Soon it moved again.
Loomingly slowly moved his arm, shining the light into the Xiaoyun pavilion, then turned off the flashlight. It seems the goddess wants the divine envoy to go inside and see. Loomingly signaled Guozhen with a look. Guozhen still didn't understand and hesitated, asking, does the goddess want me, or do the followers need to do something? This fool. Loomingly cursed silently, then made a specific military gesture. Search. Guozhen understood now. He called a few people and said, come, follow me and search. The grass fairy hurriedly stopped him. You can't go in, you can't search. Guozhen pushed him aside and went in without looking back. The grass fairy didn't give up and asked the followers below for help. Speak up. You can't let them disturb the goddess's peace. Everyone had seen the goddess's will with their own eyes. How could they listen to him? They all silently waited for the divine envoy to come out. Soon, Guozhen and his team came out, carrying many items, 3 large boxes filled with gold, silver, jewelry, and several women. Guozhen approached Loomingly, opening a cloth bag. Inside were 2 bottles of medication with a red-tinted liquid, which had turned a faint pink. Loomingly turned to a doctor behind him and said, Dr. Chen, come and take a look. Dr. Chen looked at the bottles, but didn't know what to do. He had never seen such things before. Loomingly unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to him. He took it with a look of surprise, sniffed carefully, then used his finger to check a bit, and finally confirmed, this is cinnabar. The villagers looked at each other in confusion and said, how can it be cinnabar? Cinnabar is poisonous. Loomingly handed a small incense burner to Dr. Chen. Please take another look at this. Dr. Chen sniffed it briefly, then quickly stretched out his arm to hold the incense burner away. This contains a hypnotic incense. What? How can there be hypnotic incense? Isn't it made from special mugwort? A young woman nearby heard this and suddenly turned pale. She remembered that after smelling this incense, she had fainted for a long time. When she woke up, her clothes were disheveled, and she felt very uncomfortable. She looked at the grass fairy and seemed to understand something. Embarrassed and angry, she pointed at the grass fairy and asked, Did you do something to me after making me faint?" The grass fairy was startled by the sudden accusation and couldn't find an excuse. He shyly avoided her gaze, speaking nervously, "I don't understand what you're talking about." At this moment, the woman realized everything. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, feeling she could no longer live with dignity. Gritting her teeth, she charged toward the door where the lion statue was. With a loud bang, she fell to the ground, blood flowing from her forehead. Everything happened so quickly that no one could react. An old woman rushed over, crying out, "My daughter!" She held her daughter's still warm body, overwhelmed with grief. The girl's father also ran over, seeing his daughter's tragic state. He charged at the grass fairy. "I'll kill you, you beast!" Loomingly was afraid he might do something illegal, so he held him back and said, "Old man, don't worry. I will give you an explanation." Then he asked the grass fairy, "Grass fairy, no. Your real name is Duer Chiang. Do you have anything to say?" Seeing the scene, Duer Chiang hurriedly knelt down and said, "The medicine I gave before was truly divine medicine. They can all testify. I have also cured many people, so I have some credit. Where did you get this divine medicine?" "I stole it from Taiping Village," Loomingly asked again. "And what about the cinnabar?" "Later, when the divine medicine ran out, I had to mix cinnabar with other ingredients as a substitute. I didn't think it would cause deaths." Truly, the common people were all angry, spitting at Duer Chiang and cursing him. "You're a liar. Return my money. How many people have you harmed? May you meet a bad end." Loomingly issued an order. "Bring all these people back and seal off the Shaoran Pavilion." After careful questioning, it was confirmed that Duer Chiang had stolen, committed crimes for profit, harmed women, and behaved indecently. Loomingly decisively sentenced him to death, hanging him at the city gate to satisfy the public's anger. Every day, people threw stones at him, as if that could ease some of the suffering caused by the plague. Loomingly had all offerings recorded and returned them one by one, but many people still brought offerings to the county office because they heard the portrait of the flower goddess was kept there. Moreover, there was also a divine messenger in the county office. Loomingly looked at the new offerings placed outside the county office, shook his head, and sighed. He helplessly said to the person beside him, "As usual, ask who sent these and send them back." Loomingly turned back to his study and noticed that the portrait originally placed on the corner of the desk had been moved. He looked up toward the door and saw Guozhen sneaking a peek at him, caught in the act.
Guozhen. Guomin.
"Did you move that portrait again?" Guozhen hurriedly explained. "General Liu, I saw the portrait was dusty, so I took it out to wipe it." Loomingly said, "You take it out to wipe every day. Where does the dust come from? And are you just wiping? Tell me what you did." Guozhen looked guilty. "I just lit some incense and placed some fruit." Then he confidently advised Loomingly, "General, this is the portrait of the flower goddess. It should be hung up to receive offerings. Putting it in the corner is disrespectful. Could you let me touch it, sir?" Loomingly generously handed it to him. Guozhen held the flashlight and weighed it. "It's quite heavy," but after 5 seconds of generosity, fearing Guozhen might break it, he quickly took it back. "That's enough. You know what it is, so stop pretending to be a ghost or a god. Do you hear me? And don't burn incense at this portrait anymore. As long as someone is alive, they shouldn't burn incense to worship it. That feels unlucky." Guozhen scratched the back of his head.
"Yes.
But, General, you're really clever. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to catch the grass fairy that day." He thought for a moment and added, "But, General, your flashlight can shine without a candle. I've never seen that before. And that medicine, it can reduce a fever immediately. It's not a divine object, but it might as well be one." Loomingly listened and fell into deep thought. Huan came from another world. Her food, items, and medicines are all astonishing. What's the difference between these and fairy things? In stories, it's said that immortals eat the most delicious food and their spiritual medicines can bring the dead back to life with just one pill. From this perspective, calling Hwan a fairy isn't an exaggeration. Looking at the flashlight in his hand, he first truly felt the gap between himself and Hwan. Hwajuan's way of doing things and her outlook are unlike any girl he has ever met. He felt a strange sense of melancholy. His eyes then fell on the portrait again. He sighed, wrapped the portrait and the medicine bottle, and sent someone to return them to Jiang Shiyue. He picked up a brush and decided to write a letter to Hwawan. He had wanted to write for a long time but couldn't find a reason. Now, telling her about the grass fairy's story seemed natural. Winter Moon has sent a letter. May it bring you peace. Since parting outside the city, it's been over half a month. The disaster has eased, and recovery is underway. But controlling the plague is still the top priority. Fortunately, your supplies have helped ease our urgent needs. Thinking of the letter Hwan wrote to Jiang Shiyue, loomingly felt his words were too formal. He decisively tore it up and rewrote it. Just as he was writing, Dr. Chen strode in quickly and said to Loomingly, "General, I have a request." Loomingly remained calm and took a nearby book to cover the letter. "What is it?" The number of sick people in Luozhou County and Xian County has increased sharply. Today, we received dozens of patients from outside the counties. We are short of staff, and medicines are running out. If this continues, we might not be able to control the situation in less than 3 days. Loomingly frowned and asked, "How much medicinal herbs does the court still have?" "Only 1/10 remains. Can it last until the next batch arrives?" "General, sorry to be blunt, but even if we have enough medicine, the effects are too slow. If we wait too long, it won't help. Since we have the successful example from Taiping Village, why not use the medicine they used?" This was said simply. Loomingly remembered that Hwan had mentioned the difficulty of obtaining these medicines the night before. If it weren't for her being worried, he would have already bought a large amount. "General, if you have a way, please look at the common people. The weather is getting colder, and they are sick. They might not survive much longer." Loomingly clenched his teeth and said, "I will find a way to get medicine. No matter what, you must hold on until I return. Taiping Village should also be reopened. Let Jiang Shiyue come out to handle the epidemic prevention. Everyone follow his arrangements." After giving instructions, he immediately mounted his horse and rushed back to the snack shop. Hwan had not been idle these days. She visited all the pharmacies in the city and bought a total of 1,000 bottles of fever medicine. Although she made an excuse, saying it was for remote mountain areas, she was still worried. Selling so many fever medicines at once might cause market disturbance or attract attention from higher authorities. So she limited the amount, buying only about a dozen bottles from each shop, taking several days to gather 1,000 bottles. Hwan also went on a shopping spree online. Canned luncheon meat, 1,000 cans of sardines, 10,000 jean of rice, and 5,000 packs of instant noodles. Worried that the snack shop couldn't hold all the supplies, she spread out the purchases over several days and scheduled separate deliveries. Despite this, on the first day the supplies arrived, the small shop was already filled with boxes on tables, on the ground, and on chairs. Her heart was also full. However, business had recently become difficult. Every night, Hwan asked Huashing to go to the general's residence to find someone and have the supplies moved away first. But what surprised her even more was that Loomingly arrived that evening. He didn't rest on the way. When he entered the shop, his eyes were red, and he was shivering. He hoarsely asked the first thing, "Is there anything to eat?" "Yes, wait for me." Hwan took out 2 thick-cut sirloin steaks, simply seasoned with pepper, olive oil, and massaged them. Then she heated the steak pan. The shilling steak has a thick layer of fat on one side. Hwan first places this side in the pan to fry for 1 minute, allowing the fat to slowly seep out. Then she lays the steak flat and continues to fry using the remaining fat. Only 3 minutes are needed to fry one side. Finally, she adds a piece of butter, melts it over low heat, and lets it soak into the steak. When the surface turns golden brown and the inside remains pink, the steak is ready to serve. Loomingly can't remember the last time he had a proper meal. His busy official duties make food unappealing, and he doesn't care whether he eats or not. But when he smells the aroma, he feels his throat come alive. He swallows and can't wait to eat. The steak surface is golden brown, and the inside is pink. After being cooked with fire and oil, one bite releases a rich, unique oily flavor that fills the mouth and excites the taste buds. Even though he's very hungry, he eats gracefully and quickly finishes 2 pieces of steak. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he looks around and asks, "What is this?" Hwawan says, "You're just in time. I bought some medicine and food. I've already asked Hua Sheng to find someone at the general's residence to help move things." Loomingly considers and then speaks, "Miss Hwawan, I might need your help with something. The number of disaster victims has reached 180,000, and these supplies are not enough. I need more medicine and food. Any amount of silver is fine, just name your price. 18,000 disaster victims. That's a large number.
Hua Juan hesitates.
In our place, many medicines are controlled. It might be difficult for me to get so much at once, and my shop is too small to hold all these supplies. I need to think carefully about how to handle this." Hwawan is worried about how to get so much medicine. Loomingly asks, "You mentioned before that there is a family with the surname Lu, perhaps my descendants." Hwawan replies, "Yes, but I'm not sure yet." Loomingly takes out a jade pendant, bright green and beautiful. Hwawan immediately recognizes it as a fine item. He gently twists it, and the pendant splits into 2 pieces. One piece is carved with a dragon, and the other with a phoenix. Both are lifelike and very exquisite. Loomingly thinks for a moment, then gives the phoenix-carved piece to Hwawan. He says, "Take this to find him. If he is indeed a descendant of the Lu family, he will surely help you with all his might." Flower Roll asked confusedly, "You mean I should sell this to him?" "No." Loomingly felt a bit embarrassed. "This is a family heirloom jade pendant. Originally, my mother and father each had one. After I was crowned, they combined the 2 into one and gave it to me." He looked at Flower Roll and saw she was listening carefully, without much reaction. He cleared his throat and continued, "Just show him this jade pendant. If he is a descendant of my Lu family, he will understand." Flower Roll said, "Okay, I'll show it to him now and see his reaction." She took out her phone, took a picture of the pendant, and sent it directly to Lu Zhao via WeChat. Loomingly watched her take out something that glowed and asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is a phone. It can be used to communicate with others, like writing letters. Very convenient." "Look." Flower Roll handed him the phone. He was afraid to hold it tightly, worried it might break if he pressed too hard. He carefully turned it over and looked at it. "Why isn't it glowing now?" Flower Roll gently tapped the screen, and the phone lit up again. Loomingly admired how delicate this device was. Suddenly, the phone vibrated, startling him. It was a call from Lu Zhao. Flower Roll took the phone and answered. Lu Zhao's urgent voice came through. "Miss Flower, I just saw the photo you sent. Is the jade pendant in your hand?" Flower Roll glanced at Loomingly and said, "Yes, it's in my hand. Do you recognize the pendant?" "Honestly, it might be part of my ancestral jade. May I ask how you got it? Come to my shop tomorrow morning, and we can talk face to face." After arranging a time with Lu Zhao, Flower Roll put down her phone and said to Loomingly, "You guessed right. He really is your relative." Loomingly corrected her, "It's a Lu family descendant, but not necessarily my relative. Maybe it's Loomingjer's." Thinking for a moment, Flower Roll agreed and asked, "How long can you stay here? The county has Jiang Shirui watching over me." "I'll return in 3 days." At this, Flower Roll casually asked, "Is Jiang Shirui doing well?" Loomingly looked down and replied casually, "He caught a cold earlier. Your medicine will help him recover quickly." Flower Roll said, "That's good. It seems your medicines are effective. How much medicine do you need?" "Only fever-reducing medicine, about 50,000 doses. Other medicines can be prepared by the doctor." Hwawan took out paper and a pen to note down. Additionally, since the weather is cold, if there are other warm supplies, they can be prepared together. Hwawan thought for a moment and wrote on the paper, quilts, tents, candles, instant noodles, mineral water, rice. Prepared for 180,000 people. Just then, Hua Sheng brought Lu Mingzhi into the room. As soon as they entered, they heard him exclaim in shock, "Big brother? When did you come back? Why didn't you go home?" Then he saw the snack shop, which looked completely different, and he was so surprised he couldn't close his jaw. Hua Sheng asked me to come and get things. Are these the four-sided boxes? Loomingly arranged the people he brought and moved the items onto the cart one by one. As expected from a soldier, he quickly emptied the shop. After they left, Huawan wandered around the shop. The back door of the snack shop leads to the provincial road. To the right is Huawan's home, and to the left is an empty, abandoned lot. If he could buy this empty land and build a warehouse, everything would be easier to handle. All of this depended on Lu Zhao's ability. Loomingly became a general at a young age, so his descendants should be capable too. The next morning, Lu Zhao and Old Master Lu were already waiting at the shop entrance. Huawan welcomed them inside. Old Master Lu eagerly asked, "Miss, may I see your jade pendant?" Huawan handed him the jade pendant. Old Master Lu took out a delicate box from his pocket, took out the jade inside, which was engraved with a dragon, exactly the same as the half-piece Loomingly held last night. Old Master Lu joined the two jade pieces together. With a click, they fit perfectly into one piece, seamless and whole. He excitedly said to Huawan, "I've finally waited for you. Our Lu family has an ancestral rule. If someone comes with the other half of the dragon and phoenix pendant, we must help him without question, with all our strength. Our ancestors have been searching for this jade for generations. Finally, I found it in my generation. I am worthy of our ancestors." At that moment, everything formed a complete loop. Loomingly's idea from last night was passed down through 100 years in just one evening. After seeing the painting on the wall, Old Master Lu was stunned again. It was a painting of the snow-covered snack shop that Shun Huaishu used for fishing. Old Master Lu pointed at the painting and said to Huawan, "This is Shun Huaishu's painting. An authentic piece. An original, the authentic works of Shun Huaishu are very rare now. Each time one is obtained, another is lost. Surprisingly, this young woman has hung one on the wall of her dining room. Thinking about the antiques she has once handled, each more valuable than the last." Old Master Lu shakes his head. This girl is not simple. Lu Zhao is patient. He asks Huawan, "Miss Huawan, is there a problem that made you take out the jade pendant now?" Huawan replies, "I need 80,000 doses of fever medicine, and I want to buy the empty land nearby to build a warehouse. The sooner, the better. Can you help?" Lu Zhao thinks for a moment and nods. "Since there is an old family rule, don't worry. We will find a way to solve this." With Lu Zhao's capable grandson, Old Master Lu hasn't asked about family matters for a long time. Now he only cares about that painting. "Miss Huawan, do you want to sell this painting?" "I am willing to pay a high price. This painting belongs to a friend who left it here. I need to ask him first. Since Shun Huaishu hung it on the wall, he comes to the snack shop every night to sit for a while, asking Huan if anyone has commented on the painting. After hearing no, he leaves feeling a bit disappointed. Huan feels sorry for him, seeing him come every day, but she can't do anything. She is already a well-known painter, yet she insists on arguing with technology. Lu Zhao acts quickly. That afternoon, he hires a construction team to start building the warehouse. "We can't buy the land, but I rented it for 10 years. The warehouse will start today and should be finished in 15 days. I've contacted the pharmaceutical factory. The medicine will be delivered by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Time is urgent." Huan opens her navigation app and searches for a cotton quilt factory. The closest one is 30 kilometers from the snack shop. Without hesitation, she goes directly for a face-to-face talk. When she arrives at the factory gate, she's a bit confused. It's called a quilt factory, but there are only a few dilapidated small buildings outside a metal fence. If not for the sign that says Red Star Quilt Factory, she would think the navigation was wrong. Has it already closed down? Huan observes for a moment, hesitating whether to ask someone. Inside the gate, there's a small hut, probably the guardhouse. Several people are talking inside. Seeing Huan wandering outside, a burly man comes out and asks, "What are you here for?" He looks fierce and intimidating. Flower Roll hesitated but then forced herself to speak. I want to buy some quilts. Do you still sell them? Unexpectedly, the strong man immediately grinned and called out, Director, someone wants to buy quilts. He opened the iron door happily and said, Oh, girl, you're here. Our quilts are really good. Seeing his eager attitude, Flower Roll thought the contrast was too much. A middle-aged man, probably the factory manager, came out of the guardroom. He looked at Flower Roll and asked, Miss, you want to buy a quilt? We only make quilts here, no other kinds. Flower Roll nodded and said, Sir, I want to buy a quilt. Do you still have some for sale? The manager led Flower Roll into a small house and said, Yes, yes. These years, there are so many soybean quilts and down quilts on the market, so our cotton quilts are hard to sell. Our factory is almost closing. The machines have been stopped for half a year. Luckily, you came early, and we still have a few left.
Dazua.
Take this girl to pick some good ones. The manager stopped outside. The young strong man called De Zhuang responded with an, Oh, and then led Flower Roll further inside. Flower Roll said, Manager, I need quite a few. Can we sit down and talk? The manager looked back at Flower Roll and then at the security room and said, Miss, maybe you can wait a bit? I have a guest now. After I see the guest off, I'll come back and talk to you. De Zhuang nodded and said, Don't worry, girl. I know quilts very well. I'll help you pick the best ones. Then De Zhuang took Flower Roll to a cleaner room, found a chair, and wiped it carefully with a towel. Sit here, girl. This spot gets sunlight, he added. How many quilts do you want? We have from 2 to 10 jean. For winter use, 8 jean is enough. They're all made of new cotton. Very comfortable. I'll bring some for you to see. Flower Roll stopped him and asked, I need quite a few. How much stock do you have? De Zhuang thought for a moment, looking a bit hopeful. We just donated a batch yesterday. We still have 1,000 quilts. Are you going to buy all of them? His eyes darkened a little. He thought he could help the manager solve a big problem. But unexpectedly, Flower Roll said, 1,000 is too few. I need at least 100,000 quilts. What? De Zhuang shouted, Girl, don't joke with me. Are you talking about 100,000? Or 80, 90, 10, 100,000, 10,000? Huawan said, Yes, 100,000. 100,000 beds, no matter how many pounds they weigh. Can you still keep producing? But De Zhuang ignored her. He ran outside shouting, Uncle! Uncle! No need to sell the factory. No need to sell the factory. The factory manager was in the security room talking with a guest. Recently, there were almost no orders and the factory couldn't operate. So he planned to sell the factory and give the money to the workers. Soon, De Zhuang and the factory manager ran in together. The manager asked directly, Miss, do you want to buy 100,000 beds of blankets? Huawan replied, Yes, this is just the first batch. We might buy more later. The manager looked disappointed and said, It's a pity. Even if we open all the machines, we can only produce about 100 beds a day. Huawan asked, Do you have any stock? Yes, but it's disaster relief blankets made a few years ago, not new cotton. We can't sell those to you. No problem. Disaster relief blankets are just what we need. The back warehouse has about 10,000 beds stored. Miss, are you donating to the disaster area? If so, I don't want your money. Just take the blankets. Anyway, my factory is about to close and keeping them is useless. Huawan said, That won't do. I'm not donating. I'm buying. I'm making a profit. The manager nodded. Then I'll sell them to you at a lower price. Tomorrow, I'll have the whole village start producing. We can make about 120 beds a day. Next door, there's another blanket factory run by my relative. Together, we can produce 240 beds a day. Huawan Snack Shop doesn't have a large capacity, and it can't hold 100,000 beds at once. She said, No problem, uncle. 240 beds a day, in about a month, we'll finish. That's enough time. How much per bed? The manager said. For disaster relief, 5 pounds of cotton is better. I'll sell it to you for 50 yuan per bed. How does that sound? Huawan had checked prices before. Online, they sell for over 60 or 70 yuan. The price the manager offered seems fair. Huawan and the manager immediately signed a contract. De Zhuang took some villagers to deliver the goods every night. At the moment Huawan finished writing, It was clear that the factory director and Dazhuang both relaxed a bit. The director held Huazhuan's hand tightly and said emotionally, "Miss Huan, on behalf of all our workers and villagers, thank you. Rest assured, we will prepare the goods properly for you." Huan paid a 30% deposit first, then said to the director, "I also want to thank you for helping me solve a big problem." That evening, Dazhuang quickly ran back to the village, called some people, and delivered the first batch of 250 blankets to the back door of the snack shop. Huan bought a few hand carts for transporting goods. Dazhuang stacked the blankets onto the carts, and Huan and Huasheng pulled the carts into the shop. Loomingly's people then moved the blankets from inside the shop onto a carriage outside. The snack shop became a logistics hub, but this hub was crossing over 100 years of history. Both sides found it strange, but everyone silently agreed not to mention it. Huan helped the blanket factory solve its survival problem, and since the factory was a pillar of the village, Dazhuang and the villagers saw Huan as a kind of lucky charm. They were afraid to say anything that might upset her and cause her to cancel future orders. Loomingly's soldiers were well trained. Having fought in many battles under his command, they obeyed without question and didn't look or speak carelessly. Besides, these were disaster relief supplies. Some even called them gifts from the gods. Who dared to ask too many questions about such divine matters? Under this strange but coordinated effort, all 250 blankets were delivered in just over half an hour. Huan signed the receipt Dazhuang handed her, then entered the shop, where Loomingly was waiting for her inside. As the weather grew colder, Huan prepared a pot of steaming mutton soup. The lamb was sliced thin, cooked with cabbage, vermicelli, and lamb blood in a clay pot until the broth turned milky white. She sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, not just for decoration but also to add flavor. Huan, Huasheng, and Loomingly sat quietly around the table, enjoying the meal. The lamb was tender but not dry. Dipping it in chili sauce made it even tastier. A piece of lamb paired with a big spoonful of rice was incredibly delicious. Finally, they soaked the rice in the lamb soup, scooped up a spoonful, and ate it all together, soup and rice, feeling warm despite the cold winter outside. They finished every bit of the soup and rice. Huasheng took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen and put them in the dishwasher. Huan wanted to help, but Loomingly called her to stay. He suddenly acted like a magician, taking out 6 or 7 small and large gift boxes and placing them on the table. When Huan came over, he opened each one to show her, as if presenting treasures. Inside the boxes were bowls, wine bottles, ink pads, and various dials. Listening to Huazhuan's excited exclamations, Loomingly felt a bit proud. Some of these were sent by the emperor's servants, and others were gifts from the emperor himself. They all have official seals. You can sell them if you want. If that's not enough, I can find more. Huan touched and examined each item. All were beautiful. But she only took 2, a bowl and an ink pad. "I only need these 2. Please take the rest back." "Why?" Loomingly asked, confused. "These 2 are worth nearly $1 million. I spent $1 million on blankets, so the rest is like my profit. I feel guilty accepting more." Loomingly shook his head. "To us, these are just a few objects. Although they were given by the emperor, the blankets are truly priceless treasures. If you say that, I'd feel even more guilty." Huan felt very convinced by his words. "Then I'll take everything." Loomingly smiled and nodded. "Let's take it all. I have something else for you." He reached into his pocket and took out a box. "The last damaged necklace has been repaired. The craftsman replaced the broken part with a similar feather, so it looks almost the same as before." Inside the box was that unlucky East pearl and feather inlaid necklace. Huan carefully stored it away. "I won't wear it again next time," she said, patting her chest. "It's good that it's fixed. It's just a necklace. If it breaks again, just give it to me. I'll find someone to repair it." Just then, someone entered the shop shouting, "Huan?" "Who called for Huan?" "You have a letter." Huan was puzzled. How could there be a letter? Could it be from Jiang Shirihua? She took the messenger's letter, opening it while saying to Loomingly, "Maybe it's from Jiang Shirihua." Loomingly looked a bit emotional. He couldn't hide it anymore, and his face stiffened. "Even in such a busy county, you still find time to write a letter?" This letter isn't finished. It only has a few words. Winter month has a letter. May your days be peaceful and happy. Loomingly suddenly felt something familiar. He leaned closer and was shocked. Isn't this the unfinished letter I was writing? Who sent it here? He awkwardly took the letter, folded it a few times, and said, This isn't Jiang Shiyue's letter. It's mine that I haven't finished writing. I don't know who sent it. Hoan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, saying, Your letter arrived after you left.
Haha.
Loomingly's ears turned red as he explained, I wanted to write you about some funny things, but with the emergency pandemic, I didn't finish the letter before I had to leave. Hoan stopped laughing, her eyes shining with tears from laughter. She looked bright and happy and asked, So, what did you originally want to tell me? Loomingly told her everything about the grass immortal. Hoan said, I didn't expect so many things to happen. That grass immortal even stole medicine and caused so many deaths. There's nothing we can do. During a plague, everyone is nervous and cautious. Since the disease isn't gone, people can only hope for help from the gods. Huajuan's lips pressed tightly together. The medicine will arrive in a few days. I believe they'll recover soon. The next day, Hoan found Lu Zhao and handed him several antiques given by Loomingly. Lu Zhao's curiosity was almost uncontrollable. If it weren't for the family rules that forbid asking questions, he would definitely want to know where Hoan got so many good things. Blue and white lotus leaf bowl, decorated chicken cup, sky blue glaze wash basin enamel bowl. All valuable items. Hoan asked, Do you know how much they're worth? Lu Zhao said, If you're not in a hurry, I can help you take them to an auction house to get a good price. Hoan interrupted, I need them quickly. Lu Zhao replied, If it's urgent, I'll take them at the estimated price. In total, Lu Zhao paid 4.8 million for the 6 items. Hoan appeared calm on the outside, but was very happy inside. It had been a long time since she had money coming in, and this joy was like a long-lost feeling returning. With this money, Hoan hurriedly contacted the tent factory, bought 10,000 large windproof cotton tents, and arranged for the factory to deliver them to the nearby warehouse. Today, half of the fever medicine was also delivered, neatly stored in the warehouse. There were also various canned foods, rice, and candles. When the blankets arrived in the evening, they would all be moved to the snack shop together. Yesterday, the items in the snack shop had already been moved out, leaving the shop empty. The blankets would arrive a bit later today, so Hoan planned to keep the shop open as usual and move the goods after closing time. To save time, Hoan ordered 200 servings of pizza, grilled chicken wings, and spaghetti. The hot drinks were osmanthus and red bean small balls. When the customers saw the snack shop open, they were very happy. Soon, the upstairs and downstairs of the shop were full of people. What surprised them was that many soldiers suddenly appeared outside. They stood confidently not far from the shop, making everyone feel nervous. Hoan felt helpless. She asked Loomingly to come in and move some folding tables and chairs outside so the soldiers could sit and wait. She also warmed some food and red bean soup to send over. These soldiers had already finished dinner and were waiting outside the shop. Although they were not close, the smell of food drifted over. They stood straight, sniffing the air unconsciously. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask the person next to him, Do you smell that? What's that smell? I don't know, the companion whispered. It smells so good.
I'm hungry.
If we could eat something after moving everything, that would be great. Don't think about it. We'll leave for Jiangnan soon. It's urgent, so there's no time to eat.
Sigh.
I'm hungry too. While they were talking, they saw Loomingly bring back some things, followed by Huawan. A few quick-witted soldiers immediately went over, copying Huajuan's actions, helping to set up the tables and chairs. Huawan took some food out of a big bag and placed it on the table. She said, You've worked hard. It's cold outside, have some food. The soldiers looked at each other, then all looked at their general with hopeful eyes. Loomingly nodded. Miss Huajuan's kindness is appreciated. Sit down and eat. Afterward, we can move the things.
Great.
They had been wanting to try the food for a long time. Now, they saw it was some kind of cake. Wasn't this just an ordinary cake with some added ingredients? How could it smell so good? And it wasn't hard at all. It was filled with lots of delicious stuffing, something they had never seen before. And the smell, sweet and oily. If they could eat such good food during a war, they wouldn't feel any hardship. Then they had a bowl of warm red bean soup. Life was really wonderful. Loomingly looked at the lively snack shop not far away. Warm yellow lights shone from the windows, making it seem like two different worlds. Soon everything was sold, and all the customers were sent away. Then they started delivering the goods. Within half an hour, hundreds of beds and blankets were moved. Huan stopped Dazhuang and said, "Brother Dazhuang, can you help me move some more things? I will pay you 300 yuan per person per hour." Dazhuang, honest and simple, immediately waved his hand and said, "Miss, don't be so polite. You are a great benefactor to our village. Just tell us if you need help. We don't want any money." The villagers also said they didn't need extra pay. Yeah, it's still early. Helping to move some things shouldn't cost anything. Huawan replied, "If it were just a little, I wouldn't mention money. But there are many things. If I hire outside help, I will spend just as much. I trust you guys with this money." Dazhuang and the villagers looked at each other and said, "All right, let's see how much there is. Remember, if it's not much, we won't charge you." Huawan took them to the nearby warehouse. After a moment of silence, Dazhuang asked, "Are you moving all these things?" Huawan nodded. "Wow, that's quite a lot. There were tens of thousands of pounds of rice, hundreds of boxes of canned food, and over 10,000 tents, all neatly arranged in the warehouse." Fortunately, Dazhuang could operate a forklift. When the logistics company delivered the goods, he carefully lifted everything without changing it and moved it from the warehouse and small alleyway of the snack shop to the shop entrance. Inside the shop, they used manpower to load the items onto carts, then pulled them to the carriage area outside, and finally loaded them onto the carts. One carriage could carry about 30 bushels. That night, they used 10 carriages to transport half of the rice. Another 10 carriages were used to carry the tents. Every night, a mysterious convoy would leave the snack shop, heading toward the disaster area. This team was led by Loomingly's personal guards. The packaging on the goods was printed with bold, large Chinese characters in red and white, relief supplies, walking with love. No one dared to stop them along the way. Huawan, although not particular about packaging, was still surprised when she saw the words on it. Dazhuang scratched his head and said shyly, "I added that myself." Doing good deeds should be known by everyone. Loomingly thought the packaging was very good, simple, clear, and ceremonial. He left on the third day, leaving behind many pots, bowls, cups, and plates. Huan had been buying supplies these days and was almost out of money. Before leaving, he asked reluctantly, "Do you have a letter for Jiang Shuriwe that I should bring?" After asking, he nervously waited for Huajuan's answer. Huan shook her head. "I don't have a letter for him." "Very good." Loomingly's heart relaxed. "But could you help me bring 2 down jackets for him?" Loomingly's mood instantly sank. Huan took out 2 sets of down jackets, put them in a bag, and explained, "These 2 are black. The larger one is for Jiang Shuriwe and the smaller one is for Mo Chuan. Are these for 2 people?" His voice sounded a bit happier.
Yes.
"Oh, and this one is for you." Huan took out a box with a short, light-colored down jacket inside. "This one is short, so it's easier to wear when riding a horse." Loomingly happily took it, raising his eyebrows and unconsciously smiling. He realized he was different. Everyone else had black jackets, but he had a light beige one. And it was short, perfect for riding. He left feeling very satisfied. As supplies arrived one after another, Jiang Shuriwe and his team quickly checked and recorded everything. Loomingly just arriving didn't rest. He discussed with others how to distribute the supplies, aiming to deliver them to each disaster victim as fast as possible. At dawn, the disaster victims sleeping by the roadside slowly moved their frozen limbs and got up. They also woke their nearby family members to make sure they hadn't frozen to death. Then they felt grateful to have survived another day. A young soldier on horseback ran through the street, shouting, "General Liu is back. The general has brought supplies. Hurry to the county office to collect them." His voice echoed throughout the town. The villagers on the street hesitated and asked each other, "Are they calling us to get supplies?" Someone said, "Dream on." They're probably not talking to us. It's not time for the soup distribution yet. Yeah, it's a luxury to get even one bowl of porridge a day now. I heard we might run out of food in a few days. Everyone shook their heads and returned to their straw mats, folding their tattered thin blankets. At the county office, it was quiet and cold. The pots were ready with warm rice porridge and steamed buns, but no one came to get them. The soldier in charge of distributing the porridge ran back to report to Lumingli, "General, for some reason, no one has come to get the porridge." Lumingli was teaching his subordinates how to set up tents. Just after demonstrating, he nodded and said, "No problem. Let's get the tents set up first." The team received the order and quickly split into pairs, taking the tents to the street. At this time, the common people were already afraid of the military officer. Seeing a group of soldiers dressed in armor rushing into the street, they became even more frightened. What made them more scared was what happened next. The soldiers kicked aside the torn straw mats and thin blankets on the ground, gathering everything into one place. The villagers nearby were completely panicked. They dared not step forward to stop them. Instead, they knelt down and cried, kowtowing, "Military officer, please spare us. It's freezing cold, and we need these blankets to survive. Please give us a chance to live. My wife and children are weak. What can we do without blankets and mats?" Their crying and wailing sounded like they were losing not just their bedding but their lives. The task was urgent. The young soldiers didn't explain anything. Working together, they quickly set up the tents in just a few breaths. The army green tents had a door, with translucent plastic on the sides. The fabric was waterproof and windproof, with a layer of cotton inside. The soldiers then took the cotton blankets from the cart and threw them into the tents. They hurried to the next location to continue setting up more tents. The crying had stopped long ago. The villagers looked at them blankly, not knowing how the tents were built. It was like magic. One row of small greenhouses appeared out of nowhere.
Who were these for?
Were they for officials coming to manage the disaster area? But aren't officials supposed to stay in the county office? Why are they occupying the villagers' land, leaving no place for the people? No one dared to step forward. They all stood still. A young girl softly asked, "Mother, do we have no home anymore?" Her mother heard this and started crying again. The soldiers were about to leave. The last soldier turned back and saw the villagers standing still, watching silently. He called out, "Why are you all just standing there? This is arranged by General Liu for everyone. Each tent can hold 10 people. Please organize yourselves. Remember to go to the county office to get food." Then he turned and left. "Are these for us to live in? No way, how can we use such good things? And blankets. Such thick blankets. Didn't you hear? General Liu gave them to us. It was General Liu who gave us the house. General Liu drove away the corrupt county official and provided us with a shelter to stay warm. He is a very good person." People quickly entered the tent. It was different from small tents, large and spacious, enough for 10 people to live comfortably. Someone closed the open door, blocking the cold wind outside, and the temperature immediately felt several degrees warmer. "Mom, I like this greenhouse. It's much better than our old one." "Yes, we should thank General Liu. We are finally saved." Everyone quickly decided who would stay in each tent, 10 people per tent. Someone asked, "Is it true that we can go to the county office to get supplies now?" Everyone suddenly realized, was this really happening? Was a big surprise coming? Where would a surprise come from? It's all thanks to General Liu working hard to help us. Let's go see for ourselves. People hurried to spread the news. At the county office, Chen Xiang and a few others were watching a pot, stirring it now and then. "Chen Xiang, why hasn't anyone come yet? Usually people come quickly when food is distributed. Let's wait a bit longer." Maybe everyone is still worried. A guard ran over to say, "They're coming. Many people are heading this way." Chen Xiang, experienced in this, told everyone nearby, "Get ready. Distribute the supplies in order." Soon, many people arrived. Someone asked, "Can we get the supplies now?" A young soldier nearby took out a gong and struck it loudly. "Everyone line up, keep your distance, and take your turn. No rushing. Today, each person can get a bowl of porridge and a bun." Families with children can also get a can of food. Starting tomorrow, work will be used as a form of relief. People with sick family members can go to the clinic to get free medicine. They will also be provided with free food for 7 days. Once the announcement was made, people started talking among themselves. "Excuse me, sir. What kinds of work can we do?" The young soldier replied, "After collecting your food, you can register at the next booth. Choose a job based on your skills, building roads, repairing houses, or caring for the sick. Just go to the registration booth." In the past, the court's relief efforts didn't require work. How can we have the strength to do anything after just eating this little food? Exactly, drinking thin soup with sand in it, and we can't even take care of our own houses, let alone work on the river projects. The little soldier explained, "The court's relief is free, but this is different. This was paid for with General Liu's real money." "Soldier, is the porridge free today?" The little soldier nodded. "General Liu said it's all free today." A clever person took advantage of the situation. "Then we'll queue today to get the porridge, and tomorrow we'll go to get the relief grain from the court." "Yes, that's a good idea." The little soldier looked helplessly at Chen Xiang. She nodded and said, "It's okay. I believe they will log in after they eat." She had seen many stubborn people in Taiping Village who got their comeuppance. She knew how tempting this food was. Chen Xiang opened the lid of the pot. A white steam with the smell of rice wafted out, and everyone could smell it. "Why does this porridge smell so good? Wow, I'm drooling just thinking about it." Chen Xiang calmly distributed the porridge. She took each bowl and filled it generously. Then the little soldier handed each person a plain white bun. The people in front, who had already received their food, stood to the side, amazed. Those behind stretched their necks to see. "Brother, what's this? Why does it smell so good? Made with fine rice. And white buns too," he called out to the people behind. It was unprecedented. Relief porridge was no longer just a few grains of rice or a bowl of water with some sand. It was thick, rich rice porridge. And white buns. To say something bold, if they could get one meal with a white bun, they'd be willing to rebel. Especially for families with children, they even received canned meat. They didn't know what canned food was, but when they saw it, they realized it was meat. In the midst of great disaster and disease, they could actually eat meat. And according to what the soldier just said, as long as they worked every day, they could eat meat every day. People finishing their porridge wiped their mouths and shouted, "I've done it. I'd go through fire and water for this. Yes. We'll follow General Liu. I used to be a carpenter. I can fix houses. I don't mind getting dirty. I'll dig river mud. I'll go too. I have strong arms and can do anything. I want to take care of the sick. If I can eat this porridge and buns, I wouldn't be afraid to die." The little soldier smiled happily.
No need for that.
The medical clinic has protective clothing and isolation rooms. Just follow the rules and you won't get sick. Plus, the food there is even better. The team moved from the relief food station to the nearby registration table, where Loomingly carefully recorded everyone's details according to the assigned positions. That night, the people of Qingyun County slept very peacefully. The windproof tents, soft quilts, and the delicious porridge they had during the day made them feel as if the floods and plagues were far away. However, the small snack shop faced a serious problem. Many disaster victims who didn't receive help left their homes and headed toward the capital. The snack shop was on their usual path. At this moment, Han hadn't noticed anything. She was discussing with Shen Huaishu about selling her paintings. "Miss Huan, it's not that I am stingy, Shen. I have other plans for this painting." Huan was confused. "What use is there in hanging this painting in my shop?" Shen Huaishu saw that he couldn't hide it anymore and said directly, "It's to attract the person who makes menus. Talented people in the world tend to appreciate each other. If that expert sees my painting, he will definitely come to talk to me." Huan understood. In her memory, poets during the Tang Dynasty often displayed their best works in taverns to share and critique. But there was no real expert here, only a phone camera. Huan carefully explained, "Mr. Shen, no, young Master Shen, you don't have to wait. There is no such expert." "Why not?" "Who made this menu?" "This menu isn't painted, it's printed." "Printed? How can it have so many colors?" Well. Huan thought for a moment and said, Tomorrow, I will bring you a set of paints. You can sell me this painting, okay? Paints? The same colors as on the menu, Huan replied. Not exactly the same, but there are 48 colors, and you can mix them yourself. Shen Huaishu's eyes lit up instantly. If such paints really exist, then you can do whatever you want with this painting. Just as they were talking, Huan heard unusual noise outside the door. She went out and saw a group of refugees. They had traveled a long way and looked very thin. Among them were malnourished children, elderly people with sickly appearances, dressed in ragged clothes, with blank expressions. Refugees one after another passed by the entrance, heading toward the city gate. It seems they cannot enter, so they turn back and eventually gather at the foot of the mountain. The snack shop is brightly lit and bustling with activity. They don't dare get too close, so they find an open space nearby to sit down. Some very hungry people try their luck at the snack shop, hoping to beg for food. Before reaching the door, the waiting customers shout to drive them away. Beggars, stay away. You smell terrible. Go away. This isn't your place. We might not even get to eat if we queue up, so what are you here for? Get lost? You're bad luck. The refugees then lean on sticks and walk back slowly. Shen Huaishu says to Huan, "Where do all these beggars come from?" They must be refugees fleeing from a flood in the south. It's been at least half a month since they traveled from Jiangnan. They miss their supplies with Lu Mingli. They can't get through the city gate. They gather many dry leaves and spread them on the ground. A few of them sit together, placing children in the middle, covering themselves from head to toe with tattered cotton cloth to survive the night. Huan mumbles, "Is this how we sleep? It's so cold." Shen Huaishu overhears and casually says, "They've been here for so many days. They must have ways to keep warm. But what do they eat? It's freezing, and there are no wild vegetables left." Shen Huaishu rolls his eyes and tells Huan, "Don't worry about this. With so many refugees, can a small snack shop handle it? Tomorrow, the government will send relief food. The shop should keep the door locked and stay safe." After closing the shop, Huan glances outside. The refugees are all asleep, quiet and still. She locks the door and returns home with Huasheng. That night, she sleeps restlessly. She tosses and turns for a long time without sleeping well. Suddenly, many people appear at the door, and she's afraid they might break in. Huasheng notices Huachuan's worry. She wraps herself in a down quilt and comforts her, saying, "Don't worry, sister. When the snack shop is closed, the door can't be opened from the outside." "Really? How do you know that?" Huasheng replies, "Once during the day, some people were making a fuss to get in for a meal. They tried for a long time, but the door wouldn't budge. There's not a single scratch on it. It turns out that snack shops also have defenses, but I was too trusting of others and never checked carefully." Huan remembered the time the shop was burned, and there were no marks on the outside door. She felt relieved. After dawn, Huan prepared supplies for the disaster area as usual, adding a few extra items. Then she called Old Lu. "Old Lu, about that painting you liked last time, I asked around, and the owner is willing to sell. When will you come to pick it up?" On the other end, Old Lu was clearly very happy. He cheerfully said, "Great.
Great.
I'll come over this afternoon. Please make sure to keep the painting safe for me." Huan bought a box of 48 colors of paint near the county school and returned to the snack shop. She took the painting down from the wall, rolled it up, and put it in a dust-proof bag. For Shen Huaisu, exchanging a casual painting for a box of paint was not a loss at all. For Huan, it was even more worthwhile. She felt good about this deal. In the afternoon, Old Lu arrived. Today, Lu Zhao was not with him. Instead, his student was with Old Lu. Old Lu carefully opened the scroll, examined the details with a magnifying glass, then handed the magnifier to his student. "Look, this is the real work of Shen Huaisu." The paper and ink matched perfectly. He asked Huan, "Do you have a mental price in mind?" Huan replied honestly, "Old Lu, I trust you. Just tell me a price." Old Lu thought for a moment and said, "When I came, I already estimated the price. Someone once offered 700,000 for a half-length authentic piece from my collection. This painting is well preserved and has high cultural value. Shen Huaisu didn't leave many works, so the price won't be low." He was good at painting people and animals. I've never seen landscape paintings from him before. Here's my offer, 9.2 million.
Think about it.
That's the highest I can go. 9.2 million. Huawan was stunned. She still remembered that night. Yes, that ordinary night, when Shen Huaisu casually sketched on the newly set dining table. Less than an hour later, it was sold for 9.2 million. Huawan really wanted to find Shen Huaisu immediately, bow 3 times to him, and shout, "God of Wealth," loudly. Currently, Huawan's card has almost no money left. She used nearly 10 million in savings to buy supplies and send them to the disaster area. With her single effort, she supports over 10,000 people. Huawan can only speed up selling antiques. She took out various bottles and jars sent by Lu Mingli. Old Mr. Lu was dazzled, and his student was even more amazed, opening his mouth wide. "Please help me, old Mr. Lu, to see how much these are worth," Huawan politely asked. Old Mr. Lu examined each item, exclaiming in surprise, sometimes unable to form complete sentences. "Wow. Look at this." Is that? "Oh my." His student looked at Huawan with admiration and quietly asked, "Teacher Lu, are these all real?" Just picking one of these items could be enough for him to write a paper. Isn't it simple to get a diploma? Old Mr. Lu put down his magnifying glass and removed his gloves, saying to Huawan, "There are so many here, I can't give you a price all at once." Huawan understood. She took out a bag, started packing the items inside, and said as she packed, "No problem, old Mr. Lu. Take your time to appraise them." Old Mr. Lu and his student were surprised by her action and hurriedly stopped her.
No.
"These things are valuable. You can't pack them like this." Old Mr. Lu carefully took out the items. "Oh, I'm too old for this," he said, looking distressed. It was like buying cheap bowls at a market, 3 for 10 yuan, making anyone's blood pressure rise. Since Lu Mingli didn't send these items with packaging, Huawan forgot and just used a bag to carry them. Old Mr. Lu also didn't have suitable containers. His student, being clever, went to a nearby courier station and bought some large cardboard boxes and foam wrap. They filled the boxes with cotton cloth between the porcelain, wrapped each piece in foam, then in newspaper, filling the bottom of the box with foam before carefully placing each item inside. Finally, they sealed the boxes with tape. "That's better." Old Mr. Lu was now satisfied. He called Lu Zhao and asked him to transfer 9.2 million yuan to Huawan. He then said, "Don't worry, Miss Huawan. I'll find someone to appraise these antiques immediately, and the money will be transferred to you tomorrow." Huawan had no objections. Since she asked old Mr. Lu to help sell these antiques, she trusted him. When Huawan handed him the paint, she warned, "Remember, this is a secret. The paintings you make with this can only be enjoyed by yourself or your friends. Never sell them on the market," she added. "If you want to sell, you can sell to me. This is our secret. No one else should know. If they find out, I won't give you more paint once it's gone." Shen Huaishu was fascinated by the colors. He thought he had already gained a lot by trading a painting for a box of paint. Now, hearing that Huan might give him more paint in the future, he eagerly nodded. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Such good stuff shouldn't be known. If others find out, they'll come to you, and I won't have any left." Huan looked outside at the refugees, seeming to notice more than before. She said, "It feels like there are more refugees today." Shen Huaishu kept his eyes on the paint. "That's right. During the day, they try to get into the city. But the city can't hold so many people. They only let a small group in and the rest are kept outside. Is the government not giving out food?" "No, but I heard it might happen soon." "Hey, don't get involved in this. It's just the 2 of you girls running the shop. What if something happens?" "Nothing will happen," Huan said confidently. "Our snack shop has security measures." Seeing that she wasn't worried, Shen Huaishu became anxious. "Hey, you must be careful. Have you heard about refugee riots? They happen often. If they're properly settled, how could there be riots?" Shen Huaishu shook his head. "It's not that simple. There's a shortage of food everywhere. Many counties are full of starving people. Just distributing food is already a good thing." At night, as usual, supplies were loaded onto carts and sent to the disaster areas. Just as the army left, Juan was about to close the shop when a group of refugees rushed toward it. Two men led the group, shouting as they ran, "Quick! It's this place. They have plenty of food. If we steal it, we'll have enough to eat." Juan reacted quickly and locked the door. The refugees reached the shop and saw the door was shut. The leader of the group encouraged everyone to kick the door down. "Look at this shop. It's so greedy. I saw her secretly taking out bags of rice. I sneaked around to the cart and saw it, white, shiny rice." His accomplice agreed. "Yeah, that girl has so much rice. If she just gave us one bag, it would last us a long time." We kicked open the door and took a few bags of rice to go back. Then more than 10 people started to break the door. Some kicked with their feet, others grabbed sticks from somewhere and smashed the windows. Strangely, we could clearly hear the conversation outside, but the sound of the smashing door seemed quieter, as if muffled by a layer of cloth in the middle. The noise didn't seem frightening at all. Huawan relaxed and thought, if the snack shop can cross space, it should have some kind of defense. Suddenly, a man outside said, "This door is really hard to break. Let's call some more people." Someone ran off at his call. Soon, more people arrived to help break the door. Someone suggested, "Just set it on fire." The leader replied, "No, burning won't work." He surprisingly knew that fire wouldn't help.
Who was he?
Huawan ran upstairs and looked down from the window. The leader was wearing torn clothes, but his shoes were clean. After such a long journey, how could his shoes stay so clean? Huawan guessed that this person wasn't a refugee. He and his accomplices had sneaked into the refugee group to stir up trouble against the snack shop. And they were the same group who set the fire last time. Just then, a group of soldiers with lanterns ran over. They scolded loudly and hit the troublemakers with sticks. The sticks hit flesh, and these refugees, already hungry and thin, with tattered clothes, fell to the ground after a few hits. The two fake refugees had already slipped away quietly when the soldiers arrived. Huawan ran downstairs. All the refugees were on the ground, some motionless, some crying and hugging their arms. She hurriedly opened the door. A soldier heard the noise, turned back, and said, "Hua boss, don't worry. All the troublemaking refugees have been subdued." Lord Jizhou heard that there are refugees gathering outside the city and was worried about the snack shop. "He sent us here to protect it. Thank you," Huawan said, moving forward to check the injuries of the refugees on the ground. The soldier stopped her. "Hua boss, be careful. They might suddenly attack. We still need to take them back." Many refugees had already gathered after hearing the news, including men, women, and children. They stood far away, watching from a distance. "Why do they say these people are being used? They clearly just want food, so they do these things," someone said. Huawan replied, "I just saw two people, not genuine refugees, pretending to be refugees and sneaking in to break my shop." The soldiers looked at each other in surprise. "Really?" Huawan nodded. "And some time ago, they also set fire to my shop, almost killing my sister. Luckily, General Liu was there and put out the fire in time, or my shop would have been destroyed." What Huawan said was true. It was indeed Liu Mingli who used a fire extinguisher to put out the flames. Hearing this, the soldiers mentioned General Liu's name. Realizing this was a serious matter. "Boss Hua, we will send someone back to inform the local officials. They will investigate and find the culprit," Huawan said. "Those two will definitely come back. If you wait until tomorrow and look carefully, you will surely catch them." Huawan walked over to the injured refugees on the ground. She looked at them, but couldn't tell how badly they were hurt. Her time was running out. She stood up and shouted to the crowd, "Is there anyone who knows a little about medicine? Someone who can bandage or apply ointment?" The crowd was very quiet. Long-term hunger and exhaustion seemed to turn them into emotionless people. They just looked at Huawan numbly. After calling out a few times, someone finally moved. A boy stepped out from the crowd. He spoke softly, "I know a little." He was about 7 or 8 years old, with a hoarse voice, dry lips, and a face with redness, swelling, and bruises. Huawan crouched down and asked, "Can you bandage?" He nodded. "I used to be an apprentice at a clinic, so I learned some." Huawan said, "Good. Wait here for me." She ran back to the snack shop, then left her home and went to a nearby pharmacy to buy some bandages and iodine solution. When she returned to the shop, the boy was already checking each injured person carefully. "Here are the medicines.
Use them for them."
Thank you for your hard work." The child hesitated and asked, "They broke your shop. Why are you still treating their injuries?" Hwawan replied, "It didn't work out as planned. If I leave them alone, they might not survive tonight. They are just trying to stay alive, not asking for their lives." The child didn't understand. On the run from famine, he had seen refugees sneak into others' homes and steal bread, only to be beaten to death. In this world, a refugee's life is worth very little. He obediently took Hwawan's medicine, sniffed it to check its effect, and then applied it to the injured. The clean, white bandages contrasted sharply with their dirty skin. The nearby guards watched and said, "Boss Hwa is truly kind. Giving some medicine to these poor people is already very generous, and using such good bandages is even more so." Hwawan said, "There's no difference between lives. Rich or poor, everyone is the same." Soon, the child finished treating the injured. Hwawan asked, "What is your name?" He answered, "My name is Maidong." Maidong sounds like a medicinal herb name. Maidong nodded, "My master gave me that name." Hwawan told Hua Sheng to give him 2 buns. "This is your reward for helping today." Maidong was stunned. He looked at the buns, then at Hwawan, and asked, "Are these all for me?" Hwawan said, "Yes, they are. Just eat them here." Taking the 2 buns back to the refugees would be as dangerous as a meat bun entering a wolf pack. Fearing Hwawan might change his mind, Maidong quickly started eating the buns. Hwawan reminded him, "No one is fighting you for them. Don't eat too fast or you'll choke." The refugees saw the buns, and their eyes lit up. They moved a few steps forward unconsciously. The guards nearby waved their sticks in the air, signaling them not to come closer. Hwawan told them, "I do have food here, but it's not free. If you want buns, you can bring something in exchange tomorrow night. It doesn't have to be silver." A brave refugee said, "We are all poor. We don't have anything valuable. Even if we did, the flood might have washed it away." Hwawan raised his voice again. "It doesn't have to be valuable. As long as you think it's worth something, you can trade. But I decide what to accept." Then he closed the shop. The next morning, Hwawan received a call from old Master Lu. "Miss Hwawan, our team has appraised the antique from yesterday. It's genuine and very rare. I offer 6.5 million. I'll send the details to your WeChat. Let me know what you think." "Old Lu, 6.5 million is fine. I have no objections." Finally, she could get some money back. Hwawan looked at her bank balance and felt happy for a while. But unfortunately, the money didn't stay long in her account before she needed to spend it. First, she transferred the remaining money owed to the quilt factory and the tent supplier. Then she ordered more supplies to send to the disaster area. Considering there were many refugees outside the snack shop, Hwawan ordered more tents and quilts, bought several boxes of steamed buns, and packed them in foam boxes. Although she had spent all her money, Hwawan felt a strange sense of satisfaction. She was no longer just an ordinary person. She could become someone others relied on, help people in need, and save them from danger. Maybe this was the true meaning of inheriting the snack shop. The shop still needed to stay open. Today, she prepared winter essentials for her hungry customers: fried chicken, beer, and burgers. Hwawan was very familiar with the fried chicken shop now. She just needed to call, and the delivery would arrive on time. Hua Sheng could now use her phone skillfully. Hwawan gave her a SIM card. She loved talking on the phone, so Hwawan entrusted her with ordering supplies. When the shop opened at night, customers came in one after another. Refugees waited nearby, looking in this direction. Hwawan brought out a set of tables and chairs, placing them in the corner outside the shop, waiting for the refugees to come over. But they just watched from afar, not making a move. The customers' conversations mostly centered on the refugees. Hwawan sat quietly, listening with one ear. "They say the government distributed porridge today, and it was all gone in less than half an hour. Too many people, too little food. There's a shortage of grain everywhere. They ate it all. If grain prices go up, we'll be the ones suffering. Brother, you're overthinking. Last night, Many refugees froze to death. It's getting colder, and they probably won't survive this winter. Huajuan's heart sank. People had died overnight, and so close to her. She took a few tents and handed them to the soldiers outside. Please set up these tents for the refugees to stay in. The officials knew that Huan was kind-hearted and quickly helped set up several tents. This seemed to give them courage, and a few refugees started walking toward Huan. Before they got far, a loud voice from among the refugees shouted, "Everyone, don't trust her. This shop is a scam. This woman is trying to trick you. Yes. Look at how delicious the food in the shop smells. So many of us went in to take a few things. How can just 2 women stop us? There's free food, so why exchange things? Let's rush in." After last night's scare, no one dared to move. Huan saw 2 people trying to hide in the crowd and directly asked, "Who are you? Why are you here stirring up trouble?" When the 2 saw they had been noticed, they tried to run away like last night. Several soldiers hiding nearby had already spotted them, rushed over, grabbed their collars, and threw them to the ground. One soldier shouted angrily, "Speak.
Who are you?
Why are you causing trouble here?" One of the 2, trembling, answered, "Sir, we are refugees fleeing here. We were just very hungry and had no choice." Huan said, "You were the ones leading the attack on my shop last night, weren't you?" They firmly denied it. "No, that didn't happen. We didn't come last night at all." Maidong stepped forward, followed by a limping person. He looked at the 2 on the ground and said, "It's them. They were the ones who dragged us to attack the shop last night. If I hadn't come, they would have forced me to." The 2 on the ground quickly denied, "You're talking nonsense. I've never seen you." The officer, "I can testify. It's these 2. We all saw them clearly. Even if they turned to dust, I'd still recognize you." Huan asked, "Who sent you? Was it also you who set the fire last time?" "No one asked us to do this. We just didn't have money to buy food from the snack shop, so we came up with this idea. Yes, no one sent us. We came here on our own." The nearby officer said, "It's okay if you don't cooperate. We have ways to make you talk." Then they grabbed the 2 men and took them into the city. After the trouble was over, everything outside the snack shop was quiet again. Customers in line whispered to each other, and distant refugees hesitated to move forward. Huan started shouting again, "Food for exchange. Anyone want to trade? Once the shop closes, there won't be another one." Finally, a few people came over. Leading the group was an old man. He took out a piece of string with an animal tooth hanging from it. He asked, "This is a wolf tooth. My son once went hunting and caught a wolf. He was so happy, he asked me to make a necklace with a wolf tooth. I know wolf teeth aren't worth much, but the shopkeeper is kind, so I thought I'd try my luck." Huan asked, "Does your son still want this necklace?" The old man looked sad but couldn't cry anymore. He habitually wiped his eyes. "He's already gone. He died from the plague a month ago." Someone nearby shouted, "That old man is terrible. He's showing a personal belonging of a sick person to harm others. That wolf tooth could spread the disease." The old man panicked and waved his hands at Huan.
No, it's safe.
"I've washed it many times. I traveled north with it and didn't get sick. I don't want to harm anyone." Huan nodded and explained to everyone, "Viruses can't survive in the air that long. This necklace is safe." The old man finally relaxed and asked nervously, "Excuse me, ma'am, can I trade this wolf tooth for some food?" Huan smiled and said, "Of course. I like this wolf tooth. I'll trade you 20 steamed buns and 2 skewers of meatballs." Someone else nearby advised, "Boss Hua, you don't know. Wolf teeth aren't worth much. Wolf skins and meat are more valuable." Huan replied, "I like it, so it's worth something." She took 20 steamed buns from a foam box and packed 2 skewers of hot pot ingredients, pouring a full bowl of broth. She handed everything to the old man. The old man didn't expect the wolf tooth to actually be worth money. He happily took it. Instead of eating, he quickly walked outside to bring it back to his grandson. Huan looked back and asked, "Is anyone here to exchange for steamed buns?" Soon, a man came over, holding a rectangular piece of wood. "Boss, this is my pillow. Can I trade it for something to eat?" A burst of laughter erupted around. "A broken wooden pillow? Do you think it smells good?" The man turned to reply, "Of course it doesn't smell bad." "You don't understand anything." Then he said to Hua-wan, "This pillow not only doesn't smell bad, it has a nice scent." Hua-wan didn't bother to smell it to see if it really had a nice smell. After years of sleeping on pillows, just not smelling bad is good enough. The pillow's surface was already smooth and shiny, with the red wood almost glowing. Seeing that Hua-wan didn't move, the man added, "This wood came to me by chance. Because it smelled nice, I made it into a pillow. When the flood came, I was still sleeping. I didn't take anything with me, only this pillow. So it has been with me all the way here." Nearby, other customers waiting for their meal, bored, came over and said, "Let me see if it really has a nice smell." He picked up the pillow and sniffed, then exclaimed, "He's not lying. It really smells good." The pillow was passed around, and as it was shaken, Hua-wan also caught a strong, pleasant scent. Another customer approached and said, "Let me smell it too." He then told everyone, "This is old mountain sandalwood. It has a strong fragrance, can repel insects, and wealthy city folks use it to make boxes. You could use it for a pillow, haha." The man said, "What do you care what I do?" "Lady boss, do you think I can exchange this for steamed buns?" Hua-wan nodded and said, "Yes. A pillow made of old mountain sandalwood can be exchanged for 50 steamed buns. Do you want to trade?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." The man happily took a big bag of steamed buns and left. The refugees whispered among themselves, "So you really can exchange for big, white buns. I'll go back and see if I have anything else to trade." Some people continued to watch, curious about what Hua-wan was collecting. In fact, Hua-wan was accepting everything. No one was turned away. Soon, she had a rattle, a cowhorn comb, a wooden hairpin, and a brush pen. As long as they brought something, Hua-wan would never send them away empty-handed. Some items were valuable, others not, but each one had a story behind it. These stories were about ordinary people struggling to survive during a disaster. The small owner of the rattle drum was swept away by the flood. When the parents fled, they took it with them, holding on to a hope. The cowhorn comb was originally a token of love between a man and a woman, but one disappeared, and the other fled to escape hardship. They are unlikely to meet again in this life. The wooden hairpin belonged to a young woman who loved beauty, and the calligraphy brush was a scholar's dream of retirement. Both were destroyed in this disaster. In the end, the crowd dispersed, and a woman dressed as a lady slowly approached. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and shyly asked the flower roll, "I have something private. I wonder if the shopkeeper would be willing to buy it?" The flower roll asked, "What is it?" "Let me see." She took out a pink cloth from her sleeve, blushing deeply. "It's my belly band." She explained further, "I finished embroidery on it but never wore it. It's brand new." The belly band was embroidered with a peony, with very fine craftsmanship. The embroidery was detailed and lifelike. "I know this might be a bit bold, but I really need food. If I don't eat soon, my child will starve," she said, tears almost falling. The flower roll asked, "Are you breastfeeding?" The woman nodded. "My baby is only half a year old. He's been hungry for several days." Her face was thin and pale, but her eyes were full of a will to survive. The flower roll said, "I'll buy this belly band. Did you embroider the pattern yourself?" She replied, "Yes, I'm a seamstress. I often embroider flowers to sell for money." The flower roll said, "Your embroidery is very good. I like it a lot. I'll exchange it for a pot of chicken soup." She couldn't believe her ears and repeated, "Chicken soup?" The flower roll said, "Yes, come with me." She followed the flower roll into a small eatery, looking puzzled. She wondered why she received chicken soup when they only exchanged for steamed buns. The flower roll brought out a clay pot from the kitchen, filled with steaming wild mushroom chicken stew.
Try it now.
The flower roll said warmly. But the woman didn't move. She carefully asked, "Can I exchange the chicken soup for some steamed buns?" Although the chicken soup was delicious, it wouldn't fill her stomach without bread. If she could exchange it for a dozen buns, her family's meals for 3 days would be secured. The flower roll understood her reluctance and comforted her. "Drink up. I'll bring you some buns later." She was persuaded to taste it carefully, and the flavor was surprisingly good. Warm chicken soup slid down her throat, making her feel an unprecedented sense of comfort and satisfaction. How is it? Is it tasty? Hwan looked at her expectantly.
Yes.
It's very delicious, she nodded, feeling a warm feeling inside. But she only took 2 sips and stopped, cautiously asking Hwan, "Can I take the rest with me?" She still couldn't part with the child. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her further, Hwan covered the pot and said, "Of course, you can just carry it away." Then she took out 50 steamed buns and packed them into a cloth bag for her. She looked at Hwan with gratitude, never expecting to meet such kind people after so long of struggling to survive. She understood that bringing out her cloth pouch to sell was quite rude, but as someone fleeing from danger, she had no other embroidery items. If she hadn't seen that Hwan was also a woman, she wouldn't have dared to take out her pouch. "Thank you." Her voice choked with emotion. "You're welcome." Hwan patted her shoulder. "If you have anything else to exchange in the future, just come to me." Lin Yang carried a large pot and a big cloth bag in her right hand, walking toward her tent. The cold wind was fierce. She walked against the wind, holding the hot pot close to her body. The warmth seeped through her thin clothes, warming her entire body. She hurriedly moved, anxious to reunite with her family. After searching through several tents, she finally found her mother-in-law sitting in a corner, holding a baby doll. Seeing Lin Yang return, her eyes lit up, and she asked, "Did you manage to exchange for some buns?" Lin Yang nodded slightly, a joyful smile on her face. She lifted the lid of the pot, and a tempting aroma wafted out. "Mother, this is chicken soup. Drink it quickly. There are also buns here." Her mother-in-law's eyes widened and she whispered, "You exchanged so many things for that pouch." She knew Lin Yang was good at embroidery, but many women could do that. Usually they could sell embroidered handkerchiefs or sachets for some money. Could this pouch also be sold now? Lin Yang shyly nodded. "The shopkeeper is a good person and didn't mind me selling that. She's truly a kind person." Next to them, a man with a shameless face leaned over and asked, "Lin Yang, can I have a bowl of that big pot of soup?" Lin Yang's mother-in-law pushed him aside harshly. "Go away. You want to exchange your belongings for something? Do you have the nerve to ask here?" He looked uncomfortable. "I've sold most of my things along the way, so there's not much left to trade. There's free porridge at the city gate every day. If you have nothing to exchange, you can queue up for some. You won't go hungry." Grandma Lin Yang stopped paying attention to him and said to Lin Yang, "You still need to nurse. Drink quickly." "Mom, I've already drunk at the shop." "You drink. We'll drink together." Hwan closed the shop and tidied up the items she received today. She decided to try selling these things. They weren't antiques, just ordinary items from common people, not very valuable. So, Hwan started a live stream, aimed the camera at the table, and titled it, "Selling Old Items." Then she sat in a nearby lounge chair, scrolling through her phone, occasionally glancing at the live chat. People came and went in the chat, and soon there were comments. "Selling old items? What are they? They look messy." The host doesn't seem to be selling old items but trash. After a while, Hwan felt sleepy, yawning repeatedly. Just as she was about to end the stream, she saw someone spamming messages. "Buy more cultural relics, I'll stop buying." Is the host there? "Look at that wooden pillow. Buy more cultural relics, I'll stop buying." Are you still there? "What material is that pillow made of? How much is it? Buy more cultural relics, I'll stop buying." Please reply, host. Hwan immediately perked up. She didn't expect someone to actually ask questions. She picked up the wooden pillow and explained, "This is made of old mountain sandalwood. It has a nice scent and can repel insects. Buy more cultural relics, I'll stop buying." Finally, the host replied, "Can you hold the pillow closer so I can see it?" Hwan held the pillow up to the camera, slowly turning it over, waiting quietly for him to look. "Buy more cultural relics, I'll stop buying." Is this pillow worth 1,500? It turned out to be valuable. Hwan replied, "No, I won't sell it for 1,500. Are you dreaming? A 1,500 for an old mountain sandalwood pillow? Buy more cultural relics, I'll stop buying. I'm just trying to get a good deal. Will you sell it for 3,200? I can't go higher. If you won't sell, I'll leave. All right, I'll sell it for 3,200 yuan. After waiting a bit, someone else asked, "Spring and bright scenery. Can you hold the embroidery closer so I can see it?" Hwawan said, "This is a belly band, with peonies embroidered by hand on it." Chunha Jingming asked, "How much does this cost?" Hwawan checked a shopping website and estimated the price, for 80 yuan each. Chunha Jingming quickly paid and asked, "Are there any other styles besides the belly band?" "I want one with this kind of embroidery too," Hwawan replied. "Not for now, but you can order a custom one. Just tell me what you want." Chunha Jingming asked, "Can the host customize a handkerchief with a lotus pattern?" "Of course, I will contact you when it's ready." After a while, no one asked for price again. Hwawan turned off the live stream, took photos of the remaining items, and posted them on a second-hand website. The next day, Hwawan prepared some steamed buns and rice to continue trading with the refugees. As long as it wasn't trash, Hwawan accepted everything, including wild vegetables, herbs, and even a lingji mushroom found in the wild. Refugees outside the snack shop saw fewer people. After resting for 2 days, some decided to keep moving forward, while others stayed. The snack shop's customers told Hwawan that today the government distributed porridge again, but it was very thin, just enough to keep people alive. The government also said that if the refugees wanted to stay, they would arrange wasteland outside the city for them to farm, so they could become self-sufficient in spring. But before spring arrives, they still have to live in tents. Only about 70 or 80 refugees remained. Hwawan decided to provide enough food for them to get through the spring. People gradually left, and Lin Yang came to the snack shop to return the clay pot to Hwawan. She was still shy, always speaking with her head lowered, a bit nervous. "Thank you for the chicken soup. I don't know if there's anything I can do to help at the shop." "I'm willing to do anything," Hwawan said. "Actually, I do have something for you to help with. I have a friend who really likes your embroidery. She's willing to pay for handkerchiefs you embroider. Would you be interested?" Lin Yang looked at Hwawan happily and nodded eagerly. "Of course.
But
I don't have any handkerchiefs right now." Hwawan took out a pure silk handkerchief and some needles and thread she bought earlier that day. "You can embroider different styles on these, and I'll find a way to sell them." When Lin Yang's hand touched the handkerchief, she was surprised. It was real silk. Moreover, these few handkerchiefs are brightly colored, with many shades I have never seen before. The shopkeeper was so kind to her, not only helping her find embroidery work, but also providing such expensive handkerchiefs. Lin Yang felt even more guilty. Hwawan asked, "How much do you usually earn from embroidering a handkerchief?" "Usually, I sell one for 20 coins. Hwawan hesitated. 20 coins. Lin Yang was afraid Hwawan might change her mind, so she quickly added, "I don't need that much money now. The handkerchief is yours, and you are the one doing the work. So, you only need to give me 5 steamed buns for each." Hwawan was also hesitant. She wasn't sure if she could sell the extra handkerchiefs, and they might just sit unused. Making a profit was normal, but since the currencies weren't interchangeable, she wondered how much she should really earn. Seeing Hwawan silent, Lin Yang softly said, 3 buns are okay too. Less than that wouldn't cover her living costs, especially since it took a whole day to embroider one handkerchief. Hwawan thought for a moment and said, "Just eating buns isn't enough, and you need to feed the baby too. How about this? You help me embroider the handkerchiefs, and I will provide your 3 meals." "Deal." Lin Yang hesitated. She didn't eat much herself. If she exchanged 3 buns, she could leave 2 for her mother-in-law. But the shopkeeper said she needed to be provided with 3 meals a day, and extra food was hard to take back home. "I also have Ajia who helps take care of the baby." Ajia was her mother-in-law. It turned out that 2 weak women were caring for a baby. Hwawan felt quite uncomfortable and wondered how they managed to get through each day. "It's okay, you can take the food home," Hwawan said kindly. Lin Yang looked at Hwawan gratefully, her throat tight with emotion, unable to speak for a moment. The next day, Hwawan logged onto a second-hand website and received a message. "Sweet and sticky. Sister, the embroidery on this belly band is very beautiful. Do you think you can make a smaller one?" Hwawan asked curiously. "Smaller? How small?" "Like for children to wear. Sweet and sticky." "No, I mean the size of a BJD doll outfit." "Is that okay? BJD doll outfit?" Hwawan looked it up out of curiosity. It turned out to be a cute, custom-made traditional outfit for a doll, with some embroidery on it. Making clothes must be an essential skill for ancient people. Hoan thought she could try. She asked about the preferred style and agreed to ship the next day. There were also a few other requests for Hwawan, including embroidering 2 folding fans and a collar for a traditional dress. The flower roll has been collected. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, the flower roll arranged the items received over the past few days on the table and started a live stream. As soon as the live stream opened, buy more cultural items and then cut back, joined in, and also sent a gift. Buy more cultural items and then cut back. The last time I received a wooden pillow from the host, it was really good. Are there more? The flower roll said. No. Today it's just these on the table. Feel free to choose. Buy more cultural items and then cut back. Hey, can the host show the horn comb on the edge? The flower roll brought the comb closer to the camera as requested. Buy more cultural items and then cut back. It looks like a white water buffalo horn, a special southern type. Host, don't shake your hand. I'll count the wrinkles. Wow, it's over 20 years old. This viewer sent a message while the flower roll searched on their phone and roughly confirmed the price. They said, yes, it's true. This is a horn from an old bull that was 20 years old. After it died, its owner made a comb by hand and gave it to his fiancée. Curious viewers asked, why are you selling it again? The flower roll explained. A flood separated them. The woman who owned the comb had to sell it to make a living and get food. Who would have thought this comb has such a story? Although this comb isn't very fancy, the material is excellent. It's priced at 1,000 yuan. If you want it, go ahead and buy. As soon as it was listed, it was snapped up immediately. The flower roll thought it was the cultural item viewer who bought it, but then saw him typing in the live chat, lamenting. Who took the horn comb? I was the first to notice it. Your hands are too fast. Why are you slow? Next time, be quicker. 2 people argued in the comments and more viewers joined the live stream. A message appeared in the middle of the chat. Health enthusiast Chong. Host, that black stick looks like a kind of medicinal herb called Ro Tsongrong. The flower roll picked out a cylindrical object from a pile and asked, is this it? It's all wild grown. The flower roll remembered that a young man used this to exchange for steamed buns. He had nothing else to trade, so he found this plant in the mountains. Unfortunately, no one knew what it was, so the flower roll exchanged 20 steamed buns for it. Health enthusiast Chong. Yes, that's right, it's Ro Tsongrong. How many do you have? The flower roll turned over and took out about 10 pieces. She weighed one, which was around 300 grams. Total of 15 pieces, each about 300 grams. A health-conscious person said, I'll take all of them. Are you selling each for 150 yuan? If so, I'll buy now. Yes. 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 Do you want more? I'll check tomorrow if there are more. The health-conscious person replied, I want as many as you have, but I need to see the quality. They must be completely wild-grown. They must be 100% wild-grown. At that time, it was hard to find farm-raised ones. After waiting another half-hour with no more sales, the flower roll closed her live broadcast. She started planning in her mind. Later that evening, after the snack shop closed, Lin Yang came to see the flower roll. She had finished embroidery on a handkerchief. The pure white silk had a beautiful lotus flower embroidered on it, full of a lively spirit that modern machines couldn't replicate. The flower roll showed her a picture of a baby outfit and asked, I'll give you the measurements. Can you make clothes like this? They also need embroidery. Lin Yang carefully looked at the picture and nodded, saying, I can make something similar. The flower roll said, I have an idea. I want to make more of these baby clothes to sell. You can ask around if anyone knows how to sew and embroider, and if they're willing to do this for a living. You can tell me, and I'll provide daily food. If the clothes sell, there will be extra pay. Lin Yang said, women all know some sewing skills, but the quality varies. But I think making these baby clothes isn't difficult. Please wait a moment, I'll ask if any women are willing to do this work. Lin Yang was quick. In the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she gathered 20 or so women, young and old, all at the snack shop entrance. Seeing most people arrive, the flower roll said, Hello everyone, I am the owner of the flower roll snack shop. Since it's winter now and farming is impossible, relying only on government aid porridge can't fill our stomachs. I have some sewing work available. If you're willing, you can stay and help me. If not, you can leave. The rule of exchanging goods for food remains the same. Everyone looked at each other. Someone said, "Shop owner. Our ancestors were farmers. We only know some sewing skills, but we're not very skilled. We're worried it might be too difficult for us." Hwawan said, "It's okay. Those who can cut fabric can do sewing work. Those who can embroider should go ahead and do embroidery. If you don't know anything, that's fine too, as long as you're willing to learn." An older woman stepped forward and loudly said, "I want to learn. I don't want to go hungry anymore. Tell me what to do, shopkeeper, and I will listen. My family's clothes are all made by me. I can cut fabric. I can do it too. We all want to listen to you. As long as we have food to eat, we won't die of hunger." Hwawan nodded and set up a big tent next to the snack shop, bringing in some tables and chairs. She said, "If you need embroidery work, I will tell Linyang. During the day, you can work in the tent nearby. I will pay you 30 coins a day for your work." This price was calculated by Hwawan after careful thought. 30 coins are enough for a family's daily food. Hwawan was also happy that the money earned from the snack shop was not spent on other things, so it was enough to pay wages for a while. 30 coins. That's much more than what we earn from farming. How can the shopkeeper be so generous? Maybe it's a dishonest shop. What are you thinking? We're both empty-handed now. What's there to be tricked about? Don't you understand? Boss Hwa is a kind person. Hwawan didn't see herself as a kind person. She was just an ordinary person living at the bottom of society. Thanks to the snack shop, she met many lovely ancient people and earned a good amount of money, so she didn't have to worry about making a living. She just wanted to do her best to repay them. Besides these women, some men nearby had been listening for a while and felt very envious. Someone asked Hwawan, "Are there any jobs suitable for us men? We're too shy to let the women earn money and support the family." Hwawan said, "Actually, yes. Is my dong here?" My dong, a small man, jumped up and down among the crowd, stretching his head out and shouting, "I'm here. My dong is here." Everyone made way for him. "My dong, you used to work at a medical clinic. Do you know about herbs?" My dong proudly said, "Of course. The first thing I learned when I became an apprentice at the clinic was how to identify different herbs." Hwawan asked, "Would you like to lead people to gather herbs in the mountains?" "Any kind of herbs is fine. I'd love to." "Shopkeeper, will you also pay us for our work?" "Yes, if anyone is willing to go with my dong to gather herbs, step forward. Each person will be paid 50 won daily." "I'll go." "I can do it." "Me too. I know some herbs." "Shopkeeper, do you need someone to prepare herbs?" "I can do that. I used to help a herbal shop with preparation." Hwawan was happy and excited. "Yes, yes, yes. What's your name?" The man replied, "My name is Sudali." "Good, bring a few people to handle the preparation at 30 won per person." "No problem, leave it to me." Soon, another tent was set up nearby, turning into a small herbal processing workshop. Linian was in charge of embroidery. My dong collected herbs, and Sudali handled processing. Dozens of refugees found work. This news quickly spread to the city through the officials. Magistrate Zhao immediately led people to the scene. Outside other city gates, many refugees gathered chaotically, sometimes causing trouble. But here, everything was orderly. 8 or 9 tents were neatly arranged, and the refugees stayed inside to avoid the cold, quiet and peaceful. Zhao Jizhou and Hwawan sat in a snack shop. He gratefully said to Hwawan, "Thanks to you, Hwa boss, you helped me solve a big problem. If I can't properly settle the refugees, I would feel ashamed as a city magistrate." The refugees came in a rush. Although the government had a duty to help, whether it was opening granaries or settling refugees, it all took time and procedures. They worried the refugees wouldn't wait and might cause a riot, which would be hard to control. Hwawan helped the government solve a big issue. Hwawan modestly said, "I just happen to know some people who need embroidery work and herbs." It was just luck. Zhao Jizhou knew she was being humble. Who would buy embroidery made by farmers? And herbs? He had never seen Hwa boss come into the city before, so how could she sell herbs? He only felt that Hwawan was kind-hearted and not greedy for credit, and he admired her even more. Zhao Jizhou said, "Starting tomorrow, I will send people to register these refugees, issue household registration papers, and assign them land. They just need to work until spring planting, then they can settle down completely. Also, there is one more thing. The two people who pretended to be refugees that night have confessed. They were instructed by Wan Fu Rong. The evidence is solid, and they have admitted guilt. They will be punished with 30 strikes and fined 50 taels. Please accept this money. I was worried that the shop's money wouldn't last long, but now it has arrived. 50 taels of silver are enough to support a month." Hwawan happily accepts the money. Seeing her smiling face, Zhao Jizhou is more certain that she is secretly giving money to the refugees. Now he regrets not asking Wan Furong to give more silver. The next morning, the snack shop, embroidery workshop, and herbal processing workshop next to Hwawan's place officially started working. They no longer need to sleep outdoors in the wind. Now they can work inside warm tents. They all cherish this chance and work very actively. During the day, they work hard. In the evening, when Hwawan opens her shop, she gives the finished products to her. After closing, Hwawan takes photos of the items and posts them online for sale. As the weather gets colder, most of the embroidery women have children. Hwawan set up a small tent nearby with a charcoal basin, specially for the children to stay in, so they can be close to their mothers. Inside, she placed small beds, toys, and snacks. The embroidery women take turns caring for the children, making it look like a small kindergarten. Today, they also received a letter from Loomingly. The Work for Relief project is going very well. The river channel has been cleared, and the rebuilding of houses is almost finished. The new county official appointed by the court will soon take office, and they will soon set off to return home. Everything is moving in a good direction.